Born into a realm of gods and demons, the systems arrive one after another. 100 trillion iterations of the body refinement system, 100 trillion iterations of the blood transfusion system, 100 trillion iterations of the marrow cleansing foundation system, 100 trillion iterations of the divine demon system. Are you an unparalleled genius? A warrior unmatched? Are you the reincarnation of a divine being, once invincible in an era? Are you a sage? One who can be called an immortal? Are you a primordial demon god, traversing through chaos? Forgive me, but in this life, I am invincible. If you wish to avoid demise, kindly stand aside to prevent any inadvertent contact that might lead to your untimely end. That would be quite unfortunate. By the way, my name is Jiang Wu, the martial prowess of Wu. Chapter 183, The Shattered Sword, the power of the celestial guardian of the realm. The Dragon Clan possesses an ancestor whom many formidable clans and divine demons regard with trepidation, secretly referring to him as the Mad Dragon. And the Mad Dragon is the contemporary guardian deity of the Dragon Clan, whose true name is Long Fengyun. When Jiang Tongshan sought to slay Long Tong, it was this individual who bellowed in fury, intending to intimidate Jiang Tongshan at the cost of millions of Jiang clan lives. However, Jiang Tongshan did not heed the warning and simply killed Long Tong. The ancients and other invincible divine demons of the Eastern Sea's powers all regard his existence with caution. Though his physique measures over 2 zhang, his entire body is adorned with minute dark golden dragon scales, his head crowned with a single horn and flowing with slender, snow-white strands of hair. His visage is strikingly beautiful, undeniably breathtaking. In his hand, he wields a fragmented sword approximately half a foot in length. The sword is silver-white, riddled with fissures, appearing as though it would shatter with the slightest touch. Yet, this very sword remains unmoved even by the divine power of the virtual realm. Ancestor Feng. The 2 invincible divine demons of the Dragon Clan rejoiced, their spirits lifted upon witnessing Long Fengyun repel Kunwu. They exclaimed, with the Wind Dragon ancestor's intervention, our Dragon Clan can remain safe and sound. The other divine demons of the Dragon Clan were equally exhilarated, their gazes towards Long Fengyun filled with fervor. At this moment, my lord, De Yi Qinghong, Xing Tianwuming, and others rushed to Jiang Wu's side, their eyes glimmering with joy as they observed Jiang Wu's divine might restored. They had just been on the brink of terror. If anything were to happen to Jiang Wu here, it would be akin to the very heavens collapsing for them. Master, Kunwu had retreated to Jiang Wu's side, brandishing a stone spear, his eyes akin to a convergence of countless stars, shining brilliantly through the ages, imbued with a formidable killing intent, fixated upon the descending figure. No harm done. Jiang Wu's gaze sharpened as he beheld the figure that had repelled Kunwu, taking a few steps forward to shield Yi Qinghong and the others behind him. The venerable Feng Laozu, known as Long Fengyun, slightly nodded, his gaze focused on Kunwu and Jiang Wu, particularly drawn to the ethereal divine power emanating from Kunwu, which evoked a peculiar glint in his eyes, a palpable aura of murderous intent coalescing within their depths. A formidable dragon's might radiated from him, asserting dominion over the entirety of Dragon Island. For slaying the spirit of my Dragon Clan, you shall all remain here. Upon Dragon Island, the countenance of every divine being, including the Earth Ranking's Hunyuan realm demons, shifted dramatically as the overwhelming dragon's might enveloped them, causing their bodies to instinctively tremble in fear. Even their very souls felt as though they were being frozen. When Long Fengyun's indifferent voice resonated in their minds, a chill gripped their hearts. The might of one individual was indeed terrifying. The Mad Dragon, ancestor of the Dragon Clan, Long Fengyun. Jiang Wu beheld Long Fengyun's descent, his gaze fixating on the broken sword in Long Fengyun's grasp. As he regarded this sword, he felt as if his very consciousness were being sliced apart, the sharpness causing his scalp to prickle and his eyes to tear, rendering him unable to continue looking. Such a sensation left Jiang Wu astounded. What a fearsome broken sword! Before he could gaze any longer, Long Fengyun's figure had already moved, striding towards him with deliberate slowness, the broken sword tracing an arc in the air, descending from above to cleave through the heavens towards Jiang Wu. I shall give you a black coffin, You may suffer within it as you please. Have you come to Dragon Island to cause havoc? Long Fingyun's voice, laced with utmost indifference, suggested that even in this moment, Jiang Wu remained nothing more than an insignificant insect in his eyes. The disdain in his voice, the overwhelming dominance, seemed to etch the very nature of their dragon clan into their bones. With a single stroke of his sword, he cleaved the heavens asunder. Suffer endlessly? To endure such humiliation while being unable to vent? You wish to suffocate my mental well-being, leading me to baldness and despair, hoping for my demise, do you not? Upon hearing this, a fierce murderous intent erupted in Jiang Wu's eyes. Truly, this individual harbors a wicked heart. How terrifying! Boom! In the next instant, boundless suppressive divine power surged forth from Jiang Wu, coalescing into a realm of suppression that advanced towards Long Fengyan. However, this realm of suppression was swiftly torn apart by the broken sword in Long Fengyun's hand. If the power of suppression is insufficient, then what of the ethereal realm? Jiang Wu roared in rage internally, stepping forward in an instant to confront the broken sword, an ethereal divine power enveloping him, swiftly transforming into an invisible ethereal realm. Bang! The broken sword struck the ethereal realm, producing a crackling sound as the ethereal realm splintered. At that moment, a hint of madness flickered in Long Fengyun's eyes, his expression twisted with murderous intent, tinged with greed as he gazed upon Jiang Wu. Ethereal divine power? Hand over the ethereal divine stone, and I shall spare your life. The ethereal divine stone. Although he possessed a broken sword capable of shaking the ethereal divine power, one still required the ethereal divine stone to transcend the realm of invincible demons. To his knowledge, the ethereal divine stone could only be found within the Jiang clan. He must acquire the ethereal divine stone. Should he obtain it and transcend to the ethereal realm of demons, then not only the realm of demons, but also the heavenly dragon world would bow to his supremacy, allowing him to proclaim himself as Emperor, Dragon Sovereign. Bang! Yet, just as he envisioned his future, Jiang Wu dissipated the ethereal realm and charged forth, delivering a thunderous punch that left a massive imprint in Long Fengyun's eyes, striking the broken sword with a force that caused it to wail in anguish. What? Long Fengyun's expression changed drastically. This young man could actually shake the ancient broken sword. Spare my life? Then I shall kill you, and there will be no need for you to do so. Jiang Wu's face contorted with a fierce expression as he shattered the broken sword with a punch, immediately following with another punch that struck Long Fengyun, a terrifying force descending upon him. Boom! The void erupted as if the very earth had been overturned. The body of Jiang Wu radiated a divine power that permeated his being, rendering him extraordinarily fearsome. A punch descended, unleashing a force that made Long Fengyun's countenance pale, instantly obliterating a segment of his body, crashing into him and causing his dragon scales to shatter. Blood sprayed through the air as Long Fengyun's complexion turned ashen. With a resounding crash, he slammed into Dragon Island, blood gushing from his mouth. Dust billowed, engulfing Long Fengyun's figure. Kill! Jiang Wu's furious roar reverberated in the ears of all the divine beings on the earth ranking, its resonance akin to a thunderclap, shaking the hearts of those like Huanmia, igniting their own murderous intent. For every member of the Dragon Clan, kill without mercy. Kill, kill, kill. The 5 invincible elder demons of Huanmia roared as they unleashed their power, obliterating the Dragon Clan's demons in midair, their combined ferocity staining Dragon Island with blood, the sky awash in divine blood, casting a crimson hue over the land. Jiang Wu charged towards Long Fengyun, empowered by the might of the divine body of suppression, relentlessly pummeling him. Spare my life. Go ahead, spare me. Come, spare me. With each punch, Jiang Wu caused Dragon Island to tremble and collapse further, while Long Fengyun found himself torn asunder, his dragon scales shredded, bones snapping as he violently coughed up blood. Kill, kill, kill. Countless demons from the earth ranking surged forth, their fury ignited, an unprecedented murderous intent surging within them, their eyes turning crimson. Amidst this emotional upheaval, their ferocity intensified considerably. A wisp of lingering red dust enveloped their spirits, connecting them with Jiang Wu's current mindset, making them feel as though they were one. Let it end. Jiang Wu also charged forth, advancing towards the two invincible demons of the Dragon Clan, wielding a stone war spear that swept downwards, radiating a terrifying divine might that instantly changed the expressions of both demons. Kill! The Dragon Clan elder wielding the dragon scale spear roared, thrusting it forth with tremendous force, akin to a true dragon soaring into the heavens, unleashing a terrifying power that shattered the skies, colliding with Jiang Wu's stone war spear. Bang! Crack! The expression of the Dragon Clan elder shifted dramatically as an excruciating pain surged through his mind, blood gushing from his mouth as the dragon scale spear in his grasp shattered instantaneously into two pieces, the spearhead obliterated by the ethereal divine power of Jiang Wu's stone war spear. The dragon scale divine spear has shattered. The elder of the Dragon Clan's eyes widened in disbelief. The dragon scale divine spear is a sacred artifact, one of the clan's treasured relics. Its terrifying power had even forced the illusory demise back with its overwhelming might. Yet now, the dragon scale divine spear, broken? Get lost! With a swift twist of his Jiang Wu stone spear, he swept aside the three advancing dragon body puppets, causing the scales upon them to crack and splinter, one of which had its arms obliterated into dust. The elder of the Dragon Clan, who commanded the three dragon body puppets, was struck with trepidation and hesitated to attack, his gaze towards Jiang Wu now filled with fear. This man can truly slay invincible deities. Such strength could only be countered by Elder Feng, but Feng Longzhu. He glanced at the battered Long Feng Yun, and darkness clouded his vision, nearly rendering him unconscious with terror. At a certain moment, the great array on Dragon Island suddenly erupted. The array had sustained considerable damage from the Earth ranking, and it could no longer hold, shattering completely. The once sealed space of Dragon Island abruptly vanished, reverting to the realm of gods and demons. Outside, countless invincible deities continued to gaze intently at Dragon Island. When Long Feng Yun appeared and entered the island, their hearts began to race with trepidation. The Mad Dragon had emerged. Was the intruder who breached Dragon Island from the Earth ranking? Could it be that the Earth ranking is a force controlled by the Jiang clan, and the Earth Demon King is also of their blood? The pupils of several invincible deities constricted significantly. The Jiang clan, in alliance with the Earth ranking, has forced the Mad Dragon to surface in response. The might of the Earth ranking is truly terrifying. With several invincible deities and hundreds of gods and demons, and without even the Earth Demon King in their midst, when did the Earth ranking grow so formidable and fearsome? Some invincible deities, observing the power of the Earth ranking advancing into Dragon Island, were filled with astonishment. Chapter 184. In this era, a single individual possesses the power to suppress an entire clan, annihilating them with ease. The Jiang clan, it appears, has concealed its depths with remarkable cunning. The Z clan, the Mu clan, and others, with formidable warriors in pursuit, watch in seething frustration, oblivious to the true forces lurking behind the earthly rankings. The grand celestial formation of Dragon Island has dissipated. As Dragon Island reemerges, a tremor runs through all divine and demonic beings, their eyes sparkling with brilliance. Some even employ ocular techniques to focus intently on the island. Whoosh! Above the eastern sea, the figure of Jiang Tongshan descends, accompanied by the fearsome Yao Sun. Although Jiang Wu did not summon him, Jiang Tongshan could no longer remain idle, instantly appearing over the eastern sea. However, scarcely had Jiang Tongshan arrived when an overwhelming aura of invincible divine beings descended nearby, and he beheld a gathering of over a dozen individuals. At the forefront stands the fearsome Tianhai demon. The Tianhai demon, eyeing Jiang Tongshan and Yao Sun with a menacing countenance, bellows, "Do you Jiang clan truly believe the Eastern Sea is a lawless land? You come and go as you please. Begone." Jiang Tongshan replies with an unflinching calm, merely uttering a single word. "You." The Tianhai demon erupts in fury. After all, he is an invincible being and the leader of the Eastern Sea Alliance. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Yet, Jiang Tongshan remains undeterred, raising his hand toward the Tianhai demon. In an instant, an overwhelming force envelopes the surrounding heavens and earth, ensnaring the Tianhai demon. "Do you wish to kill me? You are not the only ones with hidden cards and opportunities." The Tianhai demon produces a stone tablet, infusing it with his divine power, unleashing a terrifying might that darkens the skies. But the next moment, The power shrouding him intensifies, and the Tianhai demon's eyes widen in sheer terror. No, spare me. Boom. With a single sweep of Jiang Tongshan's hand, a vast ocean of ethereal divine power crushes down, obliterating the once mighty leader of the Eastern Sea Alliance into a mere puddle of flesh and blood mist. Remarkably, the stone tablet he wielded remains unscathed beneath the onslaught of ethereal power. This leaves Jiang Tongshan astounded. He draws the tablet closer, observing its ordinary appearance. Standing about a foot tall, devoid of any remarkable aura. Yet, it withstood the force of the ethereal power and previously emanated an astonishing might, which is indeed extraordinary. What manner of stone tablet is this? Jiang Tongshan muses in wonder, contemplating as he stows the tablet away. Casting a glance at the frozen invincible beings nearby, he gradually vanishes alongside Yao Sun. The numerous invincible beings who had descended to intercept Jiang Tongshan and the Jiang clan remain paralyzed in shock. At this moment, they dare not move. Is he dead? The leader just like that? The eyes of these invincible beings from various powerful clans widen, filled with horror and dread. Their mouths tremble, bodies quaking uncontrollably. They have never felt such sheer terror before. The instant they witnessed the Tianhai demon being crushed into a mist of blood, their minds went blank. Their scalps tingle as if about to explode. The Tianhai demon, the leader of the Eastern Sea Alliance. A formidable ancient being who has survived since time immemorial, second only to the most elite of the Eastern Sea, akin to the mad dragon of the Dragon Clan. Yet, this ancient being was obliterated by Jiang Tongshan with but a wave of his hand. As they gaze upon the dispersing blood mist of the Tianhai demon, they feel as if they have narrowly escaped the clutches of death. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, one by one, they flee at incredible speed. Above the heavens, some take note of the commotion in the Eastern Sea. Upon witnessing the Tianhai demon fall to Jiang Tongshan, their minds reel in shock. The Tai clan, including its venerable ancestor and the clan's spirit Jiang Wu, observe with astonishment. In that instant, their pupils constrict. Unbelievable. Could it be that Jiang Tongshan has broken through? After a long pause, the Tai clan ancestor finally inquires, his voice trembling with awe. The divine beast Jiang Wu remains silent for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot say for certain, but the power Jiang Tongshan just displayed is clearly magnitudes stronger than before. Previously, he could only contend with one adversary at a time. But now, while slaying the Tianhai demon, I doubt even a single one of those dozen invincible beings could escape. Upon hearing Jiang Wu's words, the Tai clan ancestor falls into a contemplative silence. Moments later, Jiang Wu adds, in this era, it is not just we who possess opportunities. Other great clans do as well. In the past, invincible beings could not be easily vanquished, yet now, a single entity with strength far surpassing that of this age. Jiang Wu's gaze falls upon the Eastern Sea, and he intones, may well be enough to suppress a clan and eradicate them. Hearing this, the Tai clan ancestor suddenly recalls the figure from the Xianyuan imperial clan, a being who similarly held the power to dominate all clans in that era. While not quite capable of obliterating invincible beings with a mere gesture, he was undeniably a king among them, akin to the Dragon King of the celestial dragon realm. The Tai clan's sacred ground falls into a profound silence, while the ancestral hall of the Xianyuan imperial clan is equally subdued, as the elders gaze at the figure before them, their hearts heavy with foreboding. Upon witnessing the earthly rankings surging towards Dragon Island, a chill radiates from their emperor, a chill that silences them all, rendering them too fearful to utter a word, lest they disrupt the heavy atmosphere. They remain unaware of the reason behind their emperor's demeanor. Before them, the Jiang clan, with Jiang Wu and Jiang Tongshan, stands poised as a breathtaking figure gazes at Jiang Tongshan, who has just dispatched the Tianhai demon, murmuring softly, her tone devoid of any tremor, sending shivers down the spines of the elders behind her. Has the Jiang clan incited the wrath of the emperor? The elders of the Xianyuan imperial clan exchange glances, their eyes widening in apprehension. As the celestial formation of Dragon Island unravels, an elder speaks in a low voice. In an instant, all eyes turn towards the Eastern Sea and Dragon Island. Buzz, Jiang Tongshan, alongside Yao Sun, steps forth from the void, just as the grand formation sealing Dragon Island dissipates, revealing the colossal island once more to the gathered onlookers. However, as Jiang Tongshan surveys the scene on Dragon Island, his advancing footsteps suddenly halt, his gaze fixating on a particular spot where Jiang Wu, in his towering 8,000 zhang form, wields a massive cauldron, relentlessly smashing it down, causing parts of Dragon Island to collapse into the depths. On another front, Kun Wu, in his colossal demonic form, brandishes a stone spear, and with a single thrust, sends an invincible demon wielding a broken spear plummeting into the earth of Dragon Island. In the next moment, Kun Wu charges downward, his stone spear thrusting forth like a roaring dragon. Boom! The sound of a dragon's roar echoes, abruptly silencing the cries of agony. As a cloud of blood mist disperses into the ether, Jiang Wu pursued yet another figure, a formidable ancestor of the dragon clan, who was so terrified that he sought to flee, tearing through the void in an instant to escape the realm of deities and demons. Jiang Wu relentlessly chased after him. Meanwhile, atop Dragon Island, there were 5 invincible deities, accompanied by a multitude of powerful demons, relentlessly hunting down the dragon clan. The commotion of the battle shook the heavens and the earth. At a glance, Dragon Island appeared to have been turned upside down, its once mighty expanse reduced to ruins. With many areas completely submerged, one after another, the deities began to flee, yet the demons from the earthly rankings pursued them with unwavering resolve and merciless intent. Where was Long Fengyun? Jiang Tongshan surveyed the surroundings, but found no trace of the frenzied dragon, his brow furrowing in concern. He then vanished, reappearing in the skies above Dragon Island, wielding an axe that he brought crashing down. Boom! With a single strike, half of Dragon Island was cleaved asunder. As though it had been partitioned, Jiang Tongshan continued to wield his axe, each swing claiming the lives of the dragons that had not yet escaped the island, leaving none to flee. After delivering countless blows, the vast island, larger than Jiang Clan's territory, sank into the depths of the sea. Jiang Wu, who had been preparing to smash Dragon Island with a colossal cauldron, retreated in astonishment, realizing the sheer ferocity of the clan patriarch. Xianxiadrama, and others were left in stunned silence. What an extraordinary display of power from the clan patriarch. The invincible deities, including Huanmia, were equally astonished, their gazes fixated on Jiang Tongshan, before they collectively vanished in a moment of realization. With Dragon Island submerged and the remaining dragons slain, their mission had been accomplished. As for the dragon clan, they had been decimated, with those who remained perishing alongside the island in Jiang Tongshan's destructive onslaught. A few dragons managed to escape, but their numbers were scarce. Where was Long Fengyun? Jiang Tongshan inquired of Jiang Wu, disregarding the matters of the earthly rankings. I seized his broken sword, and he produced a scale that seemed to transcend the existence of invincible deities, using it to deflect my attack and flee, Jiang Wu explained, revealing the broken sword in his hand. Patriarch, this sword is no ordinary item. Jiang Tongshan examined the broken sword, sensing its sharpness, and was taken aback. He turned to Jiang Wu. You were able to withstand the sword's edge? However, without waiting for a response, he declared, I shall visit the sacred ground of the dragon clan. With a swift motion, Jiang Tongshan's figure vanished. Chapter 185, The Banishment of the Dragon Clan. Even Emperor Xianyuan seeks an alliance. In the celestial realm, the sacred ground of the dragon clan lay unguarded, its interior devoid of life. Long Fengyun and the once proud dragons who dwelt there had departed. Had they fled the realm of deities and demons? Was Long Fengyun escaping to the heavenly dragon world with these individuals? Jiang Tongshan wandered through the sacred ground, where only ordinary treasures remained, devoid of anything remarkable. Nonetheless, the star islands and celestial bodies were foundational to the dragon clan and would be immensely beneficial for the future development of the Jiang clan. Allowing them to be relocated entirely, Jiang Tongshan remained vigilant regarding Long Fengyun's escape. He promptly returned to the Jiang clan's sacred ground, surveying their territory. Should Long Fengyun not have truly left the realm of deities and demons, but rather lurked in wait to strike against the Jiang clan, it would pose an immense threat. I will return to the Jiang clan. Once you have concluded your tasks, return to Jiang City. The ancestral worship ceremony remains unfinished. Jiang Tongshan's voice echoed in Jiang Wu's ears. Jiang Wu gazed at the now submerged Dragon Island, contemplating whether anything remained to be done. Understood, Patriarch, he replied. Not long after, Jiang Wu returned, bearing news of remorse. Master, Long Fengyun has appeared beyond the realm of deities and demons, rescuing the invincible demons of the dragon clan. It seems he is heading towards the heavenly dragon world. I seek your punishment. Long Fengyun had escaped to the heavenly dragon world? Jiang Wu frowned, feeling an overwhelming sense of threat and pressure. It was not that Long Fengyun's strength posed a danger, but rather the myriad of schemes he had previously employed, including the broken sword and the dragon scale. Should such a person covertly target him, it would be disastrous. Nevertheless, if one were to ask Jiang Wu whether he regretted his assault on Dragon Island, he would not. The extent to which he had decimated the dragon clan far exceeded his expectations. At the very least, it could be said that the dragon clan had been erased from the realm of deities and demons. When he ascended as the clan leader, the dragon clan had audaciously sent a coffin, witnessed by numerous prominent families. How could he endure such an affront? If he could tolerate it, how could he possibly claim the title of leader of the Jiang clan? What would the other prominent families think of the Jiang clan? All of these matters demanded that the dragon clan pay a price. To establish oneself, one must assert their authority. Let us return, Jiang Wu urged, leading Xianxia and others onto the back of the Azure Qilin, which soared back to the Jiang clan. On the way, Jiang Wu instructed Kunwu. Instruct the earthly rankings to search tirelessly for any remnants of the dragon clan. Once discovered, leave none alive. Understood, Master, Kunwu nodded solemnly. As Jiang Tongshan departed, Jiang Wu and his companions did as well, while the earthly ranked deities faded into obscurity. The waters surrounding the eastern divine sea and Dragon Island fell eerily silent. In the celestial realm, the prominent families that had been closely observing the situation fell into silence. Previously, rumors had circulated that Jiang Wu had returned from the 100-star battlefield in disgrace, and their faces flushed with embarrassment, as though invisible slaps had struck them. Would a being of such might as to rival invincible deities return in such a manner? Was he not supposed to have overturned the 100-star battlefield? They gazed at the submerged dragon clan and remained speechless. Though a few demons of the dragon clan and the celestial prodigies from the sacred ground managed to escape, it was evident that the dragon clan had been obliterated from the realm of deities and demons. The dragon clan had become the first major power to be erased in this era. In the seventh family, the seventh ancestor gazed upon the sunken island and sighed softly. Mad dragon, if you had not been so reckless and wild, if you had maintained amicable relations with my seventh family, today's outcome might have been different. Yet, despite his lament, he showed no signs of distress at the dragon clan's demise. The dragon clan had not allied with them, nor did they pay them any heed. Thus, he saw no reason to assist them at this juncture. The seventh family was not a clan that groveled for survival. Suddenly, a figure of a deity materialized beside him. The seventh ancestor turned in surprise. Emperor Xianyuan? The newcomer nodded slightly. Seventh. I intend to invite Jiang Wu to join the heavenly rankings. The seventh ancestor was taken aback, exclaiming, but they have just targeted the earthly rankings. Do you not intend to hold Jiang clan accountable? The earthly rankings are merely a tool of mine. They hold no significance. Emperor Xianyuan replied calmly. The heavenly rankings, however, represent the most vital force within our realm of deities and demons. With Jiang Tongshan's strength, Jiang Wu's talent, and the influence of the Jiang clan, they are more than qualified to join the heavenly rankings. If they are able to join the celestial rankings, then the influence of the earth rankings may be granted to them without hesitation. The seventh ancestor pondered for a moment before suggesting, should we consult with Ancestor Tai, the old ghost of Gigu, Ancestor Shinnong, and Elder Yin? Hence, I have come to seek you out. Emperor Xianyuan regarded the seventh ancestor with a serene expression and replied, speak with them. I shall visit the Jiang clan. Very well, the seventh ancestor nodded in agreement, watching as Emperor Xianyuan's figure gradually faded from view. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out to the other members of the celestial rankings. While the other great clans were largely oblivious to the intricacies of this matter, they understood that this represented a formidable alliance of powerful entities from the world of gods and demons, standing against the realms of heaven. Why does the dragon world, with its dragon kings and the Dragon King Palace uniting all, refrain from invading the world of gods and demons? Do they truly believe it is out of fear? No. It is because the celestial rankings exist, led by Emperor Xianyuan and comprising numerous elite beings as core members. Before long, the ancestors of the Tai clan, Gigu clan, Shinnong clan, Yun clan, and several others materialized, learning of the situation from the seventh ancestor. The proposition to invite the Jiang clan to join the celestial rankings left them momentarily silent, recalling the terrifying strength exhibited by Jiang Tongshan and Jiang Wu not long ago. Agreed. The ancestors of the Tai clan exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly before ultimately nodding in consensus. The world of gods and demons houses countless great clans, and if one were to include other powerful clans from regions such as the Eastern Divine Sea and various alien forces, the numbers would surely exceed 10,000, with territories of immense expanse. Yet, few possess the capability to become members of the celestial rankings. Not long after Jiang Tongshan returned to the sacred grounds of the Jiang clan, a figure appeared outside Tongshan Island. Her gaze indifferent as she surveyed the vast star island before her. Jiang Tongshan soon manifested before her, astonished to see the figure. Emperor Xianyuan, he exclaimed, followed by a furrowing of his brow. What brings you here, Emperor Xianyuan? The earth rankings are a force under my command, Emperor Xianyuan replied. His gaze fixed upon Jiang Tongshan. Jiang Wu has seized control. This matter requires an explanation. Jiang Tongshan's expression shifted in surprise. Was the Xianyuan imperial clan and Emperor Xianyuan the power behind the earth rankings? He furrowed his brow, pondering for a long while before inquiring, what does Emperor Xianyuan desire? He was already anticipating that Emperor Xianyuan might demand the Jiang clan's Thunder Source Divine Liquid, or the Void Realm Divine Stone, or even seek the surrender of the Earth rankings itself. However, when Emperor Xianyuan spoke, Jiang Tongshan was taken aback. It is quite simple. Allow Jiang Wu to become a member of the celestial rankings, and let him wed my 14th daughter from the Xianyuan imperial clan, thus forming an alliance between our clans. Emperor Xianyuan regarded Jiang Tongshan calmly, stating, "Your strength is formidable, Copper Mountain ancestor. But it would be wise for the Jiang clan to consider this matter carefully." A surge of power instantaneously enveloped the surrounding realm. This force was not derived from the Void Realm's divine power, yet it seemed poised to transcend the level of invincible gods and demons, as if Emperor Xianyuan had already ascended to a higher plane of existence. Feeling the potency and majesty of this force, Jiang Tongshan's expression subtly changed, his body tensing as if confronting a fearsome beast. He gazed at Emperor Xianyuan, startled by this power and divine might. Seemingly perceiving Jiang Tongshan's thoughts, Emperor Xianyuan regarded him coolly and remarked, "I am not a god or demon of the Void Realm. However, I believe I need not fear the Void Realm divine power under your control. Consider this, if our two clans unite, it would be beneficial for both the Jiang clan and the Xianyuan imperial clan." The 7th clan had previously sought a matrimonial alliance with me, which I declined, instead suggesting their young girl approach Jiang Wu directly. If she could persuade him to agree, then whether as a wife or concubine, it would not be an issue. Jiang Tongshan looked at Emperor Xianyuan, responding with calmness. Based on the power Emperor Xianyuan had displayed, it was evident that she was indeed a sovereign of the imperial clan, having maintained the Xianyuan imperial clan's supremacy in the world of gods and demons for many years. However, despite Emperor Xianyuan's strength, it was not enough to compel him to submit, nor would it ensure the Jiang clan's compliance. The notion of a matrimonial alliance was not new to Jiang Tongshan, as he was aware of many seeking to marry Jiang Wu. Not only direct requests, but also approaches made to various elders and ancient ancestors of the Jiang clan. The total was likely in the hundreds, if not nearing 1,000. These were all illustrious daughters from great clans or extraordinary prodigies. Jiang Tongshan found it perplexing that none approached Jiang Wu himself directly, opting instead for a shortcut to propose a union. Having witnessed such requests frequently, Jiang Tongshan was indifferent. The pursuit of matrimonial alliances indicated the excellence of his descendants, capturing the interest of other great clans. If such alliances were to materialize, it would be a matter of course, as future generations must establish their own families. Should they not succeed, he would not pressure Jiang Wu. Now, with Emperor Xianyuan proposing that Jiang Wu marry the princess of the Xianyuan imperial clan, Jiang Tongshan could only shake his head slightly. Could this lead to yet another matrimonial alliance? Chapter 186. In truth, my innocence is of utmost importance. The lovesick girl. Emperor Xianyuan gazed at Jiang Tongshan for a long time before declaring, "The girl from the 7th clan is a prodigy within the celestial rankings, possessing the bloodline of the dark celestial god. She is currently cultivating within the ancient divine mountain, seeking to awaken her dark divine bloodline, and, through its alluring power, capture the heart of your young lad. The 14th daughter will also soon enter the celestial rankings, becoming a prodigy of the Xianyuan imperial clan within the celestial rankings, pursuing the path of the imperial sword at the ancient divine mountain. Whether it be the girl from the 7th clan or the 14th daughter, I believe they both would be worthy matches for your young man. The girl from the 7th clan possesses unparalleled allure, while the 14th daughter wields unmatched prowess with the imperial sword. Both could assist him. I have never stated that he could only marry the 14th daughter." As Emperor Xianyuan spoke, he prepared to depart, not restricted to marrying just one. Jiang Tongshan was taken aback, astonished that Emperor Xianyuan had also evaluated the merits of both young women. "Wait, Emperor Xianyuan, I have never encountered such a proposal for marriage before." He frowned, asking, "I can mention the matter of the 14th princess to Jiang Wu, but could you clarify what kind of force the celestial rankings represent? And why must my clan join the celestial rankings?" With a flick of his wrist, Emperor Xianyuan tossed out a token and replied, "If you have any queries, you may consult the ancestor of the 7th clan." As he spoke, Emperor Xianyuan cast a profound gaze at Jiang Tongshan and added, "If Copper Mountain ancestor can break through to the level of the Void Realm god and demon, it would be best to do so swiftly. I can assure you, the ancient divine mountain is far more perilous than you can imagine. It connects not only with our world of gods and demons." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tongshan's expression changed dramatically. Before he could inquire further, Emperor Xianyuan's figure had already vanished. Jiang Tongshan felt a twinge of regret. The demeanor of this Xianyuan imperial clan girl remained as frosty as ever, leaving little room for dialogue. Had he the chance, he would have asked more questions to gain a deeper understanding of the ancient divine mountain and related matters. Reflecting on the divine might and power Emperor Xianyuan had exhibited, Jiang Tongshan furrowed his brow. Rejecting this matrimonial alliance with the Xianyuan imperial clan would prove challenging. He sensed that if he were to act now, his combat prowess might be on par with Emperor Xianyuan, not accounting for other potential tactics. That power was not derived from the Void Realm god and demon. Yet it must have been the strength of Emperor Xianyuan's own bloodline. How potent was her bloodline power? Although it is said that breaking through to the realm of the Void World's gods and demons may be unattainable, the sheer magnitude of this power is undeniably formidable. Whether I can one day contend with the Void World's gods and demons remains uncertain, and yet, having refined 70% of the Void World's divine body strength, I find myself in a position of considerable might. Jiang Tongshan furrowed his brow deeply. Was he truly considering allowing that lad Jiang Wu to wed a princess of the imperial clan? That young man certainly harbored no inclinations in that direction. After some contemplation, Jiang Tongshan muttered under his breath, pursing his lips, "These fellows have set their sights on the offspring of the martial youth." Not long after, Jiang Tongshan summoned Jiang Wu to Tongshan Island and conveyed the matter to him. The Earth ranking is under the influence of Emperor Xianyuan's forces. Jiang Wu was taken aback by this revelation. He had not anticipated that the Earth ranking was backed by the Xianyuan imperial clan. "What do you intend to do about this, mountain ancestor?" Jiang Wu inquired. In his view, returning the Earth ranking to the Xianyuan imperial clan was an impossibility, considering that it had initially been probing into their Jiang clan, an act instigated by the Xianyuan imperial clan. Hence, it was only natural that he severed that claw. However, the power of the Xianyuan imperial clan appeared formidable, far more terrifying than that of the Dragon clan. Such a force, with Emperor Xianyuan personally making an approach, could not be disregarded, especially now that they had just annihilated the Dragon clan and a Dragon Elder had fled. It was plausible that a threat from the heavenly Dragon realm loomed. Contemplating this, Jiang Wu felt an overwhelming pressure. "Emperor Xianyuan wishes for our Jiang clan to join the Earth-ranking forces, and you should join as well. Furthermore, if possible, you are to marry the 14th princess of the Xianyuan imperial clan and the 7th daughter of the 7th family, thus acquiring 2 young ladies to serve you. You must be delighted by this prospect," Jiang Tongshan stated with a calm demeanor. Yet inwardly, he was laughing heartily. He had once set his sights on a companion for himself, marrying early on. Although they could not remain together, the beginning was beautiful, and the journey had its joys, now allowing him to look back fondly. Unlike the martial youth, who was so choosy that he could not make a selection, now it seemed everyone was rushing to form alliances. "Marrying Xianyuan 14 and the 7th fate?" Jiang Wu exclaimed, nearly spitting blood. How could such bizarre conditions be proposed? This hardly aligned with your stature, Emperor Xianyuan. Please retract your statement. If you wish for a marital alliance for your own family, why involve the 7th family? What does this have to do with them? Is there any room for refusal? Jiang Wu insisted, "My own integrity matters not, but I cannot tarnish their reputations." Jiang Tongshan rolled his eyes. The rationale for refusal was quite absurd. "So, if both young ladies consent, you would be willing to sacrifice your integrity, would you not?" Jiang Tongshan remarked with a hint of sarcasm. When did I ever say such a thing?" Jiang Wu retorted. "In truth, my integrity is quite important. This cannot be handled so casually. How can I marry them without knowing if our personalities are compatible? Once married, you will take the lead. What choice would they have?" Jiang Tongshan replied, dismissing Jiang Wu's protests with a wave of his hand. "Never mind, ponder this matter yourself. If you refuse, those young ladies will come to find you regardless." Jiang Wu muttered, "I have refused. How can this not come to an end?" Without elaborating further, Jiang Tongshan produced a token and the stone tablet acquired from the hands of the heavenly CS demons, presenting them to Jiang Wu. Subsequently, he instructed Kunwu to oversee the Jiang clan and retreated into the Thunder Realm to continue his seclusion, aiming to break through to the realm of the Void World's gods and demons. The Earth-ranking forces? What manner of power was that? And this stone tablet? It seemed rather unique. What was its significance? Jiang Wu pondered these questions. As for the marriage alliance, Jiang Tongshan had not given his consent, but was merely gauging Jiang Wu's sentiments. If Xianyuan 14 could capture Jiang Wu's heart, Jiang Tongshan would truly be pleased. Regarding the prospect of joining the Earth ranking and forming an alliance, that was indeed acceptable, not for any other reason, but to obtain information about the ancient divine mountain, which warranted their involvement in the Earth ranking forces. This was a blank space for the Jiang clan. Thus, the news of the alliance between the Xianyuan imperial clan and the Jiang clan spread throughout the realm of gods and demons the following day. This sudden revelation left countless major clans astounded. Initially, many thought they had misheard, but as the Xianyuan imperial clan made an official announcement, the astonishment only grew. Whispers even began to circulate that Jiang Wu was to wed a princess of the Xianyuan imperial clan. Both pieces of news, be it the alliance or Jiang Wu's intended marriage, left these major clans in a state of disbelief. The suddenness of the events, without a hint of forewarning, raised questions about the connection between the recent uproar caused by the Jiang clan and the emergence of the alliance and marriage proposal with the Xianyuan imperial clan. Had a conclusion already been reached regarding the alliance, emboldening the Jiang clan to act against the Dragon clan? If the Xianyuan imperial clan and Jiang clan were indeed allied, then the Jiang clan might well endure the consequences of the Dragon clan's actions. Even if the Dragon clan sought vengeance from the heavenly dragon realm, the Jiang clan could remain undeterred. It all made sense now, given Jiang Wu's talent and strength as the current clan leader. It was not surprising that the Xianyuan imperial clan sought to form an alliance and marriage with him. Moreover, the 14th princess of the Xianyuan imperial clan was a rare prodigy, renowned for her breathtaking beauty, making their union a match seemingly ordained by fate. The major clans could not help but engage in fervent discussions, for both the Xianyuan imperial clan and the current Jiang clan were entities they could not afford to overlook. In the sacred land of the Fuxi clan, Fuxi Palace, you had learned of the news yesterday. Upon seeing Fuxi Mingyue rush in, her countenance pale and flustered. She remarked, "This matter is not as exaggerated as the outside world claims. The Jiang clan merely agreed to an alliance. As for the marriage, that has yet to be decided and ultimately depends on Jiang Wu's wishes." No marriage? Fuxi Mingyue's expression brightened visibly, her eyes sparkling with joy, her small hands clasping and unclasping in excitement. Yet, upon realizing that it depended on Jiang Wu's decision, she wrinkled her delicate nose and huffed. "He wouldn't fall for that woman. He doesn't even fancy me." Fuxi Palace Su, at a loss for words, replied. "You're aware he doesn't fancy you, yet you remain so infatuated with him? Are you truly so foolish?" However, these thoughts remained unvoiced. Fuxi Mingyue was still quite young and had yet to experience much. Allowing her to navigate these matters would not be without merit. With time, she would inevitably glean insights and grow from this experience. At the very least, she should not remain so naive. Fuxi Palace Su said nothing, simply observing her. After a while, Fuxi Mingyue's expression steadied, and she looked up at Fuxi Palace Su, asking, "Ancestor, how powerful is Emperor Xianyuan?" Fuxi Palace Su regarded her thoughtfully, frowning slightly before responding. "He is not weaker than the old ancestor of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tongshan. Perhaps he is only a hair's breadth away from the realm of invincible gods and demons." Fuxi Mingyue fell into silence for a moment before declaring, "Ancestor, I wish to enter seclusion. Are you planning to venture into the 100-star battlefield?" inquired Moon of Fuxi Palace. "No, Ancestor," replied Fuxi Mingyue, shaking her head gently, her gaze lifting towards the ancient divine mountain. "I wish to enter the ancient divine mountain. I, Fuxi Mingyue, am not inferior to Xianyuan Shirsi. I aim to surpass her." Upon hearing this, Moon of Fuxi Palace was taken aback and exclaimed, "The ancient divine mountain? Why do you wish to enter such a perilous place? Even the invincible gods and demons face great danger there. Because I do not wish to fall too far behind. I want to remain by his side and be of assistance to him," Fuxi Mingyue responded. "Moreover, I have an inexplicable feeling that there exists something within the ancient divine mountain that could aid my cultivation. I had intended to go long ago, but I wanted to linger by his side a little longer." Chapter 187. The Secrets of the Ancient Divine Mountain. 150 billion heavy refinement body, secret repository realm. The news sent ripples of excitement throughout the outside world, while the Jiang clan fell into a quieter, more contemplative state. The ordinary clan members were unaware of the deeper reasons behind this development. Yet many rejoiced at the news of their clan's alliance with the Xianyuan imperial clan. It was not merely that the clan had aligned themselves with the Xianyuan lineage, but rather that the Xianyuan imperial clan had chosen to ally with them, which, naturally, brought them joy. In truth, most Jiang clan members were indifferent to the alliance. Such matters were beyond their concern. Instead of dwelling on them, it was far more prudent to focus on enhancing their own cultivation and strength. However, the alliance with the Fuxi clan, followed by that with the Xianyuan imperial clan, was a tangible reality, signifying the growing strength of the Jiang clan. While the outer clan members celebrated, Jiang Wu remained in his study, meticulously monitoring various affairs of the Jiang clan. News arrived from the 3 guards, as well as from the Earth ranking, all calm and uneventful, as if nothing had changed. "I must consider sending some members of the clan to the 100-star battlefield. We cannot let such an environment and resources go to waste. Furthermore, we must also be vigilant regarding the situation in the dragon world. We cannot allow their forces to invade without our knowledge. Therefore, we should instruct the Earth ranking to keep a close watch on the cosmic movements and report any anomalies immediately. The matters concerning the divine demon continent must also be monitored closely. We cannot afford to be negligent in any regard. Everything is uncertain. We can only rely on ourselves. The strength of the Earth ranking must be enhanced further. It is evident that the divine demon world has already presented opportunities and entities surpassing the invincible gods and demons, such as the dragon clan's broken sword and dragon scales. According to the mountain ancestor speculation, these treasures originated from the ancient divine mountain. Jiang Wu pondered these matters, particularly the ancient divine mountain, which he increasingly felt was shrouded in mystery. Its contents might surpass his imagination. If it were revealed that the ancient divine mountain housed the void realm divine stones, Jiang Wu would not be the least bit surprised. The only surprise had been the arrival of the ancient divine mountain and the peculiar divine light inheritances it bore. Those were indeed strange and unfathomable. The ancient divine mountain holds great significance for all clans, and the Jiang clan is no exception, Jiang Wu mused. Regarding the earth ranking, Jiang Tongshan had entrusted him with a token, and he had previously contacted the ancestor of the 7th clan, who had boasted for over an hour about how exceptional his precious daughter was. Jiang Wu had nearly dozed off listening to the old man's ramblings, but he finally managed to glean some information and insights. From the 7th clan's ancestor, Jiang Wu learned of the true existence of the earth ranking and its internal members, which included their Jiang clan and the Xianyuan imperial clan among 23 major clan forces. Some, like the Tai clan, were renowned, while others, like the Yun clan, remained reclusive and low-key, and there were even a few powerful alien races among them. The existence of the earth ranking was not solely intended for the internal conflicts of the divine demon world, but was rather a response to the myriad celestial realms. Moreover, from the 7th clan's ancestor, Jiang Wu also discovered some secrets regarding the ancient divine mountain, information that had long been unknown to the Jiang clan. Since the arrival of the ancient divine mountain, the earth ranking had repeatedly sent invincible gods and demons to explore its opportunities and mysteries. Yet, those who ventured within never penetrated deeply and were compelled to retreat due to the overwhelming presence of divine beasts. Even some of the flora within were divine plants, and the divine herbs were terrifyingly potent. There were instances where invincible gods and demons attempted to harvest these divine herbs, only to be devoured in the process. The ancient divine mountain is a realm entirely beyond the divine demon world, just like the broken sword and dragon scales displayed by the dragon clan. Some opportunities were directly bestowed upon the divine demon world by the ancient divine mountain, while others were acquired through perilous endeavors. However, such opportunities were not easily obtained. Often, before they could secure anything of value, they would meet their demise at the hands of divine beasts, divine herbs, or divine plants. On one occasion, they even encountered individuals from other celestial realms within the mountain. Xianyuan Emperor, Jiang Wu rose from his seat and approached the window, gazing at a small lake outside, where a few ancient willow trees swayed gently in the breeze. As he observed the scenery, his mind wandered contemplatively. He had initially planned to resolve the matters concerning the Jiang clan upon his return, and, once the clan had stabilized, to select a suitable successor before exploring the ancient divine mountain. However, now, having come to understand the terrifying nature of the ancient divine mountain, he hesitated for a long while, contemplating whether it was wise to proceed with such recklessness. Staying home and enhancing his strength using divine demon points seemed far more prudent. The thought of countless divine beasts, divine plants, and divine herbs capable of inflicting harm within the ancient divine mountain was simply too daunting. It posed a far greater danger than the vast wilderness. Rather than charging in and facing their wrath unprepared, it would be wiser to first elevate his cultivation to its peak and then return to conquer them. The two choices were entirely different, and the transformation of roles was nothing short of perfect. Though it may seem somewhat unscrupulous, safety was paramount. Jiang Wu lifted his gaze towards the ancient divine mountain, feeling the overwhelming divine majesty and mystery it exuded, and murmured softly. Reflecting on the existence of Xianyuan Emperor, Jiang Wu felt a sense of detachment. He was somewhat astonished by the emperor's forbearance. Despite having seized control of the earth ranking, this Xianyuan emperor remained unperturbed. Jiang Wu questioned his own state of mind. He felt he would have certainly reacted with fury had he faced such a situation. Perhaps, this perspective stemmed from an entirely different level of understanding. At the level of Xianyuan Emperor, he likely had already shifted his focus beyond the divine demon world, contemplating realms as extraordinary as the ancient divine mountain. As for himself, he remained preoccupied with matters concerning the Jiang clan and his own interests. Nevertheless, with the presence of formidable entities like Xianyuan Emperor and the terrifying artifacts such as the dragon and phoenix cloud broken sword, he could not shake the feeling of insecurity, leaving him restless even in sleep. He needed to enhance his strength. Even if he did not intend to confront Xianyuan Emperor directly, he at least needed to be capable of defending himself when faced with danger. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Wu returned to his secret chamber to cultivate, choosing not to venture into the Thunder World again. Jiang Tongshan had returned to the Thunder World the previous day to continue his training, while Kunwu remained in the Jiang clan to guard against any sudden appearances of remnant forces from the Dragon clan. The 5 individuals, including Huan Ye, once again entered the Thunder Realm. Jiang Wu instructed them to commence the refinement of the divine power from the Void Realm, while withholding the emergence of the 11 invincible deities and demons hidden within, primarily to preserve certain trump cards. Thus, when the time comes to confront the Heavenly Dragon World, he would not be easily deciphered in terms of strength, preventing him from being overwhelmed and rendered powerless. In the short term, Jiang Wu's objective was to diligently cultivate until he reached a level comparable to that of the invincible deities and demons, subsequently aspiring to contend with the might of the formidable Emperor Xianyuan. Entering the secret chamber, Jiang Wu activated a grand array with a mere thought. The surrounding space shimmered with ripples, and in an instant, the chamber transformed into a vast, independent realm. Jiang Wu sat cross-legged within it. The energies of the annihilation divine thunder, the essence of thunder's origin, the aura of blood vitality, and even the celestial profound heavy water converged within this realm. Jiang Wu voraciously consumed these forces, refining the power to stabilize the realm, enhancing the strength of his celestial deity body, and gradually elevating his own power tier. Days turned into weeks. Every day, Jiang Wu dedicated time to manage the affairs of the Jiang clan, subtly altering the structure of the 3 Guardian Legions, Golden Dragon Guard, Silver Sky Guard, and Black Iron Guard, by reallocating individuals from the Earth-ranking forces to bolster and transform certain aspects of the clan's strength. The Jiang clan's evolution, unbeknownst to many, had already permeated various facets, and the 100-star battlefield was similarly shaped under Jiang Wu's arrangements. 3 months later, within the secret chamber, with a hum, Jiang Wu activated the secret repository of body refinement once more, reaching 100 million, then 1 billion, and finally 20 billion. Boom! A terrifying surge of vitality erupted from within him, intertwined with a faint aura of death from the spring of death, merging the two and rendering Jiang Wu's internal power exceedingly formidable. 150 billion units of refined body power. Jiang Wu immersed his mind in his inner realm, elevating his cultivation level, while divine blood patterns manifested upon him. After devouring countless auras of blood vitality, the divine might radiating from him became immensely intimidating. Buzzing, subtly, even the celestial deity body exhibited slight transformations. The colossal power within Jiang Wu coalesced, and that fragment of celestial energy gradually expanded. Amidst the endless starry expanse, apart from the brilliance of countless stars, no other light could be discerned. When Long Fengyun once again emerged from the void, a colossal world appeared before him in the vast cosmos, akin to the most resplendent star, radiating boundless divine light and standing majestically within the starry sky, its might inscrutable and unwavering. In the heavenly dragon world, Long Fengyun's expression was far from pleasant. His gaze was as cold as ice. He stood outside the heavenly dragon world, feeling as though crossing the threshold into it was an insurmountable barrier. If he truly led his kin into the heavenly dragon world, it would mean conceding defeat for their dragon clan of the demon world, returning in disgrace. At that moment, the face of their ancestor would be utterly shamed, without a shred of dignity remaining. Yet, it seemed that the dragon clan had no alternative left. With a swish, Long Fengyun slipped into the void, directly entering the heavenly dragon world. However, he did not seek out the Black Sea's ruler, the Black Dragon King. Instead, he made his way to the Dragon King's hall. Chapter 188, Golden Dragon King, Stone Tablet, Broken Sword. In the Black Sea, on Black Dragon Island, the Black Dragon King had summoned countless demonic powers from various Dragon Clan branches, even gathering over 30 invincible deities on Black Dragon Island. Yet, this formidable force had yet to be mobilized towards the demon world. He pondered how to intervene in the demon world, plotting to annihilate the Jiang clan and seize the Void Realm Divine Stone, or perhaps to strike first under the banner of the East Divine Sea Dragon clan of the demon world, ensuring a swift resolution. However, before he could finalize his decision, a voice resonated with authority in his ears. Black Dragon, come to the Dragon King's hall for a council. Upon hearing this voice, the Black Dragon King's expression shifted momentarily. Then he replied, "Yes, Dragon King. The Dragon King summons?" Typically, the Dragon King would not call upon them from the 9 seas unless it was of utmost importance. What could have warranted such a gathering? The Black Dragon King's brow furrowed slightly, but without much hesitation, he stepped forward, his form merging into the void. Commencing his ascent towards the Dragon King's hall, traversing endless mountains and rivers with each stride. At the heart of the heavenly dragon world stood a towering peak that pierced the stars, veiled in mist, known as Dragon God Mountain. Upon this mountain existed only one faction, the Dragon King's Hall. Yet, The usual meeting place of the Dragon King's hall was not atop the summit, which was reserved solely for the Dragon King, existing in a separate space inaccessible to all other dragons. The Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King traversed the boundless void to reach Dragon God Mountain, opting not to ascend directly, but rather to climb the staircase of Dragon God Mountain step by step. Along the way, some prodigies from the Dragon King's hall paused to pay their respects, bowing in reverence. Apart from the Dragon King, the highest authority in the heavenly dragon world belonged to the heads of the Nine Seas forces, and these prodigies dared not act presumptuously. Upon reaching a golden divine hall nestled on the mountainside, the Black Dragon King discovered that the leaders from the other 8 seas had already gathered, which astonished him. The Dragon King had not only summoned the Black Sea, but had convened the leaders of all 9 seas. Entering the golden divine hall revealed an incomprehensibly vast space, where a gigantic golden dragon coiled majestically at the forefront of the palace, its eyes gently closed, adorned with long horns and flowing whiskers, emanating streams of golden divine light. Reminiscent of smaller golden dragons, their roars echoing within. Observing the golden dragon, one could sense that it commanded its own realm. Although the golden dragon appeared before him, the Black Dragon King understood that the Dragon King was not physically present here. On either side of this vast space, other colossal dragons were present, yet their divine might paled in comparison to that of the golden dragon. As the Black Dragon King entered, he transformed into an immense black dragon. Respectfully bowing towards the golden dragon, Black Dragon pays homage to the Dragon King. The golden dragon opened its eyes, shimmering with divine brilliance. As the space rippled before it, the golden dragon glanced at the Black Dragon King and stated, "Now that the Black Dragon King has arrived, let us discuss the matter that summoned you all here. The Dragon Clan of the East Divine Sea in the demon world was recently breached. Feng Long has come to inform me of the circumstances regarding the demon world." Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon King's expression shifted. The Dragon Clan of the East Divine Sea in the demon world? Breached? That is not the crux. The crux is that Feng Long divulged everything to the Dragon King. The Void Realm Divine Stone. The Dragon King is aware of it? The other 8 sea dragons' expressions tightened, all regarding the Dragon King with increased gravity. The golden dragon cast a sidelong glance at the Black Dragon King, ignoring him, and continued, "What I wish to convey is not merely to avenge the Dragon Clan from the demon world, but also concerning the ancient sacred mountain in the demon world." The ancient sacred mountain in the demon world? One purple dragon interjected, its voice resonating like thunder, crackling with electric energy. "I have heard of it. It seems to be a recently unearthed relic space in the demon world. Indeed, I have heard something of it as well. But then I dozed off and did not pay much attention." On the other end, the white colossal dragon rumbled, remarking that decades had merely been a fleeting slumber for him. He awakened solely due to the summons of the Dragon King, for otherwise, he might have slept for centuries or even millennia. A mere relic. Could it be that the Dragon King believes this place harbors some significant change worthy of attention? The other dragons cast puzzled glances at the golden dragon. With a hum, the golden dragon produced a dragon scale, resplendent in a majestic purple gold hue, intricately adorned with countless patterns. Most notably, a subtle yet formidable dragon might emanated from this scale, causing the eyes of the 9 seas Dragon Kings to widen with alarm. For this scale had been unearthed from the ancient divine mountain, a genuine scale of a pure blood dragon. The golden dragon's voice ignited a fervent spark in the eyes of the 9 seas Dragon Kings. In the realm of gods and demons, when Jiang Wu emerged from the secluded chamber, he was greeted by an unexpected figure, a maiden clad in a flowing white gown, exuding an ethereal aura, as though a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm, transcending the ordinary. Jiang Wu gazed at her in astonishment. "What brings you back?" With a tinkling laughter, Jiang Mingdai coyly replied, "Of course, I've returned to pay a visit to our esteemed leader." Her dainty foot traced circles upon the ground, her demeanor slightly flustered. "Speak plainly. We're not children anymore," Jiang Wu admonished with a glare. "Do you truly wish to test my patience?" At this, Jiang Mingdai's smile faltered. Yet she boldly retorted, "Go ahead and scold me. What of age? I'm still youthful." Before long, Jiang Wu spotted xianxiaaudiobooks and Long Ban, realizing they had fled from the 100 Stars battlefield in a state of disarray. Powerful dragon offspring from the celestial dragon world, along with over 20 prodigies of the mixed Yuan realm, had forcefully surged into the 100 Stars battlefield to reclaim the first battle star. No wonder Mingdai appeared so flustered. It seemed she was frightened by the denizens of the celestial dragon world. In the celestial dragon world, Jiang Wu led the trio into the hall, where several maidens from the celestial dragon world approached with graceful steps, serving them tea while attending respectfully. Jiang Mingdai observed their alluring forms, then pouted. Are they still maidens? Surrounded by such beauty, yet they remain untouched? How can that be? Lost in his thoughts, Jiang Wu caught a glimpse of her expression and calmly stated, "You should retreat into seclusion at once. Do not emerge until you break through to the mixed yuan realm. For now, matters concerning the 100 Stars battlefield could be set aside." Once his own strength burgeoned, he would have no fear of the celestial dragon world or any other realms. After inquiring about the circumstances of the 100 Stars battlefield, Jiang Wu instructed Jiang Mengdai and Jiang Xianxia to enter the sacred grounds for seclusion, leaving only Long Bayan behind. "Free your mind," Jiang Wu commanded Long Bayan, and a wave of worldly energy enveloped them. He delved into Long Bayan's memories, gleaning insights into the situation of the 100 Stars battlefield. After contemplating, Jiang Wu mused, it hadn't been long since he had repelled them. Yet the celestial dragon world was poised to strike again, having claimed numerous lives, including those from other realms. How audacious they were! Did they not fear a coalition from the other realms that might obliterate them? The events in the 100 Stars battlefield were as he had anticipated. After thorough understanding, he chose to disregard them for the moment. However, it seemed likely that the celestial dragon world would soon make its presence felt in the realm of gods and demons. If war were indeed imminent, then the Jiang clan's power was woefully insufficient. He wondered if the mountain ancestor could break through to the void realm. Jiang Wu shook his head, thinking, reliance on the mountain ancestor alone would not suffice. I must elevate my own strength, perhaps even with greater resolve. If 150 billion was inadequate for refining my body, then 200 billion, 300, or even 1,000 billion would be necessary. As long as I survive, I can endure. With a slight heaviness in his heart, Jiang Wu departed with Long Bayan, bringing him into the Thunder world for training. He would not emerge until he surpassed the invincible realm of gods and demons. And then he would return to the 100 Stars battlefield for another confrontation with the celestial dragon world. After managing family affairs, Jiang Wu retreated once more into the secluded chamber. Initially intending to continue his cultivation, he suddenly recalled something. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved a stone tablet from the space of his innate artifact. The tablet was over a foot long, entirely obsidian with faint patterns that, at a cursory glance, seemed unremarkable. Yet upon closer inspection, one could perceive a mesmerizing vortex revealing layers of dragon scales. Unlike the 3 tablets he had acquired previously, this one lacked the weighty aura of ancient time. It appeared quite ordinary, exuding no discernible energy. Yet this stone tablet was impervious even to the might of divine power, demonstrating extraordinary hardness. What purpose does this tablet serve? Jiang Wu pondered, running his fingers lightly over its subtle engravings. He attempted to probe its depths with his spirit, but the experience felt akin to weightlessness, revealing no discernible legacy within. He also tried infusing divine power into it, yet the tablet merely unleashed a terrifying divine might, rivaling the essence of the blood energy they had refined. Beyond that, there was little of note. Gazing at the tablet, Jiang Wu felt a surge of inspiration. A strand of divine light materialized before him, morphing into a broken sword, the very blade he had seized from Long Fengyun. He had attempted numerous methods to refine this sword, but only through the power of the boundary-stabilizing celestial body had he managed to gain control over it. This divine sword was utterly shattered, now reduced to merely a half-blade, devoid of divine might, divine essence, or any residual information. Chapter 189. The Stone Tablet, Stone Embryo, Soul World Scripture. Anomalies in the Eastern Divine Sea. The true nature of the stone tablet remained a mystery to Jiang Wu. Yet he sensed that the broken sword would prove effortless against invincible gods and demons. After toying with the broken sword for a moment, Jiang Wu returned it to his inner being. Compared to Long Fengyun, his ability to control the broken sword was far superior, allowing him to wield it at will. Jiang Wu contemplated the stone tablet once more, casually placing it aside. He assumed a meditative position, invoking the Thunder Scriptures, Dust World Scriptures, and Sea World Scriptures in succession. As divine power shimmered in the air, miniature realms of thunder, dust, and sea coalesced around him. "Let us cultivate," he declared, with a resounding roar. The skies erupted with divine lightning, the aura of the mundane world enveloping the void, while the weighty waters of the heavens and the essence of blood surged forth like torrents, cascading downwards in celestial rivers, cleansing his body. By absorbing the divine lightning and the weighty waters, he could refine his boundaries, stabilizing divine power. As he absorbed the essence of the mundane world, his soul power gradually intensified. As he consumed the essence of blood, the strength of his boundaries stabilizing celestial body began to swell. In the blink of an eye, the entire sealed chamber was suffused with various energies. Divine thunder crackled, the mundane aura permeated the space, and the weighty waters and blood essence ground against the fabric of reality, fracturing the very void. Jiang Wu immersed himself in the act of cultivation, his body voraciously absorbing and refining these powers, as his strength soared to unprecedented heights. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that as the sanguine aura of the sea goddess world enveloped the stone tablet, the faint patterns etched upon it suddenly erupted in a resplendent crimson glow. In an instant, this sanguine light enveloped Jiang Wu, pulling his very soul from his corporeal form and merging it with the stone tablet itself. The abrupt turn of events left Jiang Wu's mind reeling. His soul manifested a terrifying brilliance. What is happening? In a heartbeat, his soul's eyes flew open, radiating a terrifying light that seemed eternal. However, before he could comprehend the situation, a sharp pain coursed through him, causing his ethereal body to tremble involuntarily. Boom! At that moment, Jiang Wu felt as if his mind had been struck by countless hammers, a dreadful force colliding with his soul's essence, akin to a tempest threatening to rend his very being asunder. The overwhelming power tore at his soul, eliciting a sensation of pain akin to being besieged by a swarm of mosquitoes. This force was utterly terrifying. If it were to intensify by several hundred or thousand times, he feared he might sustain grave injuries that could very well lead to death. Enveloped in darkness, he could discern nothing, yet a formidable power was rending the heavens and the earth, simultaneously assaulting his very soul. Outside, Jiang Wu's physical form continued to fervently refine various energies, seemingly unchanged. The sanguine aura permeating the atmosphere surged towards the stone tablet on the ground, twisting into whirlpools as it was voraciously absorbed. As the tablet devoured the crimson energy, a divine might seemed poised to awaken, manifesting countless blood-red patterns. An aura reminiscent of dragon scales began to dissolve like spring snow, retreating in defeat. In the distance, a cry of anguish echoed. Ah, cursed, cursed, who dares to thwart my grand endeavor? As the voice faded along with the dissipating dragon scale patterns upon the stone tablet, darkness enveloped Jiang Wu once more. Terrified, he wondered, where am I? Before he could muster a desperate struggle, a stream of information suddenly infused his mind, swirling with incomprehensible divine runes, which, under a faint illumination, coalesced into a scripture. The scripture of the soul realm. At the moment the soul realm scripture manifested, Jiang Wu grasped its essence, instantly channeling a certain power as divine runes illuminated within his mind. Buzz! A ripple emanated from Jiang Wu's ethereal form, sweeping across the cosmos. The winds stilled. Silence reigned. The force that had been tearing at Jiang Wu's soul instantaneously transformed into the intangible. Only then did he find the capacity to observe the realm surrounding his soul. It was a world devoid of light, shrouded in darkness. Yet, as Jiang Wu activated the soul realm scripture, his soul's power gradually permeated the entire stone tablet. He beheld a blood pool beneath the East Sea God Island. Over 100,000 fathoms deep in molten earth, the fabric of reality shimmered, and a blood pool suddenly manifested in the realm of gods and demons. Within the pool, countless strands of dark sanguine energy surged and roiled, gradually coalescing into a divine technique. At a certain moment, the blood pool erupted in a brilliant crimson light. As if unshackled from restraint, an endless radiance bursting forth from the depths, resembling a river of blood surging into the cosmos, lingering for ages. Rumble! The heavens trembled, stars and islands quaking. In the East Sea, multitudes were startled by this extraordinary phenomenon, a dread power permeating the realm, altering the very essence of existence. What is happening? A malevolent force? Such a potent aura emanates from East God Island. Cursed be it. Could there be a demon spawn lurking upon East God Island? Truly seeking death. How dare mere demons court their own demise? Remain vigilant. This aura is too peculiar. I sense a threat. The prominent families of the East Sea were thrown into chaos, and soon, myriad divine and demonic figures descended from the heavens, their celestial might shaking the earth, all converging upon East God Island. Since the demise of the heavenly sea god, the East Sea Alliance had effectively become a mere shadow of its former self. East God City had devolved into a lawless territory. Now, that soaring crimson radiance emerged from within East God City, startling the hidden demonic entities within, compelling them to emerge and gaze upon the source of this sanguine brilliance. What is this? A malevolent force, a manifestation of demonic might. And this extraordinary occurrence, could this herald the emergence of a demon god's legacy? At that moment, numerous divine and demonic beings arrived, their formidable forms hovering in the void. Surveying the scene below, those few demonic entities, upon witnessing this spectacle, dared not utter a word, quietly retreating back into the city. The multitude of divine and demonic beings, upon casting a glance at them, shifted their focus to the source of the blood-red light within East God City. It dawned upon them that this endless sanguine radiance surged forth from the very location where the Sea God Tower once stood. The rich, blood-like glow erupted from the depths of the earth, staining the surrounding land in an eerie crimson hue, steadily spreading forth. This place still harbors remnants of divine and demonic legacies. Many of the divine and demonic beings furrowed their brows, recalling the moment Jiang Wu ascended Dragon Island and displayed the power of the celestial profound heavy water. They also remembered that it was Jiang Wu who caused the collapse of the Sea God Tower. Beneath the Sea God Tower lies the legacy of a demon god? This provoked deep contemplation among them. First, we must seal this place. No matter the nature of this demon god's legacy, it must be eradicated entirely. One of the divine beings stated solemnly. The others nodded in agreement. Yet just as they prepared to investigate further and impose a thorough seal, suddenly, boom! The crimson light ahead erupted violently, akin to a colossal wave of blood surging forth, sweeping across the surroundings. In that instant, all the divine and demonic beings felt their eyes momentarily blinded by the brilliance, descending into a blank void. This is bad. The countenances of the divine beings shifted. A wave of demonic power surged outward in all directions. While they remained unscathed by this force, what of those beneath the demons? Among these divine beings, the formidable Wanguya, who had ascended to the potent upper Yin realm, suddenly altered in expression as a flash of blood-red light surged into his mind before he could react, leaving him aghast. What is this? As the crimson light receded, Wanguya discovered that the entity that had entered his mind was a diminutive blood pool. This small blood pool was no larger than a palm, emanating a soft sanguine glow, resembling a blood gem, translucent and radiant, adorned with blood-red runes that floated within his mental realm like a blood-hued star. Just as Wanguya was taken aback, a divine technique coalesced from the blood-red runes within the blood pool, and as his consciousness brushed against it, a torrent of profound information flooded into his mind. After a considerable time, Wanguya opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashing within, swiftly vanishing, leaving him astounded. This technique, the record of the blood demon god? This scripture records the path to cultivating the blood demon god physique. Upon a mere glance, Wanguya felt his breath quicken. For the cultivation of the blood demon's celestial body astonishingly transcended the conventional celestial and demonic training systems. With sufficient divine blood, it became trivial to surpass even the void realm beings of celestial and demonic nature. Could this be the opportunity bestowed upon me, Wanguya? His heart raced fervently, unable to restrain his excitement as he perused the blood demon celestial record repeatedly. Suddenly, he realized that compared to the blood demon celestial record, the sea goddess legacy seemed utterly insignificant. Though this was a demonic technique, as long as one's heart remained just, what distinction was there between demon and god? Jiang Wu. A flicker of crimson light danced in Wanguya's eyes, and he felt a surge of gratitude for Jiang Wu, who had collapsed the sea god tower. Otherwise, he might never have encountered this fortuitous moment. Casually surveying his surroundings, he noted that none of the celestial or demonic beings had perceived anything amiss, their expressions marred only by the recent turmoil. At that moment, the blood-red divine light that had erupted and swept across the area had dissipated, and tranquility returned to the heavens and earth. They observed that, as a result of the demonic might that had surged forth, many of the lesser beings within East Divine City had manifested a blood-red divine light upon their forms, ultimately transforming into eerie blood-red runes cloaking their bodies. Those who bore such blood-red runes became unfathomably frenzied, as if bereft of reason, violently charging at those around them. In the blink of an eye, East Divine City was plunged into chaos, filled with anguished cries and roars, as a thick stench of blood permeated the air, casting the entire East Divine Island into a living hell. Demonic slaves. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, the expressions of the celestial and demonic beings darkened. Some took action to restrain the frenzied individuals and assess the situation, concluding that they had succumbed to the demonic might and had become demonic slaves. Sighing inwardly at the plight of those ensnared by the remnants of the demon god, they knew that their only recourse was to eliminate them. Chapter 190. The Inheritance Beyond Celestial and Demonic Realms. Blood God Stone Avatar. Boom. The celestial and demonic beings acted decisively. Despite their lamentations, they did not hesitate to strike, mercilessly slaying all the demonic slaves, resulting in a considerable depopulation of East Divine Island. An unforeseen incident had once again wrought significant change upon East Divine Island, even silencing the East Divine Sea Alliance, as none from the noble families dared to speak out or rally against the tide. Some demonic beings delved deep underground for tens of thousands of feet, but found nothing of note. After several meticulous searches, the celestial and demonic beings gradually departed. Unbeknownst to them, the blood that flowed across East Divine Island had seeped into the depths, coalescing into a blood pool. Within that blood pool, Wang, who had previously mused that a just heart sufficed for cultivating demonic techniques, now sat cross-legged, practicing his divine art. This truly was an unexpected delight. A just heart? I can cultivate demonic techniques while maintaining a just heart. At most, I will practice a bit and then pause. Gurgle, gurgle. Countless streams of blood were consumed by the blood pool, which appeared to form its own realm, with the blood within it boiling and bubbling forth. As time passed, innumerable blood-red patterns enveloped Wang, transforming him into a figure of otherworldly allure. His entire aura drastically altered. To initiate the blood demon celestial body, a mere 100 million living beings' blood was required, and here, he was just shy of 30 million. When Wang opened his eyes once more, they gleamed with resplendent crimson light. His demeanor transformed entirely, exuding an uncanny charm, his lips curling into a cold, indifferent smile. He cast his gaze upon the remaining denizens of East Divine Island, considering it an honor for these mere ants to have their blood meld with his. To cease my cultivation? Whoever dares to impede me shall perish. In the all-consuming darkness, the realm before Jiang Wu was vividly clear in his mind. Yet, within this stone tablet, there existed a blood pool. It bore no sinister aura. Instead, it emanated an extraordinarily pure celestial and demonic power. Within the blood pool lay a humanoid blood-colored stone avatar, voraciously absorbing the swirling blood energy, a faint divine might rapidly ascending. The blood-colored stone avatar was diminutive, less than a foot in size, yet exuded terrifying power, devoid of any soul energy. The blood-red essence unmistakably belonged to the blood energy of the sea god realm. The 3,000 Great World Scripture? Jiang Wu reflected on the inheritance information in his mind, astonished. This stone tablet differed from the previous one, yet it concealed another segment of the 3,000 Great World Scripture. Once his astonishment subsided, Jiang Wu activated the soul scripture, a surge of soul power effortlessly allowing him to penetrate the entirety of the stone tablet, taking control of it along with the blood pool and the blood-colored avatar within. However, at that moment, Jiang Wu furrowed his brow, for he sensed a profound dissonance between the blood pool and the tablet. This was a miniature world that had been artificially created within the stone tablet by some supreme divine art. Within this miniature realm existed solely a blood pool, its existence reliant on the tablet's ability to gather soul power from all directions and blood energy to nurture the avatar, allowing it to be born and manifest as a separate entity. Yet, it seemed that this avatar had an owner. When he had seized control of the stone tablet, he inadvertently erased that ownership. Who could it be? An avatar? The thought intrigued Jiang Wu. Unlike the shadowy forms of celestial and demonic beings, this avatar represented another body capable of independent action and cultivation. During this period of managing family affairs, he had felt somewhat stretched thin. If he possessed such an entity, he could focus more intently on his cultivation or delegate trivial matters to the avatar, retreating to the Thunder Realm to refine his skills until he reached the unfathomable peak of 100 trillion weight in the secret realm of body refinement before emerging. What a marvelous treasure! Jiang Wu gazed at the blood-colored stone avatar as if it were an unparalleled beauty, his eyes gleaming with desire, barely resisting the urge to drool. Moments later, Jiang Wu's soul power melded into the stone avatar, which immediately began to ravenously consume all the blood energy from the blood pool. Gradually undergoing a transformation, the avatar enlarged, its limbs and facial features becoming distinct. At a certain moment, this stone avatar morphed into a replica of Jiang Wu, opening its eyes. At that instant, an overwhelming torrent of information surged into Jiang Wu's soul, and the avatar's eyes burst forth with a resplendent radiance. After a prolonged period, Jiang Wu finally exhaled heavily, feeling somewhat fatigued. He had expended 6 or 7/10 of his soul energy merely to commit this inheritance to memory. The inscriptions contained within this stone entity are scarce, comprising merely a singular technique. However, from this technique, Jiang Wu discerned that this blood-colored stone entity is referred to as the blood god stone incarnation, primarily cultivating through the power of blood consumption. As Jiang Wu meticulously examined it, his heart remained tumultuous, overwhelmed by a profound shock. This mental cultivation comprises 12 levels. Achieving the first level equates to the Great Sun Realm Deity Demon, the second to the Taiyin Realm Deity Demon, and the third to the Hunyuan Realm Deity Demon. Such a technique encompasses 12 levels in total. The realms of the Void Realm Deity Demon, the Indestructible Realm Deity Demon, the Nine Tribulations Realm Deity Demon, the Ancestral Return Realm Deity Demon, the Divine Concealment Realm Deity Demon, and the Return to Ruins Celestial Deity Realm Deity Demon follow suit. Ascending to the pinnacle of these realms culminates in the existence of a blood god sage. Jiang Wu's heart quaked. His worldview expanded to an unimaginable extent. A sage? What precisely constitutes a sage? Could it be that this mental cultivation transcends the realm of deity demons? He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the so-called blood god sage's power. Yet, beyond the void realm deity demon, there exists a hierarchy of deity demons that must be traversed to ultimately achieve the so-called sage. Particularly, Jiang Wu noted the final realm of the deity demon, the return to ruins celestial deity realm. Celestial deity? Is this the same celestial deity recorded in the ancient legacy from the primordial divine mountain? And the celestial deity powers of the celestial body? The celestial deities reside beneath the sage realm. If this is indeed the case, then the power of the celestial body of the world-subduing deity is merely a fraction of what it could be, rendering the current understanding of its strength comprehensible. As even a fraction of its power can catalyze a transformation in his abilities, rendering him unafraid of the sharpness of the broken sword. Jiang Wu was internally astounded. The power of the world-subduing deity's body was still in the process of gestating, having only begun to absorb the blood energy of the sea god world, and had yet to condense even a semblance of celestial power. What remained was merely a hint of physical transformation manifested as corporeal strength. It remains uncertain when the world-subduing deity's body will truly attain its formidable prowess. He was still leagues away from that level of existence. After a considerable time, Jiang Wu's spirit finally departed from the small realm within the stone tablet, returning to his own body. Once he had summoned forth the blood god stone incarnation, the blood pool space within the tablet collapsed, as if it existed solely for the blood god stone incarnation. In the secret chamber, a myriad of powers continued to cascade down, filling this enclosed expanse, particularly the desolation divine thunder, which roared like an unceasing sea of thunder. Boom! The chamber trembled incessantly, and Jiang Wu felt momentarily dazed, before his spirit returned to his body in an instant. He opened his eyes, gazing upon the blood god stone incarnation before him. Once refined, the blood god stone incarnation mirrored Jiang Wu himself, sharing the same stature. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that aside from the level of power, there were no discernible differences. Even the aura of divine might was similar, albeit not as potent. Jiang Wu observed this incarnation, which had just consumed that blood energy, and realized that it had already attained the first layer of the blood god's sacred canon. Its divine might was at the level of the great sun realm deity demon. However, the materials of the blood god stone incarnation were extraordinary. He sensed that even the powers of the void realm deity could not contend with it. This entity served as a formidable bulwark, if cultivated to its utmost potential. It might even bear the burden of slaying enemies, surpassing the current terrifying capabilities of the fatty's cultivation of the divine refinement body, a unique humanoid divine weapon. Jiang Wu regarded it with immense satisfaction. And as for the blood god stone incarnation's need for blood energy, that was a trivial matter. The boundless blood energy within the sea god world would allow it to voraciously consume to its heart's content. This unexpected boon left Jiang Wu's tumultuous spirit still unsettled. Thus, he resolved to first allow the blood god incarnation to enter the sea god world for cultivation. Buzz! In the void above, a miniature sea god world coalesced once more. The nearby blood god incarnation raised a hand, fingers aligned like a blade, and struck down upon the barrier of the miniature sea god world, unleashing a force far surpassing that of the great sun realm deity demon, akin to a crescent-shaped divine radiance. Boom! The world barrier reverberated with a thunderous sound. The void collapsing as a breach was cleaved into existence. The terrifying aura of blood energy surged forth, sweeping down upon the realm. After this initial test, Jiang Wu pondered for a moment. He felt as if even a Hunyuan realm deity demon would find themselves at a complete loss against the current incarnation, unable to move it an inch. At that moment, the incarnation had already stepped into the sea god world. Multitasking, even managing 10 tasks simultaneously, was no challenge for Jiang Wu in his current state. He could also direct the actions of his incarnation. As the incarnation entered the sea god world, Jiang Wu closed his eyes, contemplating the recently acquired scripture, one of the 3,000 great scriptures, the Soul World Scripture. The Soul World Scripture is a remarkable technique for honing the spirit. How does one refine the spirit? The Soul World Scripture records a type of power known as the Soul Source. The Soul Source is the origin of soul power, capable of suppressing all souls, divine spirits, and refining them into a thread of primordial power, which is utilized to forge one's own essence. As Jiang Wu contemplated this, he found the Soul World Scripture to be quite peculiar. It essentially involves the plundering of other soul power to enhance oneself. However, at this moment, Jiang Wu suddenly recalled an important point. This Soul World Scripture also possesses a method of cultivation through a miniature world. This suggests that the Soul World Scripture is connected to a realm of its own, the Soul Source World. Upon this realization, Jiang Wu's expression brightened. and he mentally revisited the teachings of the soul world scripture. Once he felt confident, a wave of soul power emanated from his being. Chapter 191, Terrifying Speed of Cultivation. A frenzied elevation of the spirit. Buzz. The heavens and earth bore witness as symbols manifested from Jiang Wu's soul power, coalescing into a miniature world that appeared before him in an instant. This miniature world bore no distinction from others like the miniature thunder world, save for the unique aura it exuded. Jiang Wu gazed upon this miniature soul source world, resembling a minuscule version of a vast world, standing resolutely in the void, its aura creating ripples throughout the fabric of the deity-demon realm. The miniature soul source world? This aura is far more formidable than that of the thunder world and others. Is it due to the nature of the soul itself? Or is it a result of my evolving strength? Jiang Wu pondered, observing this miniature world. Within the confines of this miniature soul source world, he sensed a power that stirred his spirit to restlessness. That was the essence of the soul source's power. In the sea god world, Jiang Wu found himself here for the second time. Though this time it was merely an incarnation, the spirit remained his own. Even the incarnation was still a part of him. This sensation made Jiang Wu feel as though he were wielding a humanoid divine weapon, albeit one of superior materials, the origins of which he could scarcely fathom. The previous time he ventured here, although the terrifying aura of blood energy did not oppress his body, he had been startled into leaving the sea god world in search of the colossal continent below. He could not fathom what kind of existence such an immense giant could be. Now, his mind was awash with speculation. Could it be the remains of a formidable being above the void realm deity demon? An indestructible realm deity demon? Or perhaps a return to the ancestral realm, the divine concealment realm? Or even the return to ruins celestial deity realm? Or, dare he say, the so-called sage? Uncertain, at this moment. As Jiang Wu's blood god incarnation stepped into the sea god world, it entered the ominous sea of blood energy, which did not suppress his body but instead seemed to be under his command. Once more, I surveyed this vast expanse of the world, where an infinite aura of blood and vitality permeated the atmosphere. A subtle yet formidable divine presence, far surpassing notions of invincibility, enveloped the entire realm of the sea god. Despite Jiang Wu's considerable enhancement in strength, his vision remained limited upon entering this domain, revealing little change from before. He resolved to descend further for cultivation. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Wu, still cautiously alert, carefully descended towards a colossal landmass inhabited by giants. Fortunately, he landed safely upon this giant continent. Though termed a continent, its surface was a mystery. It appeared to be a layer of rock, yet it bore intricate and unfathomable patterns, densely interwoven, resembling the keratinous layer atop skin. Just how immense was this corpse? Its skin was remarkably resilient. With a mere thought, a divine light manifested around him, revealing the broken sword he had seized from Long Fengyun. Brandishing this sword, he thrust it into the keratinous layer. Clang! It failed to penetrate. Rather, his wrist was jolted from the impact. Jiang Wu lifted the broken sword, astonished to find that the keratinous layer bore not even a mark. Observing this, his expression remained unchanged, though he mused, given the sharpness of the broken sword, it could almost be ascertained that it was at least a life-bound artifact of a being above the realm of virtual deities. Yet, how could such a sword fail to pierce the surface of this giant's skin? Had its surface not been so impeccably smooth, devoid of a single hair, he might have been tempted to test whether he could even sever a single strand. Retrieving the broken sword into his avatar, Jiang Wu shook his head slightly, glanced around, and sat cross-legged. The surroundings resembled this very locale, making it inconsequential where he chose to meditate. Thus, he resolved to cultivate further. This technique, the blood god's sacred canon, occupied his thoughts as he settled into meditation. In his mind, words of chaos, akin to those of the world itself, began to materialize, and a divine aura radiated around him, stirring the heavy atmosphere of blood vitality surrounding him. Having completed the first level, this technique lacked any minor or major achievements. Attaining the first level signified the pinnacle combat prowess of a great sun realm deity, permitting him to progress to the next level. Thus, if my avatar were to reach the third level, would it not be sufficient to rival beings at the level of invincible deities? Considering the current combat strength of this stone avatar, it seemed the third level would allow for unchallenged dominance over deities. After all, my blood god stone avatar's body could withstand even the power of virtual deities. Who could hope to break through that? Jiang Wu pondered. However, he swiftly suppressed these thoughts, centering his mind to remain vigilant to any disturbances within the sea god realm, prepared for unforeseen events. He began to cultivate the second level, deliberating deeply. The intricacies of the second level of the blood god's sacred canon unfolded in his mind. After some time, inspiration struck, and a torrent of blood vitality surged within him. emanating a devouring power that voraciously absorbed the surrounding blood energy. In that moment, Jiang Wu felt a slight tremor beneath him. Boom! Not only did the boundless blood vitality from all directions converge upon him, but even the giant corpse below released an overwhelming surge of blood energy, pure and immense. Compared to the ambient aura of blood vitality, this emanation from below exuded a terrifying divine presence that made Jiang Wu's very spirit quiver. Hiss! This corpse is indeed remarkable. Its power is staggering. What might its strength have been in life? Jiang Wu could not help but marvel, as this blood energy flowed into his blood godstone avatar. It was refined into a terrifying force that permeated every part of his body. The cultivation of the blood godstone avatar was, in essence, the enhancement of his physical form, with no other divine powers or souls cultivated, as long as his own spirit remained robust. He could harness the power of the blood godstone avatar for various endeavors, including combat. Whoosh! The terrifying blood energy flooded into him, and Jiang Wu's blood godstone avatar experienced a rapid enhancement, its divine might rising like a magnificent sun, dominating the heavens. The very fabric of the world trembled violently under this divine power. In less than 10 days, a terrifying aura erupted from Jiang Wu's blood godstone avatar, enveloped in a torrent of crimson divine light. Complex and mysterious divine patterns suddenly emerged on the surface of his avatar, deeply imprinted throughout his being, in every cell, bone, and vein. Jiang Wu opened his eyes, astonished, and extended his hands to examine the intricate crimson patterns, exclaiming, "Have I truly broken through to the second level already?" He observed that the patterns on his blood godstone avatar had indeed become significantly more complex, as if a second layer had been added. Upon achieving the first level, these crimson divine patterns had coalesced into a layer akin to divine armor, greatly enhancing his defenses. Now, having attained the second level of the blood god sacred canon, he extended a hand and unleashed a torrent of blood vitality, instantly transforming it into a divine spear, adorned with crimson patterns, rivaling artifacts of the same tier. With the completion of the second level of the blood god sacred canon, his power reached the pinnacle of the great Yin realm deities. The pace of this enhancement was astonishing. Jiang Wu's heart raced. With the boundless blood vitality fueling his cultivation, it seemed his avatar would soon surpass his true form, potentially even reaching the realm of virtual deities or beyond. Yet, his spirit remained unchanged. The extent of his control over this power remained the same. No matter. Let us continue to cultivate. Now that he possessed the soul world canon, his spirit had improved by more than tenfold during these 10 days of cultivation, enabling him to elevate his cultivation to a level exceeding 170 billion layers of refined body secrets. In due time, reaching 200 billion or even 300 billion layers would be well within reach. Thus, the prospect of mastering the complete power of the third level of the blood god sacred canon was not beyond possibility. The fourth and fifth levels could wait for later enhancement. With such thoughts, Jiang Wu's avatar closed his eyes once more, continuing to cultivate the third level of the blood god sacred canon. Due to the unique and formidable nature of his avatar's body, coupled with the cultivation of physical power, this rapid and violent enhancement was entirely appropriate. This aspect was distinctly different from his true self. The endless blood vitality of the world was devoured by him. Even as he consumed vast amounts, the giant corpse beneath still emanated an immense reservoir of blood energy, showing no signs of waning or depletion. While the blood godstone avatar cultivated in seclusion, Jiang Wu's true form was also engaged in the cultivation of the soul world canon. Almost every day, his spiritual power experienced qualitative growth. The soul source power within the micro-soul world significantly surpassed the influence of the mundane world's essence by hundreds of times. He had once glimpsed the world opposite the micro-soul world, but merely cracking it open slightly had unleashed a torrent of soul energy that left him alarmed, severing the connection to the micro-soul world. In the obscure depths of his perception, a fleeting glimpse revealed a manifestation of a soul source coalescing across from him, a presence emanating an aura of unfathomable terror. A wave of dread washed over Jiang Wu. What could that possibly be? A sentient being? Or perhaps a unique existence akin to the colossal corpse from the sea goddess realm? Jiang Wu was not in a state of seclusion. He emerged daily within the clan estate, keenly observing the clan's progress, the shifts in the divine and demonic realms, and whether the celestial dragon world would manifest its descent. Chapter 192. The Gathering of Powers on the Heavenly List. The celestial dragon world unites with the demonic heavenly palace. Chapters 188 to 191 have undergone revisions, presenting notable differences. Hence, the chapter title may not fully align with the content. Jiang Wu was well aware of the occurrences above the Eastern Divine Sea, yet he had not connected the sanguine divine light from Eastern Divine Island with the stone tablet. After witnessing the gods and demons dispatch the blood-drenched, corrupted demon slaves, he shifted his focus elsewhere. As time elapsed, Jiang Wu was astonished that the forces of the celestial dragon world had yet to make an appearance, starkly contrasting the swift and forceful nature of the 100-star battlefield. What schemes were afoot within the celestial dragon world? For a clan like the Jiang, their overwhelming power could easily annihilate them in mere moments. What were they waiting for? Were they intent on leaving him in this state of perpetual uncertainty, sapped of strength until he succumbed? How ruthless! Fearful, Jiang Wu plunged into fervent cultivation, primarily honing his divine soul's strength. He refused to be a victim. He aimed to acquire the power to obliterate all adversaries before emerging from seclusion. 3 years swiftly passed. Boom! In the secluded chamber, Jiang Wu assessed his cultivation level and propelled himself from the realm of 45 billion in the body refinement secret vault directly to 50 billion. Boom! At that moment, he resembled an ancient, ferocious beast awakening after eons of slumber, seated cross-legged within the confines of the chamber's cosmos. With strands of hair wildly dancing as if caught in a tempest, radiating an unimaginable ferocity that enveloped the space, creating an abyss of power. Within him, boundless transformations unfolded, as countless secret vaults surged forth with strength. In that instant, a terrifying river of blood essence erupted from his being, crashing forth and causing the very void to shatter under its might. Jiang Wu remained seated, impervious to the crumbling reality around him, exuding an imposing divine presence. As he sensed the burgeoning power within, a subtle smile graced his lips, and a torrent of formidable divine soul energy emanated from him, meticulously pervading every cell in his body, allowing him to master his entirety. In that moment of explosive power, he had fully seized control over it. Thundering sounds akin to roaring lightning reverberated from within his being, each echoing crash capable of unsettling the hearts of even the most stoic. Boom, boom, boom. The body refinement secret vaults within him were frantically unleashed as his flesh, bones, and sinews underwent profound transformations through relentless refinement. The power of the celestial guardian body within his bloodline had significantly amplified, affecting a qualitative change in his physical prowess. His body was in a state of frenetic enhancement. The 50 billion realm of the body refinement secret vault was precisely what he required. Jiang Wu's consciousness enveloped his entire being, and his formidable divine soul allowed him to perfectly command every ounce of his power. This was the fruit of his recent cultivation endeavors. With his divine soul elevated, he could manipulate the power unleashed from the body refinement secret vault with effortless precision, achieving tenfold explosions. It was in this state of power that Jiang Wu stood at the pinnacle of his strength. Emerging from seclusion became imperative, as Kun Wu had arrived at the chamber's entrance, attempting to approach multiple times, only to be intercepted by several stunning maidens. As for Xing Tian, Wu Ming, and De Yiqinghong, they had been dispatched to the Thunder World for cultivation, currently refining their powers with the might of the Void Realm. Upon stepping out of the chamber, the exquisite maidens with singular horns brightened at his presence, gracefully kneeling and addressing him. Master. Master. Kun Wu's figure materialized in an instant, hastily relaying messages from the Earth ranking. Upon hearing the news, Jiang Wu's gaze turned notably cold. Over 10 billion beings on Eastern Divine Island, including demigods and divine demons, had been slaughtered overnight, their corpses desiccated, devoid of any essence, crumbling into dust upon touch, completely devoid of blood. Now, the Eastern Divine Island had transformed into a desolate isle bereft of life. Kun Wu continued, Master, there is also the emergence of the demonic heavenly palace. Recently, their presence has been detected once more in the Eastern Divine Sea, with the Earth ranking reporting sightings of over 100 demonic gods traversing those waters. Furthermore, more than 10 alien factions from the Eastern Divine Sea have been utterly annihilated by the demonic heavenly palace. Jiang Wu's brow furrowed deeply as he inquired, what transpired? The great clans above the heavens have detected no signs of demonic descent. How did they infiltrate? Kun Wu explained, it is due to the blood sacrifice grand array. Under investigation by the major clans, 3 ancient blood sacrifice grand arrays left by the demonic heavenly palace have been activated and are now collapsing. Given the scale of these arrays, they could permit the incursion of thousands of demonic gods, including those of invincible caliber. A sense of urgency gripped Jiang Wu as he noted. So, the 10 exterminated alien factions were sacrificed to activate these 3 demonic blood sacrifice grand arrays. Is this a plot to plunge the divine and demonic realms into chaos? Kun Wu replied, it may not be entirely so. Among those 10 alien factions, one rivaled a major clan, boasting an invincible demonic god among them. Yet, 3 days prior, this faction was silently obliterated, their corpses akin to those of the billions of beings slain on Blood God Island. Speculations abound that someone has acquired the legacy of the demonic gods, subjugated by their power, and has pledged allegiance, thus inciting the slaughter to awaken the blood sacrifice grand arrays for the return of demonic forces to the divine and demonic realms. As Jiang Wu absorbed this information, his thoughts gradually coalesced, his expression taut with tension. The emergence of the demonic heavenly palace's forces was far from fortuitous. The threat from the celestial dragon world still loomed. And now this troublesome predicament had arisen. How to address it? After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, "Who do you believe is most likely to have obtained the legacy of the demonic gods?" Kun Wu, evidently having pondered this, replied, reporting to the master upon reflection, "I surmise that the being who observed the blood-red divine light soaring above Eastern Divine Island during that cataclysmic event is most likely the one, though their identity eludes certainty." Indeed, Jiang Wu mused, narrowing his eyes. "That individual hidden among them shall not escape." He then commanded, "Relay orders to ensure the Earth ranking keeps a vigilant watch over the Eastern Divine Sea. Should any demonic god venture from the Eastern Divine Sea into the Divine Realm or the Jiang clan's territory, they are to be exterminated. First, identify all individuals. Then report back to me immediately. Exterminate? What significance lies in slaying one? I intend to root out every last one, annihilate them entirely." "Understood, Master," Kun Wu replied promptly. With Kun Wu departing to instruct the Earth ranking on this matter, Jiang Wu remained seated, lightly tapping his fingers against the armrest, producing a rhythmic sound, contemplating whether to seek out the forces of the celestial dragon world for a parley before they arrived. Even if success cannot be discussed through words, it can certainly be addressed with fists. By resolving matters in this manner, the incessant concerns of the dragon world will be alleviated. Although the full extent of the dragon world's power remains unknown, I am confident that my current strength is formidable enough. While I am uncertain of the might of the demon gods in the Void Realm, I hold no fear of those at the Hunyuan realm. Thus, it is settled." Just as Jiang Wu solidified his decision, the talisman bestowed upon him by Emperor Xianyuan, which allowed him to contact the ancestor of the seventh family, flickered to life, and an ethereal figure of a demon god descended. This figure unmistakably represented the ancestor of the seventh family, the venerable Jiang Wu. Clad in a black robe, the ancient visage of the seventh ancestor materialized, his cheerful demeanor directed towards Jiang Wu, yet his gaze felt unsettlingly peculiar. Is he perhaps pondering my affairs? Jiang Wu felt a tightening sensation in his chest. Is it the matter concerning the demon god heavenly palace that brings you here, ancestor? Jiang Wu inquired after a moment's contemplation. Not entirely, the seventh ancestor replied. Emperor Xianyuan has summoned all forces of the heavenly ranking to convene. Will you, Jiang Wu, participate personally, or shall you have ancestor Tongshan emerge from seclusion to join the discussion? All forces of the heavenly ranking have gathered? What could be of such significance? Jiang Wu's expression turned grave as he asked in a hushed tone. It is likely of a severity several layers beyond your expectations, the seventh ancestor replied cryptically. If you wish to know, you may attend and partake in the deliberations. Very well, I shall arrive shortly, Jiang Wu replied after a moment of contemplation, suppressing his desire to take action against the dragon world. The ethereal figure of the seventh ancestor nodded slightly before vanishing from sight. What matter could be so serious that even the seventh family's ancestor would express such concern? Jiang Wu pondered, his heart heavy, extending his spiritual sense. He issued a command before stepping forward into the void, his form seamlessly melding into the ether, vanishing without a trace. Above the Eastern Divine Sea, on a star island within the celestial expanse surrounding the seventh family's sacred ground, Jiang Wu emerged from the void and swiftly stepped onto the island, unimpeded by any grand formations. This star island, though modest in size, was now home to a congregation of formidable presences. Among them were the ancestors of the Tai and Wangu families, alongside several clearly non-human figures, divided into smaller factions. Jiang Wu had visited this place once before, where he had met some of these ancestors, including those of the Tai and Wangu families. Jiang Wu, the clan leader, has arrived. The seventh ancestor greeted him warmly amidst the crowd, guiding him to a seat beside himself. Leaning in, he whispered, with so many voices present. Although they are all members of the heavenly ranking, as this is your first time participating in such an assembly, my advice is to listen more and speak less. Understood. Thank you for your counsel, ancestor, Jiang Wu replied, raising a cup from the table to toast the seventh ancestor in gratitude. The forces of the heavenly ranking are few, comprising only 23 factions. It is of great importance. Everyone, gather and observe, Jiang Wu announced. I have returned to my homeland these past 2 days, and the writing environment has been rather poor, leaving my mind in a state of disarray. Thus, I have taken the liberty to revise the narrative from chapters 188 to 191, which now differ significantly. the plot of Chapter 191 will undergo considerable changes. So the previous chapter titles may not accurately reflect the content. I recommend revisiting these chapters, particularly Chapter 191. The ensuing narrative has also been thoroughly revised to enhance its impact. I humbly request your support. Please consider donations, monthly votes, and recommendations. P.S. Regarding the New Year event, fans ranked within the top 10 of the weekly fan list may join the group for special gifts. Chapter 193, The Killing Intent of Jiang Wu. The 23 factions represent the pinnacle of power within the demon god world. The Seventh Family and the Wangu family possess strength that surpasses even that of the Eastern Divine CS Dragon Clan. Such formidable forces are precisely why they are eligible to join the heavenly ranking. Prior to the annihilation of the Dragon Clan, the Jiang clan had little understanding of this powerful entity. This gathering marks the first time all factions convene since the Jiang clan's admission to the heavenly ranking. Hence, Jiang Wu has temporarily set aside his intentions to act against the dragon world to observe the ancestors of each faction. Not long after his arrival, Emperor Xianyuan made her entrance. As the ancestors of each faction rose to welcome her, they turned their gazes toward the edge of the Star Island. Emperor Xianyuan has arrived. Emperor Xianyuan? Jiang Wu had only heard of her renown and had never before encountered her in person. Their eyes were drawn to a breathtaking figure that suddenly appeared. Adorned in a pale golden imperial robe, her head crowned with a luminous jade diadem, and wielding the Xianyuan imperial sword. Multicolored divine light enveloped her, casting an ethereal glow around her indistinct yet exquisite features. At first glance, Jiang Wu's mind conjured the phrase, a beauty like jade. However, upon deeper reflection, he recalled that this was the empress who had previously sought a union with the Jiang clan, an ancestor of the female lineage. Indeed, the notion of a beauty like jade shattered upon realization. Stepping before the assembly, Emperor Xianyuan cast her gaze over the gathered ancestors and stated, I have summoned you all not for trivial matters. Recently, the Dragon King Palace of the Dragon World has gathered the Nine Seas forces and allied with the powers of the Demon God Heavenly Palace, their target being our Demon God World. Presently, the Dragon World has amassed over 100,000 Dragon Clan demon gods, and the Demon God Heavenly Palace has also made its presence known in the Demon God World. From what I currently understand, the Dragon King's ambitions extend beyond just the Jiang clan. They encompass the entirety of the Demon God World, or rather, the ancient Divine Mountains. What? Upon hearing Emperor Xuanyuan's words, the expressions of all present, save for the seventh ancestor, shifted dramatically. If it were merely the Dragon World, it would be one matter. But they had also allied with the Demon God Heavenly Palace. The Dragon World truly seems unafraid of courting disaster. Jiang Wu's countenance darkened. The Dragon World had remained dormant for several years, only to now conspire with the Demon God Heavenly Palace? Their ambitions have grown so audacious. Not only the Demon God Heavenly Palace, but the Hundred Battles World, the Primordial World, and the Linglong World have also established connections. The major celestial realms are stirring, and whether they will ally with the Dragon World remains uncertain. Emperor Xianyuan continued, her demeanor remaining composed. This revelation caused the other great clans and alien ancestors to become restless. Although the Dragon World had previously harbored intentions of subjugating other celestial realms and had launched attacks against our Demon God World, ever since the emergence of Emperor Xianyuan, the Dragon King seemed to have abandoned any such ambitions. Why then, this sudden upheaval? Some alien ancestors, perplexed, posed the question. Furthermore, certain great clan ancestors, such as those from the Gigu and Yun clans, turned their gazes toward Jiang Wu, stating, this matter likely bears significant implications for your Jiang clan, does it not? With hundreds of thousands of demon gods, and the forces of the Demon God Heavenly Palace, the Hundred Battles World, and the Primordial World all converging on the Demon God World, surely, your Jiang clan cannot absolve itself of responsibility in this affair. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wu immediately quelled the tumult of his thoughts, his expression darkening as he surveyed the room with a detached gaze, addressing the ancestors of the Gigu and others. Whether this matter pertains to our Jiang clan, I cannot ascertain. However, I wonder what your esteemed ancestors intend by making such assertions. Do you seek to hand over our Jiang clan? To appease the wrath of the Dragon World, so that they refrain from allying with the Demon God Heavenly Palace? To have them eliminate our Jiang clan and return home obediently? We have never contemplated such a course of action, yet here we are suffering from this unwarranted disaster. You do not expect us to act as a shield against your calamities, do you? The venerable ancestor of the Gigu clan, a gaunt old man with an expression of indifference, gazed at Jiang Wu and spoke in a voice devoid of any tremor. Enough, enough, interjected the seventh elder hastily. The most pressing matter now is how to address this situation and resolve the current crisis. As for the events concerning the primordial divine mountain, You are all aware that it will inevitably draw the attention of the surrounding celestial realms. After all, they have yet to witness any signs of the primordial divine mountain's arrival. The seventh elder then turned to Emperor Xianyuan and inquired, "Your Majesty, how do you intend to handle this matter?" "Eliminate them," replied Emperor Xianyuan calmly. "First, we shall annihilate the demon god Heavenly Palace, followed by the dragon world. Only by taking decisive action to obliterate the forces of the demon god Heavenly Palace can we then invade the dragon world, instilling fear in the other celestial realms. This is the only path that will ensure the safety of our demon and god world." A change of expression flickered across the face of an elder from a prominent clan, who promptly exclaimed, "What if we fail to breach the dragon world? It is no trivial realm. Merely uttering the word kill is far too simplistic. If we cannot contend with the dragon world, the consequences will fall upon us." Emperor Xianyuan cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Then you may await the inevitable arrival of others to invade and shatter our demon and god world, as well as your clan." Upon hearing this, the elder's mouth twitched and his countenance darkened. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "Then let us proceed with the slaughter. The dragon world? The demon god Heavenly Palace? We have not shied away from slaughtering them in the past," he asserted vehemently. This decision, in his eyes, was indeed a formidable one. The other clan elders hesitated for a considerable time, with the Gigu clan's ancestor fixating on Jiang Wu, who remained silent, simply sipping his divine nectar and pondering deeply. Eventually, one by one, the elders acquiesced to Emperor Xuanyuan's proposition. Emperor Xianyuan announced, "In 3 days, the various clans shall convene once more at this location, at which time I shall disclose our course of action regarding the demon god Heavenly Palace. Furthermore, each clan should reach out to their allied clans, as I trust we can amass a significant number of great clans and foreign forces. In half a month, we shall unite the strength of our realms to invade the dragon world." Excellent. The other clan elders all nodded in agreement, subsequently forging a pact of divine and demonic allegiance, ensuring that this matter remained confidential among themselves. As the clan elders departed, each needing to prepare and rally their familial forces and contact other clans, Jiang Wu prepared to leave. At that moment, Emperor Xuanyuan's gaze fell upon him, and with an air of calm, he requested, "Please inform Ancestor Tongshan to emerge from his seclusion. When I depart from the demon and god world, I would appreciate his assistance in maintaining order here." Jiang Wu regarded him and inquired, "Emperor Xianyuan, do you know where the forces of the demon god Heavenly Palace are concealed among the stars? If so, could you enlighten me?" Initially poised to depart, Emperor Xianyuan paused at Jiang Wu's question and turned back to him. After a lengthy silence, she replied, "The demon god Heavenly Palace possesses numerous strongholds scattered throughout the cosmos, making it quite challenging to confront them. With the combined strength of the Jiang clan and the Earth rankings, it remains uncertain whether we can deliver a significant blow to the demon god Heavenly Palace. Thus, let us strike together in 3 days to cleanse the clutches of the demon god Heavenly Palace." With that, Emperor Xianyuan stepped away, her form vanishing into the ether in an instant. Unable to confront the demon god Heavenly Palace, a frenzied gleam flickered in Jiang Wu's eyes. If they could not contend with the demon god Heavenly Palace, then surely the dragon world would be a different matter. Indeed, trouble cannot be evaded indefinitely. Otherwise, it would drive one to madness, and in madness, I would yearn to rend them asunder. With a swift motion, Jiang Wu stepped forward, his figure vanishing from the Star Island and departing the sanctum of the seventh clan. A surge of killing intent radiated from him. The seventh elder observed Jiang Wu's departure, particularly noting the faint yet potent aura and divine might he emanated, incredulity dawning in his gaze. This young man, compared to when he faced the dragon clan, seems to have grown exponentially stronger. At this level, he continues to elevate himself? Contemplating this, a satisfied smile crept across the seventh elder's face as he nodded. Indeed, he is a prodigy favored by destiny. It seems I must also strive to align with destiny. On the other side, as Jiang Wu stepped into the void, he found himself atop East Divine Island. He gazed down at the site of the once mighty sea god tower, his eyes shimmering with resolve. While others struggled to uncover the traces of the demon god, he remained undeterred. His soul's corporeal form possessed a divine ocular technique capable of discerning the mysteries of the cosmos, allowing him to perceive the subtle shifts of energy and aura. Even the fluctuations of an individual's fortune, the demon god Heavenly Palace wishes to hide. Let us see if they can withstand the scrutiny of my ocular technique. First, I shall identify a demon god and attempt to seize control over it. As long as I can glean the whereabouts of the demon god Heavenly Palace's forces from these beings, I shall engage in a game of cat and mouse with these wretched creatures. Thus, with murder in his heart directed at both the dragon world and the demon god Heavenly Palace, Jiang Wu moved with purpose. The next moment, in the realm of souls, Jiang Wu opened his eyes, radiant light emanating from his gaze, illuminating the heavens. Ever since acquiring the soul world scripture, he had honed his soul's corporeal form time and again. Originally towering over 10,000 zhang, his soul's corporeal form had now condensed to 9,000 zhang, a testament to the countless soul energies he had refined. In comparison to a year ago, Jiang Wu's soul power had surged to more than tenfold. Now, as he once again employed his ocular technique, the divine might he exuded was even more formidable. With a single gaze, the entire East Divine Island vanished, dissolving into a myriad of shifting energies. The entire world seemed to morph into a chaotic amalgamation of hues. The sensation was exquisite. Found it. After an extensive search, Jiang Wu's gaze sharpened as he detected a lingering stream of crimson energy amidst the swirling currents, a remnant hidden within the vast expanse of energies, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. This must be the power of the demon god that surged forth before. Let me see if any other demon gods have passed through here and where they have ventured. With a determined stride, Jiang Wu entered East Divine Island, narrowing the scope of his investigation. Before long, he discerned a distinct blood-red aura. This demon god energy appears to be quite formidable. Is it at the level of an unrivaled demon god, or even stronger than that of an unrivaled divine demon? Could it be a substantial catch? Following this thread of crimson energy diligently, Jiang Wu eventually set his sights upon the sacred grounds of the Ancient One clan, where he beheld a dazzling array of red energies. I found it. Jiang Wu's heart raced as he took in the sight, his pupils contracting involuntarily. These demon gods are concealed within the sacred grounds of the Ancient One clan. Just moments ago, an elder from the Ancient One clan had participated in a council with the powers of the Earth rankings. Is it possible that we, the Ancient One clan, are a den of demons? There are 487 distinct energies concealed here, housing over 400 demon gods. Among them, the most potent presence shines brighter than even the unrivaled divine demon, alongside 7 others at the same level. The Ancient One clan. A wave of dread washed over Jiang Wu, but as he pondered, a frown creased his brow. He had just interacted with an elder from the Ancient One clan, but had not detected any traces of the demon gods. The aura of the Ancient One elder was indeed present, yet it had not engaged with those demon gods. It appears that these demon gods have congregated in a specific area of the Ancient One sacred grounds, seemingly concealing themselves from the rest of the clan. Jiang Wu observed for a moment, and various conjectures began to form in his mind. However, as his gaze fell upon the resplendent crimson auras of the demonic entities, a fierce killing intent coalesced in his eyes. 3 days? Apologies, but 3 days is far too long. With a hum, Jiang Wu summoned his will, silently sealing the void with the power of boundary suppression, creating a small realm within the surrounding emptiness. He manifested a miniature realm of thunder, shattering the barriers of reality and directly entering the realm of lightning. Boom! Under the celestial annihilation of divine thunder, Jiang Tongshan emanated a terrifying divine might. As an overwhelming force of the void surged from his being, enveloping the surrounding space for miles, transforming it into a world unto itself. Jiang Wu emerged from the divine thunder, standing silently outside the divine mountain of the void, observing Jiang Tongshan, who was deep in cultivation, without disturbing him. After a moment, the aura around Jiang Tongshan gradually subsided, and the vast power of the void receded like a tide, retracting into his being. Jiang Tongshan opened his eyes, their calm depths reflecting curiosity as he regarded Jiang Wu, questioning, "What is the source of this palpable killing intent you bear?" The dragon world has amassed countless dragon deities and demons, uniting with the forces of the demon god palace. Under their encouragement, other realms have begun to eye the demon world, particularly the ancient divine mountain, Jiang Wu explained. Thus, I intend to strike against the demon god palace. Some of their members have already infiltrated the demon world, and I aim to extract information from their memories regarding their hidden locations in the cosmos. If I succeed, I shall eradicate them. If not, I will shift my focus to the dragon world. Jiang Wu turned to Jiang Tongshan, bowing respectfully. Therefore, I wish to request the mountain ancestor to emerge from seclusion and oversee our clan, allowing me to concentrate on dealing with the demon god palace and the dragon world. Jiang Tongshan remained silent for a moment, contemplating Jiang Wu's words. After a while, he inquired, "Are you confident in confronting the dragon world? I believe you are now more aware of their power than I am, not to mention the demon god palace, whose strength may rival that of the dragon world, given their cultivation system." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wu's face brightened with a radiant smile. "I have just discovered a lair teeming with demons. If the mountain ancestor witnesses how I subdue them, you will have no cause for concern." "Very well, let us proceed," Jiang Tongshan replied, rising as his aura became imperceptible. standing there as if he were a manifestation of nothingness. The mountain ancestor must be nearing the void realm, is he not? Jiang Wu exclaimed in surprise. Very soon. Jiang Tongshan responded calmly. In the external small realm, Jiang Wu and Jiang Tongshan stepped forth from the miniature realm of thunder, accompanied by the formidable figures of Da I Ching Hong, Xing Tian Wu Ming, and the 16 invincible deities of the earth ranking, all emerging from the thunderous world. Young master. Da I Ching Hong leaned closer to Jiang Wu, her face beaming with excitement. Both Wu Ming and I have broken through to the invincible deity realm and have gained control over some void divine power. Our strength is formidable. This time, when you confront the demons, we will undoubtedly aid you. Saying this, Da I Ching Hong clenched her fist, her expression resolute. Xing Tian Wu Ming remained silent. Yet his divine might was palpable, gripping his weapon tightly, revealing a hint of murderous intent in his gaze. Excellent, Jiang Wu responded with a smile. 3 years had passed. And indeed, the prowess of his two companions had significantly advanced, placing them above the average invincible deities. Jiang Tongshan's eyes glimmered as he gazed toward a distant point, as if peering through Jiang Wu's sealed small realm to observe the ancient sacred land, even reflecting the silhouettes of demons within his gaze. In a single glance, he seemed to perceive both Jiang Wu's small realm and the ancient sacred land. Mountain ancestor, you need only observe from here, Jiang Wu instructed Jiang Tongshan. As the small realm around them dissipated, when their figures reappeared in the external void, an aura of divine power enveloped Jiang Wu as he, along with Xing Tian Wu Ming, Da I Ching Hong, and the 16 esteemed elders of the earth ranking, advanced toward the ancient clan's sacred land. Jiang Tongshan indeed remained quietly observant, watching the growing might emanating from Jiang Wu, his gaze piercing through the infinite void toward the ancient sacred land. Before the ancient clan's sacred land, boom, the heavens trembled as a colossal corporeal manifestation tore through the air, followed by a procession of awe-inspiring entities descending with resounding footsteps. At that moment, Jiang Wu's divine might shook the heavens, his gaze ablaze with brilliance as he fixed his sight upon the ancient sacred land. The ancient sacred land, even a sanctum shall not deter Jiang Wu. Boom. Within Jiang Wu, one secret technique after another erupted violently, unleashing boundless power like a surging tidal wave, instantly overwhelming the celestial void, pushing away several nearby stars with sheer force. Yet, in the next instant, a formidable power restrained these stars, as if a colossal hand grasped them, propelling them directly toward the ancient sacred land. Buzz. Within the ancient clan, the ancestral elder's expression shifted dramatically, his form appearing at the edge of the sacred land, as a great defensive formation activated, creating a barrier of celestial energy. Boom. Several stars fell like meteors, crashing with unimaginable force against this celestial barrier. In that instant, some star islands within the ancient sacred land shattered, the nodes of the barrier unable to withstand the ferocious impact. Unbridled, the ancestral elder roared, his power surging forth. With a single palm strike, he shattered the falling stars into countless fragments scattering across the void. His gaze then shifted toward the front of the sacred land, where only a handful of figures stood amidst the boundless starry expanse. However, upon recognizing one of the figures, the ancestral elder's pupils constricted, and he bellowed, "Jiang Clan, Jiang Wu, how dare you attack the sacred land of my ancient clan? Have you lost your mind? Do you seek death?" Yet, Jiang Wu merely regarded him coldly, unleashing an overwhelming surge of divine soul power that transformed into an intangible cauldron, crashing into the ancient clan's sacred land. Just do it and be done with it. Why all the chatter? Unbridled, the ancestral elder's countenance darkened, his eyes wide with fury, as his terrifying might surged forth, unleashing torrents of divine water that cascaded like frost, freezing the void and charging directly toward Jiang Wu. This is the sacred land of our ancient clan. How can anyone dare to act with such impunity here? Furthermore, to strike without provocation? A mere boy, daring to assault my sacred land before my very eyes. The ancestral elder was engulfed in rage. However, Jiang Wu merely cast a disinterested glance at him, his mind's eye opening, employing his ocular techniques to inspect the ancestral elder closely, confirming that the elder had not cultivated demonic powers nor consumed blood for strength. He momentarily restrained his urge to strike. Very well, this one is not a threat for now. Yet, continued observation is required to ensure there is no collusion with the demon god palace. At the same time, the mountain river cauldron he had cast had breached the barrier of the ancient clan's sacred land, instantly colliding with a dazzling crimson aura, shattering it into disarray. Boom. Within the ancient clan's sacred land, an invincible demon god, concealed within a celestial cave, suddenly exhibited a drastic change in expression. The terrifying force of his divine soul descended like a mountain, overwhelming in its might, directly disregarding the explosive magical aura of the invincible demon god, forcefully crashing into the realm of his mind. In that instant, it felt as though his soul world was being torn apart, and excruciating pain surged through him, causing blood to spout from his 7 orifices, and his head nearly exploded. A soul attack? Ah! This invincible demon god's visage contorted in agony, his hands instinctively clutching his head as he emitted a series of anguished roars, his magical aura swiftly diminishing. Before him, a shadow enveloped in blood mist erupted with formidable power, rising tumultuously. It was already exposed. Let us see who dares to confront me. Indeed, the demon sovereign. In the presence of this shadow, all demon gods gathered, and those invincible ones furrowed their brows upon hearing the wretched cries. The shadow known as the demon sovereign extended a hand, channeling a chilling energy into the body of the invincible demon god. Soon after, the latter's expression softened, and his aura gradually stabilized. Thank you, demon sovereign, for your timely rescue, the invincible demon god said, filled with trepidation as he bowed in gratitude. Let us depart. With a mere thought, this celestial cave opened wide, and the illustrious demon sovereign, shrouded in blood mist, vanished into the cave, followed closely by the other demon gods. A surge of demonic energy erupting from them instantaneously. Boom! Figures, suffused with demonic energy, appeared in the ancient sacred land, and the overwhelming demonic might swept across the entirety of the ancient clan's sacred ground. P.S. The third update will be at 12:30 a.m., seeking votes. Chapter 195. 18 Invincible Demon Gods Emerge. Sweeping the Demon Gods. Death. At the edge of the ancient sacred land, the ancient ancestor had already charged forth, arriving before Jiang Wu. But in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly turned to gaze in the direction from which the demonic aura emanated. Demonic might. Could it be the demon gods from the heavenly palace of demons? His mind buzzed, momentarily blank. How could there be demon gods hidden within their ancient clan's sacred grounds? And he was utterly oblivious to it. Demon gods. In an instant, myriad thoughts surged through the ancient ancestor's mind, and he understood why Jiang Wu had come to confront him. His expression twisted into one of terrifying ferocity. The heavenly palace of demons. How audacious! How audacious! This roar was filled with murderous intent. In that moment, the ancient ancestor was consumed with the desire to tear the heavenly palace of demons asunder. Boom! A surge of demonic power erupted from the ancient clan's sacred land. Jiang Wu and his companions watched as countless demon gods ascended, their overwhelming demonic energy sweeping through the skies, forming a veritable cloud of malice that obscured the heavens and cast a shadow over the ancient clan's sacred grounds. Witnessing this scene, the ancient ancestor nearly went mad. By the heavens, my sacred land has become a den of demons. A host of demon gods concealed here. Unbeknownst to me, who is responsible? Who has fallen under the control of the heavenly palace of demons? All have emerged, splendid. A radiant smile adorned Jiang Wu's face as the power of the celestial suppression body within him had significantly amplified, seamlessly integrating into his being, transforming silently. He stepped forward, his arms swinging like a divine pillar, shattering the void, striking directly at the ancient ancestor. In that moment, the ancient ancestor was left dumbfounded. With a single punch, his invincible divine form was shattered, blood and flesh splattering as he was sent hurtling back, crashing through a star island. By the heavens, Jiang Wu, you audacious wretch, dare to strike at this old ancestor? The ancient ancestor had gone mad, yet Jiang Wu paid him no heed. With a colossal physical manifestation, he struck again, smashing through the celestial barrier of the ancient sacred land, causing several star islands to explode. The terrifying divine might instantly enveloped the entire ancient clan's sacred grounds, suppressing the realm. So it is Jiang Wu, the patriarch of the Jiang clan? Quite remarkable. To personally engage and breach the sacred grounds of the ancient clan, how valiant indeed. The demon sovereign, cloaked in blood mist, rasped in a voice like smoke, facing Jiang Wu without a hint of fear despite the overwhelming aura he exuded. The fearsome demonic might he radiated caused countless gods and demons of the ancient clan to change countenance. Within the ancient clan's sacred ground, numerous gods and demons appeared, their expressions frozen in shock as they beheld the legion of demon gods soaring above them, momentarily rendered speechless. Leave the rest to me. Deal with the other demon gods. Do not let a single one escape. Jiang Wu disregarded the demon sovereign's words as he moved with a swift motion, advancing towards the demon sovereign. His arms swung down like mountains crashing. From within him, the power of 500 billion weight of the refinement body surged forth. Over 400 billion strands of celestial suppression divine power coalesced, the immense force shattering the void beneath him. Additionally, The power of the celestial suppression body fused into him. An extraordinary divine might radiated outward. Boom! A force akin to mountains descended upon the realm, accompanied by the shattering void, cascading down like the waters of a celestial river, crashing towards the demon sovereign. The once calm demon sovereign, at this moment, felt the blood mist enveloping him surge violently. His eyes wide with shock as he sensed the oppressive aura descending upon him. Begone! The demon sovereign roared, arms raised to the heavens. For demon gods cultivate through the absorption of blood power. Their most formidable asset is their physical form. In that instant, the demon sovereign's arms shot upward like twin dragons soaring into the sky, colliding with Jiang Wu. Crack! The demon sovereign's expression froze. His arm bones fracturing in that instant, his limbs erupting in a violent explosion, shattering into a mist of blood. In a heartbeat, the sky was dyed red with demonic blood. Boom! Jiang Wu's arms crashed down, obliterating the blood mist, sending the demon sovereign plummeting from the sky, piercing through the star islands below. Humph! Jiang Wu's colossal physical manifestation radiated divine might, an overwhelming ferocity cascading down, causing all demon gods to change color. Ah! Beneath the star islands, the demon sovereign howled in fury. Though his arms were shattered, the injury was trivial. However, having been struck by Jiang Wu, his divine form nearly shattered, blood gushing forth, and pain clouded his vision. At that moment, the demon sovereign was somewhat bewildered at the level of his current body. He should not have sustained any injury, even against an invincible demon god's attack. Yet, as Jiang Wu's strike descended, his body felt alarmingly fragile, his power utterly decimated. Kill! The azure rainbow shouted, her divine radiance illuminating the heavens, her 3,000 strands of azure hair swirling as she held a radiant orb, akin to divine flames igniting the sky. With both hands drawing back the bowstring, a sharp brilliance pierced through the void. Buzz! The high-frequency vibration of the bowstring resonated, causing pain to the ears of the gods and demons, blood trickling forth. In an instant, arrows flashed forth. Uffed! Several invincible demon gods felt a blur before their eyes, as a dozen or so primordial realm demon gods had their skulls pierced, their divine forms torn asunder. Demonic blood sprang forth. Headless bodies toppled slowly, while a dozen souls, wide-eyed, escaped their forms, staring in terror at their fallen bodies. Bang! They had yet to flee and hide, when a barrage of extraordinary arrows rained down from the heavens, obliterating the souls of those Hunyuan realm demon gods. Ah, how foolish! In a single onslaught, the I Ching Hong felled over a dozen Hunyuan realm demon gods, and 7 invincible demon gods were so enraged that they burst forth with a thunderous roar, charging towards the I Ching Hong and his companions. Kill! Annihilate them all! As the 7 invincible demon gods moved, their roars shattered the very heavens and earth, prompting other demon gods to surge forth, inundating the ancient sacred land with a tide of malevolent energy, their murderous intent soaring skyward. Boom! Several star islands, shrouded in protective formations, were ruthlessly shattered by the irate demon gods, who barreled through without restraint. Heh! Upon witnessing this, Xing Wu Ming let out a cold laugh. Stepping forth from beside De I Ching Hong, in a single stride, a headless demonic shadow materialized above him, wielding a colossal axe in one hand and a massive shield in the other. As he swung the axe, an ethereal divine power enveloped the area, binding one of the invincible demon gods. At that moment, the invincible demon god above Xing Wu Ming, its gigantic axe cleaved downwards with ferocity. Splat! One invincible demon god was cleaved in two from head to toe, its demonic blood gushing forth, causing the advancing figures to halt abruptly. The soul of this invincible demon god escaped, screaming towards its comrades, "Save me!" This cry sent shivers down the spines of the nearby invincible demon gods, their hairs standing on end, as if cold dread seeped from their very pores. What the hell? Instantly slain, Xing Wu Ming charged forward, while the I Ching Hong continued to shoot down Hunyuan realm, Taiyin realm, and Diri realm demon gods, each falling to a single arrow. The 16 elder figures of the earth ranking, indifferent and expressionless, surged forth, only to vanish in an instant. Yet the next moment, splat, splat, one head after another flew into the air, their bodies nowhere to be seen, the severed heads vanishing altogether. A head landed in the grasp of a nearby demon god, its body drenched in blood, leaving the demon gods in a stupor, their bodies rigid, staring blankly at the head in their hands. Dead? Dead. They were demon gods, creatures that should instill terror, capable of scaring one into submission upon their arrival. Yet now, they were paralyzed by fear. De I Ching Hong, Xing Wu Ming, and the likes, a total of 18 formidable invincible demon gods, unleashed their prowess, sending the horde of demon gods into disarray, with many collapsing instantaneously. The atmosphere drenched in blood. In the distance, the ancient ancestor, who had been nearly obliterated by a punch from Jiang Wu, was recovering from his injuries. However, before he could express his fury towards Jiang Wu or the demon gods, the sight of I Ching Hong and the other invincible demon gods struck him with astonishment. What the hell are all of these invincible demon gods? This group trailing behind that brat Jiang Wu are all invincible demon gods. The ancient ancestor was bewildered, sensing in I Ching Hong, Xing Tian Wu Ming, and others an aura of transcendent might, along with the fluctuation of ethereal divine power. This divine might and the fluctuations of ethereal divine power sent chills down the spine of the ancient ancestor, without resorting to hidden cards. He could not withstand their ethereal divine power. Ahead, I Ching Hong and the others had already exterminated half of the demon gods. Only 4 invincible demon gods remained. Their faces filled with dread. One of the invincible demon gods secretly transmitted a message, shouting, "We cannot leave any survivors." These gods are not ordinary invincible demon gods. There are as many as 18 of them. Continuing to battle will certainly lead to our demise. The demon sovereign did not speak. Who among you would dare to flee? If we don't flee, we might still survive, but if we do, it would truly be death, even worse than death. As these few invincible demon gods exchanged their thoughts, they cast their gazes towards the distant figure, shrouded in blood clouds, that surged forth with an air of dread. Kill. After a moment's hesitation, the 4 invincible demon gods charged forward again, while the surrounding demon gods roared in fury, summoning blood god warriors into the fray. Originally, only a little over 200 demon gods remained in the void, but in an instant, they were filled with the presence of blood god warriors. A torrent of demonic might erupted, as nearly 500 blood god warriors appeared, all of demon god caliber, with 2 even rivaling invincible demon gods. However, this merely delayed their inevitable slaughter. The 18 invincible demon gods advanced together, like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, decimating the blood god warriors. Their anguished cries echoing in the air, utterly unable to withstand the onslaught. P.S. 3 updates, seeking votes. Chapter 196, Complete Domination, Annihilation and Return Home. Demon Sovereign, save me. The demon gods cried out in terror, only to be obliterated by Xing Tian Wu Ming and the others, blood staining the starry sky. Despair engulfed them. Demon Sovereign, please come save us. Buzz. However, just as their demon sovereign reappeared to fight, he was instantly suppressed within a realm of ethereal power, the terror of which sent chills coursing through his body. Hearing the cries for help from the young demon gods, the demon sovereign was nearly driven to madness. Get here quickly and save me, you worthless fools. Crash. Jiang Wu uttered a word, and the ethereal realm enveloping the demon sovereign erupted, the force of annihilation cascading down, completely suppressing the demon sovereign, startling even his very soul. In that instant, a blood-colored divine light emerged from his brow. Overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, asserting dominance over all. With a resplendent blood-colored light illuminating the heavens, it transformed into a blood pool. Boom! The force of the collapsing ethereal realm bore down, tearing apart the blood pool's radiant light. Yet the ethereal divine power could not breach this blood pool. What is this? Jiang Wu was astonished. He had encountered several items impervious to the crushing force of ethereal divine power. The Soul World Sutra's Inheritance Stone Tablet was one, the Broken Sword was another, and Long Fingyun's Fleeing Dragon Scales were yet another. Now, this blood pool withstood the onslaught of ethereal divine power. Buzz. He stepped forward, and divine light coalesced in his hand, transforming into a broken sword. As the demon sovereign wielded the blood pool to counter the collapsing force of the ethereal realm, Jiang Wu swung his sword with ferocity. Clang! The sword struck the blood pool, producing an ear-splitting clash that resounded through the air. A white imprint appeared on the surface of the blood pool. Boom! The sword cleaved down, sending the blood pool flying, the force causing it to pierce through the star island beneath once more. Just as Jiang Wu aimed to sever the demon sovereign with a strike and capture its soul, the blood pool, having been sent flying, suddenly erupted with a terrifying devouring force, consuming the blood of the demon gods and blood god warriors slaughtered by I Ching Hong and others in an instant. Whoosh! A tempest of demonic energy surged forth, and in a heartbeat, a colossal demonic shadow coalesced, towering over Jiang Wu, its form eclipsing even his 10,000 zhang tall corporeal manifestation. Its eyes, like abyssal voids, shimmered with an eerie light, unfathomable in depth. The demonic shadow fixed its gaze upon Jiang Wu, while the aura of the demon sovereign beneath plummeted. As Jiang Wu crushed the blood clouds beneath his feet, Jiang Wu of the Jiang clan, possessing ethereal divine power, I shall remember you. The appearance of the demonic shadow was not a challenge to Jiang Wu. It sought to manipulate the blood pool and flee. However, just as the blood pool soared into the sky, a dark figure came crashing down from above. With a resounding thud, the blood pool was sent flying once more. The sound suggested it might shatter upon impact. Flee! Where the hell do you think you're running to? Jiang Wu let out a thunderous roar as he exerted his control over the stone tablet, which suddenly transformed into an immense entity. Propelled by his colossal corporeal form and directly smashed down upon the shadow of the demon. In an instant, a dark mass enveloped the area, followed by a resounding crash. The demon shadow was struck so forcefully that its head exploded and dissipated into nothingness, with a fragment of its consciousness ensnared by Jiang Wu's ethereal divine power, sealing it away. The 3 years Jiang Wu had dedicated to refining his divine soul were not in vain. At the very least, he wielded this stone tablet with commendable proficiency. With the demon shadows eradicated, tranquility descended upon the realm. Jiang Wu turned his gaze towards the assembly of demon gods, many of whom sought to flee. However, the eternal sacred ground was fortified with a cosmic barrier formation, preventing their escape without the necessary seals. Da Yi Qinghong unleashed an arrow that obliterated one, while Xing Tian and Wu Ming dealt decisive blows, and in mere moments, the group of demon gods and blood god warriors were thoroughly dispatched. The entirety of the eternal sacred ground fell into silence. Those ancient clan demon gods observed in awe. Even the invincible demon gods dared not draw a breath, their eyes filled with horror and astonishment as they looked upon Jiang Wu and Da Yi Qinghong. They were dead. In that fleeting moment, every demon god had perished. It was akin to slaughtering chickens. Witnessing Jiang Wu's prowess in battle, these invincible demon gods were filled with doubt, questioning their own status. Were they truly invincible demon gods, or were these individuals the genuine paragons of invincibility? Stifling the blood pool and sealing a fragment of the demon god's consciousness, Jiang Wu stored both within the space of his innate artifact and cast a sidelong glance at the ancient ancestor of the eternal clan. Just as Jiang Wu's towering corporeal form was about to move and sever the demon lord beneath him with his broken sword, leaving only its soul, he was taken aback by the sight that emerged from the dissipating blood clouds. It was Wanguya? Wanguya? Both Da Yi Qinghong and Xing Tian Wu Ming turned their eyes towards him, and upon seeing Wanguya's visage, their pupils contracted slightly. Jiang Wu furrowed his brow, a glint of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. Wanguya, not long ago recognized as the heir of the eternal clan, was now revealed to be a demon god. What did this imply for the eternal clan? As the blood clouds disintegrated, revealing Wanguya's true form, he appeared utterly dispirited, devoid of the horrifying demonic aura that once surrounded him. He gazed at the fallen demon gods, fear evident in his eyes. With the battle on Da Yi Qinghong's side concluded, all members of the eternal clan, including the recuperated ancient ancestor, turned their attention to Jiang Wu's feet, where the so-called demon lord lay. Upon seeing Wanguya, the ancient ancestor, and all the eternal clan demon gods paled, their expressions shifting drastically. As if struck by a heavy blow, the ancient ancestor nearly staggered, on the verge of collapsing. After a moment, Wanguya spoke with a bitter expression. Do you believe me when I say I know nothing? The ancient ancestor's face flushed crimson with fury, akin to charcoal. As he glared at Wanguya, his eyes icy and filled with malice. Wanguya, it is you, the demon lord? Impressive, truly impressive. You were behind the massacre of all living beings on East Divine Island, were you not? And the annihilation of the 10 alien races in the East Divine Sea. That too was your doing? My eternal clan has never engaged in such atrocities, yet under your hand, the very name eternal has been obliterated. Why do you still draw breath? As the ancient ancestor spoke, Wanguya's countenance gradually became blank, his lips quivering as a flicker of crimson divine light appeared in his eyes. Yet in the next moment, Jiang Wu swung his hand down, decapitating Wanguya with a single strike, a surge of power already suppressing and sealing his soul. With a splatter, Wanguya's headless body expelled demonic blood, the malevolent aura permeating the surroundings, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Jiang Wu. He is the heir of our eternal clan. The ancient ancestor's furious roar echoed, his eyes wide with rage as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Wu. Turning to face him, Jiang Wu's piercing gaze sent shivers down the ancient ancestor's spine. After a lengthy silence, Jiang Wu finally spoke. You acknowledge him as your heir, yet you chose a demon slave for that role. What is your eternal clan aiming for? Or have you already conspired with the demon god palace? Should I eradicate the root of this issue and eliminate your clan? With a hum, a divine might began to emanate from within the ancient ancestor, his expression turning indifferent as he stared at Jiang Wu, their gazes locked for an extended moment. Eventually, The ancient ancestor's imposing aura softened, and he chuckled awkwardly. How could my eternal clan ever conspire with demons? If clan leader Jiang were to inform me of such matters, I would personally suppress and eliminate them. His tone had become notably mellower, revealing a semblance of genuine contrition. Within Jiang Wu's divine soul realm, his divine form opened its eyes once more, employing ocular techniques to meticulously scan the eternal clan's sacred ground, confirming that, apart from Wan Guya, no other individuals harbored demonic auras. He nodded slightly. Ancient ancestor, I sincerely hope your claims are truthful, otherwise, I shall return. With that, Jiang Wu retracted his corporeal form and, accompanied by Dai Qinghong and the others, departed, vanishing in a single stride. The ancient ancestor watched Jiang Wu's retreating figure, his pupils narrowing slightly. The moment Jiang Wu had fixed his gaze upon him, a chilling sensation had gripped his heart, an undercurrent of death lingering ominously. This feeling compelled him to confront Emperor Xianyuan rather than face Jiang Wu. As Jiang Wu and his companions exited the eternal sacred ground, he cast a final glance back and instructed Huan Mie and the others. Keep a close watch on the eternal clan to ascertain whether they are indeed colluding with the demon god palace. If they are, eliminate them. Understood, Master, Huan Mie replied respectfully. Reuniting with Jiang Tongshan said nothing, merely nodding slightly. A wave of ethereal divine power enveloped Jiang Wu and his companions, the surrounding void shifting, and they soon found themselves back on Tongshan Island. Chapter 197. The Demon God Palace's Demon Lord. In the vast cosmos, the formidable realms of the myriad heavens, in the depths of the boundless starry expanse, separated from the demon god world by endless space, a shadow cloaked in blood clouds let out a muffled groan. A flash of crimson flickered in its eyes as it gazed upon the colossal realm of the myriad heavens ahead, sensing three terrifyingly potent intentions locking onto it, each one transcending the realm of chaos. Let us proceed. Without uttering a word, the shadow of the demon sovereign momentarily hesitated before an overwhelming surge of demonic might swept forth, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of demon gods, transforming into a streak of blood light and vanishing into the void. Within the vast expanse of the myriad worlds, three formidable figures observed the departure of the demon sovereign. Yet none pursued. The demon god palace has grown increasingly powerful over the years. One figure spoke softly, a hint of concern lacing their tone. In recent years, with the emergence of the primordial divine mountain, the realm governed by the demon god palace has also been affected. The demon sovereign has hunted divine beasts, enhancing his demonic prowess to the 4th level, surpassing the pinnacle of the virtual realm's demon gods. It is already a challenge for us to withstand him. Another figure intoned gravely. Thus, the exploration of the primordial divine mountain must be expedited. All prodigies who meet the criteria should be sent to the divine mountain for training, in hopes of obtaining the divine heritage. Only by acquiring the divine heritage can our universe hope to withstand the might of the demon god palace, or even inflict significant damage upon it. The remaining figure declared solemnly. With that, the three figures exchanged glances before vanishing without a trace. In a colossal celestial realm, the demon sovereign returned, descending upon the pinnacle of a divine mountain that reached into the starry sky, entering an opulent and resplendent palace, where he took his seat upon a throne of gold and jade deep within. The palace was adorned with a bevy of enchanting maidens, their beauty akin to blooming flowers shy beneath the moonlight, who, upon seeing the return of the demon sovereign, shyly approached him, their movements exuding a captivating allure. The demon sovereign, unreserved in his demeanor, embraced one maiden while a throng of others lingered by his side. Yet, he refrained from indulging excessively, instead lost in contemplation, a flicker of crimson light dancing in his eyes. The demon world, though distant, it lacks formidable strength and is graced by the arrival of the primordial divine mountain's miracles. Should I seize control of it, my power shall undoubtedly surge once more, perhaps even allowing for a grand sacrificial rite to the demon sky deity. With my current strength, it may not be impossible for me to be summoned by the demon sky deity to that divine realm. Securing the demon world would be far simpler than contending with those ancient elders of the universe world. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, the demon sovereign began to revel in the company of the maidens, while the palace doors sealed shut, the 4 spirits and 4 harmonious divine beasts standing sentinel, thus omitting a myriad of details. After some time, the demon sovereign emerged from the palace, rejuvenated, while the maidens remained in slumber behind him. Jiang Clan's Jiang Wu. With a single step, the demon sovereign departed, accompanied by a host of satiated demon gods, once more setting his sights on the demon world. In the demon world, at the sacred site of the Jiang clan, Copper Mountain Island, Jiang Tongshan, accompanied by Jiang Wu and others, manipulated the fabric of space and effortlessly returned. exuding a serene confidence that showcased his divine prowess. Such spatial mastery astonished Jiang Wu and his companions, as they realized they had yet to reach such heights. Is a virtual realm demon god truly this formidable? Jiang Tongshan observed their astonishment and explained. The cultivation of a virtual realm demon god hinges upon the refinement of the virtual realm divine body. The higher the transformation level of the divine body, the greater the strength of the virtual realm demon god. Ultimately, it boils down to the extent of divine power consumed by oneself. Therefore, in your pursuit of becoming virtual realm demon gods, do not rush to break through. Fully cultivate the virtual realm divine body and absorb sufficient divine power to stabilize it before attempting to advance. Jiang Tongshan concluded, instructing Jiang Wu to attend to his duties. Upon returning to the Jiang clan, the illusionary extinction and other elder figures departed to gather all the demon gods of the earth ranking, preparing to accompany Jiang Wu to the dragon world to decisively resolve this predicament. Mountain Ancestor, I shall first seek to uncover some strongholds of the demon god palace, Jiang Wu said as he took his leave, finding a secluded spot on Copper Mountain Island. He settled into a meditative posture, with Dai Qinghong and Xing Tian Wu Ming standing guard beside him. The demon sovereign? Jiang Wu retrieved a strand of his sealed consciousness, a wisp of mundane essence emanating from his hand, beginning to infiltrate this fragment of thought. Unexpectedly, this fragment posed little difficulty, quickly falling under Jiang Wu's control. Is it truly this simple? Jiang Wu pondered for a moment before delving into the memories contained within this fragment. The memories were sparse, yet they revealed information about the strongholds of the demon god palace surrounding the demon world, as well as a demonic technique. Glancing at the demonic technique, Jiang Wu dismissed it. After all, the sacred heart technique he currently practiced with the blood god stone was nearly akin to the demonic technique, though purer, as he absorbed the untainted blood essence from the sea god world, devoid of any malevolent aura. Memorizing the locations of the demon god palace's strongholds in the starry sky, Jiang Wu crushed the fragment with a decisive grip. He then summoned the soul of Wan Guya. Brother Wu, spare me. Wan Guya's soul awakened, and upon seeing Jiang Wu, he cried out in despair, I swear I do not practice the demonic technique. I am not a demon god. Those actions were solely the demon sovereign controlling my body. It was not my doing. Jiang Wu remained unfazed, as a wisp of mundane essence surged forth. Wan Guya's soul was not particularly strong, having previously only attained the level of a lunar realm demon god, and practicing the demonic technique did little to enhance his spiritual power. In mere moments, Wan Guya was ensnared under Jiang Wu's control. Jiang Wu probed into Wan Guya's memories, discovering scant information about the demon god palace, yet abundant details regarding the Wan Gu clan's techniques and heritage, which piqued Jiang Wu's interest. Indeed, the Wan Gu clan possesses a wealth of treasures passed down since ancient times, Jiang Wu mused. These techniques can be retained for the clan to verify their efficacy. Having inscribed these memories, Jiang Wu's expression remained impassive as he crushed Wan Guya's soul. Though he possessed the soul world scripture, allowing him to refine souls for their source power, with the existence of the soul source world, he found such actions unnecessary. Jiang Wu opened his eyes and, accompanied by Dai Qinghong and Xing Tian Wu Ming, approached Copper Mountain to meet Jiang Tongshan, respectfully stating, Mountain Ancestor, I am now ready to lead the earth-ranking demon gods into action. I shall deal with the strongholds of the demon god palace, and I will also visit the dragon world to engage in amicable negotiations with the Dragon King. Please inform Emperor Xianyuan of the strongholds of the demon god palace that I, Jiang Wu, shall eradicate them all. Jiang Wu relayed the locations of the strongholds he had discovered to Jiang Tongshan. Having just concluded matters concerning the Wan Gu sacred land, Jiang Wu anticipated that the seventh ancestor and Emperor Xianyuan would soon come calling. Thus, he promptly departed from Copper Mountain Island, stepping beyond the confines of the demon world. Before long, illusionary extinction and the 16 elders of the earth ranking, accompanied by countless demon gods from the earth ranking, descended. Jiang Wu counted, and the number of demon gods had exceeded 700. He refrained from summoning the Jiang clan's demon gods, but if they all gathered, amassing 2,000 should pose no challenge. The Jiang clan's strength had indeed grown formidable. Let us proceed. Jiang Wu summoned Long Ba-yin, who manifested into a colossal dragon, its magnificent form stretching 8,000 zhang across the starry expanse, exuding an awe-inspiring and unmatched divine might that shook the surrounding stars. As the roar of the dragon echoed across countless miles, resonating throughout the heavens, let the disillusionment guide them all into the palace of the cave heavens. Jiang Wu retracted the palace, commanding the colossal dragon, and in a grand displacement, vanished into the depths of the starry sky. Within the sacred grounds of the Jiang clan, Jiang Tongshan observed Jiang Wu's departure, noting a gradual shift in his aura, as the void surrounding him solidified into a realm of absolute stability. The commotion within the ancient sacred grounds naturally stirred countless divine beings from various esteemed clans. However, this tumultuous energy was fleeting, dissipating as swiftly as it had appeared. The overwhelming demonic essence fading into nothingness. Countless invincible divine beings fixated on the direction of the ancient sacred grounds, and once the disturbance ceased, they erupted into a cacophony of astonished voices. How could such a multitude of demonic gods lie in hiding within the sacred grounds of the ancient clan? The audacity of clan leader Jiang Wu to confront them directly was truly remarkable, yet his strength was undeniably formidable. Alas, I seem to sense 18 distinct presences. No. Adding Jiang Wu, that amounts to 19 invincible divine beings. By the heavens, has the Jiang clan truly amassed 19 invincible divine beings? This is simply unfathomable. In just a few decades, their might has multiplied astonishingly, with invincible divine beings emerging one after another. A multitude of divine beings stood speechless, while others trembled as they spoke. In stark contrast to the battle against the Dragon Clan, this time, Jiang Wu, with merely a handful of companions, had torn apart the concealed demonic gods within the ancient clan's sacred grounds, leaving them utterly dumbfounded, incapable of regaining their composure. The Jiang clan. Reflecting upon the transformations in the Jiang clan's power over the years, many esteemed clans could not help but feel envy, resentment, and admiration. Yet they dared not voice their thoughts. Even the Dragon clan had been vanquished by the Jiang clan, and with just a handful of warriors, they had invaded the ancient clan's sacred grounds, slaughtering hundreds of demonic gods. Would they dare to act against them? No, they would not. Some esteemed clans began to harbor secret vigilance. If the ancient clan's sacred grounds concealed hundreds of demonic gods, then what of their own sacred grounds? Could they also harbor such threats? Chapter 198. The Gathering of Myriad Divine Beings. Storming into the starry sky. In the sacred grounds of the 7th clan, the 7th ancestor was still reaching out to various clans, striving to gather more forces to breach the demonic god palace and invade the dragon world. However, it wasn't long before the commotion within the ancient clan's sacred grounds startled him. Staring blankly at the cessation of activity in the ancient clan's sacred grounds and watching Jiang Wu and his companions depart, the 7th ancestor was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that the ancient clan harbors hundreds of demonic gods? By the heavens! Not long ago, the ancient ancestor had been discussing matters with them. The ancient clan was still one of the powers on the heavenly ranking. Have they conspired with the demonic god palace? What has transpired? Seeing Jiang Wu refrain from attacking the ancient clan, the 7th ancestor furrowed his brow. This matter was far too sensitive, and he instinctively began to distrust the ancient clan. Buzz, the figure of Emperor Xianyuan manifested beside him, gazing intently at him, saying, 7th, arrange for someone to investigate the ancient clan. Also, other esteemed clans must be thoroughly examined. If we uncover any collusion between the ancient clan or other esteemed clans with the demonic god palace, they shall be eradicated. Emperor Xianyuan was incensed. Under her very watch, the ancient clan had harbored demonic gods. A thought crossed her mind, to crush the ancient ancestor and obliterate the ancient clan. Understood, Your Majesty, the 7th ancestor replied solemnly. I shall pay a visit to the Jiang clan. Without delay, Emperor Xianyuan vanished, and the 7th ancestor furrowed his brow, recalling how Jiang Wu had acted without consulting them beforehand. While this matter might seem inconsequential since Jiang Wu and his companions had already vanquished all the demonic gods, such actions would undoubtedly alert other concealed demonic gods on the divine demon continent, making it increasingly difficult to locate them again. Alas, what a troublesome season this is. The 7th ancestor sighed softly, yet a thought lingered in his mind. He must not let Jiang Wu slip away. He needed to forge a connection with him. He sensed that if he could associate with Jiang Wu, the 7th clan would undoubtedly seize an opportunity for meteoric rise. Jiang Wu, along with the destined girl, is the key. By the heavens, I even wish to employ force on that lad to secure the destiny. The 7th ancestor busied himself. Time was short, and this endeavor would not be easily accomplished. It was quite arduous for an old man like him. At the sacred grounds of the Jiang clan, outside Tangshan Island, Emperor Xianyuan sensed the expanse of the Jiang clan's sacred territory, but failed to detect Jiang Wu's presence, her brow furrowing in concern. At that moment, Jiang Tongshan's figure appeared before her. Old ancestor Tangshan, Jiang Tongshan observed Emperor Xuanyuan's furrowed brow and spoke. Are you worried about the demonic god palace? Jiang Wu has already taken action. He will first cleanse the surrounding demonic god palace strongholds before engaging in discussions with the dragon world. Emperor Xianyuan paused, staring incredulously at Jiang Tongshan, as if struggling to believe his words. Alone? To journey to the dragon world? Old ancestor Tangshan, are you Emperor Xianyuan wanted to exclaim that sending him alone was tantamount to sending him to his demise. However, as the thought crossed her mind, she recalled the scene not long ago when 18 invincible divine beings had accompanied Jiang Wu into battle, and her brow furrowed further, a silent authority emanating from her, causing her to refrain from further comment. In the dragon world, aside from the Dragon King and the Nine Seas Dragon King, there were already over 100,000 divine beings gathered. How could he possibly negotiate? What alternative was there but to engage in battle? Emperor Xianyuan took a deep breath. I understand. Therefore, he must be preparing to use his fists to engage in amicable negotiations with the Dragon King. He has always been this way, Jiang Tongshan replied calmly. Emperor Xianyuan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. At this moment, I truly wish to strike him. Amicable negotiations? Isn't old ancestor Tongshan going to lend him a helping hand? Emperor Xianyuan gazed at Jiang Tongshan. Since he intends to go, I shall remain to oversee the clan. Jiang Tongshan smiled calmly, seemingly confident in Jiang Wu's strength. Upon witnessing this, Emperor Xianyuan raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Jiang Tongshan deeply, and then said, in the time to come, I would appreciate it if old ancestor Tongshan could keep a watchful eye on the divine demon world. As she spoke, the figure of Emperor Xianyuan dissipated. Jiang Tongshan watched her leave, refraining from expressing a desire to retain her. Nor did he share the information about the demonic god palace strongholds that Jiang Wu had provided him. Compared to Emperor Xianyuan, Jiang Tongshan placed greater faith in Jiang Wu's current strength. At the sacred grounds of the Xianyuan imperial clan, Emperor Xianyuan had instantly returned, promptly issuing commands. Summon all clan divine beings. Await my orders. Yes, your majesty, replied an invincible divine being elder of the Xianyuan imperial clan. Slightly taken aback, but quickly complying, he watched as Emperor Xianyuan ascended to the imperial star, activating the great celestial formation. Emperor Xianyuan directly arrived at the depths of her star island, where she had relocated a spring from the ancient divine mountain, and within the spring, a bronze-hued divine sword resonated gently, nourished by the spring's waters. Xianyuan, return. Upon reaching this place, Emperor Xianyuan extended her hand, and the Xianyuan sword transformed into a beam of divine light, appearing in her grasp. Buzz! A terrifying edge of divine might erupted from the Xianyuan sword, solidifying the surrounding void as if transforming it into a realm of swords. With the Xianyuan sword in hand, Emperor Xianyuan returned to her imperial palace. Deep within the imperial palace, a jade stone was opened, revealing a radiant glass crown that shimmered with a brilliant yellow light, emanating an aura of divine majesty. The Emperor Xianyuan lifted it and donned it in place of his own crown. In a silent transformation, his imperial robes shifted to a delicate golden hue, fitting snugly and accentuating his regal form. 3 days swiftly passed. During this brief interlude, the atmosphere of the entire realm of gods and demons underwent a dramatic transformation. Perhaps it was due to the emergence of hundreds of demonic gods within the sacred grounds of the Eternal Clan that caused several major families to stir, conducting thorough investigations. Yet, the remaining demonic gods within the realm vanished entirely, retreating into obscurity, too fearful to show their faces. As 3 days elapsed, the Emperor Xianyuan emerged, accompanied by 5,000 demonic beings from the Xianyuan lineage, standing resolutely above the heavens. The overwhelming aura of divine power radiated forth, startling all the great clans and alien races throughout the realm of gods and demons. The mere presence of the Xianyuan clan, boasting 5,000 demonic beings, eclipsed even the numbers of the Eternal Clan, surpassing them by more than double. As the various factions of demonic gods mobilized, countless figures loomed in the starry expanse. Even the ordinary folk of the god and demon continent, East Divine Sea, Northern Plains, and other regions sensed a terrifying oppressive force descending upon them. They gazed skyward, witnessing a spectacle of dazzling divine lights, far more intimidating than the stars themselves, leaving them utterly astounded. How many demonic beings were there exactly? It was unknown. The Emperor Xianyuan, with a sweeping glance, conveyed the coordinates of the demonic strongholds that required assault to the various clans, each faction oblivious to the other's movements. Let us proceed. Without further ado, the Emperor Xianyuan led his demonic entourage into the depths of the cosmos. The journey from the realm of gods and demons to the dragon world would take approximately 2 months. Thus, a month later, the myriad stars would converge at the 100-star battlefield, accompanying this emperor to the dragon world. The Emperor Xuanyuan's voice resonated in the ears of the 7th ancestor, the ancestor of the Tai clan, and others. Their brows furrowed in concern, especially the ancestors of the Tai and Gigu clans, who were already aware that Jiang Wu had taken matters into his own hands and left the realm of gods and demons ahead of them. Recalling Jiang Wu's previous actions, they could easily surmise his intentions. The seventh ancestor felt an unsettling anxiety, although he knew Jiang Wu possessed formidable strength and that the Jiang clan's power exceeded his expectations. The might of the dragon world was undeniably formidable. Even the Xianyuan clan needed to muster a significant portion of the realm's power to dare confront the dragon world. What would Jiang Wu, with only a handful of demonic beings from the Jiang clan, hope to achieve against the demonic god palace and the dragon world? The seventh ancestor couldn't help but wish to thump Jiang Wu on the head, exclaiming, "What are you thinking, young man?" The ancestor of the Tai clan shook his head slightly. If Jiang Wu sought danger, he would not intervene, though he sincerely hoped Jiang Wu's actions wouldn't jeopardize their own plans. The ancestors of the Gigu clan and other prominent families chuckled coldly, regarding Jiang Wu's ascendancy to clan leader as a sign of the Jiang clan's decline. Such reckless behavior was reminiscent of a headstrong youth, bound to lead the Jiang clan into a deep abyss. Let us depart. After the Emperor Xuanyuan's departure, clans across the realm of gods and demons mobilized in droves, led by the forces of the heavenly rankings. Each group comprised at least 10 invincible demonic beings, with thousands converging. In an instant, the skies of the realm of gods and demons were filled with a congregation of demonic figures, more radiant than the stars, vanishing into the depths of space. The stirrings within the realm of gods and demons could not remain concealed from the celestial realms beyond, as the multitude of demonic beings surged forth. It took merely a few days for the Hundred Battles world, the primordial world, the Linglong world, and the dragon world to become aware of the commotion. From afar, the powers of the Hundred Battles world and Linglong world were astonished, never anticipating such a fierce reaction from Emperor Xianyuan. The dragon world had only recently contacted them, and now the emperor was gathering forces from the realm of gods and demons to strike at the dragon world? What made the ancient divine mountain worthy of such a bloody conflict between the two realms? Initially indifferent to the prospect of engaging in battle, the powers of the Hundred Battles world, primordial world, and Linglong world became invigorated, keenly observing the developments regarding this matter. What treasure lay within the ancient divine mountain? In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, Long Bayan transformed into a colossal dragon, towering 8,000 zhang, repeatedly utilizing the spatial teleportation technique as he soared toward the dragon world. Jiang Wu unleashed the blood god stone incarnation, striking it with all his might. But to no avail, there was not a single mark left on its surface. He then thrust the broken sword with all his power. Yet even the sound of its clash failed to leave a trace on the blood god stone incarnation. Jiang Wu's eyes glimmered with desire upon observing the material of the blood god stone incarnation. If his future innate artifact were to consume both the broken sword and the blood god stone materials, how powerful would it become? With the third and fourth levels of the blood god's sacred scripture nearing completion, coupled with such defensive prowess, he would become invincible. Jiang Wu was thoroughly pleased with the blood god stone incarnation, as it served as another trump card. After testing the defenses and strength of the blood god stone incarnation, Jiang Wu infused it with his spiritual energy. With a single step, it traversed Long Bayan's back and unleashed a devastating punch that shattered the void. Crossing through it to depart, Jiang Wu focused on controlling the blood god stone incarnation while simultaneously entering the cave heaven palace, commanding various powers to descend, devouring and refining them, solidifying the power to stabilize the realm, all while tempering his own soul. The distance between the realm of gods and demons and the dragon world spanned an endless void, and at Long Bayan's speed, the journey would take nearly 2 months. In that time, Jiang Wu had ample opportunity to further enhance his strength. Time swiftly passed. After half a month, the blood god stone incarnation returned, breaking through the void once more to rejoin Jiang Wu, who stored it within the sea god world. In less than 2 months, Long Bayan's form remained relentless. Jiang Wu reappeared atop Long Bayan's back, manifesting as a colossal figure 1,000 zhang tall, striding upon the great dragon's back as he gazed upon the vast expanse of the celestial realms ahead, his face adorned with a friendly and amiable smile. Dragon World, Dragon King S. Hall, I hope you are a leader of profound wisdom. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to personally instruct you on the virtues of friendliness and kindness, which would be quite troublesome. I personally detest complications, so if it comes to that, I may have no choice but to demonstrate my strength. Across the infinite starry sky, the Emperor Xianyuan, accompanied by 5,000 demonic beings from the Xianyuan lineage, traversed the starry river, arriving at the edge of a small celestial region. He came to a halt. Boom! With a single palm strike, the Emperor Xianyuan conjured a seemingly slow, yet immensely powerful blow, which, in an instant, unleashed a colossal palm imprint that obliterated a nearby star. As the heavens rippled, a gaping breach manifested within this small starry river, revealing a space reminiscent of a celestial sacred ground before the eyes of the assembled demonic beings. star islands, celestial bodies, cave heavens. These are the scenes that a multitude of divine beings, including the great Emperor Xianyuan, had anticipated witnessing. This is the most formidable stronghold of the demon gods within the divine realm, housing thousands of demon entities. The expanse is immensely vast, and the demon gods lead lives of extravagant indulgence, with the stronghold typically characterized by opulence and grandeur. Yet now, as Emperor Xianyuan prepares to lead her forces into battle, they gaze upon the desolate space before them, their expressions shifting slightly. No one. Not only is there an absence of life, but even the complete stars and celestial islands are scarce. A glance reveals that the stronghold is littered with fragments of shattered stars, alongside remnants of flesh and blood, permeated by lingering demonic energy. A wasteland. They have arrived, only to find this place has been reduced to ruins. With a deep breath, Emperor Xianyuan steps forward, her formidable consciousness enveloping the entire stronghold, ultimately detecting a familiar, yet somewhat alien presence of power lingering in the air. Is it Jiang Wu? The Emperor is taken aback. Though this aura diverges from the Jiang Wu she knows, it feels distinctly like a force of blood and vitality. Does he possess knowledge of this stronghold's whereabouts? She ponders deeply, soon recalling the Jiang clan's ability to command the myriad of divine beings. Enlightenment dawns upon her. So, he must have extracted this information from the demon gods of the ancient sacred land? Surveying the remnants of the stronghold, she notes that most stars and celestial islands have been utterly obliterated, evidently subjected to brutal destruction. According to the intelligence she has on demon entities, at least 10 invincible demon gods were stationed here, with formidable powers at their disposal. If she were to confront them herself, it would likely require considerable effort to eradicate them. Yet now, Jiang Wu has managed to obliterate this most powerful stronghold just 3 days ahead of their own advance. Is it possible that this stronghold's fate was sealed by a member of the Jiang clan? The Xianyuan imperial lineage has dispatched 9 invincible divine beings, all of whom stand in astonishment at the sight before them, their voices trembling in disbelief. How could the mere Jiang clan achieve such a feat? Their strength has escalated to such a level. They find it difficult to accept, yet the ruins of the demon god's stronghold lie starkly before their eyes. Silently, Emperor Xianyuan scrutinizes the stronghold, finding not a single survivor. After a prolonged silence, she finally speaks. This stronghold has been taken down by but one individual. One person. All the divine beings of the Xianyuan lineage widen their eyes in shock, their bodies trembling. One person single-handedly annihilated this demon god stronghold? Incredible. Without lingering, Emperor Xianyuan leads her forces away from the devastated site. Yet, in the subsequent strongholds, though they are merely minor outposts, each has been violently shattered, leaving only desolation in their wake. Some demon gods lie dead, while others have vanished without a trace. After surveying the strongholds she intended to purge, Emperor Xianyuan stands in silence, bewildered. They have all been eradicated? Her expression grows slightly dazed. My Emperor, one invincible divine being murmurs quietly. Should we inspect other demon god strongholds? No more. The Emperor's demeanor regains its composure as she replies coolly. Let us proceed to the 100-star battle domain for rendezvous. Under Emperor Xuanyuan's command, the divine beings of her lineage make their way towards the 100-star battle domain, reaching their destination only a few days later. After waiting for a time, the ancestors of the Tai and Gigu clans, among others, arrive to join them. Their faces are marked by expressions of shock. Upon meeting and exchanging glances, they confirm with one another, did the demon god strongholds you visited get destroyed? Silence ensues. In their minds, a jolt of realization strikes. Could it be that all have been annihilated? That individual must be Jiang Wu of the Jiang clan, right? His power has become so terrifying? Originally, Emperor Xianyuan estimated that dealing with the demon god strongholds would take at least half a month. Yet this unexpected turn of events has brought all the divine beings of the realm together at the 100-star battle domain in less than 7 days. All divine beings are rendered speechless, deeply shaken upon learning that the other demon god strongholds have been destroyed. How is this possible? How could the insignificant Jiang clan accomplish such a feat? It is inconceivable. Moreover, even disregarding the Jiang clan's strength, it is implausible that they could obliterate these strongholds in such a brief span. The ancestor of the Gigu clan furrows his brow, contemplating this. While he acknowledges the Jiang clan's might, achieving the annihilation of the demon god strongholds in such a short time frame begs the question, what level of power is required to accomplish this? Is this truly the work of the Jiang clan? Surely, it cannot be. Many divine beings begin to harbor deep doubts as the reality of the situation sinks in. The seventh ancestor, too, is filled with uncertainty. This matter is indeed suspicious. Emperor Xianyuan surveys the assembly, and once all forces have gathered, she produces a portal, revealing a vast entrance. Indifferently, she states, "Next, I shall lead you all to the dragon realm, so please, enter the portal. We appreciate your efforts, Emperor." The seventh ancestor is the first to bow respectfully, immediately guiding his clan of divine beings into the portal without hesitation. Following him, the ancestors of the Tai and Gigu clans also usher their people into the portal one by one. The 5,000 divine beings of the Xianyuan lineage step into the portal as the Emperor's bloodline patterns manifest, exuding an overwhelming divine presence. She strides forth, transcending the realm of demigods, advancing step by step towards the dragon realm, traversing more than 10 star domains. Outside the dragon realm, after less than 2 months, Jiang Wu finally arrives, gazing at the vast expanse of the myriad worlds before him, his face illuminated by a smile of joy. Until the troubles are resolved, he cannot find peace and sleep. Now that the opportunity to resolve it has finally arrived, he can look forward to restful nights ahead. First, he must elevate his cultivation. With a thought, Jiang Wu activates the enhancement for his cultivation realm, clicking repeatedly to increase his power 10 billion-fold. 510 billion, 520 billion, 530 billion, until he reaches 620 billion. As he feels a sense of pressure, he halts, yet within him, over 100 billion new layers of cultivation are birthed, with a total of 620 billion layers now established within Jiang Wu, their density akin to countless stars scattered throughout the cosmos. Boom! A torrent of power surges forth as Jiang Wu's spiritual strength asserts dominance, gradually mastering it. Simultaneously, 470 billion forces of suppression emerge, reigning over the surrounding realms and tempering his divine might. After a brief moment, the transformation of power within Jiang Wu completes, his spiritual essence permeating every fiber of his being, mastering every nuance of strength. All set, it is time to pay a visit. Jiang Wu straightens his posture, stepping upon the colossal dragon beneath him. Let us depart. P.S. For updates totaling 12,000 words, seeking votes. Donations welcome. 10,000 book coins for a bonus chapter. Chapter 200, Invading the Dragon Realm. No more friendly negotiations. The formidable dragon Ba-in emanated an awe-inspiring dragon aura that reverberated across the heavens. At the command of Jiang Wu, this divine might surged forth, sweeping through the realms and crashing down upon the dragon world. Boom! Stars exploded violently, obliterated by the sheer force of Ba-yin's dragon power. In a mere instant, the gigantic dragon traversed an expanse of starry domains, penetrating the very heart of the dragon world with such swiftness that many dragons lurking in the celestial void beyond had yet to register its approach. As they sensed the overwhelming dragon might unleashed by Ba-in, these dragons trembled in fear. They gazed in bewilderment as Ba-in stormed into the dragon world. Their astonishment mingled with confusion. Who was this powerful entity from which such terrifying dragon energy emanated? In that moment, as Ba-yin's power surged, they found themselves paralyzed, a primal fear rising from the depths of their bloodlines. This dread rendered them devoid of the courage to confront Ba-in, let alone to investigate the nature of this formidable being. Unaware of the unfolding events, these dragons initially paid little heed to Ba-yin's entry into the dragon world, attributing it to the nature of dragons. Though Ba-in's terrifying presence had stirred the attention of several powerful dragon beings, it merely elicited a fleeting moment of concern before they returned to their respective dealings. Jiang Wu had anticipated that upon entering the dragon world, they might face oppression or even pursuit from its denizens. However, to his astonishment, the atmosphere was remarkably serene, devoid of any turbulence. Perched upon Ba-yin's back, Jiang Wu found himself momentarily lost in thought, pondering the unexpected friendliness of the dragon world's inhabitants. "Master, where shall we venture next?" Ba-in inquired. Jiang Wu turned his gaze towards the center of the dragon world, where a multitude of powerful dragon auras converged, their sheer numbers causing his heart to race. 10,000. No, it surely exceeded that, perhaps 20 to 30,000 divine beings. The collective might of the dragon world was staggering. Even if not all of these forces had mobilized their full strength, the sheer aggregation of power was formidable. The Dragon King's palace gathered such strength, seeking to ally with the demonic forces of the heavenly palace and other celestial realms. Did they intend to obliterate our divine realm? Anger surged within Jiang Wu as he sensed this consolidation of power. It was one thing to face 10,000 divine beings. Even if he could ultimately counter them, the sanctity of his clan could very well falter against such overwhelming odds. How many of his kin would perish in this conflict? The Dragon King appeared intent on condemning the Jiang clan to destruction, to bring about devastation in the divine realm. This would not stand. He resolved to prevent such a fate, even if it meant sacrificing the Dragon King to awaken the dragons to the harsh reality of their actions. Let us proceed directly to the Dragon King's palace. Jiang Wu commanded. With a thunderous roar, Ba-in unleashed a cataclysmic dragon cry. Ripples of energy coursing through the surrounding space. In an instant, they traversed the boundless void, arriving above a towering divine mountain that pierced the very heavens. Boom! Ba-yin's invincible aura cascaded downwards, shaking the very foundations beneath them. Dragon King, come forth, Jiang Wu bellowed. If you do not emerge, do not blame me for flattening your dragon mountain today. The echoes of their shouts reverberated throughout the dragon mountain, leaving the entire edifice in stunned silence. Below, throngs of dragons gathered, residing in a grand city at the base of the mountain, awaiting the Dragon King's command. Yet, instead of receiving the expected summons, they were met with this unexpected provocation, calling for the Dragon King to come forth, threatening to raise the Dragon Mountain. Who was this madman? Such audacity ignited their fury, for the Dragon King and the Dragon Mountain were nearly sacred to them, embodying their faith and aspirations. Yet, amidst this chaos, they sensed a distinct presence, an aura not of dragons, but of a human divine being amidst the ranks of the dragon forces. Suddenly, realization dawned upon them, and their expressions shifted dramatically. The overwhelming dragon might radiating from Ba-in was accompanied by an unfamiliar divine aura, one that belonged not to their kin, but to a being from another celestial realm. A dragon roared in fury, transforming into a colossal figure, towering thousands of feet high, adorned with scales and a single horn, exuding a terrifying power that threatened to shake the very stars themselves, startling countless dragons. As the invincible dragon beings emerged, their fierce gazes locked upon Ba-in and Jiang Wu. The atmosphere crackled with tension. Jiang Wu, still atop Ba-in, grew weary waiting for the Dragon King's appearance. Sighing in frustration, all he sought was a peaceful dialogue, yet it seemed he was being compelled to resort to violence. Let us proceed inside. I shall see if the Dragon King dares to emerge once the Dragon Mountain is upended. With a sudden surge, Ba-in lunged forward, unleashing a roar that sent tremors through the ranks of the invincible beings. In the blink of an eye, Ba-in crashed into the Dragon Mountain, his tail sweeping across the terrain with the force of a drawn bow, striking the mountain with tremendous ferocity. Boom! The very fabric of the heavens quaked under the impact of Ba-yin's strike, the vast expanse of the Dragon Mountain trembling as if struck by a celestial body. The void fractured and shattered under the immense pressure, overwhelming even the very essence of space itself. The invincible dragon beings, their expressions turned pale, rushed to confront Ba-in as he breached the mountain's defenses. Begone! Ba-in roared, sweeping his tail once more, tearing through the air with a force that shattered the very barriers of existence. The once imposing celestial shield around the Dragon Mountain crumbled under the onslaught, several formations exploding into ruin as Ba-in's power surged forth. Despite the barriers being shattered, the invincible dragon beings surged forward. Get lost! Ba-in's furious voice echoed as he unleashed a torrent of energy that sent the attacking dragons sprawling. The sheer terror emanating from Ba-in transcended their comprehension, causing many to freeze in shock. What? Our ancestors? Even they were repelled? They witnessed Long Ba-in suddenly repel a dozen or more invincible divine demons, their minds momentarily blank as if struck by lightning. How formidable could one be? The defeated divine demons of the Dragon Clan, their faces flushed with disbelief, thought, how could we, in unison, be forced back like this? At that moment, an elder of the Black Sea's invincible divine demons fixed his gaze upon Long Ba-in, sensing an eerily familiar aura, especially with Long Ba-in adorned in black dragon scales, a visage strikingly reminiscent of their Black Dragon King. Suddenly, this invincible divine demon's eyes widened, recalling Jiang Wu's furious roars from earlier. Jiang Clan. Jiang Wu. Wasn't this the very Jiang Wu from the divine demon world who annihilated the Dragon Clan of the Eastern Divine Sea and defeated and enslaved their Black Sea's Dragon Prince? I curse you, Jiang Wu's ancestor. How dare you storm into the dragon world with Ba-in, to provoke the Dragon King, to invade Dragon God Mountain? Arrogance. Hubris. The invincible divine demon was infuriated to the brink of bloodshed, his heart nearly bursting. He had never encountered such audacity. Did they consider the dragon world to be so easily trifled with? Or did they think that after their previous rampage in the 100 Stars battlefield, the Dragon Clan of the dragon world was truly easy prey? The invincible divine demon's roar startled the other invincible divine demons from various sea forces. Ba-in. Long Ba-in. Wasn't he the heir of the Black Sea's Dragon Prince? And this was the individual who enslaved the Black Sea's forces? He had led the Dragon Prince of the Black Sea into the dragon world? Such thoughts swirled in their minds, leaving them incredulous and enraged. Kill. A furious roar laced with insatiable murderous intent rent the air, the sheer terror of their cries shattering the heavens. as a horde of invincible divine demons surged toward Jiang Wu, who was perched upon Long Ba Yin's back. Now aware of Long Ba Yin's identity, they sought to deal with Jiang Wu. If they could eliminate him and then suppress Long Ba Yin, perhaps they could prevent Long Ba Yin from breaking free of his enslavement and control. An invincible divine demon, even more fearsome than the others, was poised to strike. Jiang Wu's expression twisted with rage atop Long Ba Yin, his body convulsing as he exclaimed, "Curse my ancestors!" He took several deep breaths, muttering to himself to remain calm, to not succumb to anger. But alas, it proved impossible. Dare to insult my Jiang clan's forebears? Die! Jiang Wu's furious roar erupted, and before Long Ba Yin could act, he moved with a sudden ferocity, his hands swirling as a colossal cauldron of mountains and rivers descended from the heavens with a thunderous crash. Boom! The very fabric of the world beneath the mountain and river cauldron shattered in an instant. As Jiang Wu's cauldron descended in wrath, the faces of several invincible divine demons blanched, each one howling in terror, even as formidable artifacts manifested to strike at the cauldron. Yet, Jiang Wu remained impassive, relentlessly bringing the cauldron down. With the terrifying sound of the world erupting and cracking, it resonated deafeningly, and beneath the cauldron, several invincible divine demons, along with an elder of the Black Sea's divine demons, were obliterated, their bodies reduced to misty blood clouds dispersing into the void. Their souls had been annihilated. One cauldron had decimated multiple divine demons of the Dragon Clan, an awe-inspiring display of might. Chapter 201. 300,000 divine demons of the Dragon Clan surround Jiang Wu. A terrifying battle. Silence suddenly enveloped the world. Every heart felt as though it had been violently yanked, spasming with pain. Breathless under an invisible oppressive force that threatened to suffocate them, they gazed at the towering figure wielding the colossal cauldron, staring at the billowing clouds of blood mist. Utterly stupefied. Dead. Dead. One cauldron has slain several invincible divine demons. This thought struck them, causing their bodies to shiver uncontrollably. The invincible divine demons, who had been poised to attack Jiang Wu, halted mid-step, a cold dread surging within them as they looked at Jiang Wu, their skin crawling, feeling as if they had brushed too closely with death. If that cauldron had not descended upon the others, but rather upon themselves, could they withstand it? Could they survive? With that thought, the invincible divine demons began to retreat. Jiang Wu's countenance was one of fury as he glared at the remaining divine demons of the Dragon Clan, his eyes seemingly harboring a deep-seated vendetta. All of you shall perish. Boom! Once more, his mountain and river cauldron crashed down, obliterating two more nearby invincible divine demons. An overwhelming stench of blood filled the air, further fraying the nerves of all present. Retreat! Quickly retreat! Such ferocity sent the remaining invincible divine demons of the Dragon Clan fleeing in panic, desperate to distance themselves from this ruthless Jiang Wu. Impudence! A roar echoed from Dragon God Mountain, ringing in their ears with a deafening intensity. Jiang Wu turned to see several colossal dragons erupting from a palace midway up Dragon God Mountain, soaring into the sky, riding the clouds, and descending with lethal intent. Boom! Endless torrents of black divine water cascaded down, the liquid as dark as night, exuding a terrifying corrosive aura that eroded even the fabric of the void. Additionally, a giant dragon unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, a divine fire that engulfed the world, incinerating distant stars in its fiery embrace. Another giant dragon conjured violent winds, forming a tempestuous prison that enveloped both Jiang Wu and Long Ba Yin, as fierce whirlwinds bore down upon them like chains of the cosmos, attempting to bind them. Observing these dragons, Jiang Wu felt their might rival that of Long Ba Yin, not to mention the bloodthirsty divine might and powers of the void. Did they intend to overwhelm with sheer numbers? A serene smile graced Jiang Wu's face as he summoned forth figures to his side. These figures were none other than Kuan Wu, Xing Tian Wu Ming, Dai Qing Hong, Huan Mie, and 16 other esteemed elders from the Earth ranking, along with Jiang Zhan Yi and Jiang Meng Dai. Boom! As the 21 appeared, a terrifying and overwhelming divine might surged forth. Akin to long-dormant volcanoes erupting in an instant, the combined divine might overwhelmed the earth, causing the ground to shatter and countless mountains to be crushed into rubble. Outside Dragon God Mountain, the countless divine demons of the Dragon Clan within the great city were similarly crushed beneath this terrifying divine might, their spirits and souls shattered. And many could not help but spit forth blood in agony. For colossal dragons charged forth, but upon witnessing the emergence of 21 figures whose divine might eclipsed their own, they came to a screeching halt. What in the world? The Black Dragon King and the 3 elders of Dragon God Mountain gaped wide-eyed at Jiang Wu and the formidable figures behind him, their hearts trembling. Having seen Long Ba Yin's remarkable power, they felt utterly stunned. And yet, With only Long Ba-in and Jiang Wu, they still held some confidence that they could withstand or even overpower Jiang Wu. However, at present, they counted and discovered that there were a staggering 21 terrifying figures surrounding Jiang Wu, each exuding an aura of divine might not inferior to Long Ba-in, with some even far more formidable. The Black Dragon King and his cohort were intimidated, and in an instant, they transformed into streaks of divine light. Retreating back into Dragon God Mountain, vanishing from sight, Jiang Wu was momentarily taken aback. They fled just like that? Meanwhile, in the colossal city outside Dragon God Mountain, those who had initially witnessed the emergence of the Black Dragon King and his fellow dragons were filled with exhilaration and fervor. Yet, the next moment, as they saw the Black Dragon King and his companions retreating in shame back to Dragon God Mountain, the expressions of the Dragon clan darkened. They fled. Without uttering a word, without engaging in battle, could they be any more cowardly? The invincible divine beings among the Dragon clan felt a wave of frustration, wishing to spew blood. Oh, Black Dragon King, our dignity has been utterly shredded. Swoosh. Before these divine beings could react, another wave of figures surged forth from Dragon God Mountain, including the Black Dragon King and his companions, each transforming into colossal dragons, roaring at the heavens, shattering stars in their wake, fueled by a sense of indignation. Kill all divine beings, unleash your wrath upon them. A commanding voice reverberated from the heavens as the leaders of the Nine Seas power surged forth from Dragon God Mountain. Along with numerous elder dragons from the Dragon King Hall, their eyes fixed coldly upon Jiang Wu and his companions. Countless divine beings below responded to the command, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent. In unison, they roared, the sound of dragon cries reverberating through the heavens, shaking the very fabric of the sky. Kill! A united roar erupted, with an overwhelming force of 200,000 to 300,000 Dragon Clan divine beings charging forth. What an awe-inspiring spectacle! In the skies above, Jiang Wu gazed down, observing one towering figure after another bursting forth from the colossal city, the overwhelming dragon might converging and intertwining. One stream, two streams, three streams, thousands, tens of thousands. Countless dragon auras coalesced, and in that instant, it felt as though a qualitative transformation had occurred. The wind ceased. The heavens and earth froze. Jiang Wu and his companions seemed ensnared within a realm of their own, besieged by an unfathomable dragon might that rendered them immobile, oppressing their very spirits, threatening to crush their morale. Countless majestic figures surged forth, the tidal force of divine power erupting like an unending torrent, rushing toward them with immense momentum. The terror of this force was such that even with Jiang Wu's body refined to 620 billion weight, he could not withstand it. He would perish. A surge of void divine power emanated from Kun Wu and the others, and with Long Ba-in included, 22 streams of void divine power merged into one. Buzz. In that fleeting moment, a realm of nothingness was forcefully birthed from the fabric of existence. An invisible barrier enveloped the surroundings. One by one, earth-ranking divine beings were summoned by Jiang Wu. Not many, just over 700, but these divine beings, in their usual training, possessed the Thunder Origin divine liquid. And some of the Hunyuan realm divine beings even began to refine their blood and aura, attempting to break through. As these earth-ranking divine beings emerged, an infinite surge of thunderous power surged through the heavens, an endless aura of annihilation pouring forth like an abyss on the verge of eruption. Boom! Countless Dragon Clan divine beings unleashed their overwhelming divine power, crashing against the void barrier in a tumultuous wave. In that moment, a deafening roar left everyone momentarily deafened. A dazzling, resplendent divine light erupted, blinding Jiang Wu to the surrounding circumstances, his vision stripped away by the brilliance. Yet he understood that the void realm condensed by Kun Wu and the others was remarkably stable, even with countless divine beings' assaults raining upon it. The integrity of the void realm remained unshaken. It felt as if a tidal wave surged from the ocean, yet they observed the sea from a realm apart. Within Jiang Wu's spiritual world, his divine form opened its eyes, and at that moment, the world before him shifted. He saw streams of radiant energy crashing towards him. Yet upon meeting the void realm, they were repelled or disintegrated. These energies were scattered. If they could coalesce, perhaps they would pose a challenge, but as it stood, they were merely individual divine beings attacking simultaneously. Even invincible divine beings could not shake the void realm, let alone those beneath them. Jiang Wu gazed towards Dragon God Mountain, where he perceived a dazzling stream of energy, golden and radiant, its aura of fortune astonishingly potent, as though the fortunes of countless dragon clans across the heavenly dragon world were intertwined with it, truly the embodiment of the world's fortune. Perhaps sensing his scrutiny, The colossal dragon of fortune above that stream let out a thunderous roar directed at him. A deafening dragon's roar echoed within Jiang Wu's mind, reverberating endlessly. Jiang Wu smiled. And as the divine beings below charged forth, invading the void realm, an aura of void divine power radiated from him, modest in size, only encompassing a radius of 1 mile. Yet upon merging with Kuan Wu and the others, it expanded to a span of 10 miles. However, with a mere thought, the overwhelming void divine power surged forth, crashing into the dozens of Hunyuan realm dragons within the void realm. Their dragon bodies crumbled like tofu under a mountain's weight, exploding violently into blood mist. Kill. The command, though not thunderous, resonated profoundly in the ears of Kuan Wu and the others. With Jiang Wu leading, Kuan Wu and the others surged forward, and all Dragon Clan divine beings within a 10-mile radius of them, even those deemed invincible, were obliterated, their dragon forms bursting into blood mist. The scene was utterly shocking and horrifying. In the blink of an eye, the multitude of Dragon Clan divine beings charging towards Jiang Wu were brutally annihilated, over 1,000 transformed into a mist of blood, staining the entire expanse of heaven and earth crimson. Above, the Black Dragon King and the leaders of the Nine Seas power stood in stunned silence, while the 20-plus elder dragons from the Dragon King Hall were rendered bewildered. Their pupils shrank to the utmost, then expanded in shock, their eyes wide as they beheld an incomprehensible and terrifying spectacle. Seeing Jiang Wu and his companions still charging forward, still ruthlessly slaughtering the Dragon Clan divine beings, the leaders of the Nine Seas power were driven to madness. No, stop, stop, do not approach them, do not charge forward, they bellowed in desperation. However, long before their angry cries rang out, the countless Dragon Clan divine beings had already been struck with paralyzing fear, their very souls trembling in terror. Chapter 202. The Dragon King despaired, lacking the strength to maintain pretense. Flee! Quick, escape! One by one, the Dragon Clan divine beings were paralyzed with fear. This was not a mission to slay, but rather a delivery to their own demise. The terror of the slaughter was unparalleled. Jiang Wu watched them scream for escape, his expression coldly amused as he softly uttered, "No mercy in killing." Kuan Wu and the others dispersed in all directions, witnessing the retreat of the Dragon Clan divine beings. No longer joining forces to attack, they too spread out, led by their own invincible divine beings. The earth-ranking divine beings began to madly slaughter these Dragon Clan divine beings. Long Ba Yin's gaze turned towards the heavens, observing the leaders of the Nine Seas power and the elder dragons of the Dragon King Hall, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Wishing to kill? The ethereal voice of Jiang Mengdai, akin to a dream, reached his ears as Xianxia and Jiang Mengdai arrived beside Long Ba Yin. Xianxia gazed at the colossal Black Dragon King and the other mighty dragons soaring in the sky, a smile gracing his lips that resembled the chill of ice. In an instant, his figure shifted, and a titanic deity, towering at 12,000 zhang, erupted from the heavens, clad in a blood-red beast-skin coat that exuded wildness. Wielding a spear as immense as a celestial pillar, he radiated ferocity. With a thunderous boom, the spear swung, causing the very fabric of the cosmos to shatter. Kill! Xianxia bellowed, and as his spear whirled through the void, it obliterated stars, hurling them toward the Black Dragon King and his kin. In that fleeting moment, the expressions of the Black Dragon King and the other dragons transformed dramatically. Yet, before they could retaliate, ethereal flute melodies permeated the void, drifting into their minds and weaving through their souls, drawing them into a trance. The enchanting notes seemed to embody the profound mysteries of the universe, ethereal yet captivating, ensnaring the hearts and spirits of the Black Dragon King and his brethren, rendering them entranced and disoriented, enveloped in an intangible realm of dreams. Jiang Mengdai stood suspended in the void, delicately playing her bamboo flute at her crimson lips. Each exquisite note resonated, her flowing white dress emanating a dreamlike aura that filled the atmosphere, resembling a celestial maiden descended to the mortal realm, captivating the dragon deities who gazed upon her in awe. In a sudden fury, Long Bayan, the terrifying dragon, surged forth, unleashing a paw that rent a colossal dragon apart, its scales scattering through the void, while dragon blood cascaded like a waterfall. Xianxia swung his spear, and with a single strike, he shattered a dragon's skull, seizing its essence and tearing it asunder. The trio charged towards the Black Dragon King and the Lords of the Nine Seas, as well as the dragons of the Dragon King Hall. Enough! A deep voice resonated from within Dragon God Mountain, a formidable dragon might saturating the air, causing figures like Huanmia and Xingtian to change countenance, their bodies tensing as if faced with a formidable adversary. Jiang Wu directed his gaze towards Dragon God Mountain, where a figure finally emerged from its palace, a golden dragon, endowed with 3 legs. From its presence, Jiang Wu sensed an authentic dragon aura, a true member of the dragon race, unlike those of the heavenly dragon world, who merely bore dragon blood. The golden dragon fixed its gaze upon Jiang Wu and inquired, "You are the one from the Jiang clan of the divine demon world? The power you just wielded is the power of the void realm, is it not?" Without awaiting a response, the golden dragon continued indifferently, its tone dismissive as if addressing an insect. "Hand over the void divine stone and take your own life here. I shall grant you a complete corpse." Jiang Wu felt his words choke in his throat. What a bizarre proposition. Not only demanding my treasure, but also requiring me to take my own life for a complete corpse? As if I were covetous of your complete corpse. Jiang Wu released the blood divine stone fetus, commanding it to slay the Black Dragon King and the other dragons, as well as Kunwu and the others, sighing, "Kill as many as you can. This lot is beyond reason, incapable of negotiating peacefully." Once unleashed, the blood divine stone fetus transformed, resembling a crimson puppet. With a powerful punch, it shattered the void before reappearing atop a colossal dragon. With one sweeping kick, it nearly broke through to the pinnacle of the 4th tier of the void realm, obliterating the immense form of the dragon from the Dragon King Hall. The dragon was utterly annihilated, a force cascading from the blood divine stone fetus's foot, rippling outward and pulverizing everything in its path. This scene echoed the earlier assaults by the blood divine stone fetus, as it decimated one demon stronghold after another. Even the so-called demon god general, a formidable entity, was reduced to mere pulp, exploding into a mist of blood. Hearing Jiang Wu's command, Kunwu and the others disregarded the golden dragon's appearance, resuming their massacre. The golden dragon, seething with rage, found itself confronted by a figure, an immense corporeal form that rivaled its own. As it roared, this figure wielded an object that it forcefully brought crashing down. Jiang Wu brandished a stone tablet, forged from an unknown material impervious to the void divine power. A remarkably effective weapon. "Get down." The Dragon King, infuriated, extended its claws, capable of reducing stars to dust. Yet, upon colliding with the stone tablet, a crack echoed as its claws shattered. Jiang Wu swung the tablet, sending the Dragon King plummeting into Dragon God Mountain, causing the earth to shatter and collapse beneath him. He looked down at the tumultuous ground below, feeling the power of the Celestial Guardian's strength merge with his form, rendering his physique far superior to that of the void divine power. "You seek my treasure? That is one thing, as everyone desires treasure, but you demand my life? To die for a complete corpse?" Jiang Wu exclaimed in frustration, "What audacity! Who gave you the courage to utter such words? Without strength, how dare you act so arrogantly? I tread carefully, living each day with vigilance, eschewing laziness and negligence. Your power pales in comparison to mine, and yet you dare to flaunt your arrogance? Preposterous." With renewed fury, Jiang Wu swung the stone tablet, charging forward, raining blows upon the golden Dragon King, shattering its formidable form and scales, dragon blood splattering everywhere. Suddenly, a cataclysmic force erupted from Dragon God Mountain, and the golden Dragon King, driven back by Jiang Wu, surged forth once more, its dragon aura soaring. Merging with the mountain itself, it appeared as if the entire dragon form had fused with the heavenly dragon world, a terror to behold. "You shall perish." The golden Dragon King fixed Jiang Wu with a glare, its eyes ablaze with fury. In the next moment, an overwhelming force of metal essence converged, coalescing into a domain. The golden Dragon King charged at Jiang Wu once more, enveloped in a terrifying aura of slaughter, an endless torrent of metal power descending upon him. Clang, clang, clang. However, with the Celestial Guardian's strength coursing through him, Jiang Wu's body remained unscathed against the onslaught of the metal force, the strikes against him producing sounds akin to metal clashing. Sparks flying. Such formidable resilience left the golden Dragon King in stunned disbelief. "By the heavens, this human's physique surpasses my own. Its defenses are greater than my own dragon scales." Jiang Wu bellowed, "Get down." Although the metal force couldn't harm him, the relentless strikes were undeniably painful. He slammed the stone tablet, swatting the advancing golden Dragon King down as if it were a mere fly. Boom. The golden Dragon King's vision blurred. Its scales shattered as it plummeted into Dragon God Mountain. In the following moment, a divine light appeared in Jiang Wu's hand, and a broken sword materialized. In a flash, he hurled it down towards the golden Dragon King. With a swift strike, the golden Dragon King's body was severed by the broken sword, which could cleave through even the void realm as easily as slicing through tofu. The golden Dragon King howled in anguish. Yet despite his furious roars and the invocation of the powers of Dragon God Mountain, deploying one hidden card after another, he could not budge Jiang Wu, nor the broken sword, nor the stone tablet. Despair enveloped the Dragon King as he stared vacantly at the sky, lamenting, "What level of power is this?" Resigned, the Golden Dragon King allowed Jiang Wu to strike his dragon form repeatedly, relinquishing his resistance until he was nearly reduced to a pulp. Only then did Jiang Wu cease his assault. The Dragon King's might was formidable, particularly after harnessing the powers of Dragon God Mountain. However, these forces still paled in comparison to the divine demons of the Void Realm. Jiang Wu tapped into the corporeal strength of the celestial body of boundary suppression, a force that transcended the capabilities of a mere primordial realm divine demon. Waves of boundary-suppressing divine energy surged into the Golden Dragon King's body, diminishing his aura to an extreme frailty. Only after this did Jiang Wu halt, grasping the Golden Dragon King's tail and dragging him out of Dragon God Mountain, before forcefully slamming him into the ground. Boom! The earth shattered beneath the weight of the Golden Dragon King's form, soil erupting in a chaotic spray. Outside, a multitude of Dragon Clan divine demons gazed in shock at the Golden Dragon King, now reduced to a pitiful mass on the ground, their expressions frozen in disbelief. They could hardly fathom the scene before them, let alone accept it. Their faith, their deity, lay defeated, rendered powerless and sprawled like a heap of mud. For leaders of the Nine Seas forces had been slain, including the Black Dragon King. The remaining Dragon Kings and the elders of the Dragon King Hall stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide with horror as they beheld the bloodied Golden Dragon King, their bodies trembling with dread. The Dragon King has fallen. In a surge of momentum, Jiang Wu felt an overwhelming force of fortune envelop him the moment he triumphed over the Golden Dragon King, transforming him into a colossal dragon that roared with power. This low growl reverberated through the hearts of the observing dragons, their eyes widening in astonishment. Was this the fortune of the dragon world? They were taken aback, incredulous that a being not of their realm could amass such immense world fortune. The dragon divine demons shifted their attention from the Dragon King, utterly astonished and unable to believe what they were witnessing. This was an outsider. In that moment, Jiang Wu sensed an inexplicable sense of belonging within the dragon world. The fortune emanating from him was beyond comprehension, as if he had garnered the affection of the dragon world itself. The ambient energies of the world flowed around him, effortlessly entering his body and subtly enhancing his physical prowess, even if the improvement was negligible given his current state. The child of fortune? Jiang Wu paused, a realization dawning upon him as his divine consciousness merged with the fortune of the dragon world. Defeating the Golden Dragon King had caused a surge in the dragon world's fortune. This outsider had unwittingly become the child of fortune of the dragon world. The crux of it all was that this fortune originated from the Golden Dragon King, implying that he had usurped the Golden Dragon King's identity as the child of fortune. And from the child of fortune, the next step was to become the sovereign of a world. Fortune is one aspect, yet one must also discover the root of the world's fortune. Mastering the source of a realm's fortune grants dominion over that world. The root of fortune? Jiang Wu's divine consciousness permeated the surrounding space, attuning itself to the dragon world. Before long, he discerned the source of the dragon world's fortune and turned to the ethereal space atop Dragon God Mountain. It was there. That place housed the dragon pool. The faint voice of the Golden Dragon King, filled with despondency, echoed in his ears. Jiang Wu then turned to the Golden Dragon King, who he had just slammed into the ground, perhaps due to the absence of the ancient divine mountain in the dragon world. The Golden Dragon King's accumulation of power in the primordial realm was indeed formidable, sufficient to dominate the dragon world. Yet, this was still merely the level of a primordial realm divine demon. In facing the Golden Dragon King, Jiang Wu felt not even a fraction of the peril he had sensed when battling Long Fengyun wielding the broken sword. With ease, he wielded a thread of divine power from the celestial body of boundary suppression, effortlessly crushing the Golden Dragon King, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. This was not a contest between equals. It was akin to the presence of a void realm divine demon. Should a void realm divine demon emerge, they too could effortlessly sweep through the dragon world. Such is the might of a void realm divine demon and the power of void divine energy. After a prolonged moment, the Golden Dragon King seemed to lack the will to continue resisting Jiang Wu. He spoke. The dragon pool space atop Dragon God Mountain can only be accessed by the child of fortune of the dragon world. Within lies a dragon pool that allows dragonkind to undergo metamorphosis, shedding their human forms to become true dragons. As he spoke, the Golden Dragon King lifted his gaze slightly towards Jiang Wu, adding, "Those with formidable souls may attempt to merge their soul powers and seize control of the source of fortune, thus mastering the realm." Jiang Wu regarded him and inquired, "Do you wish to continue fighting? If you do, I would not hesitate to cleanse the dragon world entirely, ensuring that love can truly permeate throughout." ensuring that love can truly permeate throughout the dragon world? What do you mean? The Golden Dragon King was momentarily bewildered. Yet he sensed the murderous intent in Jiang Wu's voice and quickly remarked, I shall command them to cease. What is it that you desire? We can negotiate. Good. Very good. I appreciate your straightforwardness, or rather, your draconic nature, Jiang Wu replied with satisfaction. Dragon King. A divine demon from the Dragon King Hall could not contain themselves and stepped forward, but the Golden Dragon King turned to them, commanding, stand down for now. I shall soon provide an explanation to all of you in the Dragon Clan. With that, the Golden Dragon King and Jiang Wu entered Dragon God Mountain. Kuan Wu, Jiang Mengdai, and a multitude of Jiang Clan divine demons cast cold smiles at the remaining dragons, gathering together alongside the Blood God Stone embryo to accompany Jiang Wu into Dragon God Mountain, taking control of the premises. Outside, the remaining dragon divine demons gradually regained their composure, haunted by memories of the recent slaughter orchestrated by Kuan Wu and his companions. A chill coursed through their bodies, an overwhelming dread taking root in their hearts, plunging them into profound anxiety that they could not shake. As they surveyed their surroundings, they realized that what had once been a congregation of 200,000 to 300,000 dragon divine demons had now diminished by 10,000 to 20,000 in mere moments. How little time had passed since Jiang Wu commenced his rampage, and the Dragon King had fallen. The entire ordeal had not even lasted a quarter of an hour. In that brief span, 10,000 to 20,000 divine demons had perished, some without even leaving behind a corpse. The majority, yet, they were paralyzed by fear. Watching as the Golden Dragon King and Jiang Wu entered Dragon God Mountain, they exchanged glances, unwilling to let the Dragon King escape without a fight. Outside Dragon God Mountain, hundreds of thousands of dragon divine demons stood in tense anticipation. Inside Dragon God Mountain, Jiang Wu, accompanied by his companions, ascended the majestic Dragon God Mountain. The Golden Dragon King, Long Ba-yin, Kuan Wu, Jiang Mengdai, and Zhang Zhanyi followed closely behind, their gazes fixed upon the enchanting surroundings of the mountain. Dragon God Mountain loomed impressively, with its peaks resembling a cluster of burgeoning sprouts, standing tall and proud. Nestled among these heights were palatial structures, shrouded in mist, appearing ethereal and elusive. The air was thick with swirling fog, and small beasts and birds flitted about, creating an atmosphere of serene beauty and tranquility. After a brief exploration, Jiang Wu became somewhat acquainted with the mountain before leading the Golden Dragon King and the others toward its summit. Upon entering a realm of hazy obscurity, a powerful aura of dragon energy enveloped them. Here, at the pinnacle of Dragon God Mountain, lay the Dragon Pool, a sanctuary of profound significance within the celestial dragon world. Being the very source of its fortune, the forces of heaven and earth were exceptionally potent here, infused with an extraordinary, mystical energy. As Jiang Wu stepped into this nebulous space, he found himself amidst a swirling domain of dragon energy. At the center of this realm was a vast lake, its surface shimmering with iridescent mists, from which the rich essence of dragon energy emanated. This was the Dragon Pool, the Golden Dragon King noted. Jiang Wu, with his soul power radiating outward, effortlessly merged into the ambience of this space. However, when he attempted to extend his soul power throughout the entirety of the realm, his expression subtly shifted, and he instinctively retracted his essence. With his current level of soul power, he could barely grasp even a fraction of this space, evoking a sense of dread within him. After refining his soul through the soul world canon, Jiang Wu was confident that his soul power was among the apex of the mixed origins realm. Yet, even he felt an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness, as if he might lose himself within this boundless expanse. Observing Jiang Wu's attempt to merge his soul power without any observable effect, the Golden Dragon King's demeanor shifted slightly, prompting an inward sigh as he abandoned any thoughts of confrontation. Was it truly possible that this human could dominate their celestial dragon world? Suddenly, with a decisive turn, Jiang Wu struck, overpowering the Golden Dragon King with a single blow. An overwhelming torrent of soul power surged forth, transforming into formidable sealing runes that he forced into the Golden Dragon King's mind, declaring, suppression. This unforeseen turn of events left the Golden Dragon King's expression alarmed, his very essence raging in fury. Yet, as Jiang Wu unleashed wave after wave of sealing soul power, the Golden Dragon King, after a brief struggle, succumbed to the onslaught, his consciousness fading into darkness. Humph, would you truly be so compliant? Jiang Wu mused, shaking his head slightly. He had already formulated a plan for the Golden Dragon King. He could either be completely subjugated or eliminated. Contemplating the future of the celestial dragon world, Jiang Wu resolved to appoint Long Ba-yin in place of the Golden Dragon King, granting him control over their realm. Patriarch, how shall we dispose of this fellow? Jiang Mengdai inquired, glancing at the subdued Golden Dragon King. Let us observe for now. I shall decide his fate shortly, Jiang Wu instructed. Subsequently, he led them to the edge of the dragon pool, attempting to harness the power within, only to find it less potent than the blood energy of the sea god world. Turning to Long Ba-yin, Jiang Wu posed a question. Do you wish to shed your human form and fully transform into a dragon? Instantly, a fervent instinct ignited within Long Ba-yin at the sight of the dragon pool. Kneeling, he replied earnestly, yes. I implore my master to grant me this. Gazing at the pool, he sensed that if he could immerse himself within it and relinquish his humanity, he would undoubtedly experience tremendous growth and strength. At that juncture, he believed he could contend with the Golden Dragon King without resorting to blood energy or powers from the void. Then go forth, Jiang Wu gestured. Thank you, master. Long Ba-yin exclaimed with joy, bowing deeply before transforming into a colossal dragon and diving into the dragon pool. Watching him enter, Jiang Wu narrowed his eyes, uncertain whether his plan to have Long Ba-yin govern the celestial dragon world would succeed. After deep contemplation, he resolved that he must also subjugate the Golden Dragon King. If he could compel the Golden Dragon King to pass the throne to Long Ba-yin, his chances of success would significantly increase. The ambition to dominate the celestial dragon world had not crossed Jiang Wu's mind until he became the progeny of fortune within it. He was now curious whether the demon god world possessed a similar entity, a child of fortune. If the demon god world did indeed harbor such a figure, it would imply that it, too, could possess a sovereign. The allure of becoming the sovereign of the demon god world was immense to Jiang Wu. As the roots of his clan lay within that realm, he would do everything in his power to safeguard it. Ascending to the position of its ruler would undoubtedly be a paramount choice. Should he succeed in mastering the demon god world, he and his clan could live in security, free from the constant fear of threats to their existence. Currently, his soul power was insufficient to command the so-called source of fortune. However, if his current level was inadequate, he would continue to hone and enhance his abilities. One day, when his soul reaches the level of void realm power, or even the indomitable realm, success would surely be within reach. Jiang Wu remained in the dragon pool space, dragging the subdued Golden Dragon King to his secluded corner, attempting to wield the essence of the mortal realm to enslave him. When his power was comparable to that of a solar realm being, he had successfully subjugated the formidable Kuan Wu of the mixed origins realm. Now, his soul and strength surpassed that of ordinary invincible beings, and there was no reason he could not dominate the Golden Dragon King, who was merely of the mixed origins realm. Kuan Wu and the other top-ranked beings remained on Dragon God Mountain, observing the assembly of dragon entities outside. Zhang Mengdai and De Yiqing Hong stayed by Jiang Wu's side, attending to him while quietly watching his endeavors in the tranquil atmosphere. 6 days passed in serene silence. Suddenly, a surge of mortal essence erupted from within the Golden Dragon King, permeating every aspect of his being, including his soul and spirit. A formidable entity now loomed over the Golden Dragon King's soul realm, and instinctively, the Golden Dragon King trembled, prostrating in submission. It is done. Jiang Wu opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his expression. Having successfully enslaved the Golden Dragon King meant he now had the opportunity to install Long Ba-yin as the ruler of the Dragon King Hall and the celestial dragon world. Someday, as his soul power grew stronger, he would be able to fully command the celestial dragon world. In achieving this, he would not only neutralize the latent threats within the celestial dragon world, but also expand the territory of the Jiang clan, gaining access to the resources of this realm, thereby accelerating the rise of their power. Lying prostrate on the ground, the Golden Dragon King opened his eyes at this moment. His injuries had significantly healed over the past few days. As he opened his eyes, Jiang Wu released the seal on the divine runes. Instantly, the Golden Dragon King shrank in size, transforming into a diminutive golden dragon a few meters long, and humbly bowed before Jiang Wu, proclaiming, "Little dragon pays homage to my master." Observing this display of reverence, both Zhang Mengdai and De Yiqing Hong exchanged glances filled with astonishment and mirth, their gazes towards Jiang Wu imbued with a newfound warmth. This little man remains as formidable as ever. The illustrious Golden Dragon King, the sovereign of a realm, now humbled himself in submission. Jiang Wu regarded the Golden Dragon King and declared, "From this day forth, you shall remain by my side. As for the position of Dragon King, you will bestow it upon Long Ba-yin, and further assist him in completely mastering the Dragon King Palace and the heavenly dragon world." Upon hearing Jiang Wu's command, the Golden Dragon King expressed no dissent, replying with utmost respect, "All shall adhere to my master's decree." "Let us proceed," Jiang Wu said, glancing towards the dragon pool, where a potent dragon aura was gradually shifting, having become noticeably stronger. However, it appeared that Long Ba-yin would require more time to fully shed his human form. Jiang Wu, accompanied by Zhang Mengdai and De Yiqing Hong, made their way outside. He instructed the Golden Dragon King to regain his dragon form and majesty, as the authority of the Dragon King must not wane until Long Ba-in fully dominated the heavenly dragon world. Upon exiting the dragon pool space, the atmosphere outside had grown palpably tense. Countless Dragon Clan deities and the elders of the Dragon King Palace were fixated on Dragon God Mountain, their divine might coalescing, as if they could no longer contain their anticipation. You handle this, and ensure Long Ba-yin's identity is communicated. Once he emerges from the dragon pool, pass the mantle to him, Jiang Wu commanded. The Golden Dragon King set about addressing these matters, while Jiang Wu and his companions retreated to the summit of Dragon God Mountain. When the Golden Dragon King summoned the elders of the Dragon King Palace and the remaining 5 sovereigns of the 9 Seas forces to convene in the palace halfway up the mountain, their astonishment was palpable upon learning of his intention to pass the throne to Long Ba-in. Is this not the result of pressure from the human race? One elder of the Dragon King Palace exclaimed in outrage. We cannot allow this. Silence. The Golden Dragon King's eyes flared with an overwhelming dragon might that silenced the elder, rendering him momentarily breathless. The Golden Dragon King surveyed all present and declared, Long Ba-in is indeed a prodigy of our dragon clan, and his power now rivals that of myself. Should he remain in the heavenly dragon world and ascend as its dragon king, he will undoubtedly surpass me, ensuring a more prosperous future for our realm. Do you not covet the ancient divine mountains of the demon world? Do you not aspire to the realms above the primordial demons? He continued, if Long Ba-in can ascend as the dragon king and govern the heavenly dragon world, such opportunities will be within reach. Hearing this, the elders of the Dragon King Palace and the originally dissenting leaders of the 9 Seas forces exchanged glances, their expressions shifting from anger to intrigue. As they contemplated the Golden Dragon King's words, perhaps he spoke some semblance of truth? As the Golden Dragon King navigated the affairs of the Dragon King Palace and the 9 Seas forces, Jiang Wu remained unconcerned. In the ensuing days, tranquility enveloped the Dragon King Palace, resembling the life of yore. Meanwhile, the 9 Seas forces gathered outside Dragon God Mountain, with the leaders of the 5 Seas now firmly in control, while the Golden Dragon King appointed new leaders for the remaining 4 seas and solidified the transition of power to Long Ba-in. Despite the tremors and murmurs among the 9 Seas forces, they were ultimately quelled and no longer fixated on Dragon God Mountain. Instead, they returned to the grand city beyond, awaiting the emergence of their new Dragon King, Long Ba-in. Having journeyed from the 100-star war domain to the heavenly dragon world, Emperor Xianyuan took merely a month and a half. Before her lay a vast and magnificent world, the heavenly dragon world. As Emperor Xianyuan gazed upon the realm, she summoned a celestial portal into her hand, and a grand entrance materialized. We have arrived. All shall disembark. Her voice resonated through the portal. In an instant, countless divine beings surged forth from the portal, landing amidst the boundless starry expanse. Nearly 200,000 deities filling the void, their imposing forms overwhelming the heavens. A formidable aura emanated from these beings, enveloping the cosmos and freezing the very fabric of reality. The ancestors of the Tai clan and the Gigu clan emerged, leading their respective forces to coalesce, their divine might merging as they turned their gaze toward the heavenly dragon world. However, upon observing the tranquility of the realm, they furrowed their brows in disbelief. Why is it so quiet? Previously, they had seized the strongholds of the Demon God Palace, obliterating them one by one. Based on their calculations, the next battleground should have been the heavenly dragon world. Yet now, it remained eerily silent, void of any signs of conflict. The elder of the Gigu clan's eyes flickered with intrigue as he remarked indifferently, has the battle already concluded? Or perhaps, clan leader Jiang Wu has chosen not to act against the heavenly dragon world? With a hint of amusement, he added, indeed, this is a realm of myriad heavens. How could the mere Jiang clan penetrate its defenses? Even if they attempted to invade, they would likely stir no significant ripples. His words fell upon the ears of the assembled deities, leading to an uneasy silence. Even the 7th elder refrained from rebuttal. Emperor Xianyuan, scrutinizing the heavenly dragon world, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet upon further reflection, she summoned the Xianyuan sword, exuding an imperial might that permeated the surroundings, calmly stating, regardless of Jiang Wu's intentions, the threat posed by the heavenly dragon world must be resolved. The Golden Dragon King must be defeated. The ancestors of the Tai clan and their compatriots sensed the terrifying imperial aura emanating from Emperor Xianyuan, their hearts tightening as they regarded her with trepidation. Let us advance and strike, Emperor Xianyuan declared, her figure moving as she led the forces of the Xianyuan clan toward the heavenly dragon world. The imperial clan taking the lead as they swiftly approached the celestial realm. All dragon clan deities shall be executed without mercy, the Tai clan elder and others shouted. their voices cold as ice, a torrent of murderous intent surging forth from the multitude of deities, their suppressed rage finally erupting, shattering stars as they passed. Kill. The Tai clan elder and his companions followed the Xianyuan imperial clan. When they arrived at the starry expanse of the heavenly dragon world, sensing the presence of certain dragon clan deities, they prepared to strike, only to be met with a powerful dragon aura that called out to them, "Halt." The Dragon King requests the presence of the esteemed deities from the demon world to the Dragon King Palace. The Tai clan elder and his companions paused, bewildered, as they wondered if they had misheard. What was this? The Dragon King extending an invitation? Emperor Xianyuan furrowed her brow, observing the massive dragon that had appeared before them, while scanning the surroundings for any threatening auras. What could the Dragon clan be plotting? After a protracted moment of contemplation, Emperor Xianyuan finally spoke. Let us proceed. I must meet the Golden Dragon King. The only question remains, shall I spare him or not? Chapter 205. The shock of Emperor Xianyuan and her challenge. Emperor Xianyuan strode forth, making his way towards the Dragon God Mountain, his imperial majesty radiating like the resplendent sun in the azure skies above, causing the expressions of countless dragon deities and demons in the heavenly dragon realm to shift dramatically as they gazed upon that breathtaking figure of the emperor against the starry backdrop. The elder dragon, who had come to welcome him before the Dragon King's palace, felt a tremor of trepidation as he regarded Emperor Xianyuan, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of imperial might that sent chills coursing through him and made his heart race. What a terrifying presence Emperor Xianyuan possesses. The elder of the Dragon King's palace was gripped by profound fear, hastening his pace as he led the way, instinctively wishing to distance himself from the formidable emperor. The prominent ancestors of the Tai Chi clan and other great factions exchanged glances, their expressions filled with apprehension as they observed Emperor Xianyuan accompanied by the celestial beings of the Xianyuan lineage heading towards the Dragon God Mountain. They too could only follow suit, remaining vigilant against any potential treachery from the heavenly dragon realm. However, upon arriving at the Dragon God Mountain and catching sight of Jiang Wu, their expressions morphed into one of sheer astonishment, as if confronted by a ghost. Especially for the ancestors of the Gigu clan, their shock was palpable. Jiang Wu, the elder of the Gigu clan, exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. What are you doing here? Initially, they had assumed Jiang Wu had yet to arrive in the heavenly dragon realm and had not taken any action. Otherwise, the mere presence of the Jiang clan's deities would have been effortlessly overwhelmed by the heavenly dragon realm. Yet, upon their arrival, the first figure they beheld was indeed Jiang Wu. The elder of the Gigu clan's bewilderment was evident, yet all understood the implication of his words. They hadn't even sensed the commotion of a great battle, and with countless dragon deities still surrounding the Dragon God Mountain, including the Dragon King's palace. How could Jiang Wu possibly roam freely here? Could it be that he had been enslaved? This notion flickered in the minds of some deities, their gazes towards Jiang Wu growing cold as if touched by ice. Jiang Wu, upon hearing their words, regarded the elder of the Gigu clan with surprise, responding, I have persuaded the Golden Dragon King with the power of truth, compelling him to pass the throne to my subordinate, the mighty Dragon Longban. Soon, my subordinate shall ascend as the Dragon King, ruling over the Dragon King's palace and the heavenly dragon realm. Why should I not be here? Your question is rather peculiar. What? The elder of the Gigu clan felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning, staring at Jiang Wu in utter bewilderment. He had persuaded the Golden Dragon King with truth, transferred the throne to his subordinate, Longban, and now his subordinate was on the verge of seizing control of the Dragon King's palace and the heavenly dragon realm? Such revelations flooded the minds of the elder and his kin, leaving them momentarily speechless, eyes wide in shock. After a brief silence, the elder's gaze turned frigid as he fixed his stare upon Jiang Wu, sneering, How amusing that the clan leader Jiang Wu would utter such words. Do you think that by saying this we would lower our guard? With the meager power of your Jiang clan, do you truly believe you can storm the heavenly dragon realm and have the Golden Dragon King pass the throne to your subordinate? Who do you think you are? Golden Dragon King, cease your hiding. If you wish to fight, step forth and let this elder witness the fruits of your progress over the years. Do you think I would hesitate to eliminate a mere servant? Upon hearing the elder's words, many in the demonic realm were greatly alarmed. A servant? Jiang Wu had been enslaved? Jiang Wu, confronted with the elder's absurd logic, was rendered speechless. You dare claim I am enslaved? It's you who should be concerned about being enslaved. To kill me? The elder's final words ignited Jiang Wu's fury. What grievance do you hold against me? Swiftly, he declared, you wish to kill me? Then let us see whether you can slay me, or if I shall vanquish you. With a sudden motion, Jiang Wu unleashed a divine light from his hands, transforming into a colossal cauldron that hurtled towards the elder of the Gigu clan. The threat to his life compelled immediate action. Boom! As he made his move, a fragment of the power of the celestial guardian surged into his being. With that strike, the heavens and earth trembled beneath his might. The elder of the Gigu clan, sensing the overwhelming divine aura emanating from Jiang Wu, felt shock wash over him, exclaiming what? Instinctively, he unleashed the divine power he had gathered within, manifesting intricate runes across the terrain, as if he were asserting dominion over the very fabric of reality. Buzz! A barrier of divine energy arose before the mountain cauldron, yet with a thunderous crash. It was shattered by Jiang Wu's strike. An immense force radiated from the barrier, causing the very void to explode. Just as the elder of the Gigu clan attempted to slip away amidst the chaos, an overpowering force of suppression descended upon him. Boom! Jiang Wu's cauldron smashed down, driving the elder of the Gigu clan deep into the earth below. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The other deities and demons, witnessing this spectacle, were left dumbfounded. A profound stillness reigned. The elder of the Gigu clan had been overturned by Jiang Wu in a single blow. Jiang Wu, hoisting the colossal cauldron, gazed down at the elder of the Gigu clan, who was now embedded in the ground, his form fractured, his face twisted with murderous intent. And you dare think you could kill me? Ah, Jiang Wu, you are courting death. The elder of the Gigu clan, consumed by rage, spat blood and roared, determined to retaliate against Jiang Wu. Yet, in the next moment, a torrent of ethereal power enveloped him. The elder's body stiffened, his expression blank. Upon turning to look, he beheld a procession of formidable deities emerging from within the Dragon God Mountain, led by Kunwu, with an array of undefeated deities following closely behind. All eyes were fixed upon him. The icy killing intent within those gazes sent shivers down the elder's spine. His complexion paling as an aura of death enveloped him, causing his eyelids to twitch uncontrollably. Should these beings choose to act against him, his demise was assured. With this realization, the elder's once formidable aura of power and malice gradually receded. Unable to maintain his bravado, he understood that resistance would lead to his doom. Casting a glance at the immobile Emperor Xianyuan and the other ancestors, the elder of the Gigu clan felt a twinge of grievance, akin to a wronged wife abandoned in her plight. I've voiced my concerns, yet none of you seem worried that Jiang Wu is truly enslaved? Now that violence has erupted, will you not lend a hand? Clan leader Jiang Wu, the elder of the Gigu clan's remarks were merely spoken without malice. After all, should you truly be in peril, you would become an enemy to the demonic realm, Emperor Xianyuan interjected calmly. Thus, clan leader Jiang Wu need not take it to heart. Jiang Wu's gaze turned steely. Initially, he had indeed contemplated ending the elder of the Gigu clan's life, but upon hearing Emperor Xianyuan's counsel, he turned his attention to the gathered deities, contemplating for a moment before retracting his divine might and stowing the colossal cauldron. Clan leader Jiang Wu, is it true that you have indeed allowed your subordinate to ascend as the Dragon King? What of the Golden Dragon King? The seventh elder inquired. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Jiang Wu regarded them calmly, replying, in due time, we shall depart together. As Jiang Wu's words echoed, the seventh ancestor and the others instinctively inhaled sharply, their gazes fixated on him as if he were some otherworldly being. The implication of his statement was staggering. Could it be that even the Golden Dragon King was under his dominion? Emperor Xianyuan fell into a prolonged silence. Stealing a glance at Kunwu and the others within Dragon God Mountain, he sensed the overwhelming presences of more than 30 formidable divine beings. Entities that were previously mere ordinary demons on the earthly rankings, yet now, contemplating this, Emperor Xianyuan felt a profound terror welling within him. After a lengthy pause, she addressed Jiang Wu. Chief Jiang Wu, upon your return to the divine demon world, let us engage in a battle. I shall await you there. With that, Emperor Xianyuan turned and departed, leading the members of the Xianyuan imperial clan swiftly out of the celestial dragon world. The elders of the Tai clan exchanged deeply astonished glances with Jiang Wu before departing in a state of shock, feeling as though they had just awakened from a dream. This time, they had mobilized a significant portion of their forces from the divine demon world, numbering in the tens of thousands, intending to launch an assault on the demon god Heavenly Palace and the celestial dragon world. Yet, both targets had been singularly subdued by the Jiang clan. Especially in the celestial dragon world, Jiang Wu had even seized control of the Dragon King's palace. Had the demons of the celestial dragon world truly accepted this? Had they not risen up against him? It was inconceivable, unimaginable, hard to believe. As the denizens of the divine demon world departed, Jiang Wu made no effort to retain them. He too had little intention of lingering in the celestial dragon world. Once Long Ban completed his transformation in the dragon pool, truly becoming a dragon and shedding his human form, his strength would surge, allowing him to master the celestial dragon world and the Dragon King's palace. Only then would he take his leave. The arrival and subsequent departure of the beings from the divine demon world had sent ripples through the celestial dragon world. Numerous dragon demons beheld Emperor Xuanyuan's descent and observed Jiang Wu effortlessly suppressing the formidable aura of the Gigu clan's elder. Fear and trepidation gripped their hearts. They had previously learned of the movements among the powers of the divine demon world, but had not taken them seriously. However, after witnessing Jiang Wu's prowess in battle and the subsequent arrival of countless demons from the divine demon world, they felt an instinctual fear take hold. Who knew if there was another Jiang Wu among them? If another battle were to ensue, how many demons of the celestial dragon world would perish? Fortunately, Emperor Xianyuan and her entourage departed swiftly, allowing many dragon demons to exhale in relief, only to realize their backs were drenched in cold sweat. Approximately a month passed. Within the dragon pool space, accompanied by a deep and imposing dragon roar, a colossal dragon finally emerged, transforming into a three-legged black dragon, its menacing black scales glimmering ominously. Its fangs bared, and its claws as massive as small mountains, exuding an aura of fierce might. Jiang Wu, sensing the commotion in the celestial dragon world, shifted his form and appeared within the dragon pool space, gazing at Long Bayan. Master, upon seeing Jiang Wu, Long Bayan immediately prostrated himself in reverence, bowing low in homage. His gargantuan black dragon form radiated an intimidating presence, far more terrifying than the current Golden Dragon King. Yet, this black dragon now lay humbled before Jiang Wu. Chapter 206. Return to the Divine Demon World. The Stirring of the Celestial Realms. Jiang Wu appraised Long Bayan, feeling satisfied with the aura he emanated, and nodded approvingly. Rise. In the time ahead, you shall inherit the position of the Golden Dragon King, presiding over the Dragon King's palace and commanding the celestial dragon world. Long Bayan, do you have the confidence to fulfill this role? Long Bayan, elated and invigorated, responded with fervor, I shall not disappoint you, master. Once, his greatest aspiration had been to surpass his father, the Black Dragon King, and seize the throne from the Golden Dragon King, thereby becoming the new Dragon King. Now, under his master's grace, he effortlessly ascended to this coveted position. Overjoyed and brimming with anticipation, Long Bayan's eyes gradually reflected the spirit of a ruler. A tempest brewing within him. Jiang Mengdai and Dai Qinghong followed closely behind Jiang Wu, witnessing his command over the Dragon King's palace. His control over the elders and divine beings therein, and the Golden Dragon King, all while elevating Long Bayan to the throne. They felt a surge of emotions. Their hearts stirred and unable to find peace. They did not know how others perceived their own rulers, but they felt that Jiang Wu had already become the sovereign in their hearts. With a single hand, one can grasp the world. Oh, Chief, how can you be so extraordinary? Jiang Mengdai sighed, beginning to envision the future of the Jiang clan. Days passed, and through a series of ruthless and bloody measures, Long Bayan, alongside the elders of the Dragon King's palace, successfully subdued the Nine Seas factions within the celestial dragon world, unbeknownst to the demons of the Nine Seas. The elders of the Dragon King's palace had been enslaved and controlled by Jiang Wu. With Long Bayan at the helm of the celestial dragon world, Jiang Wu felt at ease. Upon his return to the divine demon world, the changes and disturbances within the celestial dragon world had already spread across the other three celestial realms, including the 100 Battles world. The powers within these realms, upon hearing the news, were struck with disbelief, questioning their own understanding. Could it be true that beings from the divine demon world had breached the celestial dragon world and even defeated the Golden Dragon King? Had countless demons of the celestial dragon world perished? The revelation left the factions in these three celestial realms in a state of sheer terror, pondering if those from the divine demon world could also invade their realms and vanquish them. In the Yuanshu world, amidst a mountain domain enshrouded in mist, the leader of the Yuanshu heavenly palace contemplated this news in silence for a long while. After convening with the elders of the Yuanshu heavenly palace, they dispatched a contingent to the divine demon world, eager to uncover the mysteries of that ancient sacred mountain. In the Linglong world, the foremost power, the Qianhua imperial palace, saw a breathtaking figure deep in thought for a considerable time before issuing a command. Summon the 100 flower guards to the divine demon world to investigate the Jiang clan's affairs and the ancient sacred mountain. I wish to know all. Understood, Your Highness, came a melodious voice, and tranquility returned to the palace. In the 100 Battles world, a muscular figure with an exposed torso emerged from the desolate domain, wielding an enormous black divine hammer that dwarfed a man. With a single step, he entered the boundless expanse of the starry sky. Speaking nonchalantly, I shall venture to the divine demon world to ascertain the identity of the one capable of defeating the Golden Dragon King. Within the 100 Battles world, countless invincible demons watched in astonishment as he vanished into the depths of the cosmos. The 100 Battles Sovereign has left again? The news from the celestial dragon world had stirred him from his rest. It was not surprising, for the 100 Battles Sovereign had previously challenged both the Golden Dragon King and Emperor Xianyuan of the Divine Demon world. However, this time, the entities from the Divine Demon world had not only defeated the Golden Dragon King, but had also caused the entirety of the celestial dragon world to crumble. Indeed, it is precisely this that aligns with the inclinations of the Battle Sage. In our realm of perpetual conflict, the Battle Sage has long stood invincible across several eras, with even the likes of the Golden Dragon King and the Xianyuan Emperor posing no threat to him. Now that an individual from the demon world has managed to vanquish the Golden Dragon King, the Battle Sage shall undoubtedly seize this opportunity. It has been far too long since he last engaged in combat and experienced any form of advancement. You are right. Let us hope that the Battle Sage emerges victorious from this battle. The inhabitants of the battle world can only harbor silent expectations in their hearts. They fear not the prospect of grand conflicts. On the contrary, the prospect of the Battle Sage finding a worthy adversary brings them considerable joy. For what is more disheartening than the absence of challengers? Such a void breeds solitude, rendering weapons mere tools for mundane tasks. In the boundless cosmos, Jiang Wu commanded the Golden Dragon King to manifest its true form, guiding it along with the Celestial Palace to the demon world. Remarkably, this journey took merely a month and a half to complete. Upon witnessing the familiar surroundings of the heavens above, Jiang Wu felt a wave of nostalgia. During his previous trip to the 100 Stars battlefield, he had felt little. However, after his recent visit to the Dragon World, he suddenly realized that the expanse of the cosmos and the realms above were not so distant after all. Merely a few steps, and one could arrive. His excursion to the Dragon World felt akin to embarking on a leisurely journey, leaving him in a state of bliss. Nevertheless, contemplating his discoveries in the Dragon World, Jiang Wu focused his mind, reflecting, upon returning, I must diligently refine my spiritual power, striving to reach the level of world mastery. Moreover, the child of fate of the world? Jiang Wu recalled the Xianyuan Emperor's challenge, raising an eyebrow as he mused. Could the Xianyuan Emperor be the child of fate of the demon world? She must have surmised my victory over the Golden Dragon King, thus deducing my status as the child of fate in the Dragon World, prompting her to issue this challenge. If I prevail, I shall undoubtedly become the child of fate of the demon world, and with further advancement, I could ascend to become the sovereign of the world. Conversely, should I be defeated, she would maintain her grip over the demon world, ensuring the stability of the Xianyuan lineage. After a prolonged contemplation, Jiang Wu resolved that retreat was not an option. He must seize the world's fate for himself, preparing for his future as the world's sovereign. Thus, when it came to the Xianyuan Emperor, he could only choose to overturn her and claim the world's fortune. With a roar, the Golden Dragon King soared into the heavens, its overwhelming dragon might causing the denizens of the demon world to shudder in alarm. Their gazes fixed upon the sky as they beheld the Golden Dragon King's descent. Among the prominent clans, the return of ancestral figures to the demon world elicited a change in demeanor, their eyes narrowing as they focused intently on the Golden Dragon King approaching the Jiang clan's sacred ground. Could it be true that the Golden Dragon King had indeed returned with him? The realization struck them. This individual could command even the Golden Dragon King. Many ancestral figures found themselves increasingly wary of Jiang Wu, their apprehension surpassing that which they felt towards the Xianyuan Emperor. While the Xianyuan Emperor possessed formidable strength, Jiang Wu seemed even more formidable. Some ancestral elders even issued strict orders to their descendants to refrain from provoking the Jiang clan. Upon returning to the Jiang clan's sacred ground with the Golden Dragon King, numerous Jiang clan spirits emerged to greet him. Xianxiaaudiobooks stepped forward, captivated by the sight of Jiang Wu riding the Golden Dragon King across the celestial expanse, filled with profound emotion. How much time had passed? From the day he brought them to the sacred ground to now, just over 30 years had elapsed. In this brief span, this young man had ascended to the position of clan leader, engaged in battles across the cosmos, annihilating countless demon and celestial strongholds, and even breached the Dragon World. Now, he returned commanding the Dragon King. Anju, I told you this young man was extraordinary, Xianxia remarked as he appeared beside Jiang Anju, his face aglow with smiles. Indeed, I can scarcely envision what a glorious future awaits our Jiang clan, Jiang Anju replied, shaking his head slightly. In a flash, the Golden Dragon King's form had shrunk to a more manageable size before the Jiang clan's sacred ground. Jiang Wu appeared before Jiang Anju and Jiang Sai, smiling warmly as he bowed in deference. Ancestral grandfather Sai. Greetings, clan leader. Jiang Sai and Jiang Anju both returned the gesture, bowing to him. Previously, the Jiang clan leader had not yet attained the realm of the divine. Thus, Jiang Anju could accept his bowing without hesitation. However, Jiang Wu now surpassed them in power, and the authority of the clan leader reigned supreme over the entire Jiang clan. They could not simply accept his bow without acknowledgement. Salutations to the clan leader. Within the sacred grounds, various celestial beings and prodigies bowed to Jiang Wu, addressing him with respect. Jiang Wu observed this with immense joy, for their acknowledgement signified that he had earned their respect as the clan leader. Excellent, Jiang Wu exclaimed with a smile. He then instructed them to disperse and attend to their own affairs. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Sai and Jiang Anju, recounting his experiences in the Dragon World, he made his way to Copper Mountain Island, intending to meet with Jiang Tongshan. However, upon reaching Copper Mountain Island, and just as he met Jiang Tongshan, a figure emerged from the depths of the cosmos, exuding a terrifying battle intent and divine might that stirred unrest among countless beings. I am the battle sage from the battle world, here to challenge clan leader Jiang Wu. I hope that clan leader Jiang Wu will graciously accept my request for a duel. These words reverberated throughout the entire demon world, capturing the attention of countless beings, including those beneath the divine and various other races, as they all bore witness to this challenge. P.S. Additional updates will be provided with monthly votes. On the 10th, we will unleash a surge of chapters. Currently, we need 4 more chapters to increase the updates. How many monthly votes can we gather? Whatever we owe, we shall unleash in full. Let us strive for the rankings. Chapter 207. Defeating the battle sage with ease in a relaxed battle. Jiang Wu had scarcely returned to the Jiang clan and met with Jiang Tongshan when he heard someone challenging him. He was momentarily taken aback, while Jiang Tongshan, upon hearing the name of the battle sage, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "This is the strongest individual from the battle world, rumored to have remained invincible for several eras. Having previously challenged formidable figures like the Golden Dragon and the Xianyuan Emperor, never tasting defeat. It seems he has come to challenge you after hearing of your victory over the Golden Dragon in the Dragon World and the subsequent downfall of its forces." Jiang Tongshan maintained a calm demeanor. Jiang Wu, however, felt somewhat speechless, saying, "So, because I defeated the Golden Dragon King, he seeks to challenge me, attempting to use me as a stepping stone? Fame brings trouble, and perhaps this is a foreshadowing of imminent danger. Am I still not strong enough? Not ruthless enough?" Jiang Tongshan chuckled. "Your interpretation is not without merit. The inhabitants of the battle world thrive on combat. Only through grand battles can they hone their battle intent and energy, thus enhancing their strength. If he can gain any proficiency by battling you, then indeed, you would be his stepping stone." Jiang Wu frowned, stating, "I possess no idle time to engage in a duel with him. I will have Kunwa send him away, if he dares to linger. I shall deal with him directly to avoid being pestered by random challengers. This return is primarily to focus on refining my spiritual power, within the confines of the plan." Such a matter was certainly unanticipated. Jiang Tongshan's lips twitched at the words, as he regarded Jiang Wu with a mix of incredulity and admonition. "A motley crew, you say? You've certainly grown quite audacious, haven't you?" He playfully tapped Jiang Wu on the head, then turned his gaze skyward, his expression laden with significance. "To contend with the 100 Battles Sovereign, if you can convince him to yield, there are considerable advantages to be had. Did you not command your subordinates to take control of the Heavenly Dragon Realm? If you can sway the 100 Battles Sovereign to your allegiance, then the 100 Battles world may well fall under your dominion." A flicker of ambition sparkled in Jiang Tongshan's eyes. Merely commanding the Heavenly Dragon Realm was insufficient. He yearned to extend his grasp over other realms as well. The 4 celestial worlds surrounding the realm of gods and demons were none other than the Heavenly Dragon Realm. Should they secure dominion over these 4 celestial worlds, what heights could the Jiang clan ascend to in the future? To dominate the celestial expanse. With Jiang Tongshan's current prowess, his heart had also undergone transformation, especially after Jiang Wu had dismantled numerous strongholds of the demon god Heavenly Palace and seized control of the Heavenly Dragon Realm. Should such ambitions reach the ears of others, they would be left utterly astounded. Such audacity to dream. Jiang Wu gazed at Jiang Tongshan in astonishment, then pondered the implications, concluding that perhaps there was merit in the notion. Having already conquered one Heavenly Dragon Realm, acquiring another, the 100 Battles world, would surely yield substantial benefits. Very well. I shall engage him in combat, striving to win his genuine submission. If that fails, I shall persist until he capitulates, Jiang Wu affirmed with a nod. With a swift motion, Jiang Wu stepped forth from Copper Mountain Island, and as the eyes of the myriad divine and demonic clans turned toward him, he manifested a colossal avatar, towering majestically, and in a single stride, he crossed over to stand before the 100 Battles Sovereign. Upon assessing the imposing figure before him, he noted the sovereign's fierce attire, bare-chested, wielding an enormous war hammer that radiated a terrifying aura of combat, clad in beast-hide trousers, and sporting a mane of thick hair and a stubbled visage. Is it Jiang Wu who has arrived? Is he here to challenge me? This battle drew the attention of countless divine and demonic beings across the celestial realm, including the indomitable ancestors of various clans, as well as Emperor Xianyuan and the seventh ancestor, all of whom could not help but fix their gaze upon the unfolding confrontation. Jiang Tongshan, standing atop Copper Mountain Island, observed Jiang Wu's advance and the silhouette of the 100 Battles Sovereign. A glimmer of amusement danced in his eyes. Should he truly manage to subjugate the 100 Battles Sovereign and command the 100 Battles world, then the Jiang clan would only lack dominion over the realms of gods and demons, as well as the primordial world and the Linglong world. This battle arrived unexpectedly. However, Emperor Xianyuan remained unfazed, having anticipated this very scenario. The 100 Battles Sovereign had promptly sought to challenge her when she emerged onto the scene. A restless warrior, indeed. Upon seeing Jiang Wu approach, the 100 Battles Sovereign's eyes blazed with fervor as he assessed him, perhaps sensing the vigor of youth emanating from Jiang Wu. You are the leader of the Jiang clan in the demon god world, Jiang Wu? How old are you? A mere child? Jiang Wu regarded him thoughtfully before responding. If there exists no other Jiang clan in the demon god world, nor another Jiang Wu, then you must be referring to me. As for being a child, I am no mere boy. I am indeed the leader of the Jiang clan. Excellent. The 100 Battles Sovereign exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Yet, as he prepared to speak further, Jiang Wu's words interrupted him, nearly leaving him speechless. You appear rather formidable, a true warrior, perhaps just fit to serve as a bodyguard. Should I best you in combat? You shall submit to me and serve as my protector, with provisions and resources provided. Your needs will be well tended to, and your treatment will be most generous. The 100 Battles Sovereign was taken aback, bewildered by Jiang Wu's audacity. What is this? A position as a bodyguard? Resources? Generous treatment? Do you think I am here to apply for the role? You insolent brat. The 100 Battles Sovereign roared, cutting through Jiang Wu's banter. His aura surging to an unprecedented intensity, a fearsome battle intent enveloping the surroundings, causing many in the realm of gods and demons to tremble in response. Such overwhelming battle intent. Truly, the 100 Battles Sovereign is formidable. Even the most invincible of beings might inadvertently feel a twinge of trepidation before him. Powerful. Even I, an elder, may find myself unable to withstand his might. Many ancestral figures from prominent clans felt the weight of the moment. With the elder of the Gigu clan fixating intently on the celestial expanse, his expression flickering with apprehension. Previously, he had contended against Jiang Wu and emerged unsatisfied. Their clan's expertise lay in the art of divining the earth's veins and celestial flows. If he could secure an advantageous position, perhaps he could indeed subdue Jiang Wu. He sought to reclaim his honor. Emperor Xianyuan observed the impending clash, and as the 100 Battles Sovereign unleashed his formidable aura, her expression remained unchanged. The 100 Battles Sovereign is destined to falter, she remarked calmly. Beside her, the invincible ancestors of the Xianyuan clan fell into contemplative silence, showing no surprise at the unfolding events. In their estimation, the aura now emanating from the 100 Battles Sovereign was inferior to that of their emperor, especially after the emergence of the primordial divine mountain, which had granted them significant advantages, elevating their strength beyond that of the common realm of gods and demons. Even the emperor held the Jiang clan leader in high regard, having extended a challenge to determine the fate of the demon god world. They could easily foresee a defeat for the 100 Battles Sovereign in this encounter. Within the sacred grounds of the 7th clan, the 7th ancestor shook his head slightly, sighing. While the 100 Battles Sovereign may fare well against others, to challenge Jiang Wu, you are merely inviting your own downfall. Countless divine and demonic beings in the demon god world focused intently upon the celestial scene, their gazes fixed upon the two figures poised for battle. With a thunderous roar, the 100 Battles Sovereign transformed into a colossal avatar, thousands of feet tall, wielding a black warhammer. His figure surged forward like a king of beasts charging from the depths of the forest, the very essence of battle coalescing into a tempest that roared through the heavens. Jiang Wu, in contrast, produced his stone tablet, transforming it into a vast shield that blotted out the sun, swinging it with effortless grace. With a single motion, he struck the massive black hammer aside, before it crashed down upon the 100 Battles Sovereign himself. The heavens trembled as the force collided with the 100 Battles Sovereign, shattering his divine form and leaving him reeling, bloodied, and dazed. How could this be? How is he so powerful? The 100 Battles Sovereign felt as if he were a mere child, easily overturned by a mere flick of a hand from an adult. Pain surged through him. The Golden Dragon King might endure a while longer, but he could not withstand the onslaught, collapsing to his knees. Jiang Wu approached, stone tablet in hand, and inquired of the 100 Battles Sovereign, "Would you care to serve as my guardian? Your strength may be lacking, but should you accept, There is potential for your power to grow in my service. Upon hearing those words, the battle sovereign felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Am I truly weak? Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Jiang Wu had already grasped his meaning, prompting him to swing the stone tablet down once more. Bang! The battle sovereign was sent flying like a mere ball, shattering stars in his wake, his divine body fracturing further, his bones reduced to a shattered mess. He coughed up blood, his mind blank, filled with a chilling dread. This is terrifying. Confronted with Jiang Wu's overwhelming power, he was engulfed by a spine-tingling aura that rendered him paralyzed with fear. There was no way to resist. Jiang Wu continued to wield the stone tablet, crushing him repeatedly, making the battle sovereign profoundly understand that the statement regarding his lack of strength was indeed accurate, prompting tears to flow from his eyes. Jiang Wu then stood before the battle sovereign once more and cordially inquired, "Battle sovereign, would you consider becoming my guardian? This will be the last time I ask. Should you trouble me again, I shall regretfully obliterate you, and we shall not meet again." "I am," the battle sovereign roared in his soul, only to roll his eyes and faint, cursing under his breath about how close he had come to losing his life. Before losing consciousness, he questioned his own existence, realizing just how weak he truly was. "Ah, splendid." Jiang Wu was elated upon hearing this, then turned his gaze towards the divine demonic realm. Addressing the multitude of gods and demons who were closely observing the situation, "You have all witnessed this. It was his own agreement, and I did not coerce him." The various clans of gods and demons could only nod in agreement, though they were eager to comprehend what true coercion would look like in Jiang Wu's mind. P.S. The next chapter will conclude the divine demonic realm narrative and transition into the ancient divine mountain, unfolding the myriad realms of the universe. Chapter 208. The Jiang clan ascends to power. 5 years have passed, and it has come to an end. Jiang Wu, indifferent to the matters at hand, waved his hand, channeling a tremendous force of divine soul energy that transformed into sealing runes, which encapsulated the unconscious battle sovereign. He then pointed his finger, teleporting the battle sovereign back to the sacred grounds of the Jiang clan. He cast his gaze towards the direction of the Xianyuan imperial clan, meeting the eyes of the Xianyuan emperor, and calmly declared, "Xianyuan emperor, let us engage in battle." Upon hearing Jiang Wu's words, the expressions of the elder ancestors from various clans changed dramatically. While they were unfazed by the previous battle between the battle sovereign and Jiang Wu, the prospect of Jiang Wu challenging the Xianyuan emperor held extraordinary significance. Very well. The Xianyuan emperor's expression remained calm as he appeared before Jiang Wu in a flash, not even drawing his Xianyuan sword. Without uttering a single word, he struck with an open palm. Boom! The simple gesture seemed to upheave the very fabric of space. Boundless power surged from the Xianyuan emperor's palm, akin to a mighty river, flowing incessantly, crashing down in an instant. As the Xianyuan emperor's palm descended, Jiang Wu felt as though the entirety of the cosmos was bearing down upon him, causing his expression to shift. Bang! The Xianyuan emperor's palm struck his chest, causing his skin to rupture slightly and blood to flow forth. Jiang Wu examined his injuries and then looked at the Xianyuan emperor, astonished. Truly, the Xianyuan emperor is worthy of the title. This single strike has left me wounded, nearly fracturing my bones. If my bones were to shatter, how severe would the injuries be then? Could you possibly keep quiet? It's infuriating. The Xianyuan emperor, upon hearing this, distanced herself from Jiang Wu, her lips twitching, her hand trembling slightly, crimson with pain. After striking Jiang Wu, her own hand nearly felt broken. The Xianyuan emperor was astounded by Jiang Wu's terrifying physique. She surmised that without the Xianyuan sword or any treasure surpassing the primordial realm, she would be unable to shake him. She truly could not fathom the nature of Jiang Wu's cultivation, especially considering his youth, as he was but a mere child. Yet, as she listened to Jiang Wu's earnest remarks, the Xianyuan emperor's fury mounted. What does it mean to be injured? What does it mean that a little more strength might lead to broken bones and greater injuries? The Xianyuan emperor's irritation grew as she pondered these thoughts. You have won. The Xianyuan emperor retracted her hand and vanished in an instant, leaving behind those words as she drifted away, seemingly wishing to avoid further confrontation. Just like that. I've won. Xianyuan emperor, I have yet to make my move. How can you ascertain whether I can breach your defenses or shatter your divine body without engaging? Jiang Wu shouted. In another part of the void, the Xianyuan emperor stumbled slightly, nearly succumbing to the urge to return and engage Jiang Wu in battle. However, she restrained herself, deciding against sparring with a junior. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wu, following this confrontation, the Xianyuan emperor quickly entered the ancient divine mountain and never returned to the divine demonic realm. When next heard from, she had ascended to become an empress of a divine dynasty. The seventh ancestor and others, witnessing this battle, sighed lightly. pondering whether the Xianyuan emperor had longed to depart the divine demonic realm. After all, with her current strength and hidden cards, she might not have been outmatched by Jiang Wu. Though this battle lacked earth-shattering commotion, as the Xianyuan emperor departed, a tremendous aura coalesced around Jiang Wu, granting him a sense of ease, as if his very essence had melded with the divine demonic realm. In that moment, as his formidable divine soul power fused with the cosmos, he faintly sensed the presence of immensely powerful auras within the divine demonic realm. After a brief moment of perception, he identified some auras that were far more formidable than that of the battle sovereign, such as the sun god tree of the Purple Clan. Although it appeared to have entered a dormant state, the latent power it concealed was astoundingly potent, reaching the pinnacle of the primordial realm. Jiang Wu discerned that even if the Xianyuan emperor were to personally intervene, she might struggle against the sun god tree unless she wielded treasures capable of threatening beings of the void realm, akin to the broken sword. Deep within the eastern divine sea, Jiang Wu sensed a terrifying aura lying still, as if a colossal divine tortoise, measuring over 100,000 zhang, rested silently at the depths of the eastern divine sea. In the depths of the northern plains, he perceived a powerful primal force, reminiscent of an ancient human race emerging into existence. The ferocity of this power was such that if Kunwu did not employ his blood, qi divine might, and void realm divine power, he would fall far short of its magnitude. The accumulation of this force was simply overwhelming. In the depths of the great wilderness, Jiang Wu sensed at least 3 formidable auras, each on par with the Xianyuan emperor, 2 of which appeared to belong to foreign races, while one seemed to be a divine plant. Unlike the heavenly dragon world, Jiang Wu, through his perception of the divine demonic realm, found no source of fortune. As his divine soul merged with the cosmos for a moment, he began to intuit that once boundless fortune enveloped him. He himself could be the source of fortune within the divine demonic realm. If his fortune and divine soul power truly ascended to such heights, he might even be able to harness the very forces of the divine demonic realm. Standing resolutely in the void, Jiang Wu pondered deeply for a considerable time before finally departing and returning to the sacred grounds of the Jiang clan. Following the battle with the Xianyuan emperor, attention was drawn to Jiang Wu, and in the aftermath, the divine demonic realm fell into a profound silence. On the surface, no significant changes were visible. Yet behind the scenes, numerous esteemed clans had dispatched envoys to the Jiang clan in hopes of establishing friendly relations. As time flowed on, the fortune of the world began to coalesce around the Jiang clan, enriching the essence of heaven and earth within the Jiang clan's territories, leading to the abundant emergence of countless resources. These transformations, though intangible, will undoubtedly serve as the foundation upon which the Jiang clan will establish its roots. And the imperial position shall inevitably rest upon the heads of the Jiang clan. In the ensuing 10 days, the world of deities and demons fell into a profound stillness. Amidst this tranquility, the esteemed war sovereign departed from the sacred grounds of the Jiang clan, respectfully bidding farewell to Jiang Wu. Rest assured, my lord, Warhong shall undoubtedly seize control of the 100-battle world for you, transforming it into your private garden. The war sovereign then returned to the 100-battle world. On Copper Mountain Island, Jiang Wu approached Jiang Tongshan, directly inquiring, Ancestor, do you still wish to enter the Thunder World for further cultivation? Jiang Tongshan, fully understanding Jiang Wu's intentions, gazed at him and gently shook his head, responding calmly, my virtual realm divine body is already perfected, and I am but a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. There is no need for further cultivation within. He continued, his gaze shifting between Jiang Wu and the ancient divine mountain. As for you, since Emperor Xianyuan has acknowledged your prowess in battle and conceded the fortune of your world to you, it is time for you to explore the ancient divine mountain along with the world of deities and demons. Although I have never ventured into the ancient divine mountain myself, I have heard tales of its dangers and the presence of beings from other celestial realms. This poses a significant threat to the world of deities and demons. While they may not be able to eradicate this threat entirely, we must seek to understand the circumstances surrounding the ancient divine mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wu nodded and replied, I comprehend Emperor Xuanyuan's intentions, and you need not worry, Ancestor. I have already resolved to delve into the ancient divine mountain, for the divine light and treasures that once emanated from there indicate its extraordinary nature. I have long desired to uncover the origins of this legacy. However, I must ask for some time before I embark on this journey. Jiang Tongshan merely nodded slightly, then lifted his gaze to the heavens above the world of deities and demons, his voice serene. From this day forth, the world of deities and demons shall recognize the Jiang clan as its sovereign. This proclamation resonated throughout the cosmos, echoing in the ears of countless beings. The world of deities and demons was left in awe. As 5 years swiftly passed, the transformations within the world of deities and demons were remarkable. Countless great clans, under the guidance of the celestial rankings, began to explore the region of the ancient divine mountain, extracting innumerable treasures and resources, continuously stumbling upon fortuitous encounters. The world of deities and demons witnessed the emergence of numerous prodigies, and the era of prosperity reached its zenith. Among these 5 years, the most significant change was within the Jiang clan. A divine vine, nourished by the thunder and the divine fire of the sun, took root deep within Jiang City, behind the ancestral shrine. In a mere 5 years, this divine vine had reached its pinnacle, its tendrils soaring into the starry skies, creating a space of its own, still exuding vitality and overwhelming divine power that could be sensed by countless beings. The sun divine vine was transplanted by Jiang Wu to Jiang City, and within 5 years, its cultivation realm had ascended to the utmost pinnacle of the primordial realm. Jiang Wu repeatedly infused it with the world's fortune, transforming it into the very source of fortune for the world of deities and demons, creating a realm of divine anomaly around the sun divine vine. Countless beings emerged from the Jiang clan. Whether they were the younger generation of prodigies or the older generation, the Jiang clan's divine beings overwhelmed the other great clans, causing them to retreat in submission wherever the Jiang clan tread. Although Jiang Wu had vanished from the public eye for 5 years, the Jiang clan's position had grown increasingly stable with the passage of time, establishing the Jiang clan as the true sovereign of the world of deities and demons. In these 5 years, Jiang Wu's first course of action was to enter seclusion, fervently honing his divine soul. He remained in seclusion for a continuous 5 years. When Jiang Wu finally emerged from his retreat, he sensed a transformation within himself, elevating his cultivation realm from the 990 billion refinement body secret to 101 billion refinement body secret. Boom! In that instant, a divine might surged forth, enveloping the heavens and the earth, as an overwhelming force of 101 billion refinement body secret erupted from within him. An endless torrent of power colliding and converging, akin to particles undergoing nuclear fusion, ultimately manifesting an intangible might that expanded into a vast realm of 100 miles. This force was not derived from the virtual realm's divine power, yet it bore resemblance to the virtual realm, forming a void-like existence, with a power that was by no means inferior to that of the virtual realm's divine power. It was only at this moment that Jiang Wu came to a profound realization. The divine beings of the virtual realm do not possess a singular pathway for breakthrough. If the limits of physical and spiritual power are transcended, a qualitative transformation can occur, resulting in an existence akin to divine power within the realm of the virtual. Yet, at the level of virtual realm divine beings, the divine power of the virtual realm represents the most optimal path for breakthrough, while other forms of physical and spiritual power find it exceedingly challenging. This distinction differed from the breakthroughs experienced by demigods and divine beings. By elevating his cultivation realm above 100 billion refinement body secret, Jiang Wu managed to transcend the boundary of the virtual realm divine beings, forging a realm of physical power within the virtual domain. Thus, it became evident to Jiang Wu that his spiritual power could also command the divine power of the virtual realm divine beings. A spark ignited within him. Consequently, Jiang Wu ventured once more into the thunder world, entering seclusion for an additional 2 months, voraciously consuming countless quantities of virtual realm divine power atop the virtual divine mountain, ultimately expanding his realm of control to a radius of 600 miles before emerging from seclusion. His physical power, spiritual strength, and divine might converged into 3 realms of the virtual, merging into a singular reality, akin to a vibrant world, remarkably stable, enveloping Jiang Wu in all directions. After a moment of introspection, Jiang Wu opened his eyes, his gaze tranquil. His spiritual power, physical strength, and divine might had all attained the level of the virtual realm divine beings. At this juncture, Jiang Wu experienced a rare moment of tranquility, for the existence of virtual realm divine beings had never before manifested in the world of deities and demons. Although he lagged behind in terms of cultivation realm, the power he commanded had indeed reached the level of virtual realm divine beings. Upon exiting his seclusion, Jiang Wu discovered that ancestor Jiang Tongshan's cultivation realm had similarly broken through to the level of virtual realm divine beings, his aura equally formidable, capable of suppressing an entire realm. You intend to enter the ancient divine mountain? Jiang Tongshan gazed at Jiang Wu, sensing an immense threat emanating from this younger generation, a sentiment that left him both astonished and immensely proud. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for the Jiang clan to possess such a descendant. Yes, ancestor. During these 5 years, the celestial rankings have dispatched numerous invincible divine beings to explore the ancient divine mountain, yet the results have been less than ideal. only managing to linger at the periphery. I anticipate that my stay within will be considerably prolonged, Jiang Wu confirmed with a nod. Given the inherent dangers and uncertainties of the ancient divine mountain, I cannot predict when I will emerge. I entrust the care of the world of deities and demons to you, ancestor, Jiang Wu added. Jiang Tongshan scrutinized Jiang Wu closely. At merely 41 years of age, although his physique had matured into that of a robust young man, he was still relatively youthful, representing the lower echelon among the younger generation of prodigies, being the youngest of his lineage. Yet now, this young descendant had already surpassed him, exceeding all prior expectations and proving himself as a guardian of the Jiang clan. Returning alive is paramount, Jiang Tongshan imparted with earnestness. This simple statement filled Jiang Wu's heart with warmth, and he felt his eyes grow moist. He bowed deeply to Jiang Tongshan and declared, I entrust the family to you, ancestor. 3 days later, Jiang Wu gathered a number of prodigies from the Jiang clan and other influential forces within the heavenly rankings, beseeching the mountain ancestor to safeguard the realm of gods and demons. He plunged into the ancient divine mountain with a cohort of celestial elites, where mythical beasts roamed and divine herbs veiled the heavens, creating an atmosphere that seemed to transcend eternity. Chapter 209. The mysterious and unknown ancient divine mountain. An exploration of the ancient divine mountain. Decades prior, the ancient divine mountain suddenly manifested in the realm of gods and demons, its origins unknown, its vastness uncharted, and the myriad dangers lurking within still shrouded in mystery. Initially, numerous prominent clans and deities entered with exhilaration, yet aside from a select few invincible beings, the rest perished within its depths, never to return. Since then, the great clans of the demon world have approached the ancient divine mountain with trepidation, seeking alternative routes for their ambitions. When the ancient divine mountain descended, it brought forth countless divine lights and treasures, capturing the attention of these powerful factions. However, those who ventured to seize the divine light and inheritance found themselves oblivious to its true significance. Those who fell victim to the ancient divine mountain did so in vain. The ancient divine mountain remains an awe-inspiring enigma, shrouded in mystery and danger. The elite clans of the heavenly rankings, along with various alien forces led by Emperor Xianyuan, sought to explore the ancient divine mountain, yet they too could not delve far before retreating in the face of overwhelming peril. Their limited explorations of the fringes still yielded treasures that significantly bolstered the might of the clans within the heavenly rankings, particularly some artifacts transcending the level of the primordial realm, such as broken swords, dragon scales, and stone tablets. From the heavenly rankings, Jiang Wu learned that Emperor Xianyuan had once discovered a spiritual spring within the ancient divine mountain, which he managed to teleport out using his divine powers, employing it to nurture the Xianyuan sword, elevating its divine might to an unfathomable level, seemingly surpassing even the primordial realm. Gradually, as Emperor Xianyuan and his companions advanced in strength, they expanded their reach and established a small stronghold within. In the past 5 years, the movements of the great clans exploring the ancient divine mountain have intensified, perhaps spurred on by the Jiang clan's actions. Yet, countless demons have perished within the ancient divine mountain, with some clans appearing almost frenzied in their reckless pursuits, seemingly believing that the Jiang clan's current stature is attributed to the ancient divine mountain's blessings. It is an immensely enticing temptation. As Jiang Wu led the celestial prodigies of the demon world into this timeless realm of the ancient divine mountain, he immediately sensed a profoundly different atmosphere upon crossing a layer that felt reminiscent of time and space. The stability of the space here had multiplied exponentially. The essence of vitality that permeated the air radiated an extraordinary vigor and life force. An ancient aura of gods and demons, far purer than that of the demon world, suffused the surroundings, suggesting a different tier of existence. The void was steeped in an air of antiquity and decay that invoked a sense of oppression and reverence. Everything felt so alien, surpassing even the wonders of the myriad worlds. Is this the ancient divine mountain? A wave of gravitational force pressed down on Jiang Wu, yet he managed to withstand it. However, behind him, Jiang Xianxia, Jiang Shanhe, Xianyuan 14, and Tai Huangtu were unable to endure, tumbling down onto the surface of the ancient divine mountain. The ground here was unlike any other, marked with deep patterns reminiscent of a tortoise's shell, rich in essence, where trees and precious herbs flourished with remarkable vitality. Jiang Wu landed on the surface, picking up a rock the size of a head. To his astonishment, it weighed several 100,000 pounds. The gravity here was indeed several thousand, or even tens of thousands of times greater than in the realm of gods and demons. Nearby flowed a tranquil river, from which a thick mist of essence rose, enveloping the area. Xianyuan 14 approached and managed to extract a mature divine herb from beneath a large stone, feeding it to a colorful divine bird perched on her shoulder. She remarked to Jiang Wu and the others, "The resources here are indeed abundant. The potency of the herbs is several tiers stronger." Tai Huangtu remained still, his eyes filled with shock and curiosity as he surveyed the ancient divine mountain. Although he was a reincarnated being, such miraculous sights as the ancient divine mountain did not exist in the ancient era of the demon world. Beside him, a prodigy from the Gigu clan displayed a glimmer of astonishment, sensing the immense power of the earth's veins beneath them. If he could harness such energy for cultivation, his progress would undoubtedly surpass that of the demon world. The Gigu prodigy glanced at Jiang Wu, remaining silent. Standing upon the ground of the ancient divine mountain, Jiang Wu, whose physique was derived from the transformation of the river and mountain divine body, could also perceive the power of the mountain's veins. Even he felt a surge of astonishment as he gazed upward. The ancient divine mountain seemed boundless, obscured by a haze of chaotic energy. With towering trees that blotted out the sun, celestial cranes and small beasts flitted through the forest, resembling a paradise. In the distance, terrifying roars of divine beasts echoed, low yet filled with ferocity, causing Tai Huangtu and the others to change their expressions. It was a divine beast of the void realm, appearing to be an otherworldly creature resembling a bull, adorned with auspicious divine light, suggesting it was not an outright malevolent beast. Jiang Wu peered ahead, the aura of the void realm allowing him to easily sense the dangers lurking nearby. A divine beast of the void realm? Xianyuan 14 and Tai Huangtu's expression shifted, and they asked, "Should we avoid it?" "Well, it shouldn't be necessary. It isn't approaching us, and besides, it seems we cannot utilize spatial teleportation here. It's still quite far away. Even at my speed, it would take half a day to reach it," Jiang Wu replied, shaking his head slightly. Upon hearing this, the others gasped. "You cannot use spatial teleportation even with your strength?" The heavenly rankings had explored the ancient divine mountain, and they were aware of the stability of its space. However, Jiang Wu's power had already surpassed that of the primordial realm. If even he could not, this place must indeed be formidable. Thus, be vigilant. Familiarize yourselves with the space, gravity, and your own powers. Once you acclimate, we shall proceed. Remember, survival is paramount here. As long as we live, there is potential for everything. Death is the end, Jiang Wu advised, particularly glancing at Jiang Mengdai and Jiang Shana. The others nodded. Moving about nearby, many radiated divine energy, while some began experimenting with their powers. One individual struck a massive tree with a sword, only for it to emit a roar as countless branches lashed out, sending the prodigy flying and nearly trapping him in a chaotic tangle. How terrifying! Even a mere tree possesses sentience? Its strength rivals that of a formidable sun realm demon. It's truly dreadful, the prodigy thought, shaken. Others approached the river, but as they neared, a swarm of fish beasts erupted from the water, causing it to boil violently as if attempting to drag them in. The prodigy's expression shifted drastically. He shouted as an otherworldly tree appeared, shattering the torrent and retreating hastily. Such ferocious beasts dwell even in the river? This is a formidable prodigy of the Swearin clan, possessing the overwhelming prowess of a transcendent deity. However, his countenance is currently etched with gravity. Fortunately, most of the beings here exude a benevolent aura. If left undisturbed, they show little inclination to stir. The demonic tree and the turbulent fish beasts in the river soon settled into tranquility. Observing this, Jiang Wu increasingly sensed that the journey into the ancient divine mountain would not unfold peacefully. He discerned faint auras emanating from several transcendent beings in the distance, stirring a sense of unease within him. The power of these transcendent beings seems rather precarious. After a brief moment, Jiang Wu led his companions into the forest, consulting a map once explored by the heavenly rankings to locate a nearby stronghold. Labeled as a stronghold, it was essentially the lair of a ferocious beast. Here, a spiritual spring was present. The Gigu clan had meticulously arranged a seal upon the spiritual veins, leaving behind a concealed celestial palace, shrouded through geomantic arts, establishing it as their stronghold. Notably, this site was still quite distant from the several transcendent auras Jiang Wu had sensed. Perhaps this very distance allowed Emperor Xianyuan and his group to search for treasures nearby. Upon reaching the stronghold, Jiang Wu and his entourage invoked a special divine seal to open the celestial realm, stepping directly into its confines. The inhabitants within were few. This was a designated point established by the heavenly rankings within the ancient divine mountain and was not open to other great clans of gods and demons. Among the few celestial prodigies remaining, only a handful were present, including the enigmatic seventh destiny, whom Jiang Wu had encountered previously. Upon seeing seventh destiny again, her aura had grown even colder. It radiated a dark chill, yet within this frigidness lingered an alluring charm, rendering her akin to a dark queen, noble, resplendent, and beguiling. Surrounding her were several celestial prodigies, seemingly vying for her favor. To Jiang Wu's astonishment, seventh destiny's aura had ascended to the level of an invincible deity. Though it appeared she had only barely reached this pinnacle, her rapid advancement was remarkable. Jiang Shanhe and others, despite their resources, had only just attained the level of invincible deities. My husband. Upon their first encounter, the icy beauty of seventh destiny unexpectedly displayed a rare tenderness, her countenance softening into a shy smile as she bowed to Jiang Wu, embodying the essence of a delicate woman, as if she were subservient to him. This smile left the celestial prodigies surrounding her in a state of stupor. Good heavens, she can actually smile? What husband? Jiang Wu was taken aback by her calling him husband. They had only met once, and not in the most pleasant of circumstances. They were both unmarried, with no engagement to speak of. How could she address him thus? Absurd. From the moment you defeated me, I have belonged to you in this life, and even in death. My soul shall remain yours, seventh destiny asserted resolutely. What kind of logic is that? Jiang Wu dismissed this incomprehensible woman. Was this the family education of the seventh clan? That after one defeat, she would be bound to him? He had never encountered someone with such peculiar reasoning. Yet, seventh destiny was indeed steadfast in her attachment. The other celestial prodigies who wished to approach were deterred by her fierce glare, laced with intent to kill. I have a husband. If you follow me, you shall perish. Seventh destiny declared fiercely. The other celestial prodigies could only cast resentful glances at Jiang Wu, feeling utterly aggrieved. Yet, they dared not voice complaints against Jiang Wu for not cherishing such a devoted beauty, especially since he was a figure more formidable than Emperor Xianyuan, now the ruler of the divine and demonic realms. Xianyuan 14 observed this with a gentle sigh, recalling how Emperor Xianyuan had once sought a union between her and Jiang Wu, only to have Jiang Wu decline. Given her temperament, she could never match seventh destiny's unwavering devotion. As night fell, Jiang Wu gathered all those in the stronghold. Seventh destiny remained by his side, more intimate than even Dai Qinghong, always at his service without a hint of shyness or retreat. Although Jiang Wu had previously restrained her several times, the unwavering resolve in her gaze caused a tremor within his heart. He had never encountered such a gaze. It was as if she perceived him as the sole purpose of existence. Even the meaning of life seemed to revolve around him. After much contemplation, Jiang Wu ultimately acquiesced to having seventh destiny by his side. That evening, once he had assembled everyone, he proclaimed, in the forthcoming period, you may act freely. I will venture out to eliminate any threats posed by beings at the level of transcendent deities or above. As for the opportunities you seek, I shall not intervene. However, I urge you to remember, the ancient divine mountain is not solely inhabited by our divine and demonic brethren, but also by beings from other celestial realms. While here, you must not engage in internal strife. Remember, you are all denizens of the divine and demonic world. As he spoke, his demeanor shifted to one of stern authority, his gaze piercing and commanding, instilling an inexplicable fear in all present. Tribe leader, what will you do afterwards? Jiang Mengdai inquired, turning her gaze toward Jiang Wu. Afterwards, Jiang Wu regarded the group, slowly articulating, we shall delve deeper into the ancient divine mountain to uncover its origins and ascertain how many celestial realms have infiltrated this place. Emperor Xianyuan ventured deep into the ancient divine mountain years ago and has yet to return. Seventh destiny whispered into Jiang Wu's ear. Emperor Xianyuan has ventured far into the ancient divine mountain and has not returned to this day. Jiang Wu fell silent for a moment, aware of this information, yet recognizing it as Emperor Xianyuan's choice. He replied softly, I trust that Emperor Xianyuan is not a reckless individual. Moreover, with her strength and certain treasures, she should be able to retreat even from transcendent beings. She ought to be safe. Tribe leader, please exercise caution. Jiang Mengdai and the other celestial prodigies from the Jiang clan clenched their fists, lamenting their insufficient strength, wishing they could do more than merely observe. Xianyuan 14 and Tai Huangtu remained silent, resigned to Jiang Wu's leadership. Rest assured, the following day, Jiang Wu initially intended to embark only with Xingtian Wuming and Dai Qinghong, yet seventh destiny insisted on accompanying them. He consequently brought all three into his celestial palace before departing the stronghold. Meanwhile, several celestial prodigies ventured out individually, cautiously exploring the ancient divine mountain, including Xianyuan 14 and Tai Huangtu. Chapter 210. Perils abound. Xianyuan 14 departed the stronghold alone. For reasons unknown, she pondered seventh destiny's treatment of Jiang Wu the previous day, coupled with Jiang Wu's continuous cold rejections, and felt an uncharacteristic sympathy for 7th destiny. Despite being a woman, why should she demean herself so? Was it truly worth it for a man? Even if he was exceptional, the most outstanding and powerful figure in the divine and demonic realms, why persist in her pursuit after being rebuffed? Did women truly have to rely solely on men for survival? Having ventured far from the stronghold, Xianyuan 14 surveyed the vast expanse of the ancient divine mountain. Resonating with its majestic divine power and boundless ancient demonic aura, a sense of pride blossomed within her. Perhaps he was indeed remarkable, yet with the treasures and opportunities this ancient divine mountain harbored, she need not fall short. I shall return to the divine and demonic realms one day, and Xianyuan 14 shall not have to bow to anyone. With a resolute spirit, she plunged into the mountains, determined to prove herself to a certain individual, declaring that she, Xianyuan 14, required no one else's support. Tai Huangtu stood atop a mountain, clutching a feather as crimson as divine fire clouds, resembling a golden crow descending from the heavens. An aura of extraordinary might radiated from him, subtly altering the very fabric of the surroundings, as brilliant light and the calls of the golden crow filled the air. Through the resonance of the true blood of the golden crow within him, Tai Huangtu sensed a faint call emanating from this singular golden crow feather. The golden crow, a divine beast of unparalleled strength far exceeding the realm of Hunyuan. Regardless of the challenges ahead, I must seek it out. This golden crow feather, a treasure he had acquired, contained a trace of true blood that had already initiated a transformation within the Tai clan's golden crow lineage, gradually augmenting their power. Utilizing this golden crow feather, Tai Huangtu experienced a profound alteration in his bloodline potency. He harbored a premonition that should he uncover the source of this golden crow feather, a monumental opportunity awaited him. Gazing towards the direction where Jiang Wu had departed, a glimmer of divine light flickered in his eyes. Indeed, Jiang Wu's prowess had grown formidable, surpassing even that of the Xianyuan emperor, propelling the Jiang clan to the status of an imperial lineage. Although Jiang Wu had not ascended to the throne, the title of emperor had already been conferred upon him. Yet, the imperial lineage rotates. Previously it was the Xianyuan clan, now it is the Jiang clan. And who is to say that the Tai clan may not ascend in the future? Let me observe whether the primordial divine mountain, which has brought about such dramatic changes for the Jiang clan, will bestow any fortune upon me as well. As Tai Huangtu ventured deeper into the mountains, guided by the divine might and connection of the golden crow feather, he found that the beasts retreated and dangers were scarce. He held Jiang Wu in high regard, yet he would not easily concede or relinquish the opportunity to contend with him. The prodigy of the Gigu clan, known as Giga Tianlong, was the previous generation's divine child. Why the name Tianlong? In their clan's lore, 3 types of veins exist: the earth vein, the celestial vein, and the stellar vein, with the celestial vein being the most esteemed. Among these, the celestial dragon vein is the most noble of fates. As Giga Tianlong departed from their stronghold, he cast a glance back at the heavenly ranking stronghold. Although situated atop a spiritual spring and fortified with a powerful earth vein formation, it was not particularly formidable. Otherwise, it would have long attracted ferocious beasts vying for dominance. Stepping away, he produced an ancient map, a rough draft drawn by their ancestor during his explorations, detailing several relic sites and locations of potent earth veins. This time, he was determined to seize control of a formidable earth vein, first elevating his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Hunyuan realm, before aspiring towards even greater earth veins, and ultimately, the celestial veins of this realm. The primordial divine mountain is a treasure trove for our Gigu clan. With patience, I can harness all its earth veins, and when that time comes, what concerns would I have about transcending the realm of the void? Jiang Wu may have defeated our ancestor, and presently, I am not his match. But I am willing to invest 10,000 years, 100,000 years. One day, the power I command will surpass his. As Giga Tianlong contemplated silently, divine patterns manifested beneath his feet, imbued into the earth. When he summoned the earth's essence from the primordial divine mountain, his aura concealed itself, allowing him to traverse the mountain stealthily and with the utmost caution. Among the prodigies who accompanied Jiang Wu into the mountain, apart from Jiang Mengdai, Jiang Wenwen, and Jiang Zhiyan, most had already departed the stronghold, eager and impatient to explore this extraordinary realm. Those prodigies who remained at the stronghold exchanged knowing smiles. The outside world harbored dangers, and it remained uncertain how many would return that night. As for tomorrow, it was likely some would opt to stay within the stronghold, at most wandering nearby. On the 7th day, the prodigies left the stronghold, losing their sense of purpose. They looked at Jiang Mengdai and the others, their eyes sparkling with admiration, and approached, saying, "Are you all prodigies of the Jiang clan? When we met yesterday, we felt an instant admiration and have long wished to make your acquaintance." Jiang Mingdai turned to them, a smile gracing her lips, radiating an ethereal aura, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. With a mere smile, she stirred their hearts, rendering them momentarily spellbound. You all seem to have lost your vigor. Perhaps it is best to depart from the primordial divine mountain. I shall inform our ancestor to prevent wasteful individuals from squandering its resources. Begone. The prodigies complied. As you wish, fair maiden. We shall take our leave and report to our ancestor. With a dazed expression, they exited the stronghold. Other prodigies, witnessing this, felt their hearts race. Although Jiang Mengdia's transcendent aura captivated them, this spectacle instilled a sense of trepidation toward her. Another black rose, not to be trifled with. Unlike her leniency towards Jiang Wu, Jiang Mingdai showed no such mercy towards these suitors. Their mere survival was already a concession due to the influence of the heavenly ranking powers. After dealing with them, she led Jiang Wenwen and Jiang Jian to a secluded chamber where they entered a palace. Once inside, Jiang Mingdai turned to her companions, asking, "Do you remember the method of soul breakthrough passed down by our clan leader?" "Rest assured, Sister Mingdai, we will not forget," they replied earnestly. "Very well. Let us now attempt to refine the soul source power bestowed upon us by our clan leader and activate the soul breakthrough method." Jiang Mingdai sealed the palace, retrieving an artifact, releasing threads of soul source power from within, and the three began their cultivation. Meanwhile, Jiang Wu gathered the seventh-day destiny, Xingtian Wuming, and Dai Qinghong into his own celestial palace, then swiftly departed the stronghold, traversing vast distances with a single stride. Although his power could not manifest the spatial mobility technique within the primordial divine mountain, the existence of the void allowed him to traverse several hundred miles with ease. Amidst the mountains of the primordial divine mountain, an ancient aura of divine beings wafted through the air, occasionally accompanied by howls reminiscent of divine beasts. Their overwhelming presence causing Jiang Wu to glance back in astonishment, his mouth watering. Such ancient divine energy could yield a considerable number of divine points if refined. The mountains teemed with dense spiritual essence, shrouded in mist, nurturing numerous potent herbs. Yet, Jiang Wu found it puzzling. Within the divine realm, he had witnessed the primordial divine mountain filled with divine beasts and towering divine herbs. But here, he encountered none. He looked skyward towards the primordial divine mountain. Could it be that these were merely projections of powerful existences within? He could only speculate silently. As he circled around, he discovered a multitude of beings surrounding him. Not only were there sentient tree spirits, but also countless primordial ferocious beasts lurking within the forests, concealed among the foliage. Though these primordial beasts trembled before his divine might, many were formidable enough to rival divine beings. Furthermore, given the perilous nature of the primordial divine mountain, where even divine beings could not utilize spatial mobility techniques, traversing this realm was fraught with danger. Everywhere he looked, he encountered malevolent primordial beasts. The peril was palpable. Jiang Wu advanced cautiously, observing the primordial divine mountain, but when he attempted to shift his position, he inadvertently stumbled into a natural maze of its own making. It was only by deploying the power of the divine body of the heavenly guardian that he managed to suppress it momentarily and escape the illusion. Later, he encountered a sea of flowers replete with white bones capable of devouring ferocious beasts. Sensing the danger, he refrained from approaching, feeling an ominous presence lurking within. The most harrowing experience came when a horde of ancient, mountain-devouring beasts appeared, nearly impossible to kill. Their vicious teeth inflicted pain upon his skin, forcing him to flee from the scene. After securing his safety, Jiang Wu paused, and within the realm of his soul, his spiritual form opened its eyes. Perceiving the world around him, everything before him, including space itself, transformed into a flowing stream of vibrant chaos. Through these ethereal currents, he discerned where peril lurked and where treasures lay hidden. Yet, as he gazed deeper, a wave of astonishment washed over him. Within this ancient divine mountain, there were many areas he could not penetrate, only perceiving a hazy expanse, the chaotic luminescence swirling like celestial mists, astonishing in its profundity. What manner of place is this? Cautiously, Jiang Wu ventured to investigate one such area, a small valley spanning merely a few dozen miles. At first glance, it seemed unremarkable, with tranquil flora and devoid of fierce beasts or the aura of powerful demonic creatures. However, he found it utterly inscrutable. Upon casting a treasured artifact into the valley, the space shattered catastrophically, unleashing a terrifying force that obliterated both the artifact and his spiritual imprint. Such fragility in this space? Or was there a dreadful power within the valley capable of shattering the very fabric of the ancient divine mountain? A chill ran down his spine. Had he ventured into such a place, it would have been perilous indeed. Blood trickled from Jiang Wu's lips as he hastily retreated, distancing himself from the valley. He then set forth towards a powerful spirit beast of the virtual realm, only to gradually realize that these divine creatures did not remain in one location. They roamed freely throughout the ancient divine mountain, never anchored to a single spot. Reflecting on this, Jiang Wu altered some of his previous notions, meticulously mapping out the areas his spiritual gaze could not penetrate. He explored a radius of 100,000 miles around his base, marking the map with a plethora of hazardous zones. Each location bore a danger rating, with some, like the small valley, emanating a lethal threat that even he could sense. These were exceedingly perilous areas. He duplicated this map dozens of times, distributing it among the prominent clans and factions of the celestial rankings. Certain fortuitous locations were noted on a separate map, which he entrusted to his family, instructing Jiang Mengdai and Jiang Xianxia to seek out opportunities. Subsequently, Jiang Wu delved deeper into the ancient divine mountain, hoping that upon his return, the strength of the demon and divine world would have significantly enhanced. Compared to the ancient divine mountain, the demon and divine world was his true foundation. Now, Jiang Wu began to comprehend the position and thoughts of the previous Emperor Xianyuan. Perhaps the demon and divine world was filled with numerous factions that did not act in unison. However, when one stands atop the pinnacle of the world, one's perspective inevitably shifts. Jiang Wu now harbored the hope that as the Jiang clan advanced, so too would the various races within the demon and divine world, culminating in a collective elevation of the entire realm. Spending over half a month exploring the vicinity of the stronghold, Jiang Wu eventually departed, immersing himself in the ancient divine mountain for several months. He had slain ancient ferocious beasts comparable to those of the virtual realm and acquired several commendable divine herbs. With these gains, alongside his companions Xingtian Wuming, Dai Qinghong, and the Seventh Fate, the journey was anything but dull. Jiang Wu's cultivation gradually ascended to 12 billion layers, with his boundary-warding divine power coalescing into a staggering 108 billion paths, and his physical prowess in the virtual realm reaching 120 miles. A formidable force indeed. Should his divine power, physical strength, and spiritual prowess converge, Jiang Wu could effortlessly send a common virtual realm ancient ferocious beast flying with a single punch, fiercer and more brutal than the beasts themselves, resembling a humanoid tyrannosaurus. One day, just as he had concealed the cave heaven palace within the mountains alongside Dai Qinghong and his other companions, he suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Outside, several presences swept through the mountains, meticulously searching the surroundings, yet they uncovered nothing, causing their brows to furrow in concern. The grand net array set by Elder Gua had detected intrusions. How could they have escaped? Recently, the appearance of beings from other celestial realms posed a significantly greater danger in their quest to explore the ancient divine mountain, necessitating utmost vigilance. They resolved to conduct another search. With 7 or 8 powerful celestial world factions already breaching the small hollow mountain ruins, the significance of their blockade had diminished. It was perplexing why their sovereign insisted on maintaining such a strategy. It would be wiser to focus on fully developing the ruins. You think too simplistically. Are you not aware of the terrifying nature of the small hollow mountain ruins? Numbers are of little use. Forcing entry will only result in annihilation by the array. As they conversed, their figures gradually faded into the distance. However, after moving away, they continued to observe the area using the array's power for several days. Yet no further disturbances occurred. Did they truly escape? The expressions of these individuals darkened. Was this bait ineffective? Let us return and report to His Majesty. An elder with white hair declared solemnly, his eyes shimmering like stars as his spiritual gaze meticulously scanned the surroundings, yet found nothing. They exhaled in relief and proceeded in a specific direction. Unbeknownst to them, not far behind, Jiang Wu trailed leisurely with Dai Qinghong, Xingtian Wuming, and the Seventh Fate, enveloped in a spiritual void that rendered them ethereal. The power of the spiritual void eluded the detection of their pursuers, who were entirely unaware of their presence. This was a characteristic Jiang Wu had discovered time and again amidst crises over the past half-year. The spiritual void's power was enigmatic, directly influencing the soul. Moreover, the spiritual void possessed extraordinary concealment capabilities, rendering the divine power and physical strength realms incapable of perceiving their existence. The combat prowess of the divine power realm was unparalleled. The defensive strength of the physical power realm was formidable, while the spiritual void realm remained the most inscrutable. 3 entities of the virtual realm, seemingly not lacking in strength, with their divine power extending 200 to 300 miles. They had mentioned a small hollow mountain ruin nearby, which had attracted numerous powerful beings from celestial realms. Observing their cautious demeanor, Jiang Wu too remained vigilant, maintaining a distance that allowed him to keep pace. 2 days later, A magnificent divine mountain loomed before Jiang Wu and his companions. From afar, he sensed powerful auras emanating from the mountain, along with a rich fragrance of divine herbs wafting into the air. Alarmed, he employed his spiritual gaze to peer ahead. He beheld a shimmering haze. With only a few flaws visible, the rest remained inscrutable. Such a formidable, divine mountain. Is this the so-called small hollow mountain ruins? Jiang Wu followed the trio until they arrived at the base of the divine mountain, where remnants of a mountain gate lay scattered, with a cavern visible atop it. The mountain gate resembled a desolate ruin, in utter disarray. It appeared that no living beings resided within the mountain gate, and the celestial formation had sustained damage, revealing a breach in the cave. Gazing upon it, they could roughly discern the remnants of the mountain gate inside the cave. At the foot of the divine mountain stood a colossal stone tablet made of an unknown material, inscribed with 3 characters: Small Hollow Mountain. These 3 divine characters struck Jiang Wu with a thunderous resonance, as if he glimpsed a terrifying presence shrouded in an aura of annihilation. Carving those 3 characters into the stone. From this day forth, this shall be the abode of me, Wuyang, the Lord of Tribulations, Small Hollow Mountain. Jiang Wu seemed to hear a booming laughter that rattled his very soul, a profound sense of calamity enveloping him, leaving his heart tumultuous and unsettled. Wuyang, the Lord of Tribulations? Is the Small Hollow Mountain the lair of this terrifying entity? Jiang Wu gazed at the little empty mountain. Although uncertain, he felt that this might be a cave abode left behind by a powerful being of the 9 Tribulations realm, hence the name Tribulation Master. But why had it turned into a desolate ruin? What had become of this formidable presence, Wuyang, the Tribulation Master? Jiang Wu quelled this thought, his mind swirling with dread. Upon arrival, he realized that the myriad worlds gathered here far exceeded the number mentioned by the previous trio. One after another, celestial worlds were obstructed beneath the mountain gate, hindered by a terrifying grand formation and the unknown dangers that lay above. Some individuals had even captured numerous ordinary gods and demons, forcing them repeatedly up the little empty mountain to trigger the grand formation or confront perils, in hopes of uncovering the formation's nodes and flaws to dismantle it. The expressions of these gods and demons suggested they were enslaved servants, charging forth fearlessly, fully aware that their actions would lead to death. Puddles of divine blood had already stained the path leading to the cave of the little empty mountain. 3 void realm gods and demons returned to one among them, a figure adorned with a black crown and clad in dark robes. Though his visage was unremarkable, his gaze exuded an unimaginable divine might, holding a prominent position among the celestial worlds present. Your Majesty, we failed to capture the white-haired elder, one whispered, his voice trembling as an overwhelming divine pressure descended, silencing him instantly. Continue, the figure replied indifferently. The white-haired elder understood this to mean that they should persist in their efforts to capture anyone beneath the void realm, or even void realm gods and demons. Understood, Your Majesty, he replied respectfully before retreating with the other 2. Across from them, an elderly woman turned her cold gaze upon them. Beside her stood a void realm god attempting to breach the formation, accompanied by several others, their frosty divine aura pervading the air. This too was a formidable celestial world's force. With a scoff laced with derision, the old woman remarked, "The Dark Moon King is indeed tyrannical. How dare you act so recklessly within the ancient divine mountain? Do you not fear tripping over iron plates and provoking those you ought not to challenge from your Dark Moon world?" The other celestial forces surrounding them exchanged cynical smiles. The Dark Moon world was not particularly powerful, lacking even a true immortal deity, yet they behaved with unbridled arrogance within the ruins of the little empty mountain. Though this was the first cave abode discovered by the Dark Moon world, their presence was met with disdain. Perhaps some may find the Dark Moon unbearable, but certainly not your Frost world, the Dark Moon King retorted coldly, his eyes glinting with a chilling light, like a crescent moon coalescing. As long as the grand formation at the mountain gate remained intact, they could maintain their restraint. However, should the formation be breached, the outcome of who would remain standing upon this land would be an unknown. Jiang Wu, concealed at a distance, observed the colossal divine mountain and the multitude of celestial worlds converging beneath little empty mountain, where over 100 were void realm gods and demons, with countless others numbering in the thousands, surging forth. These celestial worlds were formidable, each possessing their own void realm gods and demons. Initially astonished by the sheer number of void realm beings, Jiang Wu felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Was there truly such a multitude of celestial worlds harboring void realm gods and demons beneath the vast expanse of the starry sky? Yet, contemplating the boundless cosmos and the treasures surpassing the Hunyuan level within the ancient divine mountain, he gradually calmed, realizing this was merely the tip of the iceberg. After all, the vastness of the ancient divine mountain was beyond his imagination, After 6 months of travel, he still could not discern the endpoint. The congregation of such powerful celestial world forces further emphasized the peril and crisis inherent within the ancient divine mountain. Jiang Wu's gaze turned to the mountain gate of the cave abode, a glimmer of light flickering in his eyes. What treasures might lie within? His innate artifact had consumed a considerable amount of divine gold and refined a broken sword, yet it still seemed a step away from transformation. Chapter 212. The Stirring of Jiang Tongshan. Entering the little empty mountain ruins. Jiang Wu unleashed his soul's eye technique, glancing at the celestial forces before him, and then quietly led Xing Tian and Wu Ming to a secluded area. He intended to explore the flaws in the grand formation revealed by his soul's eye technique and see if he could enter first. Jiang Wu and his companions entered the ancient divine mountain, while Emperor Xianyuan ventured into the mountain, never to return. The matters concerning the divine ranking were thrust upon the shoulders of the seventh ancestor, leaving him mentally drained and under great strain. Especially after various clans began to explore the ancient divine mountain, the shifting powers made it increasingly difficult for the divine ranking, the supreme force of the god and demon world, to maintain control over others. The seventh ancestor could no longer sit idly. I must seek out Ancestor Tongshan for a word. After much contemplation, he resolutely decided to visit the Jiang clan. With Emperor Xianyuan absent, the world's fortunes converged upon the Jiang clan. The divine ranking required the Jiang clan's support to truly govern the myriad forces of the god and demon world, surpassing all clans. With a swift motion, the seventh ancestor tore through the fabric of space, stepping through and instantly arriving before the sacred grounds of the Jiang clan. Looking upon Tongshan Island, he proclaimed, "Ancestor Tongshan, the seventh has come to pay a visit." As his voice echoed, the surrounding void transformed, and before he could comprehend it, he found himself directly on Tongshan Island. This sudden turn of events left the seventh ancestor utterly astonished. He had been instantaneously transported to Tongshan Island. He barely had time to react. If such power were directed against him, would he even have the chance to resist? Even if he had means to counter, it would be too late. As the seventh ancestor grappled with his astonishment, Jiang Tongshan's figure gradually materialized from the void, his ethereal form taking shape. Leaving the seventh ancestor speechless, Jiang Tongshan regarded him with a serene smile, saying, "You have come regarding the matters of the divine ranking, have you not? Void realm gods and demons." The seventh ancestor murmured, momentarily lost in thought. After a lengthy pause, he finally focused on Jiang Tongshan, speaking with a hint of reverence. "Indeed, Ancestor Tongshan is aware that all clans are now delving into the ancient divine mountain. Their powers have shifted, without Emperor Xianyuan and Emperor Jiang Wu to oversee matters. I find it increasingly difficult to exert control." The seventh ancestor's expression turned bitter. Although his strength was considerable, it paled in comparison to the other clan elders without having broken into the void realm. Especially after other clans acquired treasures from the ancient divine mountain, the situation had become even more unpredictable. Jiang Tongshan pondered for a moment before addressing the seventh ancestor. "Jiang Wu has taken your granddaughter under his wing. I trust you are aware of this. Let me speak plainly. If Jiang Wu were to unify the god and demon world, who do you think could serve as his right hand and left hand arms?" Unify the god and demon world? The seventh ancestor gasped in shock. Such a task would undoubtedly be daunting. If it were to happen, it would likely result in rivers of blood. For the god and demon world had always been governed by the scattered clans, making change an arduous endeavor. It is not difficult. As long as we find suitable individuals to assist Jiang Wu in governing the god and demon world, the other forces will have no choice but to comply. Those who dare to oppose will simply vanish, for there are plenty of powerful clans and foreign races within the god and demon world, Jiang Tongshan stated calmly. Upon hearing this, the seventh ancestor recalled the power Jiang Tongshan had just displayed and cautiously inquired, "Ancestor Tongshan, have you already broken through to the void realm?" A manifestation of divine might enveloped Jiang Tongshan, creating a spectral realm that stretched an imposing 680 miles in every direction. The seventh ancestor, observing the transformation of the surrounding heavens and earth, felt an unsettling power that nearly caused him to collapse to the ground. "Jiang Wu has surpassed even me in strength," Jiang Tongshan stated calmly. This proclamation left the seventh ancestor utterly astounded, causing him to sit down in shock. Has Jiang Wu become a deity within the spectral realm? He gasped, his mind racing. Although the possibility had been foreshadowed since they learned of the Jiang clan's possession of the spectral divine stone, the reality of Jiang Wu attaining such power was difficult for the seventh ancestor to fathom. "My goodness, Jiang Wu is merely in his 30s, isn't he? What was I doing at that age?" He struggled to recall, but the notion of a deity in the spectral realm at such a tender age was unprecedented. This revelation weighed heavily upon these ancient beings who had lived countless years. Once Jiang Tongshan reigned in his formidable aura, it took a considerable time for the seventh ancestor to regain his composure. His eyes sparkled with determination as he bowed deeply to Jiang Tongshan, declaring with conviction, "If anyone is fit to assist Jiang Wu in governing the forces below, it is undoubtedly the Destiny girl, with her temperament and methods." The seventh ancestor continued, "Old as I am, our seventh family can also manage some affairs for the Emperor. If you truly wish to unify the realm of deities and demons, it is imperative to establish a robust power structure, be it a mountain gate, celestial palace, or imperial dynasty." He pondered further, suggesting that the current celestial and terrestrial rankings were ill-suited for the robust governance of the realm. After some contemplation, Jiang Tongshan gazed down upon the realm of deities and demons, and after a prolonged silence, he declared, "Henceforth, the Jiang clan shall establish the divine martial heavenly palace, welcoming the prodigies of all races within the realm and honoring Jiang Wu as the emperor of the deities and demons." This announcement stirred the seventh ancestor's heart with fervor. Thus, Jiang Tongshan and the seventh ancestor deliberated and drafted a series of regulations to govern the divine martial heavenly palace, ensuring its supremacy over the entire realm of deities and demons. As time swiftly passed, half a month went by. Jiang Tongshan, wielding unparalleled divine power, brought back myriad stars from the cosmos and erected a towering divine mountain at the center of the Jiang clan's territory, opening a celestial realm filled with countless stars and floating star islands, where the essence of the stars surged like a tempest. Within a short month, this celestial realm resembled an otherworldly paradise. On that day, the Jiang clan proclaimed to the world the establishment of the divine martial heavenly palace. They welcomed prodigies and powerful beings from across the realm as disciples and elders. Those who contributed would receive divine techniques, resources, treasures, and even opportunities to venture into the 100 Stars battlefield and undergo trials within the ancient divine mountain. The news sent shockwaves throughout the myriad races, and the great clans sensed an ominous foreboding. Simultaneously, the terrestrial ranking forces emerged, becoming subordinate to the divine martial heavenly palace. Under the leadership of Kunwu, they visited all the celestial ranking forces, where Jiang Tongshan demonstrated his terrifying prowess as a deity of the spectral realm, instilling fear in the hearts of all races. As all celestial ranking forces pledged their allegiance and sent forth the majority of their prodigies to the divine martial heavenly palace, the entire realm of deities and demons erupted in chaos and trepidation. Some factions, rebellious in nature, did not require Jiang Tongshan's intervention. Kunwu, leading the terrestrial rank, swiftly eradicated them. Moreover, when a major clan conspired against the Jiang clan, the mastermind was annihilated overnight by the terrestrial forces, staining the realm with blood and chilling the resolve of those who dared to resist. In a mere 3 months, the entire realm of deities and demons was forcefully unified under the Jiang clan and the terrestrial forces. The divine martial heavenly palace officially opened its gates. Those celestial ranking factions that initially harbored resentment, under the persuasion of the seventh ancestor, sent their invincible elder deities to serve within the divine martial heavenly palace, gradually aligning themselves with the Jiang clan's interests. Unbeknownst to Jiang Wu, the realm of deities and demons achieved its first grand unification in history, with countless races submitting to his name as the master of the divine martial heavenly palace. Jiang Tongshan took temporary residence at the divine martial heavenly palace, systematically organizing the powers within the realm and consolidating them under the palace's banner. He gazed at the ancient divine mountain, reflecting, "Let this villain be managed by the mountain ancestor. The future development now rests in your hands, Jiang Wu." This consolidation marked the dawn of a new era for the realm of deities and demons. Even those great clans that reluctantly joined the divine martial heavenly palace began to relish the benefits of the resources flowing from it and the opportunities to explore the ancient divine mountain, gradually rallying behind the palace. What was once reluctance was merely a matter of vested interests. Ultimately, profit prevailed. As the divine martial heavenly palace stabilized, Jiang Tongshan turned his attention toward the 100 Stars battlefield. Was this not a realm of celestial wonders? He recalled the moment the ancient will of the 100 Stars battlefield manifested and held the spectral divine stone that had been gifted to him but remained unused. Despite his ascension to the spectral realm, he could not discern any issues with the divine stone. "Perhaps I am simply too sensitive?" Jiang Tongshan mused, contemplating a visit to the 100 Stars battlefield to uncover the true nature of its former master. Meanwhile, Jiang Wu, accompanied by Xing Tian and Wu Ming, navigated to the rear of the Little Void Mountain. Within the realm of souls, his divine consciousness opened its eyes, and wisps of intangible light converged from his gaze. Utilizing his divine eye technique, he scanned the vicinity for anyone, and upon confirming their solitude, he turned his attention to the little void mountain. Moments later, Jiang Wu's eyes sparkled with resolve as he stepped forward, instantly detecting a flaw in the great formation of the little void mountain. He struck down with his palm. His physical prowess resonated within the mountain's formidable barrier, producing a sound akin to shattering glass, and the ominous force that had been palpable dissipated. By harnessing his physical power, he emitted no trace of his divine might, ensuring that the inhabitants of the realms beyond the little void mountain remained undisturbed. Without hesitation, Jiang Wu enveloped Xing Tian and Wu Ming with his spectral might, and in an instant, they breached the defenses of the little void mountain. As they entered, the breach Jiang Wu had created swiftly sealed, leaving no room for further intrusion. However, unbeknownst to Jiang Wu, at the very moment he struck the formation's barrier, the brief pause that ensued caught the attention of several powerful beings from various realms, who seized the opportunity. With resounding force, they shattered the formation's nodes, causing instability within its defenses, though the formation quickly restored itself. The previously unyielding barrier of the little void mountain began to tremble under the relentless assault of a spectral deity, manifesting an immense dragon of divine power that roared forth. In an instant, what had once been a formidable defense, impervious even to their combined might, began to falter, rippling under the strain. The eyes of the assembled powerful beings from various realms gleamed with anticipation. They had found a way to breach the defenses. The forces that had deciphered the grand formation rejoiced exuberantly, exclaiming, "By breaking those nodes, we have nearly unraveled the secrets of this mountain gate's grand array. After a brief wait, we shall completely dismantle it. At that time, we need only to deal with the perilous restrictions within the mountain gate." Dark Moon King raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the other factions from various realms. His expression grew frosty as he observed the crimson stains of divine blood along the small mountain path. He chuckled coldly to himself and sent a message, "Everyone, return now. Prepare for the grand performance to commence." The trio of white-haired ancestors, who had not wandered far, were momentarily taken aback before their faces lit up with exhilaration. Were they finally about to breach the dilapidated grand formation of the little empty mountain and enter its interior? Inside the little empty mountain, Jiang Wu proceeded cautiously with Xing Tian and Wu Ming, frequently stopping to frown, contemplating for a while before resolutely unleashing his physical prowess to shatter a restriction before him. The owner of this little empty mountain was indeed exceedingly cautious. Nearly every corner of the mountain was laden with restrictions. Was he afraid of assassination? So timid? Like a frightened mouse? If only I could have met this elder, I would have liked to learn such formidable restriction techniques from him. This power has endured for who knows how many years, yet it still retains the capacity to threaten beings of the virtual realm. Truly impressive. Jiang Wu mused silently. Though whether or not to learn such techniques was inconsequential, it was primarily his respect for the elder's cautious nature that mattered. At that moment, the seventh destiny sidled up, whispering conspiratorially, "Husband, over there lies a fragment of a broken sword. Just now, I felt its edge slicing through my very soul." Jiang Wu sighed, as if he had lost his chastity, murmuring, "Could you perhaps use a different term of endearment?" "Destiny will heed her husband," the seventh destiny replied meekly. "Then choose another." "You may call me Jiang Wu if you wish," he said, his spirits lifting. "Very well, husband," she responded, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mirth, as if she were on the verge of laughter. "Damn it," Jiang Wu despaired, realizing the trickery of a woman's words. This was utterly nonsensical. De Yi Qinghong glanced at the seventh destiny, pursing her lips. She harbored no ulterior motives. As long as she could remain by her master's side, that sufficed. Xing Tian and Wu Ming, on the other hand, remained detached, observing with a serene demeanor, choosing to remain oblivious to Jiang Wu's affairs. "Let us proceed," Jiang Wu urged. The place the seventh destiny indicated was outside a half-collapsed palace at the mountainside of Little Empty Mountain. A broken sword, with its tip snapped, was embedded at an angle into the rocky surface outside the palace, stripped of its divine might and runes, now merely exuding a latent yet pure blade aura. Jiang Wu and the trio approached, albeit slowly, as the path was fraught with restrictions, causing him considerable vexation. This was excessive. Why lay so many restrictions here? As if it were one's own home. By the time they reached the palace entrance, half an hour had elapsed. Jiang Wu, exercising caution, used his eye technique to scrutinize the broken sword, confirming the absence of traps before reaching out to grasp it. However, upon mere contact, a blade aura was triggered, slicing his fingertip and causing blood to flow. "Ah, so sharp?" Jiang Wu's eyes brightened instantly as he seized the broken sword, inspecting it closely. It appeared to be slightly inferior to the half-sword he had previously acquired, likely a relic of a being of the virtual realm. He stored it within the space of his innate artifact, allowing its divine essence to consume and refine it. In an instant, Strands of divine might and sharpness radiated from him. The broken sword, now ensconced within the space of his innate artifact, was akin to being peeled layer by layer, with fine strands of divine metal essence extracted and absorbed into Jiang Wu's innate artifact, imparting a fierce aura that signified a slight transformation of his weapon. After searching the dilapidated palace, Jiang Wu found little of value. Much lay in ruins, while other items appeared corroded by time, rendered utterly decayed. There were but 8 palaces on the mountainside. After combing through all 8, over an hour had passed. Jiang Wu retrieved 2 artifacts, their divine might still intact, which he sealed for later. He chose several damaged artifacts for his innate artifact to consume and enhance, leaving the remainder for Xing Tian, Wu Ming, and the others to divide. After devouring these few broken divine weapons, his innate artifact began its transformation. Virtual realm weapons? They're starting to consume my virtual power. I wonder what changes will ensue. Jiang Wu pondered eagerly, channeling his divine power, soul, and physical strength into his innate artifact. His strength was immensely profound, and he harbored no concerns that his innate artifact-esque consumption of his power would diminish his combat prowess. Boom! At that moment, outside the grand formation of the little empty mountain, waves of immense divine might erupted, akin to successive suns rising, shaking the mountain gate-esque grand array violently. Master, it seems they are about to breach the formation, De Yi Qinghong said, her expression tense as she spoke in a hushed tone. Patience. The restrictions on this mountain will provide them ample trouble, Jiang Wu sneered, unable to suppress a chuckle as he recalled how the owner of this little empty mountain had littered the entire mountain with restrictions. His expression darkened, yet he found it amusing. He was curious to see the expressions of those below if they were to discover that the entire mountain was riddled with restrictions. If I am disgusted, they should not escape the same fate. Let us enter the cave heaven, Jiang Wu suggested, selecting a secluded route to gradually dismantle the restrictions as they ascended towards the cave heaven. It took them a full 2 hours to finally burst through into the cave. However, upon entering, a wave of restrictive power descended upon them. Jiang Wu's expression shifted as he quickly retrieved the stone tablet of the Soul World Scripture, transforming it into a large slab to shield himself. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Jiang Wu was overwhelmed by an immense force, bending his knees, veins bulging on his forehead, while the slab he upheld creaked under pressure. Within his soul realm, his soul body opened its eyes to survey the surroundings. With a swift kick, he unleashed a surge of physical virtual power, striking a flaw in the operation of the restriction, which caused it to shatter explosively. The torrent of descending restrictive power abruptly ceased. Phew! Jiang Wu felt a lightness as he lowered the stone tablet, noticing that it had withstood the terrifying blow of the restriction without so much as a dent. What material is this? No wonder I could refine the broken sword within my innate artifact, yet this tablet resisted it effortlessly. Jiang Wu was astonished. After some contemplation, he minimized the tablet and held it in his hand for precautionary measures. Let South quickly search this place for treasures. Jiang Wu's eyes gleamed with determination as he scanned the cave. Although the visibility was limited, he quickly spotted, not far away, a divine herb garden. The potent aroma of divine herbs he had sensed earlier emanated from this very garden, where vibrant hues of light converged, with divine herbs vying for attention. And a formidable aura surged forth, tightening Jiang Wu's chest. Outside, the various factions of the virtual realm had grown impatient and began assaulting the mountain gate-esque grand formation, shaking it to its core. Yet, when Jiang Wu and his companions penetrated the cave heaven, the sudden eruption of restrictive energy caused a dramatic change in countenance among the onlookers. Someone has entered? Their minds went blank, staring in disbelief at the cave heaven above little empty mountain, fixated on the gaping breach. What the hell? They are still here struggling to breach the formation, and someone has entered. Who could it be? How did they manage to get inside? The expression of the Dark Moon King suddenly twisted into a ghastly visage. This small Kongshan ruins was the first to be discovered by their Dark Moon realm. In the ensuing moments, various celestial worlds surged forth, intending to claim a share. He too sought to leverage their strength to dismantle the array and break the seals. However, now, someone had audaciously infiltrated right before his eyes, aiming to monopolize the treasures. How could he possibly endure this? If you continue to conceal your intentions, the treasures within shall be snatched away by others. The Dark Moon King cast a cold, sweeping glance across the assembly, though his voice was scarcely above a whisper. Everyone could hear it and sense the chilling, bone-deep murderous intent emanating from him. The aged matriarch of the Frost World furrowed her brow and commanded her followers, attack, attack. Other formidable beings from various celestial realms also advanced, and at the moment of her command, they all assailed the grand formation at the entrance of the small Kongshan. Yet, Even though the grand formation was severely damaged, with many nodes shattered, it still managed to withstand their onslaught. The matriarch gritted her teeth, brandishing a frost blade, and bellowed, "Give it our all. This is our final strike." The other entities of the virtual realm frowned, and in the next moment, they unleashed their might upon the mountain gate's grand formation, wielding either weapons of divine caliber or remnants of formidable artifacts, each radiating a terrifying aura. This strike instantly shattered the barriers of the mountain gate's grand formation, causing the nodes to explode one after another. Chapter 2:14. The Divine Herb Embodying Indelible Essence. The celestial beings of various realms, brimming with joy, could hardly contain their lustful desires. Their purpose in entering the ancient divine mountain was to seek treasures and opportunities. Judging by the stone steel and the grand formation of the small Kongshan, this ruin was undoubtedly a treasure trove, even if they could not find any powerful artifacts. The divine herbs within the cave were sufficient to catapult their strength to new heights, far superior to any gains they might acquire exploring other parts of the ancient divine mountain. Meanwhile, some celestial beings from various realms narrowed their eyes at the Dark Moon King and the matriarch, their murderous intent becoming apparent. Charjin, one of the virtual realm beings, could not resist rushing towards the small Kongshan, only to find himself on a bloodstained path, where a seal erupted violently. A terrifying force surged forth, causing the virtual realm being's expression to change dramatically as his eyes widened in horror. No. Boom. A cloud of blood mist erupted on the small path of Kongshan, akin to those weaker beings that had been slain by the mountain gate's grand formation. The celestial beings, previously intoxicated by greed, were abruptly doused with cold water upon witnessing this scene. Their steps towards the small Kongshan came to an abrupt halt. Their earlier elation extinguished as if snatched away, leaving behind a chilling sensation. Their ecstatic expressions gradually solidified into something akin to desiccated meat, twisted and hardened. "Damn it! A powerful seal," exclaimed one adept at breaking formations, furrowing his brow. "If I were to dismantle it alone, it would take at least a quarter of an hour." The Dark Moon King and the matriarch exchanged glances, and they all declared in unison, "Let us join forces. We must break through by force." They gazed at the other celestial beings surrounding them and proclaimed, "Now that someone is already infiltrated, we have no time to waste dilly-dallying with this seal. Whoever desires a share of this ruin must lend us their strength. Those who wish to sneak away should leave at once." "Count me in," they all echoed. "Of course. Retreat is not an option. Let us strike," the other celestial beings asserted. They then combined their efforts, deploying various divine artifacts and techniques. After 2 strikes, they finally broke the first seal, though 2 individuals were severely injured and coughed up blood from the backlash of the seal's power. Subsequently, the formation-breaking experts moved forward a couple of steps, only to halt once more, their faces darkened to the hue of soy sauce as they gritted their teeth. Another seal. They joined forces to break through one seal after another. 2, 3, 4. In the short span of a mile, they encountered a staggering 10 seals. What is wrong with the master of this small Kongshan? Is he mad? Has he nothing better to do than set so many seals? One virtual realm being could no longer contain his exasperation as they attempted to find a way around, only to be informed by the formation breakers that the entire mountain was surrounded by seals. In that moment, they gazed at the small Kongshan, gradually sinking from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. Initially elated at discovering a powerful ruin, then thrilled at breaching the formations, and finally excited by the scent of divine herbs wafting into the sky, all of it dashed against the reality of encountering a capricious mountain master. Yet, surrender was not an option. Gritting their teeth, they united in determination to dismantle the seals, experiencing the explosive frustration akin to that of Jiang Wu, who was equally disgusted. 100 seals, 1,000 seals. Good heavens! How many tens of thousands of seals had this mountain laid out? In the cave, Jiang Wu was also engaged in dismantling seals, but compared to the efforts of the celestial beings outside, his task was simpler. Often, a single punch or kick would suffice to break through the seals before him. However, maintaining the divine eye technique was somewhat taxing, and beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead as he pressed on. He paused for a moment, drawing upon the boundless essence from his miniature soul source realm, resting briefly to recuperate. "Phew, this is quite exhausting. Husband, let me wipe your sweat," the 7th fate offered, producing a delicate handkerchief to gently dab the perspiration from Jiang Wu's brow. Jiang Wu's body stiffened instantaneously, akin to a warrior bracing for a formidable adversary, nearly unleashing a punch. Fortunately, he managed to suppress the impulse. This woman. Thankfully, the 7th fate did not pursue any further antics. Once Jiang Wu regained his spiritual power, his gaze fell upon the medicinal garden before him. The garden was quite expansive, yet contained merely 13 divine herbs, each with its own territory, exuding an overwhelming aura of divine essence that surged forth through the partially damaged barrier of the garden. Jiang Wu surveyed these divine herbs, feeling the profoundly potent ancient divine magic emanating from them, causing his mouth to water. Setting aside the effects of these herbs for the moment, just the sheer essence of divine power they radiated was enough to bestow him a wealth of divine points. Streams of brilliant, star-like divine light cascaded down upon these herbs, shrouded in a hazy, ethereal mist, flowing in rhythm with the ebb and flow of the herbs, heavy as the stars. Such divine herbs could hardly be suppressed by beings of the virtual realm. Rather, they would likely be injured by the overwhelming potency. Jiang Wu's gaze settled deeper within the garden, where he spotted a 1-foot-tall golden grass, adorned with 3 broad leaves. The grass was covered in dragon scales, densely packed and fearsome, resembling a golden dragon poised to soar, vividly alive. Upon the 3 leaves of this grass, swirling streams of energy coalesced, reminiscent of diminutive stars, undulating and creating ripples in the surrounding space. Standing outside the garden, Jiang Wu could perceive the formidable aura emanating from this grass through the barrier. It was not merely the might of dragons, but rather an indelible essence. Is this a divine herb of the indestructible realm? Upon seeing this herb, Jiang Wu's heart trembled, and he could not help but hold his breath. A divine herb that nurtured the essence of immortality. Through the sacred teachings of the blood god, Jiang Wu comprehended that after cultivating in the realm of the void realm god and demon, one must allow the divine body to give birth to the indestructible, transforming into an indestructible divine body. The indestructible divine body, indestructible divine soul, and indestructible divine power collectively command a force known as the indestructible realm of God and demon. Mastering all 3 forms of power signifies the pinnacle of the indestructible realm of God and demon. To embark on the path of becoming an indestructible realm god and demon, the divine herbs of this realm undoubtedly present an opportunity, a breakthrough to transcend into the indestructible realm of God and demon. Wait here for a moment. I shall enter and subdue these divine herbs, Jiang Wu declared as he approached the herb garden. Utilizing the divine soul eye technique, he surveyed the remnants of the shattered ceiling formation surrounding the garden. With a few powerful punches, a torrent of void realm divine power surged forth, striking the damaged nodes of the ceiling formation, causing it to explode. In that instant, a powerful aura of divine herbs soared into the sky from the garden. The terrifying presence of these herbs causing Xingtian, Wuming, and Dai Qinghong to change countenance. Such a fearsome divine might emanated from the concentrated power of the herbs that it made their hearts tremble with instinctive dread. Within the garden, 13 divine herbs existed, each at the level of the void realm god and demon, with the most precious one exuding an indestructible aura, greatly beneficial to the indestructible realm god and demon, and a true treasure for those of the void realm seeking to break through to the indestructible realm. Humph, Jiang Wu scoffed, enveloping himself in the 3 forms of void realm powers, divine soul, divine power, and physical strength, merging them into a singular entity. The void realm, he commanded, underwent a qualitative transformation, birthing an entirely different force that instantaneously suppressed the aura of the divine herbs within the garden. He sensed the terrifying nature of these herb auras. If he were to suppress them with merely one form of void realm power, he would likely struggle to subdue them one by one. However, now, under the fusion of the 3 types of void realm powers, a force akin to that of a world emerged, allowing Jiang Wu to step into the herb garden, already having subdued the overwhelming aura of the herbs. As he broke through one restriction after another within the garden, Jiang Wu approached the first divine herb. A surge of world power uprooted it from the soil, and after sealing it layer by layer, he stored it within his celestial palace, setting it aside. 1 herb, 2 herbs, 3 herbs. The aura of divine herbs dissipated within the palace, causing the Dark Moon King and his companions, who were tirelessly attempting to breach the restrictions of the celestial palace from outside, to grow furious. How audacious! He stealthily infiltrated in order to steal our divine herbs. Whoever it may be must die? They seethed. Humph, he managed to sneak in, but does he think he can simply vanish beneath our very noses? As soon as he dares to show himself, I shall make him kneel and tremble, unable to seek life or death. No one has ever offended our cold jade palace and lived to tell the tale. The expressions of the Dark Moon King and the old woman turned as frigid as frost, yet as they approached the celestial palace atop the small, empty mountain, a peculiar glint flickered in their eyes, causing some void realm gods and demons from various worlds to instinctively distance themselves. After laboriously overcoming thousands of restrictions, nearly collapsing and spitting blood, they finally surged into the celestial palace, only to have 2 of their number trigger adjacent restrictions upon entry. A terrifying force descended instantly, No. One void realm god and demon roared, swinging their divine weapon in a fit of rage, only to have it shattered in an instant, along with their body and soul, reduced to mere fragments. On the other side, another void realm god and demon turned pale, hastily producing a piece of crimson remnant scale. Upon its activation, a torrent of divine fire engulfed the restriction, but once the remnant scale's power was exhausted, it was utterly shattered and scattered. However, at this moment, the Dark Moon King and his companions had already fixed their gaze on the herb garden, their breaths becoming rapid. The surviving void realm gods and demons felt a sense of relief. Though they had consumed their precious remnant scale, they had at least preserved their lives. With life, all else could follow. Yet, as they observed the radical changes in the expressions and demeanor of the Dark Moon King and his companions, their faces grew greedily eager. Their curiosity compelled them to peer into the herb garden, where they beheld Jiang Wu collecting a divine herb and moving toward the final one. The aura of indestructibility radiating from this last divine herb caused the void realm god and demon to hold their breath, a wave of overwhelming shock flooding their hearts. An indestructible aura. No, a divine herb of the indestructible realm of god and demon. Such a divine herb exists here. The void realm god and demon internally roared, a fervor overtaking them, transforming their expression into a fierce snarl, their latent greed laid bare. Yet, as they witnessed Jiang Wu shatter the restrictions with a punch, intent on claiming the indestructible divine herb, their fury erupted, and they bellowed, preposterous. Their enraged cries reverberated throughout the celestial palace. Outside the herb garden, Xingtian, Wuming, and Dai Qinghong regarded the intruders with stoic expressions, their earlier tension dissipating as a surge of void realm power enveloped them. Void realm gods and demons. Seventh Destiny exclaimed in astonishment. Throughout their journey, Xingtian and Wuming had not engaged in battle, merely following Jiang Wu's lead, and she had remained oblivious to their ascension to such heights. Kill. Yet the two void realm gods and demons paid no heed to the Dark Moon King and his companions. Their murderous intent fully revealed as they transformed into beams of divine light, charging forward. The Dark Moon King became a streak of brilliance. The dim moonlight enveloping the entire celestial palace, and a slender crescent moon leaped into the heavens, suddenly transforming into a radiant beam directed at Xingtian, Wuming, and Seventh Destiny, as though a crescent moon had descended upon the world, eliminating Seventh Destiny and the others. Then rushing into the herb garden to seize the indestructible divine herb from Jiang Wu. That was the singular thought occupying the minds of the Dark Moon King, the old woman, and the other void realm gods and demons of various worlds. The emergence of the indestructible divine herb rendered them incapable of remaining calm. It was a chance to elevate themselves to the indestructible divine status, and anyone who dared obstruct their path would be met with ruthless annihilation. Within the herb garden, Jiang Wu focused his thoughts, a celestial force suppressing the indestructible divine herb, rendering it immobile. Yet the pulsating aura of indestructibility disrupted even his world power, causing it to tremble as if crushed beneath the weight of countless stars. Each thread of indestructible aura bore an astonishing heaviness. The power contained within was beyond Jiang Wu's current comprehension. He understood that upon reaching the realm of the indestructible god and demon, unless the indestructible aura was entirely obliterated, even the slightest remnant would allow the indestructible god and demon to resurrect. Such was the terror of the indestructible realm of god and demon. However, this was ultimately not an indestructible god and demon, but merely a divine herb, with the fusion of his three forms of void realm power into a singular world force. Jiang Wu effortlessly suppressed this indestructible divine herb, sealing it along with the earth beneath it and transporting it into his celestial palace. In an instant, the entire medicinal garden became desolate. Not only were the divine herbs completely gone, but even the spiritual soil cultivated over many years had been unearthed and collected by Jiang Wu into his celestial palace. You shall die? The Dark Moon King and others, witnessing the immortal herbs being seized by Jiang Wu, had their eyes reddened with rage. Their gazes towards him filled with unmasked greed along with an overwhelming intent to kill. Such expressions and countenances were truly fearsome. Surrender the immortal herbs, and I shall grant you mercy. The Dark Moon King could not help but hiss in a low growl. Get lost. Hand over the immortal herbs to our cold jade palace, or not only you, but even the myriad worlds behind you shall be annihilated by us. The ancient matron of the frost world, her countenance as cold as ice, cautiously probed for any restrictions ahead while swiftly advancing toward the medicinal garden. You, surrender the immortal herbs to this ancestor, and I may spare your life. Other formidable beings from the myriad worlds echoed, their voices thunderous, akin to the reverberation of thunder, causing the likes of Xingtian and Wu Ming to furrow their brows as they gripped their divine artifacts tightly. Is that so? Jiang Wu turned around, a semblance of a smile gracing his features as he observed these individuals invade the celestial realm. In particular, upon hearing the matron's declaration of intent to not only kill him, but also to obliterate the worlds behind him, Jiang Wu cast a glance at her. And with a swift motion, he had already arrived outside the medicinal garden. With a wave of his hand, a golden figure emerged beside him, an overwhelming aura of dominance and murderous intent reverberating throughout the celestial realm, pressing down like a tempest. A piercing dragon roar echoed, causing the Dark Moon King and his companions to change countenance. The figure was none other than the Golden Dragon King, who had been in seclusion in the Thunderworld for a full 5 years. In that moment, the vast divine might of the virtual realm radiated from the Golden Dragon King, his entire being seemingly transforming into a void, his divine body perfected to a consummate state of the virtual realm. Kill them all, leave not a single one. Jiang Wu summoned the mountain and river cauldron, gripping it tightly and swinging it down with force. In that instant, the vast mountains and rivers of the celestial realm seemed to be under his command, an overwhelming force cascading towards the Dark Moon King and his ilk. Mountain and river shatter. As the cauldron struck, it ground the very earth of the celestial realm to dust, an aura of destruction causing the Dark Moon King and others to change their expressions. Get lost. The Dark Moon King growled, sending a crescent moon directly towards the mountain and river cauldron. Yet, the moment the crescent struck the cauldron, it was instantly crushed under the weight of overwhelming force. The Dark Moon King's expression shifted as he retaliated with another slash, a torrent of moonlight crashing down, finally pushing the mountain and river cauldron back. Though he too was jolted by the backlash, pain surging through his arm. Another deafening dragon roar erupted, the might of the dragons seemingly striking at their very hearts as the Golden Dragon King materialized from the void. Extending a claw, he resembled a divine dragon seizing the stars and grasping the moon. The air shattered as the intent to kill sent the ancient matron of the frost world into a state of shock. An ominous aura of frost enveloped her, as if she could freeze the very heavens, her divine body becoming somewhat incorporeal, though not entirely. A frost-laden void emerged as she struck out with her palm. Boom! The Golden Dragon King's claw descended, shattering the frozen void, and with another strike, he obliterated the matron's divine body, blood mist scattering. Ah! She shrieked, her entire divine form reduced to mere remnants of the void, which were then shattered into pieces, violently propelled into a nearby restriction, unleashing a power that caused her countenance to pale. Do you think you can kill me? Impossible! The matron roared, producing a bone resembling white jade, radiating with terrifying icy power. With reluctance, she pressed it into the restriction beneath her. Crack! Crack! In that moment, an icy force instantaneously froze the underlying restriction. Before shattering it, grasping the now mostly depleted white jade bone, the matron's expression twisted as she glared at the Golden Dragon King, roaring, "I will slay you." Roar! The Golden Dragon King unleashed a mighty roar within the celestial realm. Although the myriad worlds faced him with numerous foes, they were unable to unleash their full potential against Jiang Wu and his allies. For apart from the path Jiang Wu had carved through the restrictions, all other areas were rife with lethal barriers. Only 2 or 3 individuals could engage the Golden Dragon King at once. And after the Dark Moon King and the matron were struck down, the Golden Dragon King extended his claws, sending the 2 virtual realm demons into a nearby restriction, silencing their cries as they were eradicated without a trace. Jiang Wu transformed the mountain and river cauldron into a spear, an aura of sharpness emanating from it, as the cauldron absorbed the energies of a formidable broken sword and several remnants, amplifying its lethal essence. At that moment, Jiang Wu wielded the spear, its sharpness seemingly imbued with an essence of immortality, causing ripples within the surrounding space. The matron, clutching the jade bone, charged at him, releasing her icy power in a desperate assault against the Golden Dragon King. But in the next instant, the spear, imbued with boundless sharpness, surged forth. Clang! Jiang Wu thrust the spear with a might reminiscent of a dragon rising, stirring the very breath of heaven and earth. The terrifying sharpness instantly tore through the icy power of the jade bone, piercing directly into the matron's throat and emerging unerringly from the other side. Crack! Crack! The icy powers surged from her, freezing her divine blood, but in the next moment, the matron's incorporeal form shattered into fragments, scattering across the ground. With the matron slain, Jiang Wu maintained his smile, yet at this moment, wielding the spear, he instilled a chill of dread in the hearts of the virtual realm demons. Their pupils contracting in terror, Jiang Wu then turned his gaze to the Dark Moon King, who, after a single strike, had retreated, his murderous intent vanished. His demeanor frigid as he fixated on Jiang Wu. Retreat. Withdraw to the small, empty mountain and ambush him in the open, the Dark Moon King commanded, leading a few virtual realm demons decisively out of the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, the other virtual realm demons followed suit, some transforming into streaks of light as they fled alongside the Dark Moon King. Retreat? Do you think you can escape? Jiang Wu's calm voice resonated. In that moment, those slower to retreat changed countenance as a wave of murderous intent locked onto them. With a swift movement, Jiang Wu cleaved down with his spear. Do you truly think I fear you? One virtual realm demon, marked by Jiang Wu, roared, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Though unable to conceal the avarice for the immortal herbs, in his hand appeared a fragment of a divine weapon, a remnant that seemed to possess a hint of divine might, approximately 1/3 intact. This virtual realm demon brandished the fragment before him, attempting to block Jiang Wu's ferocious strike. A torrent of sharp, divine energy erupted from the blade fragment. Die! The virtual realm demon growled softly, as the fragment suddenly slashed towards Jiang Wu, slicing through the air, aimed directly at his brow. Clang! In the very next moment, a stone tablet materialized before Jiang Wu. Although the remnants of the weapon were formidable, they could not inflict even the slightest harm upon the stone tablet. The remnants of the indestructible divine weapon? Jiang Wu cast a glance at the weapon fragments, and his spear transformed in his grasp, piercing through the chest of the demon from the void realm with a swift thrust, causing a cascade of divine blood to flow forth. You! The demon from the void realm widened its eyes, staring at the stone tablet, then glancing at the spear embedded in its own chest. A radiance imbued with the essence of indestructibility erupted from the spear. With a swift motion, Jiang Wu yanked the spear upward, tearing the demon's body asunder. Blood splattering forth as a wave of sharp energy gradually obliterated the remains into a mist of crimson. Kill! Xingtian Wuming surged forward, his aura reminiscent of an abyss, exerting a crushing force upon a demon from the void realm. A colossal axe cleaved the skies as Xingtian Wuming's arms rose like divine pillars, seizing the axe with a thunderous strike. Rend! In an instant, the demon behind him was split in two, divine blood spraying everywhere, drenching him in gore. A rotund demon from the void realm felt the disturbance behind it, its fur bristling in terror. Are they all dead? It gaped, its body transforming into a three-layered void divine body, far surpassing even the elder of the cold jade palace. At that moment, a resplendent divine light radiated from the demon, enveloping it like a protective barrier. Its remaining divine form shimmered with resilient divine patterns, akin to a divine artifact itself. Buzz! In the rear, Dai Qinghong drew her divine bow, her hands curving like a crescent moon as a dazzling divine light coalesced upon the bowstring. Upon releasing, a magnificent golden divine bird screeched forth, and in a flash, the arrow was loosed, crashing into the demon from the void realm. The thick barrier of divine light acted like a mire, creating ripples that relentlessly diminished the arrow's might. Ha! It cannot be breached. The rotund demon rejoiced, laughing heartily. Boom! However, in the next instant, a flurry of arrows erupted from Dai Qinghong's bow, raining down like a tempest, swiftly tearing through the barrier of divine light. As the arrows pierced through the divine shield and struck the demon, countless arrows invaded its soul realm. In that moment, the demon's laughter abruptly ceased, its expression turning vacant as divine blood flowed from its 7 orifices. Dai Qinghong released another arrow, which obliterated the demon's head and soul, a layer of divine light enveloping her, making her appear utterly resplendent. The demon from the void realm was annihilated. The 7th destiny gazed at Dai Qinghong in astonishment, then glanced at Xingtian Wuming. She felt a pang of inadequacy, sensing that her own strength seemed somewhat insignificant, leading to an unexpected sense of despondency. Kill! Jiang Wu, spear in hand, was the first to pursue, followed closely by the Golden Dragon King, Xingtian Wuming, Dai Qinghong, and the 7th destiny, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. Whoosh! Jiang Wu hurled his spear, imbued with an indestructible aura, piercing through the back of a demon from the void realm, penetrating it entirely, and almost executing a double kill on the demon ahead, instilling sheer terror in its heart. This terrifying prowess had sufficiently shaken the demons from the void realm, restoring a semblance of rationality, as a wave of fear began to swell within their minds. Quick, quick, quick! The demon felt its legs weaken, realizing how close it had come to being pierced by the spear, especially when the spear breached its void. That indomitable aura sent chills coursing through its body, rendering it stiff with dread. In that instant, it thought it would meet its demise. On Little Kong Mountain, a chilling scream echoed through the skies, startling countless birds into flight, causing the Dark Moon King, who had just emerged from the mountain, to feel a tightness in his chest, astonished by the might of Jiang Wu and his companions. Despite having expended considerable power breaking through barriers along the way, they still faced dozens of demons from the Void Realm. How could these few overpower them? As the Dark Moon King dashed down the mountain and turned to gaze at the unimpeded path leading from Little Kong Mountain, his pupils constricted in shock. On Little Kong Mountain, Jiang Wu shifted through the void, instantly appearing behind the demon whose realm he had just breached. With arms outstretched, he seized the demon's limbs and tore them apart. Rip. The severed arms flew, divine blood spraying forth. Boom. In the next moment, as the demon from the Void Realm cried out in agony, Jiang Wu, expressionless, swung a fist that crushed its skull. Such a horrifying scene sent chills down the spines of the Dark Moon King and the other demons from the Void Realm, rendering them unable to fathom how such a ruthless individual could exist. Tearing apart a demon from the Void Realm, the carnage sent the myriad demons into a frenzied flight, staining Little Kong Mountain with blood. Who is this person? The Dark Moon King and his companions were astounded, still bewildered by the identities of Jiang Wu and his allies. Meanwhile, the weaker demons remaining at the foot of Little Kong Mountain could only stare in disbelief, rendered speechless. As Jiang Wu pursued the last demon to the foot of Little Kong Mountain, that figure suddenly halted, turning to face Jiang Wu with a sinister grin, brandishing a terrifying remnant weapon that rippled through space. In that moment, the figure leapt into the air, the fearsome remnant weapon slicing through the heavens. With a single strike, it appeared as if the very fabric of the ancient divine mountain had been cleaved asunder, the demon growling menacingly, "The indestructible divine medicine is mine." Yet, in the face of this attack, Jiang Wu bore a stone tablet upon his shoulder, and the remnant weapon clashed against it, the violent force rebounding. Bang! A cloud of blood mist erupted, droplets of crimson cascading from the sky, staining the path of Little Kong Mountain in red as the divine blood flowed down. A wave of void power emanating from these divine essences. Jiang Wu stepped forth from the blood mist, observing the 20 or so demons from the Void Realm, including the Dark Moon King, who had retreated to the mountain's edge, their breaths quickening, faces contorted with rage and a desire to slay him. He smiled. "Want to kill me? Yearning for the indestructible divine medicine? Come, approach me. Should you manage to slay me, then you shall undoubtedly obtain the indestructible divine medicine." Jiang Wu's calm and composed voice resonated, inciting the Dark Moon King and the others to grit their teeth, their hearts aflame with a desire to tear him apart, wishing to incinerate his soul for millennia. This is truly outrageous. However, recalling how Jiang Wu and his companions had decimated dozens of demons from the Void Realm along their descent, a sense of trepidation took root within them, rendering them unwilling to act. Such power transcended their comprehension. The peak of the Void Realm. The Dark Moon King ground his teeth in frustration, yet he could not suppress his astonishment and unease. Those who achieve the Void Realm typically refine their void before cultivating the Void Divine Body. When the Void Realm condensed to a size of 1,000 miles, and the divine body of the Void Realm reached its utmost perfection, it could be deemed as the pinnacle of the Void Realm's divine demons. From the current observations of the Dark Moon King, it was evident that even if Jiang Wu and the Golden Dragon King were not at the peak of the Void Realm, they were certainly not far removed from it. Such power utterly overshadowed his own. However, as he beheld Jiang Wu and his companions treading upon the small mountain before them, their feet soaked in patches of divine blood, the expression of the Dark Moon King turned icy once more. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he conjured a blood-red divine talisman radiating an ominous aura, which he crushed in his hand. Buzz! In that instant, a force akin to the emergence of a demon god surged forth, causing the divine blood beneath Jiang Wu and his companions to suddenly undergo a dramatic transformation. What did it matter how strong they were? Could they possibly resist the indomitable blood god talisman of the demon sovereign? Humph! All shall obediently become my puppets. A hint of madness flickered in the Dark Moon King's eyes as he observed the divine blood beneath Jiang Wu transforming into crimson patterns that spread across their bodies. A surge of ecstasy swelling within him. As the Dark Moon King shattered the blood-red talisman, the malevolent power enveloped the surrounding realms, causing the expressions of the divine demons of the Void Realm to shift dramatically. They abruptly turned to stare at the Dark Moon King, their faces filled with horror. The power of a demon god. And not just any demon god, but the indomitable demon sovereign? The indomitable demon god. A terrifying presence rivaling that of the indomitable god sovereigns. Although the power of the talisman could not compare to the actual presence of an indomitable demon sovereign, it was still beyond the capability of these Void Realm divine demons to resist. A demon god. This fellow actually possesses the means of a demon god? Jiang Wu felt this overwhelming power, and the terrifying divine might emanating from him surged as if ignited by flame, exploding forth with a thunderous roar. The three types of void realm powers within him erupted simultaneously, merging together as the force of the world engulfed the surrounding space. An overwhelming divine might that caused the Dark Moon King and his cohorts to change countenance. Chapter 2:17. The Inheritance of the Five-Sun Calamity Sovereign. The Heroic Souls of Humanity. 3. They stared wide-eyed, sensing the divine might emanating from Jiang Wu. Their bodies instinctively trembling as if confronted by an indomitable god sovereign, filled with fear and unease. This power, how is it possible? How can this be? This man has mastered three types of void realm divine powers. It is said that mastering three types of void realm divine powers allows one to ascend to the realms of the celestial gods and become their successor. This man is a successor of the celestial gods. Some of the void realm divine demons widen their eyes in disbelief. The celestial gods reside high above, and the celestial realm is a terrifying domain capable of dominating the myriad heavens. Let alone such a world. Even a realm merely hosting an indomitable god sovereign could crush them, rendering them too fearful to offend. And now, a successor of the celestial gods stands before them? This is dire. The Dark Moon King's expression paled further. If he were to face ordinary void realm divine demons, employing the demon sovereign talisman would suffice. But a celestial god successor, such a formidable being would undoubtedly have protectors, would they not? Such a terrifying successor, would they lack trump cards? Retreat. Before the outcome could unfold, panic gripped the Dark Moon King's heart as he realized Jiang Wu was indeed a celestial god successor, and he turned to flee. Buzz. The three types of void realm powers converged into one, and a force of the world descended, swiftly suppressing the bizarre blood-like power and divine patterns beneath his feet. Jiang Wu furrowed his brow. A demon god. Moreover, there was an indelible aura of power, unlike the indomitable aura of the indomitable realm divine demons. This was a force that even the world's might could not erase. Then, with a thought, the blood god stone embryo appeared by his side. Boom. In the next moment, the blood god stone embryo lifted its foot and stomped down with tremendous force. A surge of sacred blood energy instantly obliterated the peculiar power of the blood-red divine patterns beneath it, annihilating them completely. This was not due to the blood god stone embryo achieving the level of an indomitable realm divine demon, but rather that its power was of a far superior tier than that of this demon god's bizarre blood power. If Jiang Wu was not mistaken, the blood god's sacred cannon was likely a form of demon god cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was an unparalleled demon god technique. The Dark Moon King's expression froze, his earlier ecstasy transforming into boundless terror as a chill enveloped his mind, causing him to tremble. This truly is a celestial god successor. This protector can destroy the power of the demon sovereign talisman with a single strike. Flee, flee, flee. The Dark Moon King panicked, gripped by fear. In the next instant, he transformed into a crescent moon, along with his subordinates, and instantly maneuvered to escape into the mountain range, fleeing wildly. Flee, flee, flee. This is not a being I can contend with. As the Dark Moon King fled, the other void realm divine demons from various realms witnessed the emergence of the blood god stone embryo, which obliterated the terrifying demon god power with a mere step. Each of them felt an overwhelming dread, their eyes wide with disbelief. In the next moment, one by one, the void realm divine demons scattered in flight, consumed by terror, their minds filled with the image of Jiang Wu's smiling face. It was an utterly devilish grin, feigning weakness to devour the strong. How wicked! A dignified celestial god successor, and yet you audaciously infiltrated the small void mountain to steal our divine herbs. No, wait. You, a celestial god successor, coveting such trifles? How base! Who exactly are these individuals that have emerged from which celestial god realm? Moreover, they all seem quite youthful, not even 1,000 years old. How could one possess such terrifying might at such a tender age? With this thought, the void realm powerhouses of the myriad heavens grew even more anxious, fearing that they might drag their own worlds into this calamity. Leave the void realm divine demons of the frost world, Jiang Wu declared coldly. The Golden Dragon King and Xianxiaaudiobooks rushed forth, their void realms vastly larger and far more formidable than those of the myriad heavens void realm divine demons. Their speed far surpassed that of those fleeing. The young master has issued a command. You all remain. The 5 void realm divine demons led by the old crone, capable of breaking the Great Formation, had already been slain by Da Yiqing Hong due to their slow escape. Now, only 3 void realm divine demons from the frost world remained. Upon seeing the Golden Dragon King and Xianxiaaudiobooks pursuing them, they exchanged terrified glances and decisively scattered to flee in 3 different directions, each hoping for the best. Boom! As Xianxiaaudiobooks surged forward, he leapt into the air, wielding a massive shield that resembled a mountain as he swung it down. Under the weight of his colossal frame and the terrifying gravity of the ancient divine mountain, one frost world void realm divine demon was brutally crushed. Bang! A burst of divine blood exploded forth, the frost world divine demon drenched in blood, crashing down like a cannonball onto the hard ground of the ancient divine mountain. Rendered motionless. On another front, the golden dragon king demonstrated his might, soaring through the air like a streak of golden divine light. With a roar, he descended from the heavens, his dragon claw striking down and nearly killing a frost world void realm divine demon. The ground shattered around the point of impact, as if a spider web had fractured, sinking into the earth. As for the last remaining one, the golden dragon king was about to pursue, but found that this individual had already vanished without a trace, escaping to who knows where. The ancient divine mountain is fraught with perilous locales, some of which even Jiang Wu's soul eye technique cannot penetrate. If these individuals truly escaped into the dense forests of the ancient divine mountain, they would indeed be difficult to locate. Forget it. Let's seal both of these two and take them along. The voice of Jiang Wu resonated in the ears of the golden dragon king and xianxiaaudiobooks. They responded respectfully and swiftly seized the two entities from the void realm, returning to Jiang Wu's side. A surge of divine power from the void realm enveloped the bodies and souls of the two beings, sealing them before casting them to the ground. The frost world. As Jiang Wu gazed at the two captives, a fierce glimmer of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. He had refrained from pursuing the Dark Moon King, yet he had no intention of sparing the frost world. If their desire was merely to eliminate him, that would be one matter, but to annihilate the world behind him? Was their heart not darkened? Such a world was more terrifying than the demon god heavenly palace, a veritable tumor. The ones I had previously spared now sought to obliterate the divine and demon world. With a deep-seated enmity now established, would they not seek to utterly destroy it? The more Jiang Wu contemplated, the more fear gnawed at him, and his heart grew colder. However, if the old crone were to learn of Jiang Wu's thoughts, she would likely weep at his naivety. Did he truly think he could issue threats? Who could truly obliterate his world? Jiang Wu employed his divine soul eye technique to survey the surroundings of Little Kong Mountain, finding no hidden adversaries plotting against him. He breathed a sigh of relief and instructed Xianxiaaudiobooks to restrain the two from the frost world as they ascended Little Kong Mountain once more. Within the cave realm, Jiang Wu once again dismantled the seals, thoroughly scouring the series of palaces within. Yet, he found no other treasures. Only remnants of fallen warriors and a self-portrait that lay broken upon the ground. As Jiang Wu's formidable divine soul power made contact with the portrait, his consciousness was abruptly drawn within, and darkness engulfed him. In an expanse of void, resembling an eternal realm, a towering figure stood against the heavens. This figure appeared different from what Jiang Wu had previously observed at the stone tablet at the mountain gate. It bore signs of age, with white hair and a slightly stooped posture, no longer as imposing and fierce. Yet, before this figure, Jiang Wu felt a profound shock. The aura emanating from this entity was far more terrifying than that of the stone tablet. If you can see this portrait, it signifies that I, Wu Yang, have fallen. The voice, aged and resonant, echoed in Jiang Wu's heart, stirring ripples of emotion within him, akin to hearing an old man's sigh. Filled with deep reluctance and a profound sense of righteousness that reverberated through his very being. What trials had this Wu Yang, the Lord of Calamity, endured? Jiang Wu could not help but ponder. However, my legacy must not be lost. The voice grew fervent, and though Jiang Wu could not discern the old man's features, he sensed the tears streaming down his face. You, my descendant, who inherits the legacy of Wu Yang, must possess a divine soul power and talent worthy of my recognition. Remember, in the days to come, safeguard the lands of our human race. Not a single inch must be lost. The noble spirits of humanity must not perish. With a resounding boom, the undying figure exploded into a torrent of terrifying divine soul power that surged into Jiang Wu's mind. He felt an intense pain as waves of divine soul energy flooded his consciousness, accompanied by an overwhelming influx of information. In the realm of divine souls, Jiang Wu's divine body opened its eyes, a brilliance radiating from his gaze that transcended the ages. The soul world scripture resonated powerfully, as the monumental divine soul power inherited from Wu Yang was refined, merging into Jiang Wu's very essence like a vast river, causing his divine body to swell to an astonishing size of 13,000 zhang in an instant. Moreover, the legacy bestowed upon him transformed into indelible symbols, reminiscent of eternal stars, inscribed within Jiang Wu's mind. Each character bore the weight of an ancient seal, pressing down upon him with an oppressive force that made it difficult to breathe. This special legacy, the Wu Yang forbidden divine record. Jiang Wu closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the teachings of Wu Yang. As the divine symbols floated within his consciousness like stars, gradually dissolving into his being, while countless pieces of information were etched into his heart. After a considerable time, Jiang Wu sighed deeply. Within this legacy, he glimpsed a singular vision, a vast and indescribable world where a divine tree reached the heavens, and countless human warriors defended fortified cities against descending dragons of blazing fire and ancient demonic entities. The ground ran red with blood, staining the eyes of all with its horror. Corpses littered the earth, transforming it into a river of blood, as mountains crumbled and despairing elegies echoed through the land, which had become scorched earth. In that moment, Jiang Wu felt the indomitable will of Wu Yang, a fierce struggle against those terrifying beings, causing his heart to tremble involuntarily. His fists clenched tightly. Humanity? The noble spirits of humanity must not perish? Jiang Wu opened his eyes, his brow furrowed. What trials had this Wu Yang, the Lord of Calamity, truly faced? Why did Little Kong Mountain bear such significance? And why had the ancient divine mountain descended upon the world of the heavens? Chapter 2:18. A frenzied ascendancy in power. The descent into the frost world. 4. Having received the legacy of Wu Yang, Jiang Wu found his heart filled with even more questions. It felt as though something was lodged within him, causing great discomfort. He resolved to locate the frost world and annihilate the cold jade palace. Jiang Wu had found a target for his pent-up fury and promptly seized the two void realm entities, attempting to enslave them with the essence of the mortal realm. Having never attempted to enslave beings of the void realm, he was uncertain of his success but decided to give it a try. Additionally, he intended to practice the teachings of Wu Yang's legacy. This inheritance primarily focused on the mastery of seals, even inscribing them upon himself to cultivate a sealed divine body. Jiang Wu mused that Wu Yang's legacy was particularly well suited for him. If he could restore the seals of Little Kong Mountain, it would ensure its absolute safety. This could serve as a haven for him amidst the ancient divine mountain, a place imbued with a sense of security. In the future, he could also bring his family here for training. As Jiang Wu entered seclusion, Xing Tian Wuming, Dai Qing Hong, and the seventh celestial fate began to tidy up Little Kong Mountain. Traversing the path Jiang Wu had cleared from the seals, restoring the damaged palaces with new ones retrieved from their divine artifact spaces or cave palaces. In less than a few days, Little Kong Mountain was transformed anew. Particularly, after Jiang Wu emerged briefly from seclusion, he managed to reactivate the mountain gate's grand formation and assumed control over the numerous seals on the mountain, imparting knowledge of the passage seals to several individuals. Consequently, Little Kong Mountain was fully sealed. Fortunately, the Dark Moon King and his allies dared not return to spy. Otherwise, witnessing such a scene would surely frighten them greatly. In just a few days, Little Kong Mountain had been restored. What manner of divine being was this? Within the cave realm, Jiang Wu took a month to enslave and control the two void realm entities from the frost world. From their memories, he gleaned the location of the frost world and the strength of the cold jade palace, the pinnacle existence of the void realm. From their recollections, Jiang Wu learned that the cold jade palace held dominion over the entire frost world. The palace's mistress was a cold and ruthless woman, not just icy in demeanor but cold-blooded to the core. In her quest for control over the frost world, she had annihilated all the major powers within, sparing none who refused to submit. In seclusion to enhance his cultivation, Jiang Wu once again withdrew from the world. He selected several divine herbs to augment his spiritual power, bestowing the remainder upon Xing Tian and Wu Ming, retaining for himself the indestructible divine herb. This herb would enable him to elevate his cultivation level directly, harnessing the indomitable strength of the indestructible divine demon. Although he was unsure if he could control the realm of his physical body's secret treasury at this moment, he had yet to require the indestructible divine herb. He consumed the divine herbs and fervently refined the surging power of his soul to elevate his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had flown by. Despite Jiang Wu's relentless endeavors to strengthen his soul, the legacy of the soul power from the Lord of the Five Suns, along with the terrifying divine herbs he had refined, resulted in his soul still measuring an impressive 9,000 zhong in size. However, Jiang Wu's soul had become increasingly condensed, emanating a crystalline radiance, its form now discernible. Compared to 2 years prior, the enhancement of Jiang Wu's soul had surpassed tenfold. With a surge of determination, Jiang Wu stepped out of his celestial palace. In a single thought, he propelled his cultivation realm from 23 trillion to an astonishing 30 trillion. Boom. In that instant, the power within him detonated as if unleashed. Countless secret treasuries erupted, their energies colliding, creating a divine aura that stirred the very space around Jiang Wu, as if it had been shaken to its core. In a heartbeat, a tempestuous force surged forth, sweeping through the small, empty cave. Within Jiang Wu, torrents of power erupted, causing subtle yet profound changes in his cells, bones, and blood as his cultivation realm ascended, gradually transforming. 30 trillion weight of physical body's secret treasury. As Jiang Wu awaited the stabilization of his body's power, a thought surged forth, releasing an endless torrent of energy that instantaneously manifested into a virtual realm spanning 300 li. The might of his body's virtual realm was strongest in its defense. Should he employ this corporeal power, Jiang Wu felt that he could withstand a strike from an ordinary virtual realm divine demon without a scratch, while delivering a single punch that could maim or slay his opponent. With another thought, the virtual realm expanded to 800 li, while the soul virtual realm grew to 460 li. The amalgamation of these three powers birthed a new force of creation. This power, too, had grown stronger. Worldly energies danced around Jiang Wu's fingertips. This force was wondrously peculiar. While it did not quite match the world powers he had previously sensed from the celestial dragon world or the divine demon world, it seemed to share a common origin, embodying the essence of worldly power. However, he soon reigned in the three virtual realm powers, adopting a tranquil demeanor as he gazed at the jade stone path before his celestial palace. Da Yi Qing Hong, 7th Destiny, and Xing Tian Wu Ming approached along the path. Upon seeing Jiang Wu emerge from seclusion, their faces lit up with joy. "My lord, husband." Da Yi Qing Hong and Xing Tian Wu Ming hastened forward, bowing respectfully. 7th Destiny followed closely behind, her gaze slightly shy as she knelt before Jiang Wu, offering her greetings. 2 years had elapsed, and it was evident that the aura of Da Yi Qing Hong and the others had significantly strengthened. With the resources Jiang Wu had provided, 7th Destiny had advanced from the initial stages of an invincible divine demon to an extraordinary level. Having refined divine herbs of the virtual realm tier, her aura now resonating with the power of the virtual realm, albeit not yet breaking through to that level. Meanwhile, Da Yi Qing Hong and Xing Tian Wu Ming had primarily focused on cultivating the power of the virtual realm, and from Jiang Wu's perception, they were likely very close to the pinnacle of the virtual realm divine demon. During this time, had any divine demons from the myriad worlds ventured to the small, empty mountain? Jiang Wu inquired. Yes, but they were all repelled by the mountain's grand formation. Da Yi Qing Hong replied playfully. The Golden Dragon King has intervened thrice, slaying 7 or 8 virtual realm divine demons, which has significantly reduced the number of visitors. Those who do come merely pass through in haste. It is said that the divine demons from the surrounding myriad worlds regard us as prodigies from the celestial world, and the tales have only grown more mysterious. She continued. Husband, I believe this identity suits you exceptionally well. 7th Destiny approached Jiang Wu, her tight-fitting black attire accentuating her alluring figure, exuding an air of dark elegance that intensified her charm. She softly proclaimed, Husband, you are truly extraordinary. Your combat prowess and innate talent are unparalleled. I have heard that the celestial world is a formidable presence among the myriad worlds. Should you assume this identity, it would undoubtedly enhance your standing and resources within the ancient divine mountain, instilling fear in those from the myriad worlds and sparing you many troubles. 7th Destiny's words nearly convinced Jiang Wu of his own grandeur, his handsomeness bordering on the explosive, and thankfully, his thick skin allowed him to absorb the flattery without faltering. The final remark from 7th Destiny stirred Jiang Wu's heart the most. Fewer troubles? If that were indeed the case, then assuming the identity of a celestial world heir was not without merit. He could portray himself even more convincingly than an actual celestial heir, especially since he possessed a legacy that transcended the celestial beings. During their 2 years at the small empty mountain, Jiang Wu and his companions had gradually grown familiar with their surroundings, noting the increasing signs of activity from the myriad worlds. Their current tally indicated that in this brief span, they had encountered over 100 divine demons from various worlds, the number of virtual realm divine demons remaining uncertain. While these virtual realm divine demons were not particularly formidable, as not everyone could possess a divine mountain for cultivation like Jiang Wu, the sheer number of them still left them apprehensive. Just how many myriad worlds existed above? My lord, 2 figures appeared, bowing respectfully towards Jiang Wu. Their icy aura revealed their mastery of ice-based divine arts and powers, belonging to the 2 frost world virtual realm divine demons Jiang Wu had enslaved, now guarding the small, empty mountain alongside the Golden Dragon King. Upon observing their divine might, Jiang Wu noted a significant qualitative enhancement compared to 2 years prior. Jiang Wu nodded, leading 7th Destiny and the others onward, the 2 virtual realm divine demon servants respectfully trailing behind. Exiting the celestial cave, Jiang Wu strolled around the small, empty mountain, inhaling the dense and ethereal essence permeating the atmosphere, complemented by a spiritual spring cascading down like a waterfall, uplifting his spirit. Let us summon the Golden Dragon King and venture to the Frost World. After surveying the surroundings and confirming no one was watching, Jiang Wu nodded in satisfaction. Calling everyone forth, the Golden Dragon King soared into the sky, and Jiang Wu and his companions mounted the colossal dragon, departing from the small, empty mountain. Meanwhile, the blood god stone embryo continued to refine the blood essence of the sea god world, its power on the verge of breaking through to the 5th level. Once it achieved the 5th level of the blood god's sacred text, its power would rival that of the pinnacle of the indestructible divine sovereign. With the blood god stone embryo guarding the small, empty mountain, Jiang Wu felt at ease departing. Under the Golden Dragon King's soaring flight, they entered a myriad world within a mere half-month. Whoosh! The sky was filled with swirling snowflakes as a frigid gust swept across the land. As Jiang Wu and his companions surged forth from the ancient divine mountain, they descended upon this realm, where the endless expanse of stars adorned the sky above, while below lay a vast world cloaked in white, a desolate landscape of ice and snow. The scene was dominated by a monotonous whiteness, with swirling snowflakes and a biting, frigid wind howling through the air. This was the frost world. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Jiang Wu's eyes, and in an instant, his formidable aura swept across the heavens, resonating with a thunderous roar that shook the very foundations of this realm. Chapter 219. The Heir of the Celestial Deity? Sacrifice all. 5. Boom. In the starry sky, each celestial body seemed to be crushed by an unseen hand, as a terrifying power descended, freezing the world in place. The tempest of wind and snow ceased. Even the dry chill in the air appeared to dissolve beneath the warmth of a radiant sun. An endless surge of blood energy ascended like a great sun rising, and in that fleeting moment, the entire frost world seemed to plunge into an unprecedented summer. As countless layers of frost melted away, the cold receding and transforming into cascading rain and snow, the Golden Dragon King let out a resounding roar, shattering the celestial dome of the frost world with its might, while below, the frozen ground fractured under the immense pressure. This sudden upheaval sent waves of panic rippling through the frost world. Countless deities and demons felt as if their hearts were gripped by an iron fist. The overwhelming divine might of Jiang Wu and the Dragon King's presence suffocated them with an unbearable sense of dread. They gazed up at the heavens, their hearts racing with fear, their faces etched with disbelief. What was happening? Above, a magnificent golden dragon, radiating divine light, surged forth from the ancient divine mountain, descending into their midst, causing their eyes to widen in shock, their minds momentarily paralyzed. This was catastrophic. A celestial beast had emerged from the ancient divine mountain. And it was a dragon? Yet, before they could comprehend the situation, a divine seal, resembling a majestic cauldron, coalesced and, in an instant, came crashing down upon them. Boom! The heavens and earth trembled, as if the apocalypse itself were upon them. The cold jade palace? Today, it would surely be obliterated. A detached voice echoed throughout the frost world, proclaiming the doom of the cold jade palace. This declaration instilled terror among the countless inhabitants of the frost world. How audacious! A roar erupted from the vast ice palaces, and a colossal icy palm surged forth, obscuring the sun. Bang! However, this icy palm was instantly shattered by the divine cauldron. The divine seal showed no signs of pausing as it continued its relentless descent toward the ice palace. Clang! A being from the realm of the void emerged, wielding a cold divine sword that cleaved through the air, splitting the heavens. But when the blade struck the cauldron, the void entity was sent reeling, blood spewing forth as it was flung away. With a thunderous crash, the earth quaked as the cauldron descended upon the ice palace, shattering the ice that had been sealed for countless years, completely submerging it. The entire frost world fell into a profound silence. Many deities and demons turned their gazes toward the supreme force of the frost world, the cold jade palace. In that moment, the sprawling ice mountains and palaces of the cold jade palace were decimated by the cauldron, and many of the palace's proud heirs and divine beings perished beneath the force of this strike, their screams of agony and panic echoing through the air. Everyone stood in stunned silence, their minds blank. Even those who had long been oppressed by the cold jade palace felt no satisfaction, only fear and dread. The worst fears had materialized. The ancient divine mountain had unleashed its wrath upon the cold jade palace. The very threat they had dreaded had come to pass. The powerful beings who walked the ancient divine mountain would someday endanger their safety. The emergence of the ancient divine mountain brought not only an opportunity defying the heavens, but also an endless crisis. The Golden Dragon King roared as it descended, its thunderous roar reverberating throughout the frost world, leaving those who beheld it in awe of its terrifying form. They could hardly fathom what kind of being could command such a colossal dragon. Jiang Wu and his companions descended upon the cold jade palace, which had activated countless formidable formations, erecting a barrier that separated them. Yet, with a swift motion, Xing Tian unleashed a mighty axe. And an ancient headless demon emerged from the void, wielding a formidable weapon. With a powerful swing, the barrier of the cold jade palace was shattered with a resounding crash. Boom! Countless ice palaces and mountains crumbled and collapsed. The cries of despair from the cold jade palace were abruptly silenced as its inhabitants stared in disbelief at the Golden Dragon King and Jiang Wu. Their formidable array had proven utterly incapable of offering even a moment's resistance. They held their breath, the oppressive divine might suffocating them. It was an immense struggle even to draw a breath. Jiang Wu, however, had no interest in attacking these individuals. His purpose in the Frost world was to eradicate the threat posed by the Cold Jade Palace. And the only beings within who could threaten the divine realm were the void entities. Kill. Jiang Wu's expression remained impassive as he gazed down at the Cold Jade Palace, raising his hand to strike, intent on annihilating all the void entities within. Yet, at that moment, a stunning figure clad in a flowing white gown emerged from the Cold Jade Palace, approaching them. Gazing at Jiang Wu, the ice-cold beauty with a soul-chilling demeanor revealed a hint of shyness, particularly upon sensing the terrifying aura of the Golden Dragon King, causing her to slightly falter. But the celestial deity's heir? The palace master of the Cold Jade Palace, by Bing Xue, bowed before Jiang Wu, proclaiming, "I pay my respects to the young master." This figure, looking upon Jiang Wu, humbly knelt, displaying the utmost deference. Before Jiang Wu could respond, Bai Bingxue continued, "Upon learning of the young master's recent encounters, I have dealt with those who returned from the ancient divine mountain on your behalf, and I hope you will forgive me." Observing Jiang Wu's raised brow, she bent her knees and knelt before him. Bai Bingxue is willing to offer everything for the young master. With a delicate bite of her crimson lips, her demeanor appeared utterly pitiful, evoking a sense of compassion. It was evident that this offering extended beyond the Cold Jade Palace or the Frost world. It included her very being. Boom. However, in the next moment, Jiang Wu raised his hand, his expression devoid of emotion as he clenched his fist. As a landscape coalesced, he struck down with a single blow, shattering Bai Bingxue's delicate form, sending divine blood splattering and her body fracturing into countless pieces, plummeting from the sky like a fallen star into the ice-covered ground below. In such a dire situation, not only Bai Bingxue, who had nearly been killed by Jiang Wu's strike, but also the disciples and elders of the Cold Jade Palace, as well as the supreme elder of the Void Realm, and the myriad of deities and demons in the Frost world, were left in stunned silence. What was this? The palace master had submitted, even offering everything. Yet she was slain? Behind Jiang Wu, the seventh celestial destiny and De Yi Qinghong exchanged knowing smiles, their crescent moon-like grins reflecting their lack of surprise at the outcome. For this was the Jiang Wu they recognized. However, just as Jiang Wu was about to deliver the fatal blow, the seventh celestial destiny spoke softly, "Husband, I sense that if we spare the palace master of the Cold Jade Palace, her nature should enable her to handle many matters that you would prefer not to address directly. For instance, in the ancient divine mountain, you might require some subordinates to gather resources, clues, and intelligence, allowing you to dedicate more time to cultivation." Jiang Wu paused, turning to regard the seventh celestial destiny, and inquired, "You wish to undertake this task?" On the seventh day, the Destined One knelt gracefully, lowering her head and softly proclaiming, "Destined One, I yearn to do something for my husband." If the term husband were to be replaced with something else, Jiang Wu would have no objections. However, the inclusion of husband left him feeling uneasy and hard to accept. After a prolonged silence, Jiang Wu finally nodded. Below, Bai Bingxue believed she was facing imminent doom. A look of despair etched upon her face. The heir of the celestial deity? Is this truly what it means to be the heir of a celestial deity? To dismiss her beauty and the pinnacle of her power in the realm of the virtual world so casually, and to declare death with such ease. She had witnessed the lofty demeanor and disposition of such beings. In another life, Bai Bingxue vowed to ascend to such heights. Even if it meant becoming a mere shadow in another's chamber, she would attain all of this. A frenzied glint sparked in her eyes. In the next moment, the Golden Dragon King descended, delivering a devastating blow that rendered her utterly incapacitated, sealing her away as her consciousness faded into darkness. This unexpected turn of events came suddenly and concluded in a manner that left the beings of the Frost world in disbelief. Did they truly lack the capacity to resist? The heir of the celestial deity? What does it mean to be the heir of a celestial deity? Even the palace master was treated this way. The demons and gods dared not voice their thoughts further. They had all heard Bai Bingxue's kneeling and her declaration of willingness to sacrifice everything. It was a notion that was difficult for them to accept. Why must one be so abject? Especially in their hearts, Bai Bingxue was the epitome of admiration among men. An unattainable beauty. For so many years, she had shown no interest in men. and anyone bold enough to utter such words would have been dealt with by the cold Jade Palace. Now, Bai Bingxue was willing to submit, yet still face death? This was simply unacceptable to them. Some demons and gods felt a profound sorrow. The celestial deity is the mightiest being among the heavens, and the heir of the celestial deity could be described as an unparalleled prodigy destined to dominate the heavens. Such individuals were not to be trifled with. In the presence of the celestial deity's world, they were but insignificant insects. These sentiments spread throughout the frost world, plunging it into silence. As all demons and gods were gripped by an overwhelming fear, uncertain of how they had attracted such a terrifying presence. They feared that the frost world might face annihilation as a result. Meanwhile, Jiang Wu and his companions lingered within the cold Jade Palace, capturing the remaining 3 virtual realm demons, while Jiang Wu set up numerous seals to completely confine the palace. The frost world lay in silence for 3 months. After 3 months, a golden dragon soared into the sky, directly entering the ancient divine mountain. Rumors soon spread that their palace master had accompanied the heir of the celestial deity into the ancient divine mountain. The demons and gods of the frost world were unaware that their palace master, along with the 3 other virtual realm demons, had been completely enslaved and were now under Jiang Wu's control, following him into the ancient divine mountain to become his first formidable force. As for the heir of the celestial deity, she had become a legend in this realm. After a fortnight at the little empty mountain, the destined one approached Jiang Wu, presenting him with a dossier of information. Her gaze was entirely focused on him. Husband, this is the information that Bai Bingxue has compiled over these days regarding the myriad worlds of the heavens, she spoke softly. So soon? Jiang Wu took the dossier, flipping through its contents, which detailed over 1,000 celestial realms. What captured his attention most was the mention of a formidable celestial realm known as the Celestial Emperor World, governed by the Imperial Celestial Dynasty, which boasted the existence of the 9 Calamity Realm Demon Lords. It was rumored that the ancestors of the Imperial Celestial Dynasty could communicate with the upper realms and often vanished from sight. The Imperial Celestial Dynasty and the Celestial Emperor World were under the command of the indomitable divine sovereign of the imperial lineage, making it the mightiest celestial realm documented in Bai Bingxue's dossier. Among the remaining celestial realms, a few also possessed indomitable divine sovereigns. Yet none rivaled the strength of the Celestial Emperor World. Moreover, there were over 100 celestial realms inhabited by virtual realm demons, which was not an insignificant number. To think that this region harbored over 1,000 celestial realms, was the ancient divine mountain truly the nexus connecting them all? Jiang Wu was astounded. The sheer volume was overwhelming. Knowing that over 1,000 celestial realms were linked to the ancient divine mountain raised an unsettling question. How many more realms remained undiscovered? This thought was enough to send shivers down his spine. Jiang Wu had previously speculated that the number of celestial realms could not be small, but witnessing the actual figure left him astounded. Contemplating the demon world, a sense of urgency welled within him. With so many powerful celestial realms existing, and the ancient divine mountain connecting them, might there come a day when a formidable celestial realm would strike against the demon world, just as he had done to the frost world? Furthermore, the ancient divine mountain was rife with opportunities. He had already acquired numerous divine herbs and the legacy of the 5 Calamity Lord. What of others? As time progressed, the strength of these celestial realms would inevitably escalate. And it was not far-fetched to imagine a day when their might would utterly crush the demon world, leaving him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Terrifying. Jiang Wu's heart raced, his gaze fixed on the dossier, diligently committing the information of each celestial realm to memory. Although the details were often sparse, with many realms merely noted by name or hearsay, it was sufficient for him to acknowledge their existence. Bai Bingxue's followers were few. She had only 5 virtual realm demons and over 30 indomitable demons remaining, their activities confined to the vicinity of the little empty mountain. Thus, the dossier contained limited detailed accounts of celestial realms, most being mere rumors. For instance, the Celestial Emperor World was previously unknown to Bai Bingxue, learned only from the words of other powerful beings. Jiang Wu pondered for an extended period, gradually finding solace within himself. He realized that his strength would be challenging to elevate to the level of the undying divine sovereign in the short term. However, if the Blood God Stone fetus could ascend to the 5th layer of the Blood God Sacred Canon, even if he could not fully harness its power, the unique materials of the Blood God Stone fetus would suffice to hold his ground against the undying divine sovereign for a few exchanges, ensuring he would not be entirely defenseless. At that moment, if his divine soul was sufficiently formidable, what would the undying divine sovereign matter? He would not be without means or hidden cards to counterbalance the threat. As he contemplated this, Jiang Wu felt an increase in his confidence. He turned to the 7th destiny and instructed, Have by Bingxue and the others commenced their investigations, attempting to probe the depths of the ancient divine mountain for any ruins or discoveries. If they find anything, they are to report to us immediately upon our return. The seventh destiny was taken aback and inquired, "Are you planning to return to the divine demon world, my lord?" Jiang Wu was momentarily stunned. How had she guessed his intentions before he even spoke? He nodded and replied, "Yes, having been away for quite some time. It is time to return and see how things stand in the divine demon world." He understood that after encountering so many powerful realms, he could no longer remain idle. He needed to return for a glimpse to put his mind at ease. "Very well, my lord," the seventh destiny acknowledged, promptly retreating to relay the orders. Before long, Jiang Wu summoned Dai and Qing Hong, and once the seventh destiny returned, they quietly departed from the small, empty mountain, cautiously making their way back toward the divine demon world. Jiang Wu had also established vigilant restrictions to prevent anyone from tailing them and discovering the location of the divine demon world. Along their journey, they encountered others, who would all steer clear of them. After more than 3 months, they finally approached a cave-dwelling stronghold of the heavenly ranking powers. However, they soon found themselves confronted by a group of individuals. Initially, Jiang Wu furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to circumvent them. But when he overheard them searching for someone and seeking other realms, a flicker of murderous intent ignited in his eyes. Searching for someone? What sort of person? Are they attempting to find the divine demon world? It is not far from here. Although Jiang Wu had no desire to meddle, he could not ignore the possibility that these individuals were indeed targeting the divine demon world. "Young master, should we eliminate them?" Xing Tianwuming suggested. Understanding Jiang Wu's thoughts and noticing that he had not chosen to evade, Jiang Wu, enveloped in the powers of the divine soul void realm, concealed them all and lightly shook his head. "Let us first investigate." They stealthily approached. Not far ahead, there were 5 or 6 divine demons of the void realm following a young man, their murderous intent palpable as they scoured the surroundings, leaving no stone unturned. The young man wore a grim expression, exclaiming, "Damn it! Where has that woman run off to? Your Highness, the ancient divine mountain is fraught with danger and treachery. Perhaps we should return to the 76th heavenly city," an elder advised earnestly. "Humph, it is just one woman. Where could she possibly escape to? Either she is hiding, or she has sought refuge in the realms beyond the ancient divine mountain. I do not believe we cannot find her. If a month is insufficient, then we shall search for 2. The young man waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, one of the void realm divine demons suddenly changed countenance, exclaiming, "Not good. Someone has infiltrated. Protect his highness." Boom. Jiang Wu furrowed his brow as he noticed a concealed formation beneath him, one he had overlooked. In the next instant, a surge of divine might erupted from him, and he commanded, "Strike. Capture them alive. Alive. Subjugate and control them. That will resolve the matter neatly." "Yes, young master." Xing Tianwuming and Dai both unleashed their overwhelming divine might, joining Jiang Wu in their assault. With a roar, the Golden Dragon King ascended into the sky, launching an attack. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Jiang Wu and the Golden Dragon King, the young man and the 6 void realm divine demons exchanged glances, their expressions shifting drastically. "Not good. Your Highness, flee. These individuals come with ill intent." The young man, shielded by 3 of his subordinates, was the first to retreat, leaving behind the 3 peak void realm divine demons who brandished several broken divine weapons radiating an indestructible aura. These remnants of divine arms were enough to momentarily halt Jiang Wu's advance. Such strength? Jiang Wu's murderous intent surged, and the situation seemed dire. Chapter 221. The Prince of the Heavenly Emperor World? A Frenzied Pursuit. 7. Who are you to dare lay hands on the crown prince of the imperial heavenly dynasty of the Heavenly Emperor World? Have you tired of living? One of the void realm divine demons bellowed, their murderous intent palpable. "Stand down, or do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. Mere void realm divine demons dare to strike against our lord? Are you courting death? Get out of my way." The 3 void realm divine demons struck, employing their indestructible divine weapon fragments to block Jiang Wu, the Golden Dragon King, and Xing Tianwuming. Upon contact, both sides were forced back by the tremendous force. The Heavenly Emperor World? The Imperial Heavenly Dynasty? Jiang Wu's pupils constricted at their furious cries, realizing they were indeed people from the Heavenly Emperor World. Were they planning to attack the Divine Demon World? With this thought, Jiang Wu's fury erupted. "You shall pay for your insolence." The 3 void realm divine demons were momentarily taken aback, not comprehending why Jiang Wu had suddenly become so enraged. They were the ones ambushed. If anyone had a right to be angry, it was them. However, in the next moment, a torrent of void realm power surged from Jiang Wu, a force so potent that it caused their faces to pale. "Flee!" The 3, confronted by the combined power of three void realm energies, trembled in fear. In an instant, they made their decision. Meanwhile, the young man, accompanied by his three subordinates, fled frantically, still baffled as to why he was escaping. Who seeks to kill this prince? Is it the ancient emperor world or the blood mansion world? Huangji Baiyu seethed with rage, yet a golden divine light enveloped him, significantly boosting his speed, allowing him to traverse miles in an instant as he and his subordinates made their hasty retreat without hesitation. Your Highness, I sense those individuals do not belong to the blood mansion world. An elder accompanying Huangji Baiyu whispered. Huangji Baiyu shot back in anger. You six cannot even drive them away. Why must this prince flee? The old man wore a pained expression and said, Your Highness, the ancient divine mountain is rather eerie and perilous. As you have seen during our journey, merely wandering around has yielded us numerous fragments of indestructible divine weapons, along with several other divine artifacts. Then there was that woman we encountered earlier, who, with a mere wave of her hand, caused the very void to shatter, nearly bringing calamity upon you. For your safety, it would be prudent for us to escort you away first. Upon mentioning the woman, the countenance of Emperor Ji Baiyu visibly shifted. The dissatisfaction on his face transformed into a hint of unease. Do not be overly concerned, Your Highness. Although that woman possesses a terrifying presence, her strength ultimately falls short. We are more than capable of ensuring your safety. One of the divine beings from the void realm reassured him. Emperor Ji Baiyu resolved to return, a decision that was undoubtedly beneficial for them, as it alleviated the worry that he might inadvertently fall victim to the ancient divine mountain. However, just as the words left his lips, a terrifying divine might surged from behind, causing their expressions to change dramatically. The sounds of screams erupted, sending a tremor through the hearts of Emperor Ji Baiyu and his companions. It was Zhang Gongfeng. A glance over the shoulder revealed a radiant burst of divine light descending from the heavens, within which a formidable and domineering figure descended, wielding a great cauldron. With a single slam of the cauldron, a portion of the ancient divine mountain was crushed, splintering countless trees and rocks, with cries of tree spirits echoing in despair. Die! Came a furious roar as divine blood erupted beneath the cauldron, obliterated in an instant. The sheer terror of this presence left even the void realm divine beings trembling in fear. This is disastrous. Zhang Gongfeng has perished. One of the divine beings from the void realm exclaimed in panic. At that moment, Emperor Ji Baiyu truly felt fear, exclaiming, We must flee. We cannot allow him to catch up. The group immediately began their frantic escape, akin to terrified birds. When Jiang Wu finally amalgamated three powers from the void realm, either slaying or severely wounding the three divine beings, he turned to find that the earlier fleeing figures had vanished without a trace. Jiang Wu called out to the Golden Dragon King, Ascend and see where they have concealed themselves. The Golden Dragon King nodded in compliance, transforming into a colossal dragon and soaring into the sky, scanning the ground below. Yet, the ancient divine mountain was rife with anomalies. Even with his divine soul-eye technique, Jiang Wu could not locate the fleeing individuals. Consequently, he dove down, employing his eye technique to meticulously search, eventually uncovering a few lingering traces of aura. Return to the base. Jiang Wu instructed Xing Tian Wu Ming, De Yi Qing Hong, and the seventh destiny before hastily pursuing the Golden Dragon King, determined not to let these individuals escape. The Heavenly Emperor world. The information previously provided to him by Bingxue documented this realm of myriad heavens. It was said to be a world where the 9 tribulations realm tribulation lords resided. Although these lords might not be present in the Heavenly Emperor world, indestructible divine beings undoubtedly thrived there, their power formidable and terrifying. The notion that such a world had set its sights on the divine demon world instilled a profound sense of threat within Jiang Wu. They could not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, if powerful adversaries were to arrive seeking annihilation, how would they respond? They must be eliminated. Jiang Wu hastily pursued them. But the fleeing Emperor Ji Baiyu, having run for quite some time, was about to pause when the old man's expression shifted drastically. This is terrible. That person has caught up. He has triggered the warning array. Damn it. Emperor Ji Baiyu cursed. Who on earth is this? Must he pursue us with such ferocity? Run. Without daring to hesitate, Emperor Ji Baiyu resumed his frenzied flight, a divine aura radiating from him, augmenting his speed to the utmost, albeit at a considerable cost, necessitating him to consume divine herbs periodically to replenish his strength. The frantic chase continued for an entire month. What sort of lunatic is this? Emperor Ji Baiyu could no longer endure. He and his companions dashed into a passing world of myriad heavens, bursting through the starry void and shattering through the fabric of space, fleeing into the depths of the cosmos. Within the realm of myriad heavens, an enraged voice thundered. Who dares? A divine being from the void realm charged forth, just as Jiang Wu emerged from the ancient divine mountain in pursuit. This divine being, filled with murderous intent, brandished a spear and roared as he charged at Jiang Wu. Begone! Jiang Wu did not even spare a glance. With a simple motion, he unleashed a mountain and river cauldron, smashing the divine being directly into the earth. He had pursued them into the cosmos. Yet the vastness of space had already restored itself, and the figures of Emperor Ji Baiyu's group had vanished. They have escaped? Jiang Wu's expression darkened. Had it not been for the numerous dangers within the ancient divine mountain and the inability of the Golden Dragon King to track them from above, those individuals would undoubtedly not have eluded capture. The thought of their escape, potentially returning to the heavenly emperor world to summon reinforcements, sent a shiver down Jiang Wu's spine. If the lesser foes were dealt with, the greater ones would surely follow. If the elders were attacked, the indestructible divine beings and 9 tribulations realm tribulation lords could very well come knocking at their door. Jiang Wu's heart sank. The very thought was enough to send chills down his spine. This situation was dire. Jiang Wu felt an overwhelming headache as he returned. The divine being from the void realm charged out in a fit of rage, exclaiming, "Who dares to attack us?" Yet before he could unleash his fury, Jiang Wu's fist met him, sending him crashing back into the earth. A profound silence enveloped the land. "Let us return for now," Jiang Wu said, leading the Golden Dragon King back into the ancient divine mountain, disappearing from sight. Beneath the earth, the divine being from the void realm sat in a stupor, questioning his existence, murmuring, "The ancient divine mountain, could it truly harbor such formidable beings that invade our world? A single punch has left me humbled. How can I show my face again?" Yet as he pondered, words failed him, and he felt fortunate that if not for the mercy shown by that individual, he would likely have perished, leaving no face to save. On his return journey, Jiang Wu proceeded with caution, laying numerous warning restrictions along the way in case the heavenly emperor world sent assailants. Upon reaching the cave-dwelling stronghold of the heaven ranking, he discovered that of the 3 individuals, one had survived. This offered him a measure of consolation. With one survivor, there was hope of gleaning some insights. Jiang Wu devoted over half a month to subjugating this peak divine being from the void realm, learning that his name was Wei Daba, a servant of the heavenly emperor world, under the tutelage of the Prince Ji Baiyu of the royal extreme celestial dynasty. During their expedition to the ancient divine mountain, they had been tasked with guarding Ji Baiyu. While exploring the ancient divine mountain, Ji Baiyu encountered a woman whom he was smitten with, attempting to pursue her affections. However, he was repeatedly rebuffed, and ultimately, when he resolved to seize her by force to return to the heavenly emperor world, he was nearly slain by her in a retaliatory strike. This melodramatic tale elicited a sigh from Jiang Wu. Could he not simply focus on his cultivation? Why must one become so infatuated as to resort to abduction? How had such a scoundrel managed to escape retribution? Fushi Mingwa. As Jiang Wu glimpsed the woman's visage through Wei Daba's memories, astonishment filled his heart. He had not received any news from that girl for quite some time. Yet he was taken aback to learn that she had ventured into the ancient divine mountain on her own. Astonishingly, her cultivation had reached the realm of void deity, and in her previous battle against several void deities, she had almost slain the esteemed Emperor Baiyu. The terrifying strength of her void body was evident. "Elder, is there something amiss with this fellow?" Jiang Mingdai approached Jiang Wu, noticing the furrowed brow of Jiang Wu, which caused her heart to ache. Jiang Wu regained his composure and turned to Jiang Mingdai, as well as to Jiang Zhanya, Jiang Shanha, and others who were present. He shook his head slightly and replied calmly, "It's nothing, merely recalling certain matters. Let us return to the demon world, back to the clan." Jiang Wu glanced at the stronghold, observing that the number of individuals remaining had noticeably increased, with some unfamiliar faces among them, all possessing the strength of primordial deities and even invincible deities. It seemed that the major clans of the demon world had made some gains in their explorations of the ancient divine mountain over the years. As Jiang Wu led his group away, the stronghold instantly became barren, with the Jiang clan's prodigies following in his wake. "We bid farewell to the emperor." The other prodigies of the major clans called out in unison, visibly relieved as they watched Jiang Wu and his companions depart, their eyes shimmering with an indescribable envy. With Jiang Wu's support, the Jiang clan would surely find it easier to break through to the realm of void deities. Chapter 222. Is Jiang Tongshan on the verge of breaking through to the undying God Sovereign? The demonic might approaches. 8. Why do they all refer to me as emperor? Once they left the stronghold, Jiang Wu bore a look of astonishment on his face. The previous prodigies had all called him emperor, which startled him greatly, making him wonder if some significant event had occurred. Why such a grand display? Emperor? That title does not seem fitting. I have no aspirations for supremacy, nor do I seek a harem. What need have I for such a title? Since his return, He had confined Wei Daba to seclusion and exerted control over him. And upon emerging from seclusion, he had led the Jiang clan members away, remaining unaware of the happenings in the demon world. Jiang Mingdai flashed a sweet smile and said, "The Emperor is now the master of the divine martial heavenly palace. The entire demon world reveres you as the Emperor. These prodigies are all from the divine martial heavenly palace, and they naturally dare not show you any disrespect." Wait, what is the divine martial heavenly palace? Why does the entire demon world revere me as their sovereign? Jiang Wu was taken aback, realizing that the demon world was no longer the familiar realm he once knew. Jiang Mingdai gently recounted the changes that had transpired in the demon world over the past 2 to 3 years. The mountain ancestor had intervened, unifying the forces of the entire demon world in what had initially been a bloody consolidation. Yet, not long after, the major clans vied to join, fervently supporting him. Jiang Wu listened, finding it akin to a grand display of reality. Were these major clans so pragmatic? They succumbed to bloodshed to submit, yet willingly bound themselves through benefits? Indeed, the demon world now seemed to be united in their pursuit of the ancient divine mountain, with satisfactory results. Jiang Mingdai stifled a laugh, glancing at Jiang Wu, noting how much he had matured in the 2 to 3 years of absence. Unfortunately, he belonged to another. Though the unification of the demon world's forces was indeed a positive development, Jiang Wu felt somewhat unprepared for his unexpected ascension to the position of the master of the divine martial heavenly palace and the emperor of the demon world. The group surged from the ancient divine mountain back into the demon world, their feet once again touching the starry expanse of the realm. A breath of stellar energy swept over them, and Jiang Wu closed his eyes slightly, reveling in the sensation of merging with the demon world, akin to fish entering water or a dragon plunging into the sea. In an instant, the world's fortune converged upon him, allowing him to sense subtle changes within the demon world. It appeared that the fortune of the world had strengthened considerably. The essence of heaven and earth felt more robust. Jiang Wu's eyes reflected confusion. Could the world truly undergo such transformations? As he focused on the sun god vine, which he had painstakingly nurtured as the source of the demon world's fortune, he discovered that its aura had also markedly intensified. Should the demon world continue to evolve, perhaps the sun god vine might transcend into the realm of void deities without his assistance. Upon his return, he hoped to see the sun god vine achieve such a breakthrough. Once he had settled matters, he would venture back into the ancient divine mountain to search for divine herbs and further elevate his cultivation. The heavenly emperor world remained a persistent threat. Even if he could not eradicate it, he must enhance both his own power and that of the demon world to withstand it. Jiang Wu's gaze turned towards the formidable entities within the demon world, contemplating the foundation of their strength. Perhaps it was time for him to assist them in breaking through to the realm of void deities, enabling them to aid the mountain ancestor and safeguard the demon world. As the essence of the void emanated forth, Jiang Wu and the Jiang clan swiftly returned to their holy land, where the spirit deity of the Jiang clan, Yao Sun, materialized before him. Astonished, "You little rascal actually returned?" Jiang Wu regarded Yao Sun, sensing the aura of void deity power emanating from him. Yet noting that he had not achieved a breakthrough, he raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Has the spirit deity not yet broken through to the realm of void deities?" He then turned to Jiang Mingdai and Jiang Zhanya, recalling how he had provided them with ample soul essence, yet only Jiang Mingdai, skilled in soul power, had successfully broken through, while the others had not. "Is it truly that simple for you?" Yao Sun quipped, momentarily at a loss for words, as it seemed that breakthroughs were indeed a trivial matter for Jiang Wu. "Setting aside that, we can still chat for a while," Yao Sun said, his expression softening. "By the way, why have you returned so soon? I expected you would be gone for a millennium or more, and I was preparing to take a nap until your return." "Oh, I gathered some information regarding the ancient divine mountain and came back," Jiang Wu replied. Before long, Jiang Tongshan's figure appeared on Tongshan Island. He regarded Jiang Wu, then glanced at the seventh destiny and De Yi Qinghong beside him, offering a calm smile as he said, "You have returned?" "Mountain ancestor," Jiang Wu bowed respectfully. "Greetings, mountain ancestor," Jiang Mingdai and the others followed suit. "Destiny, greet the mountain ancestor." The seventh destiny elegantly bowed towards Jiang Tongshan, appearing charming and obedient. Jiang Wu twitched his mouth, but chose not to respond. Subsequently, Jiang Shanhe and others withdrew, and the seventh destiny also left Tongshan Island. Jiang Tongshan looked at Jiang Wu and asked, "Are you aware of the changes in the demon world?" "I am aware. Your actions have been nothing short of monumental, mountain ancestor," Jiang Wu replied with a grin. If Jiang Tongshan had not taken such measures, he doubted he would have chosen to unify the entire demon world. Taking care of the Jiang clan and protecting the demon world from the persecution of other celestial realms is already a considerable burden. To unify all clans and oversee the development of countless prodigies? That is a tremendous responsibility. Seemingly perceiving Jiang Wu's thoughts, Jiang Tongshan smiled and said, "Do you find it troublesome? Then take a few wives to assist you in governing the demon world, just like that girl Destiny. And perhaps Qin Hong, or even Fushi Mingyue from the Fushi clan. If you are not fond of them, you can certainly choose from other major clans. With your current status, I am certain all clans would gladly offer their heirs to you. Mountain Ancestor, your suggestion." Jiang Wu's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished by such audacity. In order to govern the realm of gods and demons, I am absurdly expected to gather allies through the means of marriage? How diabolical. Jiang Tongshan delivered a sharp rap to his head and calmly remarked, "I merely intended for you to contemplate the possibility of having someone assist you in managing the divine martial heavenly palace and addressing matters within the realm of gods and demons. Cease your wild imaginings. If you continue down that path, I shall bind you, and you will find yourself wed and consummated by nightfall." A faint, unquenchable aura emanated from Jiang Tongshan, causing Jiang Wu to widen his eyes in astonishment. An unquenchable aura? Could it be? Grand Ancestor, during my brief absence, you have swiftly ascended, breaking through to the realm of the unquenchable God Sovereign. Not yet, but I am close. Therefore, it should not be difficult for me to bind you now, Jiang Tongshan replied with a sidelong glance. Jiang Wu laughed awkwardly. "Fear not, Grand Ancestor. Once I familiarize myself with the affairs of the divine martial heavenly palace, I shall delegate the responsibilities to others." After a pause, Jiang Wu continued, "I shall see who is suitable to take over. If all else fails, I can allow Zhan Yi, Meng Dai, and Shan He to handle it. Handle it as you see fit, but the seventh family is likely to aid you in governing the realm of gods and demons," Jiang Tongshan replied with composure. As he spoke, Jiang Tongshan's figure gradually faded, allowing Jiang Wu to focus on his secluded cultivation. Marrying multiple wives? You could even choose from the world's beauties. Young man, you are truly fortunate in this regard, Lao Jun remarked lazily from a corner. Jiang Wu shot him an exasperated glance and said, "The ancient divine mountain is home to numerous divine beasts. Should I assist you in finding a beauty, Lao Jun? Sure, if you can find one. It would not be a loss for me. After all, my descendants are pitifully few. And it would be a good opportunity to test the quality of the ancient divine mountain's lineage," Lao Jun shamelessly replied. "You should perish," Jiang Wu retorted disdainfully, regarding the idea of a harem with disdain. As they conversed, Jiang Wu suddenly remembered to inquire, "By the way, how did Grand Ancestor's strength increase so dramatically? How is he able to break through to the unquenchable God-Demon realm?" Lao Jun explained, "Not long ago, he ventured into the 100 Stars battlefield, where he disappeared for a time. Upon his return, he claimed to have inherited a cave dwelling of an ancestral deity, though he did not provide further details. You should ask him directly. The 100 Stars battlefield? Ancestral deity, cave inheritance? The 100 Stars battlefield is a cave dwelling? By the heavens!" Jiang Wu exclaimed in astonishment. "This cave dwelling must be immense. The 100 Stars battlefield is vast beyond comprehension, with each battle star being astonishingly large. This truly is the dwelling of an ancestral deity? The realms of the Void Demon, Unquenchable Demon, and 9 Tribulations Demon, culminating in the Ancestral Return Demon, are far superior to even the 9 Tribulations Lord. Grand Ancestor possesses such fortuitous encounters? How enviable!" Jiang Wu felt a surge of envy. He lacked such opportunities, and it seemed that the Grand Ancestor's fortune surpasses his own. Jiang Wu subsequently made his way to the divine martial heavenly palace, accompanied by Jiang Mengdai, Jiang Zhanya, Jiang Shanhe, the seventh destiny, and Yi Qinghong. Jiang Mengdai led them on a tour of the divine martial heavenly palace, whose entrance lies at the heart of the Jiang clan's territory, crowned with a celestial cave that ascends majestically into the starry sky. The following day, the divine martial heavenly palace summoned all disciples and elders to pay homage to Jiang Wu, the new emperor. Having been established for nearly 3 years, it was the first time all the talented disciples and elders witnessed the heavenly palace's leader. On the summit of the divine martial heavenly mountain, Jiang Wu stood upon a grand platform, overlooking the tens of thousands of disciples and elders below, all of whom were filled with fervent excitement. Just as he was about to address them with words of encouragement, an overwhelming aura of demonic might surged forth from the depths of the starry sky. Jiang Wu found himself at a loss for words. Outside the realm of gods and demons, a figure descended quietly, gazing upon the realm with an expression of indifference. The realm of gods and demons? With the presence of the ancient divine mountain's divine signs. It is worth the time I have invested to arrive here. This figure was none other than the demon sovereign of the demon god heavenly palace. However, this demon sovereign, unlike the unquenchable god sovereign, was distinguished by the title of the ruler of the demon god heavenly palace. With a mere wave of his hand, Countless demonic figures materialized in the starry sky outside the realm of gods and demons. In an instant, torrents of demonic might surged upward, converging into a cataclysmic force that shattered stars and unleashed an overwhelming tide of demonic energy, akin to a dragon roaring at the heavens. The multitude of demonic figures spread across the entire expanse of the starry sky as the demon god Heavenly Palace unleashed its full might. Numbering over 300,000 to 400,000, this commotion instantly alerted the myriad gods and demons within the realm, as well as the talented disciples and elders of the divine martial Heavenly Palace, their faces turning pale as they gazed upward at the sky, wide-eyed in shock. The demon god Heavenly Palace. An army of so many demons has emerged to assault the realm of gods and demons. Kill. The demon sovereign wore a smile as he surveyed the realm, uttering a single word that resonated in the ears of all demons. In that moment, the invincible demons beside him grinned wickedly, their overwhelming demonic might erupting as they surged forth, leading countless demons into the realm of gods and demons, targeting the sacred grounds of various clans. It has not been easy. The journey has taken 7 to 8 years. It is time to indulge. Kunwa's figure appeared before the divine martial Heavenly Palace, accompanied by the likes of Huanmi and others. In addition to them, nearly 30 new invincible demons had joined the ranks, bringing the total to 58 invincible demons, with their number of subordinates soaring to over 3,900. The demon god Heavenly Palace? Mere demons dare to invade the realm of gods and demons? Kill. Kunwu glared at the oncoming tide of demons, his eyes aflame with murderous intent as he uttered a single word, his figure transforming into a towering demon as he wielded a stone spear, charging forth alongside Huanmi and the others. Within the Jiang clan's sacred grounds, countless invincible demons emerged, led by Jiang Hengdao and Jiang Sanggu, with a total of 43 invincible demons soaring into the sky, accompanied by over 5,000 subordinates. As they beheld the swarm of demons descending from the stars, their eyes ignited with killing intent, devoid of any fear. Let us kill. Not a single one shall escape. With the grand ancestor Jiang Tongshan guarding the Jiang clan, Jiang Hengdao and Jiang Sanggu knew they could act boldly, leading the Jiang clan's demons into battle. In the Xianyuan imperial clan's sacred grounds, although the Xianyuan emperor had not returned from the ancient divine mountain, Xianyuan Xuanqin appeared in the starry sky, observing the multitude of demons approaching. Her expression remained impassive as she summoned the Xianyuan sword, unleashing a brilliant sword light that cleaved through several stars and bisected numerous demons, spilling blood across the heavens. Kill. With a wave of her hand, countless demons surged forth from the Xianyuan clan, all charging towards the demons of the demon god Heavenly Palace under her command. The seventh family, the Tai clan, the Gigu clan, the Yun clan, the Fushi clan, the Ji clan, the Z clan, and the Mu clan, as well as numerous formidable beings from the vast wilderness, all made their appearances. In an instant, the realm of gods and demons was teeming with countless divine beings and ancient ferocious beasts, as formidable entities from various sacred lands surged forth, charging towards the sky, filled with demons. Upon witnessing this, the demon lord merely scoffed, his figure shifting abruptly as he raised his hands high above. 2 invincible divine beings, accompanied by dozens of others, were obliterated with a single strike, their forms dissipating into a cloud of blood mist. In that fleeting moment, within that expanse of heaven and earth, innumerable divine beings were struck with terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could not fathom how those dozens of divine beings had perished. The demon god palace? At the peak of the divine martial mountain, Jiang Wu restrained the points he was about to articulate, slowly raising his gaze to the myriad of demonic figures in the starry sky, a chilling aura of murderous intent radiating from his eyes. The demon god palace. I have yet to seek you out to annihilate you completely, yet you have come knocking at my door first? Hundreds of thousands of demon gods. What a grand spectacle. Young master. Xingtian Wuming and Dai Qinghong appeared upon the high platform, standing behind Jiang Wu, facing the tens of thousands of disciples and elders from the divine martial palace. Buzz. Jiang Wu remained silent, waving his hand as Wei Debao's figure manifested beside him, the overwhelming aura of a peak void realm demon sweeping across the heavens, causing the countless disciples and elders in the plaza before the divine martial palace to pale in fear. A void realm demon? The disciples and elders were bewildered, not recognizing Wei Debao's identity, astonished by the sudden appearance of yet another void realm demon. Before they could react, the auras of Xingtian Wuming and Dai Qinghong surged forth, vast and overwhelming, plunging the void into an absolute silence. The disciples and elders of the divine martial palace gaped in shock. My heavens! Has our divine martial palace truly amassed such a multitude of void realm demons? Patriarch, shall we charge into the starry sky together? Zhang Mengdai. her ethereal figure stepping forth from the cosmos, descended like an immortal, barefoot with bells tinkling lightly, holding a bamboo flute, enveloped in a dreamlike aura, hazy and enchanting. So beautiful. The sight left not only the countless prodigies of the divine martial palace mesmerized, but even the indomitable demons of various clans spellbound. Jiang Mengdai gazed at Jiang Wu, her eyes blinking as if they held within them the birth and demise of myriad dreamlike worlds. Each smile and frown tugged at the heartstrings. Jiang Wu, in turn, looked at the throngs of disciples and elders, calmly stating, "Today, I shall show you what a void realm demon truly is, and what it means to be an ant attempting to shake a tree, or a mantis trying to stop a chariot." With that, Jiang Wu's figure moved. Clad in a flowing divine robe, he wielded a battle spear with nonchalance. A dragon's roar reverberated through the heavens as the Golden Dragon King appeared above, and with a surge of void realm power, Jiang Wu was upon the back of the mighty dragon, standing firm. "Kill. Leave none alive." As Jiang Wu's indifferent voice echoed, a multitude of demonic figures in the sky appeared as if frozen in place, their faces reflecting terror. Boom. With a mere thought from Jiang Wu, torrents of demonic blood rained down, and one demon after another exploded in a terrifying spectacle, causing the countless disciples and elders of the divine martial palace to shrink their pupils in shock and fear. Roar! The Golden Dragon King's figure surged amidst the myriad of demons, its colossal tail sweeping down with immense force, instantly overwhelming all in its path as one demon after another was crushed without resistance. So powerful. Is this the Emperor? The prodigies and elders of the divine martial palace felt their hearts tremble, yet inexplicably, they were filled with fervor, their blood boiling with excitement. They yearned to unleash their own might, to traverse the heavens. Following Jiang Wu, Xingtian Wuming, Dai Qinghong, Jiang Mengdai, and Wei Debao spread out, each occupying a realm of their own, their murderous intent palpable as they faced the approaching legion of demons, a fierce tide of killing intent sweeping through the air. In a flash, they had crossed over the ranks of demons. Their overwhelming void realm power erupted, instantly shattering the endless demonic might surrounding them. Countless demons spewed blood, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Xingtian Wuming and his companions. Their bodies trembled instinctively in fear. Void realm demons. These demons were left dumbfounded. Bang! In the next moment, Xingtian Wuming and the others moved, unleashing an inexhaustible tide of void power. These demons found themselves unable to escape, their consciousness failing to react as their bodies, souls, shattered and exploded. Sweeping through, countless demons were engulfed in terror, while the powerful beings of the demon world observed in awe, their eyes widening in disbelief. So strong. Are these all void realm demons? Those two, aren't they the attendants of Emperor Jiang Wu? They have all become void realm demons? And that one, is she a goddess of the Jiang clan? All are void realm demons. Hiss. The powerful figures from the great clans were shaken to their core. They knew the Jiang clan was formidable, but never imagined they had attained such heights. As the demon lord made his quiet entrance, struck once, Jiang Wu had already led a host of void realm demons into battle. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Jiang Wu and the others, the demon lord's mind momentarily short-circuited. Left dumbfounded. What is happening? Am I not in the realm of gods and demons? Why are there so many powerful void realm demons appearing? The demon lord panicked. Realizing that what was supposed to be an easy target had turned against him, he had become the soft fruit instead. What to do? The demon lord hesitated, torn between attack and retreat. Buzz! But in the next instant, an arrow cut through the air towards him, its terrifying sharpness causing the demon lord to change color in an instant. So strong? In the distance, Dai Qinghong drew her divine bow, and in an instant, a myriad of arrows sprang forth. Upon her release, thousands of demons ahead exploded like stars, a mist of demonic blood enveloping the realm. The demon lord swung his fist to counter the arrow aimed at him. It was shattered by his blow, yet he found himself forced back several steps. Jiang Wu and the Golden Dragon King continued their onslaught. Jiang Wu swung his spear high, crashing down like the tail of a great dragon, shattering the very fabric of reality before him, obliterating countless stars in the process, sending ripples cascading outward as a legion of demons was annihilated. Chapter 224. Mastering the Four Directions of the Celestial World. Re-entering the ancient divine mountain. 10. In mere moments, under the assault of these few, half of the celestial demons had been vanquished. Those that remained were paralyzed with fear, fleeing in all directions. Jiang Wu and his companions' gazes traversed the multitude of demons, landing upon the demon lord at the rear. The demon lord, fixated on Jiang Wu, was about to speak when a torrent of void power enveloped him, merging into a singular force that bore down upon him. The demon lord's body, already at the pinnacle of void realm, was engulfed in a chill of dread. No, You dare to kill this demon lord? Blood Palace. Bang! The world's power crushed him, silencing the demon lord's voice, leaving only a plume of blood mist to dissipate into nothingness. No need for further words. Without so much as a glance, Jiang Wu surveyed the fleeing demons and coldly commanded, "Kill them all, leave not a single one." "Yes, my emperor." "Yes, young master." Kunwu, Jiang Hengdao, and other divine beings resounded in unison, their voices reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Xing Tian, Wu Ming, and De Yiqinghong, along with Wei Daba, responded respectfully to the call, joining Zhang Mengdai as they advanced towards the demonic deities from all directions. By the decree of the emperor, there would be no mercy in their slaughter. Countless divine beings from the divine demon world, under the leadership of their ancestral patriarchs, surged forth into the starry sky in pursuit, including Xianyuan Xinkong, who cast a glance at Jiang Wu, wielding the Xianyuan sword as she led the Xianyuan clan's divine beings into the fray. In the blink of an eye, the starry expanse was left with only Jiang Wu, astride the Golden Dragon King, his overwhelming divine majesty suffusing the surroundings. Below, the talented youths within the divine martial heavenly palace were stirred with excitement. Countless celestial maidens and exquisite disciples gazing at Jiang Wu, their eyes shimmering with ripples of emotion, nearly unable to contain their feelings. Such an emperor. Who could possibly rival him? With Zhang Mengdai and other beings of the void realm taking action, alongside the multitude of divine beings from the divine demon world. It was but a short time before the fleeing demons of the heavenly palace were all vanquished, none left alive. The divine demon world soon returned to tranquility. As the great clan's divine beings returned to their realm, they bowed in respect to Jiang Wu and Zhang Mengdai before dispersing. Jiang Wu and his companions promptly returned to the divine martial heavenly palace, where the elders and outstanding disciples bowed their heads in reverence. The emperor's divine might. The master's power reigned supreme. This collective exclamation reverberated throughout the entire divine demon world, shaking the myriad beings across countless races. In the days that followed, Jiang Wu familiarized himself with the affairs of the divine martial heavenly palace, beginning to arrange personnel to oversee all matters therein. Wei Daba also became a revered presence within the palace, capable of accepting disciples and imparting divine techniques. Meanwhile, Kunwu, Zhao Jun, Jiang Zhanya, and Zhang Hengdao were taken to the Thunderworld's sacred mountain after being sealed in the void realm by Jiang Wu, alongside the sun god Vine. Jiang Wu intended for them to first break through to the void realm, and once the matters of the divine demon world were settled, they could then enter the ancient sacred mountain for cultivation. Time was of the essence, and he pondered the extent of the prince's power from the heavenly emperor world. As the divine demon world settled into peace, the news of their triumph reached the 100-battle world and other celestial realms, sending tremors of fear through the four great celestial powers, void realm divine beings. In a single battle, they annihilated hundreds of thousands of demons from the heavenly palace. The forces of the divine demon world, solely relying on the ancient sacred mountain, had undergone such a transformation, such power. At this juncture, the powers of these celestial realms grew envious, particularly the invincible divine beings. In the Yuanshu world's Yuanshu celestial palace, the elders of the invincible divine beings gathered, their discussions rife with speculation about the divine demon world and the ancient sacred mountain, their feelings of greed, envy, and resentment laid bare. A void realm divine being. That was an unparalleled level. If the divine demon world could achieve such breakthroughs, it signified they must have gained access to the void god stones from the ancient sacred mountain, or even other supreme treasures. How infuriating that such a treasure trove had not descended upon the Yuanshu world. Our Yuanshu world is equally formidable, with prodigies like Yuanzi. Why was it not bestowed upon us? Humph. We cannot allow the divine demon world to monopolize such a treasure trove. The worthy must claim it. And we ought to have the qualification to enter. The air in the hall grew thick with a lemony bitterness, and many eyes turned red with suppressed emotion. Some even suggested invading the divine demon world and the ancient sacred mountain. Want to enter the ancient sacred mountain? To seize the treasures within? What strength or qualification do you possess to confront the void realm divine beings of the divine demon world? Merely with the words of the elders? Or your faces? A figure appeared at the entrance of the hall, striding in with an aura that sent shivers through the gathered elders, silencing them. Master, we bow before the master. The elders dared not utter another word, bowing their heads in respect. The master of the Yuanshu celestial palace took his place upon the throne, his gaze imbued with divine authority, scrutinizing the elders until they began to sweat, gradually awakening from their previous fervor. To take action against the divine demon world? The hundreds of thousands of demons of the heavenly palace were eradicated in mere moments. How could they engage? Fear flickered in the eyes of the elders. relieved they had not succumbed to madness. Master, what should we do? We cannot simply watch idly. That is an opportunity to break into the void realm. After a lengthy silence, one elder, begrudgingly, addressed the master. The master of the Yuanshu Celestial Palace, with a profound gaze, replied, "This sect once sent scouts to the divine demon world to investigate the ancient sacred mountain, a place beyond the comprehension of even the most advanced divine beings. The divine demon world has yet to fully control it. As for how to approach the ancient sacred mountain, a direct assault is out of the question. Therefore, this sect will personally journey to the divine demon world to establish contact with the Jiang clan. If we can forge a connection, then perhaps our Yuanshu world could also gain access to the ancient sacred mountain." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Yuanshu Celestial Palace elders shifted, eager to dissuade him, yet unsure how to articulate their concerns. They yearned to enter the ancient sacred mountain, and if the master took action, "I have made up my mind. It shall be as I have said." The master's figure faded from sight. In the Linglong World's Qianhua Imperial Palace, the Qianhua Emperor, after considerable contemplation, also resolved to personally travel to the divine demon world. However, just as she was about to depart, she recalled the recent news of Jiang Wu's emergence as the emperor of the divine demon world and insisted, "Bring the Linglong Tianfeng along. We shall go to the divine demon world." The Linglong Tianfeng, a sacred bird of the Tianfeng bloodline, was also the next emperor of their Qianhua Imperial Palace. The accompanying invincible divine elder was taken aback, realizing the emperor's intent. They speculated but dared not interfere with her decision and promptly summoned the Linglong Tianfeng. Moments later, a divine bird's call echoed, and a radiant five-colored light descended, transforming into a breathtaking figure. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Linglong Tianfeng bowed respectfully to the Qianhua Emperor and then acknowledged the elders with a nod. "Let us proceed," the Qianhua Emperor commanded succinctly, ushering everyone into a pocket realm before stepping forth from the Linglong world into the starry expanse. The 100-battle world also stirred with commotion. Yet the 100-battle venerable swiftly subdued all dissenters with a single punch, bellowing, "You cannot even best me, yet you wish to cause trouble in the divine demon world? Are you mad? Or am I? Get the hell back to where you came from." All present recoiled, scurrying away in defeat. However, after dispelling the crowd, the 100-battle venerable's eyes glinted with mischief as he thought, "The master has returned. I must see for myself." Thus, he stealthily made his way to the divine demon world. In the dragon world, Long Bayan also departed, heading towards the divine demon world. Time passed swiftly. Jiang Wu dedicated a segment of time to manage the affairs of the divine martial heavenly palace, arranging for the seventh destiny to take residence there, thus freeing him from the need to accompany him. Once he had settled the affairs of the divine martial heavenly palace, he received word that the masters of the Yuanshu world and the Linglong world sought an audience. At this moment, Jiang Tongsan's voice resonated, instructing him to seize control of the distant worlds, including the Linglong world, thus ensuring that the various celestial realms surrounding the divine demon world fell under the dominion of the Jiang clan. Although Jiang Wu was astonished by Jiang Tongshan's thoughts, he soon realized that this would ultimately benefit their Jiang clan, as well as the myriad worlds. Consequently, in the ensuing days, Jiang Wu diligently engaged in this endeavor, until he fully mastered the Yuanshu world, Linglong world, and Baijian world. At this juncture, the various celestial realms gained the qualification to enter the ancient divine mountain. A year later, Kunwu and a dozen others, including the likes of the Earth Ranking's Illusion Demise, broke through to the realm of divine demons. 3 years later, the Sun Godvine and Jiang clan members who had entered the Thunder World also successfully transcended into the realm of divine demons, departing from the Thunder World. Jiang Wu bestowed upon Jiang Tongshan the divine stones he had acquired from the Frost World, urging him to utilize them for cultivating the formidable beings of the Fushi clan. The Sun God Tree, the Suemu God Tree, and the divine tortoise of the Qingshan Sea, elevating them to the divine demon realm. With my presence, there will be no issues regarding the divine demon world. You need not worry. After a brief meeting with Jiang Tongshan, he once again retreated into seclusion. Watching this, Jiang Wu silently thought, "If the mountain ancestor can transcend the undying divine sovereign, then I must not lag behind. It is time for me to re-enter the ancient divine mountain." Having arranged matters concerning the divine martial heavenly palace, Jiang Wu left the undying divine medicine at Tongshan Island. And then, accompanied by Xing Tian, Wu Ming, De Yi, Qing Hong, Jiang Shanhe, and other Jiang clan prodigies, he once again surged into the ancient divine mountain. After leaving the realm of divine demons, Jiang Wu instructed the Golden Dragon King to carry them swiftly toward the Little Kong Mountain. What kind of realm is this ancient divine mountain? Jiang Wu gazed down at the mountain range of the ancient divine mountain, his eyes narrowing in contemplation. P.S. The 10-chapter, 30,000-word burst is complete. Most of the issues in the divine demon world have been resolved. The next focus will be on the ancient divine mountain and various celestial narratives. Chapter 225. Deep within the ancient divine mountain, the 76th step to Heaven City. Upon returning to Little Kong Mountain, Jiang Wu summoned Bai Bingxue to inquire about recent happenings concerning the ancient divine mountain. Bai Bingxue soon arrived at Jiang Wu's celestial palace. Upon seeing him, a look of trepidation filled her eyes, akin to a small girl facing the darkness, trembling and anxious. Jiang Wu's impression on her was indelibly profound. Initially, her subordinates sent to the ancient divine mountain returned, reporting that they had been slain by an heir of a celestial deity, one wielding 3 types of void powers. Then, when Jiang Wu made his appearance, she felt compelled to submit, kneeling and offering herself and everything she had, only to be mercilessly struck away by Jiang Wu's fist, nearly meeting her demise at his hands. This was all too reminiscent of her childhood tormentors, exhibiting the same ruthless nature. However, now facing Jiang Wu, Bai Bingxue dared not dwell on such thoughts, approaching him with trepidation, bowing her head and saying, Bai Bingxue, pays her respects to the master. Are you so frightened of me? Jiang Wu asked, puzzled, for he considered himself rather handsome and did not possess a fearsome demeanor. And no, Bai Bingxue stammered, her anxiety growing as her hands fidgeted with her skirt, her complexion paling slightly. Jiang Wu recalled Bai Bingxue's childhood experiences, pondering whether these traumas had contributed to her psychological afflictions. As he contemplated this, a warm aura emanated from him, enveloping Bai Bingxue and soothing her troubled spirit. Bai Bingxue felt an unusual sensation, as if someone were grasping her hand amidst the cold, imparting a comforting warmth. Her fear dissipated swiftly, her complexion regaining its rosy hue. Simultaneously, her gaze towards Jiang Wu transformed, now imbued with layers of complex emotions beyond mere fear. Please tell me about the recent events in the nearby celestial realms of Little Kong Mountain, as well as the 76th step to Heaven City. What have you discovered? Jiang Wu inquired, disregarding her previous trepidation. The 7th-day fate had been left in the divine demon world, while Jiang Mengdai entered the divine martial heavenly palace to manage various affairs. Those who accompanied him back to Little Kong Mountain were Jiang Shanhe, Jiang Axe, Jiang Wenwen, and Jiang Zhiyan, along with his 2 followers, Xing Tian and Wu Ming. Jiang Wu would entrust Bai Bingxue and others to the care of Xing Tian and Wu Ming in the future. Yes, master, Bai Bingxue replied, still appearing somewhat submissive. During this period, the number of individuals from the nearby celestial realms had significantly diminished, as they reportedly began to head towards the 76th step to Heaven City to explore the ancient divine mountain. However, the vastness of the ancient divine mountain posed significant challenges, and spatial displacement could not be employed. Regarding the 76th step to Heaven City that the master wished to investigate, Bai Bingxue only knew that it truly existed deep within the ancient divine mountain. Many who ventured into the depths of the ancient divine mountain did not return, as it was fraught with peril, teeming with fearsome ancient beasts and divine creatures. Bai Bingxue gazed at Jiang Wu, her lips slightly biting in a pitiful manner, saying, however, Master, there are also rumors that the 76th step to Heaven City pertains to the inheritance of celestial deities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wu's pupils constricted. Having taken possession of Little Kong Mountain and acquired the legacy of the Wuyang Cataclysm Master, his mountain ancestor had ventured to the 100-star battlefield to obtain the heritage of the ancestral god of the ancestor realm. Yet he was still far from reaching the realm of celestial deities. What constituted a celestial deity remained unclear to Jiang Shanhe and the others. Yet upon hearing Jiang Wu's words, they were astonished. Jiang Shanhe rose abruptly, declaring, Little Wu, let us set forth at once. If we seize that celestial inheritance, you too could become a celestial deity. Jiang Wenwen and the others regarded Jiang Wu in silence, all of them inclined to heed his guidance. Jiang Wu pressed Jiang Shanhe back down into his seat with one hand, stating, You should first familiarize yourselves with the area alongside Bai Bingxue. We will decide on this matter in a few days. Even if we go, the journey is long, so there is no need to rush. Jiang Wu and his companions remained at Little Kong Mountain for a few days, taking the opportunity to rest. Jiang Shanhe and the others accompanied Bai Bingxue in training nearby, occasionally discovering divine herbs or remnants of treasures. As Jiang Wu resided at Little Kong Mountain over the years, his reputation began to spread. While his name may not have been widely known, many powerful beings followed him, recognizing him as a successor of celestial deities. This reputation attracted numerous onlookers. Yet upon witnessing the formidable protective array surrounding Little Kong Mountain, they retreated in astonishment. Regardless of whether the master of Little Kong Mountain was indeed a successor of celestial deities, the protective array alone was beyond their capacity to contend with. Jiang Wu had thus established a measure of renown in this vicinity. As some observed Little Kong Mountain, they noted the great dragon soaring skyward one day, vanishing in an instant as it headed deep into the ancient divine mountain. In the ensuing years, nearby celestial realm powerhouses no longer witnessed the dragon's appearances. Instead, individuals wielding divine seals, their origins unknown, began to descend upon Little Kong Mountain, all being divine demons of the void realm. This situation persisted for over 5 years. After 5 years, the inhabitants of Little Kong Mountain began their journey into the depths of the ancient divine mountain. The master of Little Kong Mountain, the legendary successor of celestial deities, had not reappeared. Xianxiaaudiobooks and the others remained at Little Kong Mountain, while Jiang Wu departed solely with Da Yi and Xing Tian, delving directly into the mountain domain of the ancient divine mountain, completely vanishing from the sight of the myriad celestial realms. Deep within the ancient divine mountain, a colossal dragon descended from the heavens, striking down an ancient beast guarding a divine herb, seizing the herb and uprooting it from the earth, soaring into the sky and disappearing from sight. The ancient beast left behind wept bitterly, lamenting the unfairness of it all, for even the earth had been stolen away. Upon a towering divine mountain that pierces the clouds, a dilapidated protective formation envelopes the area, drawing countless formidable beings to converge. However, the moment they shatter the protective barrier, they discover that everything within has been pillaged, leaving only a desolate ruin. A chilling breeze sweeps through, penetrating the hearts of these powerful figures. That scoundrel has absconded with all that was ours, leaving us to grapple with this useless formation. A thunderous roar of frustration reverberates through the air. In the boundless expanse above, a sudden gust of wind ripples through, shattering the scales of a great dragon. A group hastily retreats, seeking safety from the lurking peril. How terrifying! The dangers of this ancient divine mountain are beyond my comprehension. On the back of the dragon, the group, still reeling from their close call, slows their pace. Cautiously advancing deeper into the heart of the ancient mountain, they traverse great mountains, cross through mists and poisonous swamps, and confront fearsome ancient beasts, even narrowly escaping the relentless pursuit of a creature that nearly breached the realm of the immortal god. Throughout their journey, Jiang Wu constantly perceives the lurking dangers within the depths of the ancient divine mountain, especially as he has felt the terrifying presence of an immortal being. In the ancient divine mountain, powerful beings of the immortal realm roam freely. There are also ancient beasts that rival the immortal gods, alongside divine creatures. In the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. On this day, Jiang Wu and his companions unexpectedly encounter a group of beings from the myriad worlds, existing within the void realm, who have cordoned off a mountain domain, meticulously searching with palpable excitement and greed. It is not long before some of them draw near. Kill them. The six-armed spirit ape must not meet with any misfortune. It must be captured alive. A team of 10 void realm beings approaches with cold indifference, their expressions devoid of emotion. The sounds of agony echo from nearby, drawing Jiang Wu's attention. Not only have they sealed the mountain domain, but they also intend to eradicate everyone within. Boom. A horde of figures has already charged forth, observing their coordinated assault. A spark of inspiration ignites in Jiang Wu's mind. Why do they resemble an army? Leave one alive and eliminate the rest. Different commands emanate from Jiang Wu's lips, calm, detached, and composed. The Golden Dragon King lunges forth, swiping a claw to repel this team, led by a peak void realm demon. With a sweeping motion of its tail, the convergence of 10 beings is obliterated, causing them to spew blood in a gruesome display. How is this possible? This mixed-breed dragon possesses such terrifying power? The team of void realm beings is struck with panic, hastily calling for reinforcements. Another 5 years pass, and the Golden Dragon King's strength has reached the pinnacle of the void realm demons, just a hair's breadth away from emanating the essence of immortality. It stands on the verge of breaking through to the realm of the immortal god. Such power utterly crushes those before them. Seeking aid? Too late. Xing Tian and Wu Ming, along with De Yi Qing Hong, spring into action, unleashing terror from the void realm. In the blink of an eye, they have slain 9 out of the 10 in the squad, leaving the last one severely wounded and sealed. Both of their strengths have undeniably reached the apex of the void realm demons, achieving the extreme. Let us go. After retaliating against this group, Jiang Wu's soul emanates from the void, allowing him to swiftly depart with Xing Tian and Wu Ming, moving silently and undetected. Whoosh! Shortly after their departure, a towering figure clad in divine armor arrives, surveying the grim scene of the 9 fallen bodies. His expression remains unchanged, but the battlefield astonishes him. who possesses the power to annihilate an entire team from the ancient emperor realm in an instant. He muses inwardly. On the other side, after Jiang Wu has traveled a short distance, he slips into a hidden palace, laying down various alert seals and concealment formations to obscure his presence. Who are these individuals? So audacious and boisterous? Jiang Wu wonders, intrigued. Grasping the captured individual, he attempts to enslave him using the essence of the mortal world. As time gradually passes, 7 days later, Jiang Wu successfully enslaves the individual and, from his memories, learns of their identities and the reasons behind the mountain domain's blockade. The ancient emperor realm. Inheritors of the ancient emperor? Their motivation for sealing the mountain domain is to capture a divine beast responsible for guarding the divine herb fields near the 76th Skypath Divine City. Intending to seize control of the herb fields, with a decisive punch, Jiang Wu kills the captive, his eyes gleaming with divine light as he declares, "Have we arrived at the Skypath Divine City?" From the man's memories, Jiang Wu uncovers a wealth of information. The Skypath Divine City lies not far away, and the ancient emperor realm is a formidable celestial world comparable to the heavenly sovereign realm, with these individuals being the subordinates of the indomitable ancient emperor, all possessing considerable strength. Chapter 226. The terrifying and astonishing divine city. The battle begins. Deep within the ancient divine mountain, an endless expanse of towering peaks stretches into obscurity. The air is suffused with the ancient aura of gods and demons, roaring like a dragon, enveloping the heavens. The atmosphere is laden with a mist-like essence. Every breath taken feels as if it could elevate one to celestial heights. The environment here is exquisite, the ancient aura is rich, and the essence of the heavens and earth transforms into mist, with spiritual springs and potent herbs abundant everywhere. Relying on the power of the celestial guardian body, Jiang Wu absorbs the formidable energies of this land, feeling as if he stands upon a mighty river, the force of the celestial waters stirring his very soul. Likewise, standing here, Jiang Wu senses that the grand forces he can command have become even more formidable. On the pinnacle of a towering mountain, Jiang Wu and his companions gaze down upon a sprawling array of distant peaks, where at the horizon, an enormous city looms, seemingly constructed by giants. With palatial structures glimmering brilliantly in gold, a breathtaking sight that resonates with an ancient, mottled aura that pierces the sky, shaking his spirit to its core. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Wu senses the overwhelming atmosphere of bloodshed and warfare that this colossal city has endured over countless ages. In the distance, he sees the scars of battle etched into the city, reminiscent of the scenes he witnessed during his inheritance from the Wuyang Calamity Master, where humanity waged blood-soaked wars, roaring at the heavens and tearing the earth asunder. Kill. The thunderous roar seems to echo through the ages, imbued with a sense of antiquity, determination, fervor, and sorrowful cries of battle that resonate within Jiang Wu, leaving his heart restless. What kind of realm is this ancient divine mountain? Jiang Wu is once again engulfed in this profound query. He struggles to fathom what tribulations the formidable ancestors of humanity faced within such a powerful domain. A battlefield. Ruins abound. Even through the remnants of countless sites, one can perceive the gruesome evidence of past conflicts. Jiang Wu gazes at the colossal city in the distance. Lost in thought, "My lord, is that the 76th Skypath Divine City? Why is it not simply called the Skypath Divine City, but rather the 76th? Da Yiqing Hong and Xing Tian Wu Ming also observe, their faces reflecting astonishment. Constructing such a colossal city is no great feat for gods and demons. However, the terrifying battle scars and dark red bloodstains on this city exude an awe-inspiring, chilling divine might that leaves them speechless. This divine power is beyond terrifying. It is an unimaginable presence that far surpasses their cultivation levels. Da Yiqing Hong, trembling, inquires softly, and Jiang Wu contemplates for a long while. Fixing his gaze upon the fearsome city, he slowly replies, "Perhaps, within this ancient divine mountain, there exists more than just a single divine city. If there is the 76th Skypath Divine City, could there not be 75 others preceding it? Not just one divine city?" Da Yiqing Hong and Xing Tian Wu Ming are left in shock, unable to regain their composure. A single divine city is already so astonishingly fearsome. What lies ahead? Time passes slowly. Jiang Wu retracted his gaze, turning to survey the mountain range behind him. "There is no haste in entering the celestial city of Tianfu," he remarked. "The regulations there are akin to those of the 100 Stars battlefield, permitting only deities and demons below 10,000 years of age to enter. And a formidable ancient will looms within. Moreover, based on the memories of the demons from the void realm of the ancient emperor world, there are no immortal deities present inside, since the arrival of the primordial divine mountain. Nearly all resources surrounding the 76th celestial city of Tianfu have been claimed by the myriad forces of the celestial realms. Among them, numerous heavenly caverns exist near the celestial city, each filled with vast fields of divine herbs. If we wish to enter the celestial city, securing one of these caverns with a field of divine herbs would render further expeditions unnecessary, as these herbs are of immense benefit to us. Upon hearing Jiang Wu's words, De Yiqinghong grasped his intentions. But, my lord, he whispered, the forces of the ancient emperor world are formidable, are they not? You previously mentioned that they are comparable to the heavenly emperor world, harboring ancestors akin to calamity lords, including immortal deities. Immortal deities. As their cultivation deepened, they increasingly perceived the might and terror of the immortal deities. Should they encounter one now, they would likely be utterly powerless to resist. Such beings are nearly immortal. As long as a trace of their undying essence or blood remains, they can rejuvenate, resurrecting from their own blood. In the realm of deities and demons, each level represents a world unto itself, with disparities as vast as the heavens. Without the immortal deities, what is there to fear? At worst, we could plunge into the 76th celestial city of Tianfu, where these immortal deities of the celestial realms cannot enter, Jiang Wu remarked, a calm smile gracing his lips as he gazed upon the great forest. Moreover, this forest is not merely under our watch. In just a few days, the number of beings from the celestial realms has increased significantly. Let us proceed. Jiang Wu led De Yiqinghong, Xingtianwuming, and the Golden Dragon King into the forest, heading towards the mountain range sealed by the ancient emperor world. At this moment, it was evident that numerous powerful entities from the celestial realms had gathered around this mountain range. Through the divine eye technique, Jiang Wu's spirit swept over the area, revealing many demons from the void realm who could not conceal themselves, appearing as brilliant streams of energy laid bare before his eyes. The ancient emperor world is indeed tyrannical, ruthlessly eliminating all within to monopolize that field of divine herbs. Someone murmured from within the forest. As far as I know, that is one of the highest-ranked fields of divine herbs near the 76th celestial city of Tianfu, rumored to even contain immortal herbs. The ancient emperor world would never relinquish such a treasure without a fight. If they could accumulate a few immortal herbs, perhaps the heir of that ancient emperor could even break through to become an immortal deity. Precisely for this reason, their attempt to seize this field of divine herbs will likely be in vain. Look, individuals from the heavenly emperor world and the blood manor world have also arrived. Others subtly glanced towards two locations where formidable auras converged, instilling fear. Days passed, yet the ancient emperor world had still not located that divine beast. Their blockade of the mountain range and the ruthless extermination of all had alarmed numerous powerful beings from the celestial realms. What initially seemed to be merely the ancient emperor world's scheme to seize the field of divine herbs had spiraled into chaos. Many powerful entities from the celestial realms lurked in the shadows, observing this coveted field of divine herbs. Immortal herbs. Such opportunities could lead them to become immortal deities. They were exceedingly rare even within the primordial divine mountain, and none could afford to overlook such a chance. The heavenly emperor world and the blood manor world? Jiang Wu listened attentively, casting a sidelong glance. He had previously encountered a prince from the heavenly emperor world and had some ties there. As for the blood manor, the demon god of the demon god palace had seemingly uttered the words blood manor in his final roar. Was he from the blood manor world? Jiang Wu pondered, his gaze shifting towards that direction, sensing formidable demonic energies gathering there. These were indeed demons, yet their auras were far purer than those he had previously encountered. Their malevolent energies tempered, growing cold and profound, sending chills down one's spine, as if a terrifying entity from the abyss was fixing its gaze upon him. The essence of these beings bore a striking resemblance to that of Wuming. Jiang Wu turned to Xingtianwuming, astonishment flickering in his eyes. My lord, my lineage, the Xingtian bloodline, is of the ancient demonic essence, distinct from the powers wielded by these demons, Xingtianwuming replied, slightly shaking his head. Jiang Wu appeared contemplative, pondering the origins of the Xingtian bloodline. He had not heard of any ancient demons existing in the bygone era of the demon world. Found it. Suddenly, a cry echoed throughout the mountain range, evidently a deliberate shout intended to disseminate the news. Roar. The sound of a furious monkey echoed, shaking the very earth as the mountains trembled and a fierce battle erupted. An overwhelming brilliance of divine light radiated, with divine patterns and ripples morphing into colossal beasts and divine birds, surging forth. A battalion of demons from the ancient emperor world encircled the divine beast, their movements orchestrated, unleashing a terrifying display of power that left onlookers astounded. That six-armed spirit ape divine beast has been spotted. Quick, let us advance. Some celestial beings could no longer contain themselves and began to breach the barricade formed by the demons of the ancient emperor world. Humph. Do you dare offend our ancient emperor world? Do you seek death? A brilliant blade of light swept forth, reminiscent of a shooting star slicing through the forest, severing it in twain. The demon from the void realm let out a howl, summoning a formidable artifact to counter the attack, yet was immediately slain. His divine blood consumed by that blade in an instant. At that moment, everyone beheld the dazzling crimson weapon, exuding a sinister aura, eerily malevolent. A towering man clad in divine armor appeared atop a lofty divine mountain, surveying the surroundings. The 5 sacred heavenly armies of the ancient emperor world are present. Who dares to act recklessly? This armored giant extended his hand, summoning the vibrant red blade back to him, and with a thunderous roar that resonated throughout the mountain range, he instilled awe in the hearts of many powerful entities. With a single strike, he had slain a peak-level demon from the void realm. His strength was truly formidable. Within the mountain range, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with multiple teams of demons from the void realm emerging to join the fray. The ferocious divine beast had begun to howl in anguish, seemingly attempting to break free, yet found no escape. My heavens! How many demons from the void realm has the ancient emperor world dispatched? This power is utterly terrifying. Witnessing the emergence of teams of demons, some weaker celestial beings could only stare in shock, their spines chilled. Chapter 227, The Power of the Void Body. A terrifying scene. Some counted the number of teams, their astonishment growing, 15 teams in total. Excluding the 10 teams blocking the mountain range, 5 teams were besieging that divine beast, comprising 50 demons from the void realm. Weaker celestial beings witnessing this were gripped by fear. Is this the might of the ancient emperor world? In ordinary times, one might not notice such a vast force. But now it becomes evident that they deploy 150 structured teams of demons from the void realm, truly fearsome. In the ordinary realms of the multiverse, the emergence of a single entity of the void realm is a rarity, let alone a formidable divine demon of such caliber. The worlds that do witness the manifestation of void realm deities are but a handful within the vast expanse of the multiverse, and only a select few can connect to the ancient divine mountains. Presently, as these realms observe the unfolding spectacle, the presence of a formidable force under the command of an ancient imperial world heir, a contingent of no less than 150 void realm divine demons, elicits profound astonishment. The ancient imperial world is undeniably powerful. This mere contingent is likely just the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Wu, upon witnessing the full display of these teams from the ancient imperial world, feels a surge of trepidation. His journey through the ancient divine mountains has brought him face to face with numerous formidable realms. But never has he encountered over 100 void realm divine demons dispatched by a single world. Moreover, he has felled 10 of them. Thus, it stands to reason that the ancient imperial world must possess at least 16 squads. Truly formidable, they far surpass the current state of the divine demon world. Yet, while the ancient imperial world boasts great strength, it is not devoid of competition, as numerous realms gather here as well. Humph. Gu Boyo, with your solitary prowess, you cannot hope to impede my progress. The denizens of the heavenly emperor world soon make their entrance, a trained force numbering around 50 to 60. As they surge against the blockade of the ancient imperial world, the powerful entities from other realms seize the opportunity to break free. A silence envelopes them. With the heavenly emperor world drawing the attention of the majority of the forces, these individuals stealthily infiltrate the fray. In an instant, the mountain region ahead is teeming with those who have breached the defenses. Atop a divine mountain, 10 figures clad in blood-red robes, shrouded in a thick mist of sanguine clouds that obscures their faces, observe the unfolding chaos with bemused smiles. These are the denizens of the Blood Mansion world, regarding the void realm divine demons from the ancient imperial world as mere prey. Does sheer numbers guarantee success? One murmurs, questioning whether these so-called warriors possess the ability to seize the divine beast from the ancient imperial world. The prey is already ensnared. It is time to reap the harvest. Our young master has gone without sustenance for too long. We cannot afford failure this time. Another replies with an indifferent smirk. This time, as the ancient imperial world seeks to acquire the divine beast and medicinal fields, it is only natural that we of the Blood Mansion seek our share of blood offerings, states another matter-of-factly. Onward. With the concealed auras from all directions unable to restrain themselves any longer, the denizens of the Blood Mansion world transform into a crimson streak and plunge into the fray. Gu Boyo, a towering figure from the ancient imperial world, pays no heed to the Blood Mansion world's members, but instead fixes his gaze upon the heavenly emperor world. Huang Zhang, today you shall find your grave here. I have prepared a fitting resting place for you. With a roar, Gu Boyo lunges forth, wielding a blood-red, mesmerizing blade as he engages the leading figure of the heavenly emperor world, a gaunt middle-aged man with a pallid complexion resembling a rootless wraith. As Gu Boyo's blade descends, the denizens of the heavenly emperor world recoil in shock, save for the gaunt man, who unsheathes a golden divine sword to parry the blow. A brilliant light erupts between the two weapons, causing divine inscriptions to shatter, and both combatants are forced back several paces. Without further words, they engage in a fierce battle amidst the mountainous terrain, with the Void Realm divine demon squads from both the heavenly emperor world and the ancient imperial world clashing in kind. Their prolonged presence in the ancient divine mountain region has led to multiple confrontations, yet with each encounter, the desire to annihilate one another intensifies. Only by eliminating the opposition can their respective realms strengthen their foothold in the 76th celestial city, rather than remain mired in the current stalemate. The mountains tremble under their might, as each strike threatens to collapse the peaks, sending dust into the atmosphere and wreaking havoc upon the surrounding forests. The destructive power of the two warriors far eclipses that of the other squads, rendering this duel a monumental clash. Jiang Wu, however, remains unfocused on this titanic struggle. As the denizens of other realms slip past the defenses, he employs his soul void realm, leading Xing Tianwuming and Yi Qing Hong through the blockade of the ancient imperial world's forces, quietly arriving at the site of the fierce battle. Yet, upon his arrival, he is struck by a familiar aura. Crack! In an instant, the fabric of reality fractures violently, catching several Void Realm divine demons off guard, who are torn asunder by the rupturing power of the void, scattering their remnants upon the ancient divine mountain-esque ground. Simultaneously, a furious voice resounds. "How dare you surround little Jean? Die, 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 you wretches, perish." A verdant figure appears, clothed in a delicate green dress. Her face contorted with fury, her cheeks dimpled in a charming yet fierce manner. With a swift motion, she unleashes a palm strike against the encircling Void Realm divine demons. Boom! A terrifying scene unfolds as the void before her morphs into two colossal hands, merging to obliterate over a dozen Void Realm divine demons in an instant, their forms disintegrating into a crimson mist. The remaining squads, stricken with terror, retreat hastily, having witnessed the slaughter of their comrades. Only when they have retreated to a safe distance does a squad leader glare at this figure, bellowing, "Who are you to slaughter our kin from the ancient imperial world? Do you seek death? Silence! You dare threaten me after surrounding little Jean? I have yet to demand an explanation from you." The figure in the green dress retorts defiantly. Her divine presence, as vast as the cosmos, exudes an overwhelming pressure that causes the Void Realm divine demons of the ancient imperial world to pale in fear. Roar! The golden-haired divine beast, a monkey, rejoices upon seeing her, rushing forward to nuzzle against her. Now towering at 8 or 9 zhong, its massive head brushes against her, and with a triumphant roar, it glares at the ancient imperial world's forces, its golden divine aura soaring into the heavens, conjuring a cataclysmic display of mountain and sea, radiating murderous intent. This unexpected turn of events astonishes not only the ancient imperial world's members, but also the other lurking powers from various realms, leaving them dumbfounded. The guardian of the medicinal fields is, in fact, a treasured companion? Not far off, Gu Boyo and Huang Zhizangyang, who were once engaged in battle, halt their skirmish. Taking a step back and exchanging glances, both fixated on the figure that has emerged. Gu Boyo's expression darkens as he addresses her sharply. "Do you know who you are confronting? To kill those of the ancient imperial world is an unforgivable sin. Surrender the 6-armed spirit monkey and submit peacefully, and I may grant you your life." Though Gu Boyo remains a distance away from the figure in the green dress, his voice reverberates throughout the surrounding mountains like thunder, imposing an overwhelming aura of dread upon her. In the realm of the Four Directions Mountain, many powerful beings from various worlds who had lurked here changed their expressions dramatically. Under the oppressive aura of ferocity, which was not even directed at them, they felt a chilling terror that made their bodies tremble instinctively. "Damn it, this is truly terrifying," they cursed inwardly. Yet, despite their fear, they were unwilling to retreat. The eternal divine medicine represented their sole hope of achieving the status of eternal divine sovereign. On the other side, Huangji Zhongyang smiled gently, his soft voice resonating as he spoke. "My lady, if you hand over this divine being to our Huangji celestial empire, I can assure you of your safety. Even the ancient emperor world would be powerless against you. Moreover, I perceive that you possess the void body, an unparalleled physique. If you are interested, you may accompany me to the god city of the heavens to meet his highness. Who knows? There might be a chance for you to step into the upper realm alongside him in the future." Upon hearing void body, Gu Boyo's expression subtly shifted, an ominous thought flashing through his mind. When he looked again at the figure in the emerald dress that had just appeared, he noticed that she and the six-armed spirit ape had gradually faded away, vanishing without a trace. Leaving? Humph. I refuse to believe that you 1T step into the 76th god city of the heavens. Gu Boyo's face turned ashen, his heart racing with apprehension. The void body was indeed formidable. They could not employ the spatial great relocation divine ability within the ancient divine mountain. Yet this void body could wield the power of space effortlessly and silently, leaving no indication of its departure. In the face of such power, Gu Boyo had no confidence whatsoever in being able to capture this void body. Concealed in the shadows, Jiang Wu was speechless, witnessing Fushi Mingyue arrive and then depart. Not anticipating such an outcome, the divine beast had actually submitted to her. It seemed she had already spent quite some time in this vicinity. Just as Jiang Wu contemplated seeking out Fushi Mingyue, a series of agonizing screams erupted in the forest. Chapter 228. Do you wish to kill me? Are you seeking death? Fushi Mingyue had come, slaying numerous individuals from the ancient emperor world, and then departed with the six-armed spirit ape, leaving the other powerful entities from various worlds in stunned silence. The void body wielded spatial powers, making its presence in the ancient divine mountain akin to a fish in water. It could come and go at will. Unless a terrifying grand formation had been laid out beforehand to suppress and confine her, it was nearly impossible to detain her, or rather, a fanciful notion. Gu Boyo and Huangji Zhongyang exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. After all, they had both issued bold proclamations earlier. Now, Fushi Mingyue had taken the six-armed spirit ape and left without a word, entirely disregarding their presence. This silent rebuke was undeniably harsh. Suddenly, a cacophony of screams erupted from the forest, an overwhelming demonic aura ascending into the sky as 10 fearsome demons from the Blood Mansion world emerged, encircling and slaughtering the powerful beings hidden within the woods. In that moment, many felt their hair stand on end, their faces paling. This is bad. It is the demons from the Blood Mansion world. They intend to kill. With Fushi Mingyue and the six-armed spirit ape having departed, the others frantically scattered in all directions. However, the 10 individuals from the Blood Mansion world were not weaklings. Once they unleashed their might, even peak-level Void Realm demons found it difficult to withstand several blows unless they possessed fragments of the eternal divine weapon or were exceptionally strong themselves, thereby becoming the fortunate few to escape. Screams echoed through the forest as Gu Boyo and Huangji Zhongyang merely observed coldly, paying no heed to the Blood Mansion world's hunt of the beings from various realms. Yet, when they attempted to lead their people away to return to the God City of the Heavens, a terrifying and overwhelming aura shook the forest. A single punch shattered the sky, sending a renowned demon from the Blood Mansion world flying, its demonic blood spilling forth, its body torn apart and crashing into a divine mountain, causing it to collapse. A demon god. I do not provoke you, yet you wish to kill me? Are you seeking death? Such a tone echoed eerily, reminiscent of Fushi Mingyue's earlier rebuttal of the ancient emperor world, imbued with unyielding dominance and fury. A wave of residual energy swept through, shattering the surrounding trees and leaving a desolate expanse. At that moment, Gu Boyo and Huangji Zhongyang looked on in astonishment, spotting several figures standing atop the ruins. The foremost figure emanated a divine might that left them deeply unsettled. These figures were none other than Jiang Wu and his companions. Who were they? Gu Boyo and Huangji Zhongyang were astonished, for they had never encountered Jiang Wu and his group before. Simultaneously, a sense of caution arose within them, for it seemed that many formidable prodigies from various realms had recently gathered at the 76th god city of the heavens. Outrageous! You dare harm my Blood Mansion-esque people? One of the Blood Mansion-esque strongmen, upon witnessing the scene, was filled with fury. The remaining 9, disregarding their previous hunt for the beings of other realms, charged towards Jiang Wu and his companions, their demonic might surging, terrifying demonic energy coalescing, manifesting as demonic weapons or forming into fearsome beasts, their presence overwhelming. In an instant, the world was enveloped in a sea of demonic shadows as the 9 demons from the Blood Mansion world descended upon Jiang Wu and his companions. Kill them all. Jiang Wu observed coldly, uttering calmly, "As you command, my lord." The Golden Dragon King responded first, with a piercing dragon roar that echoed through the heavens. The Golden Dragon King surged forward with a single movement, its claws extended as if to grasp the very stars, seizing the cosmos. A torrent of killing power surged forth, transforming into a manifestation of void realm energy, while countless weapons forged from this power shattered the incoming demonic shadows. My lord commands a merciless slaughter. The Golden Dragon King declared coldly. It transformed into a colossal dragon, towering 14,000 zhong, soaring into the sky, its star-like eyes gazing down upon the demons from the Blood Mansion world. In the next moment, its massive tail swept down. A shadow loomed over the 9 demons. The terrifying dragon might and aura caused the demons' expressions to shift dramatically, their pupils constricting suddenly. Boom! The 9 demons dared not withstand the Golden Dragon King's sweeping strike, swiftly dodging its assault. Yet, the Golden Dragon King's tail changed direction in an instant, striking one demon midair, causing its body to explode, demonic blood spraying forth, crashing into the ancient divine mountain's ground, creating a deep pit, with cracks spreading across the earth as dust soared into the sky. You seek death. The sight of such a scene sent the 8 remaining demons into a frenzy, their eyes bulging with rage. They all drew forth their demonic artifacts, unleashing waves of dark energy that soared into the heavens, enveloping the surrounding realms and seeking to suppress both the Golden Dragon King and Jiang Wu's group within. The suppression array of the Blood River demonic soldiers. In an instant, the entire area was shrouded in blood light, a terrifying demonic aura rising, as one after another, the demons of the Blood River world surged forth. Gu Boyo and Huangji Zhongyang observed, their hearts filled with astonishment. They had actually forced the Blood Mansion world to deploy such a ruthless demonic formation? The Blood River demonic soldiers array, once established, would generate an endless stream of demonic soldiers, one of the most infamous formations of the Blood Mansion world. Even they, if their forces were enveloped by the Blood River demonic soldiers array, would find it exceedingly difficult to break free without appropriate means. To dare strike against the Blood Mansion world is truly to court death. Gu Boyu shook his head slightly, trembling at the thought of provoking the denizens of the Bloodhouse realm. They were a cadre of lunatics, particularly that one from the heavenly city of Skyward, who was nothing short of a fiend among fiends. Those who offended him often found themselves unaware of their impending doom. Did these individuals not comprehend the peril of the Bloodhouse realm? Their innate prowess was indeed commendable, yet it was a lamentable waste. Huangji Zhongyang's gaze flickered momentarily, but ultimately, he suppressed his desire to recruit the talented. It was best to avoid entanglements with the Bloodhouse realm whenever possible. Little did they know, among those who had fled, the Dark Moon King trembled as he beheld the Golden Dragon King and the figures of Jiang Wu and his companions, shrouded in the ominous bloodlight. A surge of dread engulfed his mind. It was them, the one who commanded the Little Kong Mountain. Accompanied by terrifying protectors, the heir of the celestial god, the Dark Moon King stammered, "Run." Quickly, he turned and fled, his subordinates following suit in frantic escape. The celestial god heir? Surely, this must be madness. How could such a figure possibly manifest here? Many powerful beings from various realms around them exchanged bewildered glances. Yet as they observed the Bloodhouse denizens drawn towards Jiang Wu and his companions, they too turned to flee. However, they had scarcely begun their retreat when a dreadful noise echoed from behind, the sound of shattering battle flags causing them to pause, only to turn back in shock, their pupils constricting in unison. Boom! They looked back to witness the malevolent deity from the Bloodhouse conjuring a terrifying formation, which disintegrated in an instant. The banners that once stood tall were utterly crushed. The 10 demons that had just charged into the Blood River demon formation stood frozen, their expressions blank as they watched the formation collapse before their eyes, the flags completely obliterated. They stared ahead at Jiang Wu and the Golden Dragon King, bewildered. The Blood River demon formation was destroyed just like that, not merely breached, but utterly annihilated. Boom! In the next moment, Jiang Wu, having just utilized the Soul Eye technique to shatter the Blood River demon formation's banners, soared forth, resembling a colossal dragon in human form. With arms outstretched, his terrifying fist imprints surged forth, transforming into a vast expanse of mountains and rivers, an overwhelming force rising to the heavens. Jiang Wu's hair billowed like a frenzied dragon in flight, his bloodthirsty power surging upward, his fearsome gaze illuminating the world as it locked onto the 10 demons. His expression devoid of emotion. "Begone," Jiang Wu uttered coldly, unleashing 2 fist imprints that descended upon the mountainous manifestation enveloping the 10 demons, obliterating it in an instant. The technique of shattering mountains and rivers was unleashed. At that moment, the 10 demons were sent flying by Jiang Wu's 2 punches, their demonic bodies cracking under the strain, blood spraying forth as they narrowly avoided having their formidable forms pulverized. The demons' greatest strength lay in their physical forms. Their cultivation centered on corporeal might. Even without mastering the corporeal strength of the virtual realm, their demonic bodies were formidable enough to rival powerful defensive artifacts. Yet at this moment, beneath the weight of Jiang Wu's arms, their forms were on the verge of disintegration. They were instantly gravely wounded. The scene left Gu Boyu and Huangji Zhongyang in utter disbelief, their pupils contracting sharply, their bodies instinctively tensing as their internal powers coalesced, shock and horror flooding their hearts. What? The Blood River Demon formation was shattered in an instant. That punch nearly obliterated those 10 from the Bloodhouse realm. Gu Boyu and Huang Zhizhongyang were astounded. Such strength was staggering. The two of them, should they choose to engage, could likely contend with those 10 under the command of the Bloodhouse's young master. But to achieve such a crushing level of dominance was utterly inconceivable. The Dark Moon King turned back, his mind reeling at the sight. This celestial god heir had grown to such a formidable state in such a short time. These demons, capable of slaughtering even the pinnacle of the virtual realm at will, were swept aside by a single punch. And that formation, shattered in an instant? We must leave. The Dark Moon King, gripped by fear that Jiang Wu might recognize him and seek retribution, hurriedly lowered his head and departed with his subordinates. Kill, Jiang Wu commanded, as the Golden Dragon King and Xing Tian Wuming surged forward. Meanwhile, De Yiqing Hong drew his bow, and with a single arrow, he obliterated a heavily injured demon, erasing its very soul. The trio's onslaught was relentless, even as the demons from the Bloodhouse hastily attempted to flee and employ their hidden cards. They were methodically dispatched one by one. The air was thick with the scent of spilled demonic blood, the aura of malevolence permeating the forest. Chapter 229. The shockwaves among the celestial world's powerhouses. Jiang Wu glanced back at Gu Boyu and Huang Zhizhongyang, his expression impassive and serene. Before addressing the Golden Dragon King, let us depart. The Golden Dragon King ascended into the sky, transforming into a colossal dragon. Jiang Wu, Xing Tian Wuming, and De Yiqing Hong followed suit, as the Golden Dragon King's tail whipped behind him, his form morphing into a golden arc of light before vanishing from sight. Gu Boyu and Huang Zhizhongyang felt their hearts tighten at Jiang Wu's gaze, instinctively stepping back. Once Jiang Wu had ridden off on his dragon, their expressions shifted to one of profound distress. This individual, Gu Boyu hesitated to speak, then gestured for the people of the ancient emperor realm to depart, no longer wishing to linger. Huang Zhizhongyang, however, turned his gaze towards the onlookers from the various realms, a slight smile gracing his lips as he inquired. What was it you mentioned earlier about the celestial god heir? Do you know that individual we just witnessed? The few individuals targeted by Huang Zhizhongyang felt a chill run down their spines, their resolve wavering as they stammered. It was not us who spoke of it. It was another who seemed to know him, and upon seeing him, their expression changed drastically, muttering frantically before fleeing. Huang Zhizhongyang narrowed his eyes, then waved his hand, commanding, "Bring them to me. I wish to discern the identities of those who vanquished the denizens of the Bloodhouse." At his command, several individuals surged forward, seizing the few and dragging them along. Huang Zhizhongyang departed as well. Not long after, the Dark Moon King, who had not fled far, was apprehended by the forces of the Huang Ji celestial dynasty and brought before Huang Zhizhongyang. Those below the age of 10,000 could enter the 76th skyward heavenly city, and most demons of the virtual realm had long since surpassed this age threshold, thus remaining in the vicinity of the 76th skyward heavenly city. Huang Zhizhongyang similarly operated in this manner, leading the forces of the Huang Ji celestial dynasty from outside to seize resources and bolster their influence within the 76th skyward heavenly city. Before long, Huang Zhizhongyang gleaned some information about Jiang Wu from the Dark Moon King, the ruins of Little Kong Mountain, numerous divine herbs, even an indestructible divine herb, mastering 3 types of virtual realm powers. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhizhongyang was jolted by the revelation, particularly the last point, mastering 3 types of virtual realm powers. With the support of the celestial dynasty, he had barely managed to cultivate the divine power of the virtual realm and the corporeal power of the virtual realm, primarily focusing on the former while struggling to advance in the latter. Even so, his talents were already extraordinary, nearly rivaling those of the great ancestors of the Huang Ji realm. Now, this master of Little Kong Mountain had somehow cultivated 3 types of virtual realm powers. Huang Zhizhongyang was left stunned, his mind racing as he pondered, to simultaneously cultivate 3 types of virtual realm powers. Such talent is sufficient to seek the celestial god's legacy in the celestial god realm. Could it be that this individual is truly the heir of the celestial god? Contemplating this, Huang Zhizhongyang could no longer remain still. It is imperative to report this news to His Highness at once and let him take charge. Before setting off, Huang Zhizhongyang pondered for a moment and then decisively executed the Dark Moon King along with several of his subordinates, as well as those he had captured. This news was meant solely for the Heavenly Emperor world. As for the other ancient Emperor worlds and the Blood Mansion world, they could contemplate the implications at their leisure. How delightful! A cold chuckle escaped Huang Zhizhongyang's lips as he promptly dispatched a trusted aide under 10,000 years of age into the 76th heavenly city to report the events. The news that 10 formidable demons from the Blood Mansion world had been hunting individuals from the myriad worlds only to be completely turned upon and annihilated spread rapidly throughout the 76th heavenly city and its vicinity, causing a significant uproar. The Blood Mansion world was a powerful realm that even the Heavenly Emperor world and Ancient Emperor world dared not provoke. Generally, their existence was acknowledged with a deliberate blind eye. They were regarded not as demons, but rather as equals among the myriad worlds. In the past, the Blood Mansion world had been an unchallenged authority in the 76th heavenly city, ruthless and domineering, with no one daring to offend them. Even when conflicts arose between the Ancient Emperor world and the Blood Mansion world, they ultimately ended in silent defeat, hastily resolved. It was said that all who offended the Blood Mansion world met a grim fate, becoming either the blood food of the young master or puppets of the Blood God Guard. Now, to learn that the demons of the Blood Mansion world had been slain while hunting was unfathomable, every last one of them. The shock reverberated amongst the myriad world powerhouses, many of whom felt a surge of exhilaration, with tears streaming down their faces, for several among them had previously fallen victim to the Blood Mansion world's tyranny, yet lacked the strength to voice their indignation or seek vengeance. Now, with the knowledge that the scourge of the Blood Mansion world had been vanquished, their hearts swelled with excitement, even as they dared not utter a word, silently shedding tears and lamenting that the heavens had finally retaliated against their oppressors. Within a grand palace in the 76th heavenly city, a heavy aura of blood permeated the air, as though one were enveloped in a sea of crimson. Before the palace, a figure knelt on the ground, dutifully reporting the events that had transpired outside the city. The palace remained eerily silent. Upon finishing his report, the individual remained prostrated, not daring to draw a breath. After what felt like an eternity, a voice, ethereal and indistinguishable in gender, echoed from within the palace, causing the kneeling figure to tremble slightly. Find those individuals and also locate the void body. Bring her to my palace. If you fail, do not return. Yes, young master. The individual dared not speak further, respectfully acknowledging the command before cautiously retreating, only standing upright once he had exited the palace's confines, bowing his head as he withdrew. No one dared approach the palace, nor did anyone know what transpired within its walls. After a considerable time, a voice drifted from the palace. To slay 10 of my dogs, such strength could indeed qualify one as a formidable beast, but a dog must maintain its form, otherwise, the blood food will revolt. And as for the void body, has such a physique already emerged? Yet, these murmurs went unheard by all. In another location, Gubuyo similarly dispatched someone to the depths of the 76th heavenly city to report the events to his own palace. Trash. A dispassionate voice resonated within. Once the messenger had completed his report, a wave of power surged forth from the palace, sending him flying, blood spurting from his mouth. He dared not speak, obediently kneeling on the ground to await orders, even refraining from wiping the blood from his lips. After a long pause, the voice returned, commanding, "Inform Gubuyo to track down the void body and those who slain the Blood Mansion's demons. They are to choose, either be captured and enslaved by the Blood Mansion or submit to the Ancient Emperor world. There is no third option." "Yes, Imperial Son," the messenger exclaimed, then bowed deeply before retreating, utterly humbled. After Jiang Wu departed, he swiftly concealed himself with the Golden Dragon King and vanished from the eyes of the myriad worlds. He then began searching in the vicinity of the 76th heavenly city, primarily for the lingering traces left by Fushi Mingyue, an endeavor that proved challenging. After days of searching, he finally detected a faint trace. Following this lead, he eventually arrived at a waterfall nestled within a canyon on the opposite side of the 76th heavenly city. "Mingyue, come forth." Jiang Wu, guided by the legacy imparted by Wu Yang, sensed the presence of a formation. Opening his spiritual eyes and employing his eye technique, he discovered a concealed realm behind the waterfall. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the hidden realm, clad in a delicate green gown, exuding a faint fragrance. Upon seeing Jiang Wu, her face lit up with excitement as she rushed towards him. Jiang Wu, however, midway through her approach, Fushi Mingyue hesitated, her expression turning from joy to a hint of nervousness as she fidgeted with her skirt. "How did you find your way here? Wait, have you also entered the primordial divine mountain and reached the 76th heavenly city?" Jiang Wu enveloped Fushi Mingyue in the power of his spiritual realm, cautiously purging the remnants of her aura and meticulously scanned the surroundings with his eye technique, relieved to find no one else present. He looked at her and remarked, "Your cultivation has advanced remarkably. I could barely gauge your strength before, but now I cannot see through it at all." Indeed, Fushi Mingyue beamed, her joy evident. Yet, glancing at Jiang Wu, she appeared slightly anxious, her hands gripping her skirt as she asked, "What brings you here?" She glanced back at the hidden realm, relieved that little Jean had not emerged. "I came to find you. When the 6-armed spirit monkey beast appeared, I happened to arrive here as well." I intended to seize a few individuals from the myriad worlds, but was caught off guard by your appearance, and you left with the six-armed spirit monkey. It took me several days to finally locate you. Find me? Fushi Mingyue was momentarily stunned, her heart racing as if it were a war drum. I never expected to encounter you here. Since we have met, would you like to enter the 76th heavenly city together? I plan to explore whether there are any remnants within this divine city. If not, I will continue deeper into the primordial divine mountain. Roar. At that moment, a furious roar echoed, and a golden-furred spirit monkey charged out from the hidden realm, wielding a pitch-black wooden staff that seemed to have been broken from a tree. It radiated a dark aura, adorned with divine markings that exuded an overwhelming presence. Upon spotting Jiang Wu and his companions, the six-armed spirit monkey, perceiving them as intruders, erupted in fury and charged at Jiang Wu with a mighty swing of its staff. P.S. 5 updates. Please subscribe. Please support. Please vote. Chapter 230. Block the city gates? Then we shall kill. Bang. Xingtian Wuming stepped forward, raising his colossal shield to intercept the descending staff of the six-armed spirit monkey. His broad frame lunged forth like a tiger pouncing on its prey, forcefully toppling the six-armed spirit monkey to the ground, delivering a series of crushing blows with his shield. Boom, boom, boom. The earth quaked as the six-armed spirit monkey was left dazed by Xingtian Wuming's relentless assault. The entire body was forcefully driven into the earth by the nameless giant shield of Xingtian, causing the ancient mountain's solid ground to fracture, surrounded by ominous black crevices. Roar. The six-armed spirit ape, a divine beast, bellowed in rage, all six arms striving in vain to escape the grasp of Xingtian's formidable shield. Even when its claws grazed the shield's surface, it merely sparked a shower of fire. Dare to act recklessly? A malevolent glint filled Xingtian's eyes, his demonic aura soaring, reminiscent of an ancient demon god descending upon the realm. Boom. He swung the massive shield, shadows of magic coalescing around him, and struck down with a powerful fist. The six-armed spirit ape was driven deep into the ground, possessing the bloodline of the ancient demon god Xingtian. His strength was akin to that of a primordial beast, not to mention his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the void realm. In the face of Xingtian's onslaught, the six-armed spirit ape felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Who truly is the divine beast here? Xiao Jin. Fushi Mingyue shouted in anger. If you keep acting foolishly, I will no longer concern myself with you, and will leave on my own. The six-armed spirit ape ceased its struggles immediately, having already been crushed into the earth by Xingtian without any resistance, its body trembling slightly, yet making no further movements. Xingtian's shield had driven the spirit ape's head into the ground, and upon noticing its lack of resistance, he glanced at Jiang Wu, who nodded slightly, prompting him to relent and return to stand behind Jiang Wu. Xiao Jin. Fushi Mingyue stepped forward to extract the six-armed spirit ape from the ground. This creature, with its tough skin and thick flesh, had endured numerous strikes from Xingtian's giant shield and emerged relatively unscathed, albeit muddied and somewhat disheveled. The six-armed spirit ape looked at Fushi Mingyue, letting out a deep, muffled growl, bowing its head like a child caught in wrongdoing. Who told you to act? You deserve to be beaten. Fushi Mingyue, however, was unyielding, reprimanding it with a stern expression. The six-armed spirit ape seemed indifferent, growling a few more times. It felt a bit embarrassed that it could not even contend with the opponent. It shrank behind Fushi Mingyue, its massive form curling into a ball. Though it still loomed large, its golden eyes widened, fixated on Xingtian and that colossal shield. Jiang Wu maintained a calm demeanor, finally turning to Fushi Mingyue and asking, "Can you retrieve this cave heaven? The earlier roars surely attracted attention. We must leave this place." Fushi Mingyue was abruptly roused, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. With that, she turned to the waterfall and waved her hand, instantly transforming the hidden cave behind the waterfall into a bracelet-like artifact, shrinking it to fit in her grasp. Let us depart. Jiang Wu led Fushi Mingyue and the others away in haste. Not far into their journey, they sensed numerous powerful presences rushing from all directions of the forest, converging toward the previous waterfall location. They halted, cloaked in the aura of the void realm. Becoming formless entities, these figures rushed past them, oblivious to Jiang Wu and his companion's presence. Fushi Mingyue observed this and frowned, muttering softly, "These people truly have short memories. They just killed some earlier, and now, hearing Xiao Jin's calls, they still dare to come here? Do they not fear for their lives? It is rumored that your divine beast possesses the immortal divine herbs within that cave heaven, which are the sole opportunity to break through to the immortal divine sovereign. Thus, they naturally do not wish to miss out," Jiang Wu remarked. "Moreover, those powerful beings from various celestial realms are likely seeking you. Immortal divine herbs? There are none left in the cave. They've all been consumed by Xiao Jin." Fushi Mingyue pointed at the six-armed spirit ape. now reduced in size and draped over her shoulder. Seeing this, the six-armed spirit ape immediately covered its face with all six arms, growling a few times, seemingly protesting. Not me, not me. Jiang Wu cast a deep gaze at the six-armed spirit ape. Previously, he had utilized his soul eye technique to probe its essence, but encountered only chaotic ether that obstructed his vision, preventing any insight into the ape's true nature. Fushi Mingyue's assertion that all the divine herbs had been consumed by the six-armed spirit ape seemed credible to Jiang Wu. Let us proceed to the 76th sky-treading divine city. Jiang Wu said little more, guiding Fushi Mingyue and the others towards the 76th sky-treading divine city. Along the way, they observed many others rushing in that direction, but chose to ignore them. As they gradually approached the grand city, they marveled at its magnificence and towering presence. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Figures darted forth from the forest, descending before the waterfall, their gazes fixated on the traces of battle left upon the ground. Particularly the imprint where Xingtian had brought down the six-armed spirit ape. Gu Buyo and Huangji Zhongyang had arrived, accompanied by many from all directions, yet upon their arrival, they realized they were too late. The two stood before the waterfall, observing the imprint. This is the shape of the six-armed spirit ape. However, the commotion from the battle left them puzzled. How had the void entity managed to rescue the spirit ape? Yet now there was this disturbance? After a prolonged silence, Huangji Zhongyang's expression shifted. Does this aura of battle not resemble that of a subordinate accompanying the individual from earlier, the one who attacked the Blood Mansion realm? Gu Buyo furrowed his brow. He had been searching for Jiang Wu these past few days, but to no avail. It appeared that this individual was also seeking the six-armed spirit ape and the void entity. Indeed, Huangji Zhongyang shot a glance at Gu Buyo, who had not spoken further when one of his subordinates whispered, "My lord, could this be a trap? Perhaps they deliberately caused this commotion to lure us here, allowing them to enter the 76th sky-treading divine city undetected?" This statement struck like a bolt from the blue, causing both Huangji Zhongyang and Gu Buyo's expressions to change drastically. This is bad. They intend to enter the 76th sky-treading divine city? The 76th sky-treading divine city. Only deities and demons under 10,000 years of age may enter. Otherwise, even an immortal divine sovereign would be barred from its gates. Such a rule meant that the forces of the various celestial realms were primarily concentrated outside the city. Once inside, they would have to rely solely on their own powerful talents. Seal the city. Before we return, no one, regardless of who they are, may enter the 76th sky-treading divine city. Also, report this matter to the Crown Prince. Gu Buyo and Huangji Zhongyang, in unison, chose to join forces, instructing their subordinates to relay the orders before hastily making their way towards the 76th sky-treading divine city. To seal the city simply meant employing their forces outside to guard the gates of the sky-treading divine city, preventing anyone from entering. If it were a prolonged siege, even their combined might would struggle, as the other celestial realms were not weak. However, they believed they could manage a short-term blockade. Let us depart. 76th sky-treading divine city. These words were inscribed in supreme divine script upon the gates of the city. The words sky-treading divine city were centered, with 76 inscribed at the upper left. From a distance, Jiang Wu and his companions stepped out from the sprawling mountains, their first steps upon the plains. At this moment, they raised their heads to gaze ahead. Where the land met the sky, a colossal city that seemed to reach for the heavens loomed at the horizon. Upon lifting his gaze, a formidable and majestic presence surged forth, akin to a celestial beast bellowing towards the heavens, advancing with an air of regal authority. A thunderous roar reverberated, seemingly drawing Jiang Wu and his companions into the terrifying expanse, conjuring images of their ancestral forebears battling fiercely against formidable foes, instilling within them a profound sense of respect and awe. They found themselves filled with reverence for the 76th celestial city, a hallowed testament to the legacy of their ancestors. This grand city bore the indelible marks of history, remnants of an era long past. It was difficult to fathom how fearsome the realm had once been. Where the ancient divine mountains stood, Fushi Mingyue instinctively recoiled slightly, standing behind Jiang Wu, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon the city at the edge of the world. Jiang Wu remained silent, stepping forward with deliberate intent towards the 76th celestial city, his expression momentarily lost in thought. In the realm of the void, the power of the divine demons seemed trivial in comparison to the might of the ancestors who once safeguarded this celestial city. Just as the master of the five yang, a figure of the nine tribulations, wielded his power, his influence appeared limited. Such reflections led Jiang Wu into a contemplative silence. Fushi Mingyue, too, remained quiet, observing the subtle shift in Jiang Wu's demeanor, sensing a newfound restraint in his aura. As they approached the 76th celestial city, They soon discovered that a multitude of void-level divine demons had gathered at the grand entrance, their formidable presence coalescing as they brandished their divine artifacts, effectively sealing off the entrance. Outside the gates, a throng of individuals from various celestial realms had congregated, including young prodigies accompanied by their own void-level divine demons. For half a day, the 76th celestial city remained under strict lockdown, forbidding entry. Those who dared to breach this barrier would meet a grim fate. Faced with the formidable alliance of the ancient Emperor realm and the celestial sovereign realm, the other celestial beings could only seethe in silence. For beneath their feet lay the fallen bodies of their comrades. The combined forces at the entrance numbered over 100 void-level divine demons. And before them stood two exceptionally powerful figures, whose mere presence instilled terror in the hearts of even the most seasoned warriors. Their weapons dripped with fresh blood. As Jiang Wu approached, hidden beneath the shroud of the soul's void, he remained undetected by the gathered beings. However, upon nearing the entrance, he hesitated. For a formidable warning formation enveloped the gates, leaving no corner unguarded. He surveyed the void-level divine demons obstructing the entrance and stepped forward into the warning formation, his innate artifact transforming into a battle spear. Waves of void energy surged forth from him, and in that instant, a cataclysmic power erupted, sweeping across the expanse like a volcanic eruption, overwhelming all in its path. The shockwave sent several celestial beings from other realms hurtling through the air, causing them to cough up blood in sheer agony. Those who dared to disrespect the ancestors of the human race would pay with their blood to honor the legacy of the divine city. Jiang Wu's voice resonated throughout the surroundings, reverberating in the ears of all, akin to the tolling of a great bell, shaking the very core of the celestial demons present. Chapter 231. Who dares to object? As they attempted to enter the 76th celestial city, a realm of terror, the celestial demons from various worlds felt an overwhelming fear, particularly those who had been thrown back by the divine might. As the power erupted, a chilling dread enveloped them. Their minds blank as they felt themselves plummet into the abyss of despair, their bodies frozen in terror, unable to react. In an instant, they were struck by an irresistible force, sending them flying. Many of the divine demons spat blood, their faces etched with fear and disbelief. Though they could not see Jiang Wu, his cold, indifferent voice echoed in their minds, reverberating with an unsettling resonance that unsettled their very souls. Suddenly, a blinding light cut through the air, and the two formidable void-level divine demons stationed at the gates of the 76th celestial city were struck down, severed in twain. Their blood soaked the earth, and a crimson mist wafted through the air. These two formidable beings, the strongest under the command of Gu Buoyou and Huang Jizhong, were renowned for their fearsome reputations in the ancient emperor realm and the celestial sovereign realm. Yet, in an instant, they fell victim to Jiang Wu's spear. Their divine forms cleaved asunder. Their hearts raced with terror, eyes wide in disbelief. Though their bodies had been severed, they remained alive, still breathing. But they had not even caught a glimpse of their assailant before their forms were annihilated. How could they fight back? As they contemplated retreat, their void powers surged forth instinctively to protect themselves, striking out in desperation. Yet, the next moment, Jiang Wu combined three forms of void power, enveloping them in a crushing force that obliterated them in a gruesome display before the eyes of the assembled void-level divine demons. The sight of two blood mists erupting before them sent shockwaves through the minds of the celestial beings, leaving them stunned and horrified. They had just witnessed the annihilation of beings who could have easily crushed them. Jiang Wu materialized, clad in a pale azure robe, wielding a battle spear radiating golden light. His demeanor remained composed and unperturbed, even after vanquishing the two powerful adversaries, his gaze as cold as ice. Behind him, Xing Wuming surged forth, transformed into his true form, a towering figure shrouded in an overwhelming demonic aura, surveying the assembly of void-level divine demons. In the next instant, wielding a colossal axe, Xing Wuming cleaved downwards, shattering the divine forms and souls of several void-level demons who could not evade in time. The force of his strike rippled outward, sending the gathered divine beings reeling, blood spilling from their mouths, their breaths becoming ragged. With both hands gripping a heavy halberd, Xing Wuming emanated an aura of unparalleled malevolence. Meanwhile, De Qinghong drew back his divine bow, gathering radiant celestial light, which coalesced into a multitude of brilliant arrows. In that fleeting moment, the heavens sparkled with a myriad of stars, and with a release of his grip, a torrent of arrows rained down, their tips piercing the sky. In that moment, the void-level divine demons amassed before the gates of the 76th celestial city felt a chilling dread seep into their very cores. What manner of terrifying existence had they encountered? Each one capable of annihilating them. They faced adversaries of a ruthless caliber. Was this a force they could withstand? Unite and resist. Otherwise, we shall surely perish. Someone among them shouted in desperation. Yet, within that fleeting instant, a series of terrifying assaults had already shattered the resolve and courage of the assembled void-level divine demons. Even as some individuals howled in fury, many chose to scatter in flight. Yet in the next instant, a deluge of arrows descended from the heavens. Thud, thud, one by one. The divine entities of the void realm were pierced by the arrows, but they remained indifferent. However, the moment the arrows penetrated their divine forms, their soul power transformed into lethal projectiles, striking into their soul realms. Boom! In that fleeting moment, over 20 void realm beings were felled by a single arrow from the mighty I Ching Hong, collapsing beneath the torrent of arrows. And the ground outside the city gates was instantly soaked in blood. Subsequently, Fushi Mingyue took action as well. Observing those intent on fleeing, she brought her palms together in a decisive gesture. In that instant, the spatial forces beneath the city gates converged, forming a cage that ensnared all within. Bang! One individual, wielding a fragment of an indestructible divine weapon, charged at this spatial prison, delivering a strike that cleaved through the ranks of the powerful beings from various realms, killing several. Yet, in that moment, the arm that held the divine weapon was severed by the spatial power, leaving the individual trapped within the confines of the cage. Such a turn of events left the individual dumbfounded, crying out in despair, "Ah, my divine weapon!" Crack! In the next moment, as Fushi Mingyue forcefully brought her hands together, she exclaimed, "Shatter!" The heavens and earth before her fractured, and those imprisoned within the spatial enclosure were shaken by an overwhelming force, the space erupting into chaos as they collided with the shattered realms. Thud! It was as if they had been thrown into a meat grinder. The brutal scene rendered the powerful beings from all corners of the realm speechless, their spines chilled with dread. With a single strike, over 30 void realm entities were obliterated in an instant. Xing Tianwuming and the Golden Dragon King surged forth, systematically slaying the remaining adversaries. Within moments, the once formidable forces from the ancient Emperor world and the heavenly sovereign world, gathered outside the city gates, were completely annihilated. None escaping. Buzz! Jiang Wu's hand moved slightly, and the radiant golden divine spear in his grasp transformed into a brilliant light, retreating back into his body, vanishing from sight. He turned, surveying the onlookers from the 76 celestial realms gathered outside the city, his indifferent gaze sweeping over them. Who dares to voice dissent? A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. His words prompted the gathered celestial beings to instinctively retreat a few steps, their expressions a mix of fear and trepidation, some trembling as they gazed at Jiang Wu. No one dared to utter a word. They even held their breaths. Seeing this, Jiang Wu said nothing further, turned, and with a single stride, accompanied by Fushi Mingyue and the others, entered the 76 celestial city, proceeding deeper within. Outside, the remaining celestial beings observed the ground before the city gates, drenched in divine blood, littered with dismembered limbs, a scene of utter brutality, too horrific to behold. These individuals dared to slaughter the denizens of the ancient Emperor world and the heavenly sovereign world? Someone trembled, voicing disbelief. I have seen them. That woman who tore through space and slaughtered many is a void body. And she is also the master of the divine beast from the divine medicine cave that had previously emerged. When the denizens of the ancient Emperor world besieged her, she appeared, slaying numerous foes before escaping using her spatial abilities. None could hinder her. Not far off, another spoke, instantly attracting the attention of many. He continued, his voice laced with astonishment. The remaining individuals are those who previously gained notoriety for slaying the demons of the Blood Mansion world. What? This revelation sent shockwaves through the gathered celestial beings, their minds reeling. They had not only provoked the heavenly sovereign world and the ancient Emperor world, but had also antagonized the Blood Mansion world. They had truly incurred the wrath of the most powerful celestial realms surrounding the 76 celestial city. Were they fearless or simply dismissive of these realms? Not long after this battle concluded, Gu Boyo and Huang Zhizhongyang returned with their forces. However, upon witnessing the empty expanse outside the 76 celestial city gates, drenched in blood and strewn with corpses, their expressions transformed in an instant. Gu Boyo and Huang Zhizhongyang felt as though their heads might explode, their scalps tingling with fury. Scoundrel! How dare he? They were nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed, aghast that their sentinels, dispatched to secure the city gates, had been utterly annihilated in such a brief span of time, none remaining. A tempest of rage surged within Gu Boyo. He could no longer contain himself, longing to unleash his wrath upon those responsible. Meanwhile, Huang Zhizhongyang, amidst his shock and fury, felt a twinge of fear as he recalled Jiang Wu's ruthless extermination of the demons from the Blood Mansion world, decisive, without hesitation, and clearly dismissive of the Blood Mansion world. Now, the combined forces of the heavenly sovereign world and the ancient emperor world had dispatched over 100 powerful beings to seal the city gates. Yet they had been slaughtered? They had yet to ascertain whether Jiang Wu and his companions were indeed the perpetrators. Before long, accurate news arrived. Indeed, it was them. Gu Boyo gritted his teeth, his eyes burning crimson with fury, fixating on the 76th celestial city. Had he not been unable to enter the city, he would have likely stormed in to settle the score with Jiang Wu. This blood feud could not simply be forgiven by the ancient emperor world. Meanwhile, Huang Zhizhongyang felt an even deeper sense of dread. Could it be that these individuals truly hailed from the celestial world? Was that individual genuinely a descendant of the celestial gods? Gu Boyo dispatched individuals into the 76th celestial city, uncertain of how matters would unfold. However, Huang Zhizhongyang, feeling a sense of urgency, quickly instructed a trusted aide to enter, praying that their lord would not lose composure and unwittingly provoke a calamity, antagonizing those whom even the heavenly sovereign world should not cross. Upon entering the 76th celestial city, Jiang Wu and his companions felt as though they had stepped into another realm, gazing up at the vast expanse above, reminiscent of the ancient divine mountains. Yet this world before them was far larger than even the realm of gods and demons. This was a city of divinity. As Jiang Wu and his companions entered, they beheld towering palatial structures resembling colossal divine mountains, compelling them to look up in awe. The architecture within this grand city was immense, as if designed for beings of immense stature, rather than their own comparatively diminutive forms. With another step forward, Jiang Wu and his companions manifested colossal forms, towering thousands of feet tall, now appearing akin to ordinary beings facing the vastness of their own realm. Jiang Wu surveyed the surroundings, noting that the massive stone materials used in constructing this divine city emitted a dark golden glow, akin to immense divine gold blocks. With a slight exertion, he found that the gigantic stone pavement beneath his feet remained immovable, even when he exerted all his strength. Truly remarkable. Jiang Wu's pupils narrowed slightly. Even with his full strength, he could collapse the ancient divine mountains, yet he could not budge the monumental stones of this divine city. Chapter 232. The 76th Celestial City in Turmoil, Heir of the Celestial Gods? Unlike other parts of the ancient divine mountains, where human presence was scarce, this colossal city gathered numerous powerhouses, young prodigies from various celestial realms, all under the age of 10,000. Despite the city's vastness, the number of individuals present was surprisingly significant. Some manifested their true forms as divine entities towering 3,000 to 5,000 feet, a majority being beings of the primordial realm. Some individuals manifest colossal forms of divine demons, embodying the essence of the virtual realm. As Jiang Wu and his companions gazed upon the seemingly endless street, they discerned the presence of 7 or 8 divine demons of the virtual realm. To attain such a state before reaching the age of 10,000, one must possess remarkable talent and a formidable backing from the myriad worlds, undoubtedly indicating their strength. Even a mere prodigy from the chaotic realm, having arrived here, likely bears a significant lineage. A motley gathering indeed, the convergence of the myriad worlds. Without the guidance of a divine demon from the virtual realm, they would scarcely possess the opportunity or capability to venture into the depths of the ancient divine mountain or to enter the 76th step of the heavenly city. However, as Jiang Wu and his companions stepped into the 76th step of the heavenly city, the denizens of the street withdrew, distancing themselves. They, too, could sense the commotion outside the city walls. The audacity to slay individuals from the ancient emperor world and the heavenly sovereign world was nothing short of reckless. Who among them was unaware that the most powerful figures within the city included the prince from the heavenly sovereign world, the son of the ancient emperor world, and that enigmatic gentleman from the blood mansion who had never revealed his true visage? When the 76th step of the heavenly city was discovered, it was during a chaotic strife among the myriad worlds. It was these few, with their respective worlds, who stained their hands with blood to seize dominance over the 76th step of the heavenly city and secure most of the surrounding resources. Their strength instilled fear in the prodigies and powerful beings of the myriad worlds. They were far more than simply backed by formidable realms. Upon entering, the street ahead lay desolate, an ancient aura of divine demons swirling like a breeze, rendering the surroundings somewhat somber. With a calm smile, Jiang Wu proceeded inward, his gaze surveying the structures that lined the street. Once bustling with shops, many had now been claimed by individuals selling resources gathered from the ancient divine mountain. Weak divine demons tended these shops, their eyes filled with trepidation as Jiang Wu and his companions passed by, not daring to utter a word. Beyond these shops, a series of palatial structures awaited, likely the former abodes of the powerful human ancestors within the divine city. Jiang Wu paused, reflecting. He had once enslaved a divine demon from the ancient emperor world using the aura of the mortal realm. Although that divine demon had never entered the 76th step of the heavenly city, he had heard whispers of its layout and affairs. When the 76th step of the heavenly city was discovered, it was already devoid of inhabitants. An indomitable divine being had once attempted to breach the city, only to be repelled by an unknown force that left them wounded and terrified. No one dared to approach the 76th step of the heavenly city thereafter. Within the city, should one gain entry, everything inside, including the palaces and residences, was open for habitation without consequence. What intrigued Jiang Wu amidst these recollections was the sheer number of myriad worlds converging here, with so many prodigies arriving, and even some formidable beings risking danger to send their younger kin, those yet to reach the age of 10,000, into the realm of divine demons. Beyond the abundant resources near the heavenly city, every decade, those within the city possessing a heavenly god mark could partake in a trial. This trial, known as the Path of the Heavenly God, was revealed to Jiang Wu through the divine light legacy. From the accounts of those who failed, it became evident that success in the trial granted passage to the so-called Heavenly God Mountain for cultivation, while failure meant losing the privilege to step foot in the divine city. The Path of the Heavenly God Trial and the Heavenly God Mountain. Were they selecting prodigies? Jiang Wu pondered. While indifferent to the trial and the mountain, his curiosity about the ancient events that transpired in this realm grew, yearning to uncover the past of the once mighty human ancestors. With 3 years remaining until the next Path of the Heavenly God Trial, they could utilize this time to cultivate within the divine city. He shared his thoughts on the trial, and upon the moment of his emergence from the ancient divine mountain. The divine light legacy became his. Fuxi Mingyue, casting a glance at the 6-armed spirit ape on her shoulder, expressed her concern. But can Xiao Jin participate in the trial? As a beast of the ancient divine mountain, it likely lacks the divine light legacy. The divine light legacy can be seized. I surmise acquiring one within this divine city for a heavenly god mark would be quite feasible, Jiang Wu responded calmly. Da Yi Qinghong and Xing Tian Wuming remained silent. They had each claimed a divine light legacy from the earth rankings upon entering the ancient divine mountain. After all, this was a divine phenomenon bestowed by the ancient divine mountain. Who knew if it might be of use? Having contemplated these matters, Jiang Wu led Fuxi Mingyue and the others deeper into the 76th step of the heavenly city, seeking a grand and resplendent palace to reside in. As he closed the palace doors, he began to set up various prohibitions throughout, leaving no corner untouched, his efforts rivaling even those of the Lord of Wuyang. Whether they would prove necessary remained uncertain, but life was singular. One only had one chance. What if they became essential? After a considerable time, Jiang Wu halted, surveying the palace now adorned with prohibitions, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he felt a semblance of security. Excellent. Although these prohibitions are considerably weaker than those set by the Lord of Wuyang, they should suffice to contend with divine demons of the virtual realm. Once I link these prohibitions into a grand formation, their power could even ensnare a peak divine demon of the virtual realm attempting to breach this place. Thus, spending 3 years here should entail minimal danger. Is this, then, the manifestation of the very persona I once despised? Jiang Wu mused, recalling his earlier desire to confront the Lord of Wuyang upon witnessing the entire mountain arrayed with prohibitions. Now, gazing upon the palace filled with defenses, he wore a contented smile. Jiang Wu prepared for seclusion, while Xing Tian Wuming, Da Yi Qinghong, and Fuxi Mingyue also entered their own states of meditation. Over the years, their experiences within the ancient divine mountain had yielded numerous relics and divine herbs, among other resources. Emerging from their seclusion after 3 years would undoubtedly result in a qualitative leap in their strength, elevating them to a new echelon. Fuxi Mingyue selected a room and bid farewell to Jiang Wu with a hint of reluctance before retreating inside with the 6-armed spirit ape, closing the door behind her. Jiang Wu, along with Xing Tian Wuming, Da Yi Qinghong, and the Golden Dragon King, entered another chamber. Once inside, Jiang Wu extended a finger, condensing a miniature realm of thunder, and with a swift motion, he cleaved through its boundaries, leading Xing Tian Wuming, Da Yi Qinghong, and the Golden Dragon King into the realm of thunder. As they stepped inside, the miniature realm of thunder dissipated, rendering Jiang Wu and his companions seemingly vanished from this realm. Meanwhile, within the sea god world, the blood godstone fetus remained in seclusion, voraciously consuming blood energy. Its power aura reaching the pinnacle of the 4th level of the blood god sacred classic, mere moments away from breaking through to the 5th level. Once a breakthrough occurred, the power of the 5th level of the blood god sacred scripture is sufficient to rival the pinnacle of the undying divine sovereign. This realm, in which the blood godstone embryo has absorbed countless lifeblood energies, yet remains unable to break the mirror. illustrates the formidable challenge faced by the demonic entities of the void realm in transcending to the undying realm of divine sovereigns. When Jiang Wu and his companions selected a palace to seclude themselves, the news of their actions outside the city rapidly spread throughout the vast expanse of the 76 heaven-defying divine city. Countless powerful beings and prodigies from the myriad worlds were left astounded by the revelations. As more information circulated, the incident involving Jiang Wu and Fu Ximingwei rescuing the six-armed spirit ape divine beast came to light. Had they gone mad? Not only had they slain denizens of the Bloodhouse world, but they were also mercilessly targeting individuals from the Heavenly Emperor world and the Ancient Emperor world. They had thoroughly offended the three mightiest celestial worlds of the 76 heaven-defying divine city. Even those factions slightly weaker than these three celestial worlds could scarcely believe it. Such audacity was nothing short of madness. Were they to act in a similar manner, or even offend just one of these three worlds, they would undoubtedly find it impossible to maintain their standing in the 76 heaven-defying divine city. Had these individuals truly antagonized all three? Was this a manifestation of fearlessness or mere ignorance? The denizens of all celestial worlds fell silent, their gazes fixated upon the palace where Jiang Wu and his companions resided, as well as the abodes of the Bloodhouse world, the Heavenly Emperor world, and the Ancient Emperor world. They sensed that within this coalition of predators, a terrifying entity had infiltrated their midst. Would the dynamics of the 76 heaven-defying divine city be altered as a result? A hush fell over the 76 heaven-defying divine city. Within a palace, the imperial prince Bai Yu's complexion grew slightly pale as he regarded the figure seated upon the throne, exclaiming, "Third brother, could this individual truly have emerged from the divine realm? With such a talent manifesting three types of void realm powers, how could such mastery be attained without the backing of a formidable world?" Bai Yu was genuinely apprehensive. He had not anticipated encountering Jiang Wu and Fu Ximingwei once more. The memory of their previous encounter, during which Jiang Wu relentlessly pursued him for an entire month, remained vividly etched in his mind. However, he dared not seek vengeance against Jiang Wu, for the demonstration of three types of void realm powers instilled a deep sense of trepidation within him. After much contemplation, he resolved to swallow his grievances and resign himself to his misfortune. Yet now, upon encountering Jiang Wu and Fu Ximingwei again, especially upon beholding Fu Ximingwei, Bai Yu experienced a moment of clarity. Realizing why Jiang Wu had pursued him so fervently, Fu Ximingwei was this man's beloved, a descendant of the divine. Mastering three types of void realm powers does not necessarily equate to being a so-called divine descendant. The individual seated upon the throne gradually rose to his feet. As the night enveloped the land, a vast and overwhelming divine aura emanated from him, causing Bai Yu's expression to shift, his previous fear substantially alleviated. Considering the prowess of his third brother, who had cultivated only two types of void realm powers, yet possessed numerous trump cards and divine abilities, Bai Yu felt reassured that even if they were unable to match this individual, they could at least defend themselves. Bai Yu took a deep breath to calm himself and then turned to the figure before him, inquiring, "Third brother, how shall we proceed with this matter?" The third prince of the imperial heavenly dynasty, Huangji Hongtian, cast a glance at him before gazing outside, stating, "We shall wait. If he truly hails from the divine realm, this incident could be considered an affront to our imperial heavenly dynasty, and I shall personally extend my apologies. However, if he does not," Bai Yu's gaze sharpened. If they were indeed facing an ordinary individual, his brother would not be adopting such a cautious demeanor. The act of waiting suggested that his brother was wary of these individuals. The inhabitants of the 76 heaven-defying divine city had awaited a considerable time, yet neither the Heavenly Emperor world nor the Ancient Emperor world made any move. Even the Bloodhouse world remained eerily silent. It appeared that all three celestial worlds had collectively chosen to remain mute regarding Jiang Wu's entrance into the 76 heaven-defying divine city. This outcome left the onlookers astounded and bewildered. Had these individuals grown so formidable that the three celestial worlds felt compelled to exercise such caution? The silence of the 76 heaven-defying divine city persisted until nightfall. As darkness enveloped the enormous divine city, shadowy figures cloaked in black robes traversed the night, shrouded in swirling black, demonic energy that obscured the surroundings. Amidst the inky darkness, only pairs of eyes, akin to blood moons, glimmered fiercely, reminiscent of wolves driven by bloodlust. Figures of darkness flickered in the night, vanishing and reappearing in the blink of an eye. Within the tranquil confines of the 76 heaven-defying divine city, those from the celestial worlds who had been observing suddenly felt a chilling thrill, their pupils contracting as they restrained their auras to the utmost, hiding within their palaces. Watching intently, movement had commenced. Were these auras those of the Bloodhouse world's blood god guards? Many began to speculate as they observed the figures disappearing into the streets. The first to act were indeed the denizens of the Bloodhouse world. Some felt an irresistible urge to venture out and witness the unfolding events. Yet stepping outside to spectate would be tantamount to courting death. They wrestled with indecision but ultimately remained concealed, sensing the palace where Jiang Wu resided from afar. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A multitude of figures emerged from the shadows, converging before a palace, a palpable aura of demonic might enveloping the vicinity. Kill. The assembled shadows comprised no fewer than 51 individuals, each as formidable as the demonic entities Jiang Wu had previously vanquished. As their demonic might surged forth, the inhabitants of nearby palaces turned pale, trembling in fear. The Bloodhouse world had mobilized a staggering 51 demonic entities. They were utterly astonished and filled with trepidation regarding the Bloodhouse world's power. It was no wonder the Heavenly Emperor world and the Ancient Emperor world regarded the Bloodhouse world with such wariness. These demonic entities were not to be trifled with, surpassing the average pinnacle of Void Realm demonic beings. Should a confrontation ensue, these 51 demonic entities would likely sweep aside the 20 squads led by Gu Boyu without breaking a sweat. With a command to kill issued by the leader of the demonic entities, they surged forth from the palace's grand entrance. These palatial structures were remarkable, not easily destroyed, and the only viable path to breach them was through the main gates. Buzz. However, as these demonic entities approached the palace, the surrounding air shimmered, and the figures of the demonic beings vanished in an instant. Their overwhelming demonic aura and energy were swallowed whole. Boom! In the next moment, a wave of potent restrictive energy erupted, resonating through the heavens, causing the powerful beings within the palaces to pale, their eyes widening in horror. What? They rushed to the windows, gazing at the palace where Jiang Wu and his companions resided, as a dazzling and terrifying divine light suddenly burst forth. They gazed, unable to open their eyes as they were illuminated by an otherworldly radiance, tears streaming down their faces from the piercing brightness. A chilling scream echoed forth from within this divine light, instilling dread in all who heard it, raising the hairs on their necks. How harrowing was that cry? What unspeakable horrors had the demonic beings of the Blood Realm endured? After a prolonged silence, the anguished screams from within the palace gradually subsided, the wailing that had seemed to suffer inhuman torment finally falling silent. The stillness was profound, an extraordinary quiet. The onlookers surrounding the palace widened their eyes. Fixated on the now tranquil yet unchanged structure, their minds momentarily blank, not a word spoken, even their breaths and heartbeats stilled. What had transpired? Where were the Blood Realm's blood guards and demons? 51 formidable demons and blood guards had been present, yet this overwhelming force had vanished in an instant. Beneath the night sky, they gazed at the palace before them, resembling a dark vortex poised to devour all, consuming their courage and spirit, rendering them speechless for an extended period. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner of the 76th Celestial City, a figure shrouded in a black aura observed this scene quietly. Even as the 51 demons and blood guards succumbed to the divine light's might and their anguished cries, this figure remained motionless, merely watching. Once the commotion settled, the figure's gaze flickered, and a celestial voice murmured softly, "A restriction?" Furthermore, a grand restriction array encompassing the entire palace. Such a revelation was enough to provoke considerable thought. The legacy of this restriction must be extraordinary. Which world could have imparted such knowledge? A light chuckle escaped the figure's lips as their gaze lingered on the palace before they turned and vanished in a blink. Fascinating. It appeared that if this individual could be acquired, their subordinates would gain an invaluable asset. Indeed, the figure returned to their own palace, producing 5 immortal herbs and casting them into the blood pool that had been refined for 6 years. With a resounding sizzle, the blood pool erupted with terrifying, searing energy, consuming the 5 immortal herbs. Gradually, an indomitable aura began to permeate the blood pool. An immortal demon lord. 3 years remained, ample time. The figure leaped into the blood pool, sinking to its depths. As they began to circulate their inner demonic power, the entire blood pool bubbled with fervor. Countless streams of blood energy and indomitable essence surging into the figure's body. A demonic silhouette, reminiscent of a scorpion, quietly coalesced within the palace, lying low and exhaling the essence of immortality with each breath. Elsewhere in the 76th Celestial City, the esteemed Emperor Hantian was also observing. Upon witnessing the multitude of restrictions erupting from Jiang Wu's palace, his pupils constricted slightly. When the stirrings of the 51 formidable demons ceased without a sound, he fell into contemplation. Were these restrictions derived from the inheritance within the ruins of the Little Empty Mountain? Emperor Hantian recalled the information relayed to him by Emperor Zhongyang. The Dark Moon King had once mentioned that this individual had mastered the site known as Little Empty Mountain, replete with restrictions. Yet, having only recently acquired such legacies, they could wield them effortlessly, even establishing an entire restriction array within a day, obliterating 51 powerful demons of the virtual realm. This talent left Emperor Hongtian astounded, truly deserving of their reputation as one capable of cultivating 3 forms of virtual power. I find myself lacking. Nearby, Emperor Baiyu could barely suppress a cough. Third brother, there's no one else here. Could we be a bit more honest? This clearly indicates a significant disparity, doesn't it? Unaware of his brother's thoughts, Emperor Hongtian gazed towards another part of the 76th celestial city, where a prince from the ancient emperor world was also observing Jiang Wu's palace. Perhaps sensing Emperor Hongtian's scrutiny, the prince exchanged a glance with him. Shortly thereafter, his form gradually faded from view. After pondering for a moment, Emperor Hongtian turned to return to his palace, addressing Emperor Baiyu. In the coming days, I shall devote myself entirely to seclusion. You may remain here on your own. Initially, he had intended for his brother to join him in seclusion, but knowing Baiyu's disposition, he deemed it futile to suggest it. The 76th celestial city fell into a profound silence. Since that fateful night, the realms of the celestial world, ancient emperor world, and blood realm had quieted considerably. Consequently, the denizens of other celestial realms found their existence within and outside the city considerably more bearable, no longer living in perpetual fear. As a result, these individuals held a deeper respect, gratitude, and awe for the unnamed powerhouse, Jiang Wu. Simultaneously, the renown of this mysterious figure spread throughout the 76th celestial city, with tales of their deeds reaching the ears of future generations from the celestial realms. As time swiftly passed, 3 years elapsed. With a resounding splash, a scorpion-like demonic silhouette erupted from the blood pool, only to swiftly dissolve into swirling demonic energy, gradually retreating into its form. A blood cloud enveloped the area, emanating an indomitable essence. Half a step into the realm of the immortal demon lord was sufficient. Chapter 234, The Frenzy of the Blood Realm. A citywide slaughter of demons. Deep within a grand palace in the celestial city, Jiang Wu sat cross-legged in a chamber, surrounded by the obliterating thunder of divine lightning, a tempest of blood energy. The essence of celestial waters, and the aura of the mortal realm, all intertwining with the power of the soul. Endless streams of energy descended upon him, all consumed and refined. The commotion was immense. However, it was sealed away by the grand restriction array within the palace, confined within its walls. He had been in seclusion for some time now. After exhausting the divine herbs, he emerged from the thunder realm, gradually refining his divine power and honing his soul. As time progressed, he sensed a stirring in the divine light inheritance within his mind, or perhaps the celestial mark, as if it were signaling him that the trial of the celestial path was imminent. 10 days remained. Jiang Wu felt the tremor within the celestial mark and silently resolved to give his all to this forthcoming challenge. At this moment, he immersed himself within his inner realm. In the world of the soul, a colossal form of soul, measuring less than 8,000 zhang, quivered slightly, an overwhelming divine might erupting and radiating outward. The soul's form emitted an indescribable resonance, revealing that Jiang Wu's soul now shimmered with a crystalline divine light, almost tangible. As he refined his soul, Jiang Wu increasingly perceived that his soul's form was akin to wrought iron, tempered through countless trials, gradually solidifying into a palpable entity. Over these 3 years, he had consumed numerous divine herbs to enhance his soul's power and had absorbed a plethora of soul essence, elevating his soul's form to over 19,000 zhang. After repeated refinements, this soul form compressed back down to less than 8,000 zhang in size. He could feel his soul's power growing ever more formidable and terrifying. An ascent. The power of the divine soul has significantly enhanced. Jiang Wu, with his keen perception, initiated a thought that directly elevated his physique's secret reservoir by 1,200 billion, propelling his cultivation realm from 3,000 billion, gradually amassed over 3 years, to an astounding 6,000 billion. 6,000 billion. In that fleeting moment, countless secret reservoirs within Jiang Wu shimmered brilliantly, akin to a multitude of stars bursting forth, unleashing an inexhaustible force that generated divine patterns imprinted and engraved within him, ultimately manifesting as a formidable torrent of power. The immense divine might radiated from Jiang Wu, causing the very fabric of the surrounding world to seem to solidify, while the forces of the annihilating divine thunder gradually receded into obscurity. A wave of corporeal power emanated, expanding to a magnitude of 600 miles. Another surge of ethereal divine energy cascaded forth, merging into a colossal void spanning 1,000 miles. Subsequently, the power of the divine soul permeated the heavens and earth, transforming into an expansive void measuring 800 miles. Boom! The terrifying divine might erupted from Jiang Wu, surging like a deluge, causing the formidable protective formations of the palace to ripple with disturbance. Within Jiang Wu's body, merely 5 strands of the celestial guardian's corporeal strength quietly burgeoned alongside his own growing power. Jiang Wu had returned from the Thunder Realm with Xingtian Wuming, Dai Qinghong, and the Golden Dragon King, and upon stepping outside, he beheld a heap of broken weapons and demonic arms piled beside the palace, prompting a soft exclamation. Has someone breached the protective formations? He had set the formations before entering the Thunder Realm for seclusion, and upon emerging, everything appeared tranquil as usual. This led him to believe that all was well in the celestial city, with harmonious coexistence among its inhabitants, and any disputes could be resolved upon his return. Alas, it was an illusion. The world remained the same as he had known it. Harmony must be fought for with one's own fists. Enemies must be vanquished. For only then can true harmony be achieved. The Blood Manor world, Jiang Wu shook his head slightly, opening the grand doors of the palace to let the moonlight pour in like water, enveloping the 76th celestial city in a serene night. Jiang Wu, you have emerged from seclusion? Fuxi Mingyue also stepped out of her chamber, her face lighting up at the sight of Jiang Wu bathed in moonlight. Upon her shoulder, the 6-armed spirit ape divine beast dozed, emitting soft snores. Jiang Wu turned to her, astonished, and remarked, the peak of the void realm? Your cultivation has accelerated remarkably. Fuxi Mingyue approached Jiang Wu and whispered, not quite. I have merely reached the limit of divine power. My corporeal strength in the void has only just expanded to 100 miles. Controlling spatial power is exceedingly challenging. It took me a considerable time to attune my body to accept the forces of space. Considering the inherent dangers, she added, one misstep, and the power of space could shatter my body. Jiang Wu regarded Fuxi Mingyue, then glanced at Xingtian Wuming, Dai Qinghong, and the Golden Dragon King. Their divine power had reached its zenith, and over the years, they had begun to break through their corporeal strength, recently managing to condense their body power to 100 miles. Practicing 2 forms of void power would facilitate a qualitative transformation in their strength, yet given their corporeal capabilities, it seemed that further enhancement would soon reach its limit. Jiang Wu's eyes sparkled with the light of his divine soul as he employed his ocular technique to scrutinize the 6-armed spirit ape on Fuxi Mingyue's shoulder. But it remained obscured by a shroud of chaotic energy, glimmering with golden light, rendering it inscrutable. This creature, it seems, is not ordinary. Just as Jiang Wu contemplated closing the grand palace doors to rest, a series of anguished cries shattered the tranquility of the 76th celestial city. Shadows clad in black emerged within the city, brutally assaulting the palace as they sought to invade, slaughtering anyone in sight, their divine blood consumed entirely to amass power. The peaceful night sky was abruptly torn asunder. Countless individuals were awakened, startled from slumber or meditation by the sudden commotion. What is happening? They exclaimed in alarm, particularly those among the young prodigies beneath the void realm, who were filled with trepidation. They had come here solely for the decennial trial of the primordial divine stone. If any real danger were to arise, they would be utterly defenseless. Many from various realms rushed to their windows, witnessing an innumerable horde of dark figures emerging under the night sky, suffused with demonic energy and a stench of blood, the intent to kill pervading the city. The Blood Manor. How dare you? A resounding roar shook the heavens, accompanied by the sounds of battle from afar, which soon devolved into cries of despair, ultimately fading into silence. They are dead. Some discerned the source of the sounds, their bodies trembling in fear. It is from the Fenggu world. They possess formidable prodigies at the pinnacle of the void realm. There are at least 7 or 8 within the city, not weak in strength. Yet, they were all slain by the Blood Manor? Others expressed their outrage. What does the Blood Manor intend? To unleash such carnage? Do they seek to slaughter the entire city? Many widened their eyes in disbelief at the unfolding chaos within the 76th celestial city, their bodies quaking as they murmured, how dare they? How dare these fiends? Massacre. With the trial for the divine path imminent, the 76th celestial city was filled with the greatest number of prodigies. The Blood Manor, at this moment, chose to strike and challenge the entire city. Although they found it hard to believe that the Blood Manor would dare to act so brazenly, the sheer number of demonic figures that emerged was overwhelming, each exuding a terrifying aura far superior to the usual void realm beings, indiscriminately slaughtering and causing a bloodbath to rise into the sky. For ordinary divine beings, advancing to the void realm is a daunting challenge. However, for demonic beings, if they have the blood essence of a void realm being to fuel their cultivation, transcending this threshold is not particularly arduous. Even employing forbidden techniques could significantly bolster their strength, even at the cost of their future. Thus, these demonic beings could indeed infiltrate the 76th celestial city before reaching the age of 10,000, provided they were willing to invest in their cultivation. The echoes of despair resounded through the streets as a figure shrouded in blood clouds slowly approached, voraciously consuming the flowing divine blood beneath its feet, its demonic aura overwhelming. Imbued with an indomitable essence that instilled fear in many void realm beings, this figure advanced toward the direction of the heavenly sovereign world, but halfway there, a wave of indomitable energy surged forth, manifesting as a colossal formation that enveloped the palace of the heavenly sovereign world. Observing this, the figure paused, gazing at the indomitable formation with a cold smile. It seems that the Emperor Ji Hongtian's foundation is quite substantial. Upon glancing toward the direction of the ancient Emperor world, as the heavenly sovereign world activated its indomitable formation, the ancient Emperor world similarly triggered a formation of the same nature, one that was even more lethal in design. The activation of the indomitable formation rendered both the heavenly sovereign world and the ancient Emperor world utterly silent amid the slaughter unfolding within the 76th celestial city. The sudden display of power from the Blood Manor was overwhelming. The powers of the demonic gods and the blood god guards transcend the ordinary realms of the virtual world, and when they suddenly unleash their might, the inhabitants of various celestial realms find themselves utterly defenseless. Even when individuals from these realms rush forth to confront the demonic gods of the Blood Mansion world, they are swiftly overwhelmed and annihilated, their divine blood consumed, disintegrating into mere dust. The young master of the Blood Mansion gazes indifferently, and in a mere flicker of his form, he has already shifted towards the palace where Jiang Wu and the others reside. Oh my great hound, it is time for you to prostrate yourself at your master's feet and heed his commands. The demonic entities and blood god guards that have emerged within the 76th celestial city are merely his minions accumulated over millennia, typically only sufficient for modest tasks. Under the cloak of night, a multitude of figures materialize. The overwhelming demonic aura coalesces into menacing beasts, their colossal forms eclipsing the heavens, casting shadows that dim the moonlight. With a low growl that reverberates through the firmament, they charge forth in a savage assault. Boom! A divine might erupts from Jiang Wu, sweeping through the air, causing his hair to dance wildly in the tempest. The sudden cries of agony emanating from the 76th celestial city render Jiang Wu's expression increasingly frigid, reminiscent of a winter's chill, as a palpable killing intent permeates the atmosphere. Begone! He bellows, and the monstrous beasts formed from the gathering demonic energy instantly disintegrate. With but a thought, three forms of virtual power surge forth, overwhelming all in their path. Crack! Bang! In the darkness, the demonic minions charging forward find their knees shattered, collapsing to the ground in submission. Yet kneeling will not absolve you of your sins within the divine city. Repent in your next life. Jiang Wu's somber voice resonates in the night, accompanied by a tumultuous surge of world power. With a resounding explosion, blood mist erupts under the night sky, staining the thoroughfare before the palace crimson. Having vanquished these demonic minions, the surroundings fall into a profound silence. In the darkness, the inhabitants of the celestial realms reveal expressions of joy, their gazes fixed upon Jiang Wu before the palace, filled with the elation of having survived a calamity. Marvelous! There are still those who can slay these fiends. Some powerful figures from the celestial realms express their astonishment. Three forms of virtual power. This formidable being, once feared by the three celestial realms, now masters three forms of virtual strength? The emergence of such power instantly obliterates several formidable demonic gods, showcasing an overwhelming might that far surpasses their level. Step by step, Jiang Wu strides into the night, radiant divine light coalescing in his hands, transforming into a grand cauldron of mountains and rivers, which he hefts with both arms, swinging it to strike. Boom! The air before him shatters as a blood god guard, enveloped in blood-red demonic energy, is crushed under the force of the blow. Not a single demonic god from the Blood Mansion world is spared. Jiang Wu's voice, laced with a deep-seated killing intent, echoes in the ears of Xing Tian Wu Ming, Dao I Ching Hong, the Golden Dragon King, and Fu Shi Mingyu, instilling them with a sense of dread, for they know Jiang Wu has been provoked. Jiang Wu is not one to anger easily, but should he become enraged, retribution will surely follow. Just like the Dragon Clan of the 100-star battle domain. Like the Dragon Clan of the Eastern Divine Sea. Kill. Dao I Ching Hong, following closely beside Jiang Wu, draws back his divine bow, eyes ablaze with intensity. With a single arrow, he can slay a demonic god or a blood god guard, even from a distance of thousands or tens of thousands of miles. Such formidable offensive power instills terror in the hearts of the celestial beings around them. How can one shoot down foes on par with the virtual realm? It is well known that at the level of the virtual realm, they possess protective powers. The blood god guards, comparable to the gods of the virtual realm, can similarly summon strength akin to that of the virtual realm, their physical forms immensely powerful, dominating the gods of the virtual realm. Often, they engage in close combat, relying on the virtual realm's strength. Only by breaking through the virtual barriers can they hope to inflict harm upon their enemies. Yet this individual, with but a divine bow, can strike down demonic gods and blood god guards from afar. The demonic gods of the Blood Mansion? They possess audacity, but I have slain many of their kind. Xing Tian Wu Ming and the Golden Dragon King charge forth, with Xing Tian Wu Ming transforming into his true form, the embodiment of celestial might. Wielding shield and axe to crush the demonic gods and blood god guards. Come forth. With a flourish, Xing Tian Wu Ming unleashes his divine might, illuminating the night sky with radiant light as he advances towards the next demonic god. Bang! Beneath the night sky, the earth-shattering roar of a dragon reverberates as the Golden Dragon King also charges forth, his speed unparalleled, with a mere flash of golden divine light. He obliterates a blood god guard with a single claw. Their onslaught of slaughter silences the cries of the surrounding area in an instant. A palpable aura of dread pulses through the skies. All who survive gaze in awe, filled with reverence and admiration for their strength. Hearts gripped by profound astonishment at the power wielded by Xing Tian Wu Ming and the Golden Dragon King. In the Divine City, to dare commit such acts of carnage? How audacious! Fu Shimingyu, anger surging in her chest, vanishes in a flicker, alongside the six-armed spirit ape, employing spatial powers to engage the demonic gods and blood god guards elsewhere. Crack! Wherever Fu Shimingyu appears, the fabric of space shatters. The demonic gods and blood god guards caught within the tumultuous spatial forces are obliterated, reduced to mere flesh and blood mist that descends to the ground. The power of space is overwhelmingly potent, especially within the ancient divine mountains, where even Jiang Wu and his companions cannot stir. But Fu Shimingyu can harness such terrifying spatial powers, effortlessly rending her enemies apart. An ethereal, radiant light emanates from her, shrouded in mystery. Yet to those who have survived the onslaught of the Blood Mansion's demonic gods, she appears as a celestial being descending to rescue them from the depths of despair. Thank you, Divine Maiden, for saving our lives. Some kneel, tears streaming down their faces, offering their gratitude to Fu Shimingyu. Countless demonic gods and blood god guards from the Blood Mansion have unleashed a massacre. Escape from the city is impossible, and they have nearly met their demise. Roar! The six-armed spirit ape awakens, witnessing Fu Shimingyu's reckless use of spatial powers, and bellows at her. Are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe you are invincible against the ravages of spatial forces? With its black wooden staff reappearing in hand, it leaps down, transforming into a massive golden ape. Swinging the staff to obliterate a demonic god's head. Turning, it roars at Fu Shimingyu, as if to say, I shall assist you in slaying them. Very well. Fu Shimingyu smiles radiantly, observing the six-armed spirit ape in action. Its strength is formidable, especially with its tough hide. She has no worries about its safety. Bang! But in the blink of an eye, a figure exuding an indomitable aura strides forth from the shadows, delivering a palm strike that sends the six-armed spirit ape flying. The beast crashes into a nearby palace, shedding several golden hairs, howling in pain. You've caused my divine beast great suffering. Tap, tap, tap. In the darkness, a figure shrouded in blood clouds approaches, emanating an indelible aura of demonic might. Though not overwhelming, it signifies mastery over the unquenchable power. The distance to the indomitable demon sovereign may merely be a slight margin. Indeed, it is the esteemed young master of Bloodcliff. Around him, individuals from myriad realms who had concealed themselves trembled instinctively at the sight of this figure, as if confronted by something profoundly fearsome. The young master of Bloodcliff. He is the most enigmatic figure within the 76th Ascended City, having claimed an unfathomable number of lives, though the exact count remains unknown. His subordinates, the demon gods and blood guardians, are frequently engaged in slaughter. Many who dwell near the 76th Ascended City have fallen victim to their nefarious hands. Upon the young master's appearance, some collapsed to the ground, their eyes glazed with terror, and they lost control of their bowels. Approaching not far from Fu Shimingyu, he raised his gaze slightly to observe the uninjured six-armed spirit ape, appearing somewhat astonished. A voice, ethereal and resonant, emanated from him. Indeed, there is a hint of the extraordinary. Perhaps you might serve as a fragment of my path to becoming the indomitable demon sovereign. Quite commendable, surpassing the usual fare. This utterance was akin to appraising the quality of livestock raised for sustenance. The others were filled with dread. This fiend was indeed the epitome of malevolence. Boom! No sooner had the young master spoken than the space around him collapsed and shattered, an aura of annihilation sweeping through, shaking the divine city. The terrifying force surged forth, causing even the previously composed young master to exhibit a slight change in expression. The blood clouds fragmented, revealing a countenance that was androgynous, etched with patterns reminiscent of a demonic scorpion. His eyes glowed a brilliant crimson, akin to sparkling rubies. Do you dare covet the little golden one? Such delusions are madness. You shall perish. The furious roar of Fushi Mingyue reverberated, her hair billowing as her overwhelming divine might destabilize the surroundings, striking fear into countless beings across myriad realms. With a mere thought, she unleashed a terrifying spatial force that rendered the area into a state of annihilation, akin to a collapsing black hole, swallowing the figure whole. Bang! Blood mist erupted, the individual crushed by the violent spatial energy, disintegrating into sanguine vapor scattered across the heavens and earth. Is he dead? Fushi Mingyue paused momentarily, astonished at the ease of the kill. A profound silence enveloped the area. The onlookers from various realms were rendered speechless, their minds reeling. Dead? The young master of Bloodcliff is dead? With his form shattered to such an extent, he must surely be deceased. Yet, before they could rejoice, the blood mist in the air rapidly coalesced once more, the young master of Bloodcliff's form restoring itself, albeit with a noticeable depletion of his indomitable essence. Undying and unyielding. Is this the power of the indomitable demon sovereign? The young master murmured, seemingly unfazed, before finally lifting his gaze to Fushi Mingyue. A rare smile graced his enigmatic visage as he remarked, a void physique? Such a constitution is exceedingly rare, even in the upper realm's ancient celestial domain. Moreover, your appearance is quite acceptable. The young master surveyed Fushi Mingyue, nearly provoking her fury, and continued, from this day forth, you shall accompany me as my personal demon servant. Personal demon servant? Silence. I shall slay you. Fushi Mingyue shouted in rage, her eyes wide with fury, a murderous intent soaring skyward. With a mere thought, she ensnared the young master within a spatial cage. Roar! The six-armed spirit ape let out a thunderous bellow, stomping its feet as the ground trembled. Its golden fur bristled, akin to a lion's mane, its form swelling to 3,000 zhong as it swung a wooden staff towards the young master. Boom! In the next instant, a torrent of demonic energy engulfed the heavens, a demonic seal striking forth like a scorpion's tail, piercing through the spatial cage with an overwhelming force. The six-armed spirit ape and Fushi Mingyue were flung aside, the latter's complexion paling in horror as she coughed up blood. Chapter 236, The Indomitable Demon Weapon. Half a step to the realm of the indomitable demon sovereign. In the eruption of such power, even Fushi Mingyue, who had mastered 2 forms of void energy, found herself unable to withstand it. Particularly, the young master's strength appeared to encompass an assault on the soul level, infused with an irresistible charm that shook Fushi Mingyue's very spirit, causing her to spill forth another mouthful of blood. The six-armed spirit ape, truly robust and resilient, merely shook its head and resumed its protective stance before Fushi Mingyue, wielding the wooden staff with a fierce countenance. Lowly growling as it fixed its gaze on the young master, a faint golden divine light radiating from its form. In that moment, the young master of Bloodcliff resembled a demonic scorpion, his visage adorned with scorpion-like patterns, emanating a resplendent darkness. Buzz! An overwhelming demonic aura surged upward, coalescing into a fearsome scorpion figure, lurking within the realm. Whoosh! In an instant, the scorpion's tail lashed out, its speed akin to a shadow, thrusting toward the night sky. Bang! A golden seal was pierced by the scorpion's tail, yet the overwhelming force of slaughter shattered the tail, dispersing it into demonic vapor. The young master gazed towards a figure enveloped in golden divine light, draped in resplendent golden robes, exuding an aura of nobility and dominance, his expression impassive, wielding a golden divine sword, advancing step by step. Ancient Emperor, do you dare to intervene in my affairs? The young master of Bloodcliff spoke with calm resolve. In truth, I had intended to kill you, but your strength is formidable, a half-step demon sovereign. Without breaking through to the indomitable divine sovereign, I lack the assurance to eliminate you, the ancient emperor replied nonchalantly. However, your commotion is rather excessive, and your ambitions too grand. Do you not realize that even the masters of the Blood House dare not act so recklessly before me in the ancient emperor's realm? Kill me? Huh, ancient emperor. You would do better to submit to me. With the supreme demonic arts I bestow upon you, you shall one day become a most excellent hound. Waging war in the ancient celestial domain for me, the young master chuckled, I cannot bear to kill you. The ancient emperor held no anger but regarded the young master with a resolute gaze as he unsheathed the golden divine sword. Today, you shall not take the void physique with you. Do you think you alone can stop me? Have you forgotten how you escaped just a few years ago? The young master taunted. Boom. An imperial throne manifested, and a figure seated upon it slammed a palm down upon the young master, akin to a celestial handprint controlling the universe, instantly suppressing him within its grasp. The ancient emperor also surged forth, emanating an indomitable essence, as he cleaved the air with his golden divine sword, slicing towards the young master. Ha! How amusing that the two of you would join forces. Yet, what does it matter? The young master burst forth, the demonic scorpion figure swiftly shattering the imperial handprint suppression, leaping out to meet the ancient emperor's sword. With a single kick, shadows of his foot danced through the void, and with a series of resounding clashes, he matched the ancient emperor's strike evenly. The ancient emperor and the imperial figure suddenly surged forth, intercepting the young master, leaving Fushi Mingyue bewildered and vigilant. What were these two realms plotting? On the other side, Jiang Wu also sensed the commotion. Upon observing that Fushi Mingyue and the six-armed spirit ape were unharmed, he hesitated, his body pausing as he joined Xingtian and Wuming in cleansing the demonic entities and blood god guards within the city. How audacious! Witnessing Jiang Wu's actions, young Master Xia directed a cold reprimand at him for the first time. If you dare to strike again, I shall make you regret your very existence in this realm. Jiang Wu, having just crushed two demonic beings with his cauldron, turned his gaze towards young Master Xia and playfully flicked his ear, saying, "What did you just say? Come, repeat that for me." Young Master Xia's expression turned icy. "Do not presume that just because you are gifted and held in my regard, you can act with such impunity." With a sudden movement, Jiang Wu appeared in another location, swinging his cauldron to unleash a cataclysmic phenomenon that enveloped a demon emerging from the palace, shattering it into fragments. As he sensed the dissipating remnants of two powerful auras within the palace, Jiang Wu's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. It is time to eliminate. He then turned to young Master Xia. "Now, kindly repeat what you just said." Young Master Xia, witnessing this, felt his face twitch in irritation, suddenly finding Jiang Wu's words quite irritating. The ancient emperor and the sovereign of the extreme heaven had already diminished his imposing presence, and now seeing Jiang Wu daring to slap his own face only fueled his fury. Truly, they were most unappealing. Dogs should behave like dogs. Do you take such pleasure in challenging your master's authority? Young Master Xia's ethereal, androgynous voice resonated once more, chilling to the bone. He single-handedly contended against both the ancient emperor and the sovereign of the extreme heaven, still possessing the ability to divert his focus. Boom! In the next moment, the demonic scorpion's shadow surged with a terrifying, indomitable presence. Its tail's stinger plunged down, instilling fear within both the ancient emperor and the sovereign of the extreme heaven, causing them to retreat hastily. Young Master Xia transformed into a flash of bloodlight, his demonic scorpion's shadow coiling ominously as he closed in on Jiang Wu, the fearsome stinger poised to strike. "A half-step, immortal demon sovereign? How amusing!" Jiang Wu exclaimed. Boom! A brilliant divine light erupted as a cauldron, colossal as a divine mountain, was swung down with immense force, obliterating the ancient demonic aura in the void. The scorpion's stinger struck the cauldron but was immediately crushed. The massive scorpion's form disintegrated under the force of a world-shattering wave, scattering into the ether. Clang! Young Master Xia, startled, unleashed a palm technique that pierced through the air like the scorpion's charge, striking the cauldron with a thunderous clang that echoed deafeningly. The immense pressure emanating from the cauldron forced young Master Xia to stagger back several paces, eyes wide with astonishment. No wonder he dares to boast. This demonic servant possesses genuine strength. Young Master Xia maintained his haughty tone, addressing both the ancient emperor and the sovereign of the extreme heaven, as well as Jiang Wu and Fushi Mingyue, his demeanor unyieldingly superior. With a mere utterance, "I could reduce you to nothingness. I wonder if your tone will be so confident when I tear you apart." The cauldron was repelled by a forceful strike, and Jiang Wu caught it as it transformed into a radiant light in his hands. His expression remained indifferent as he advanced, appearing just before young Master Xia, his gaze cold and unyielding. Even though young Master Xia exuded an indomitable aura, Jiang Wu had already gauged his strength after several encounters. Very strong. Yet, without breaking through to the immortal demon sovereign level, his power remained limited. If young Master Xia were to truly ascend to that level, Jiang Wu would unhesitatingly use his trump card to save his companions before departing, never to set foot in the 76th celestial city again. But at this moment, a chilling murderous intent intensified in Jiang Wu's eyes. After receiving a blow from Jiang Wu, young Master Xia merely smiled, a smile that remained devoid of warmth. Cold and eerie, he scrutinized Jiang Wu, a look of satisfaction emerging in his gaze, as if appraising an intriguing object. The cultivation of physical strength? A perfected divine power in the void? Or perhaps the mastery of 3 forms of void energy? Young Master Xia was genuinely pleased. He initially thought he would only acquire a void entity, but unexpectedly encountered a young practitioner wielding 3 forms of void power here. Today's gains might truly surprise him. Buzz. Just as he contemplated this, a crimson divine light emanated from him, forming a disc-like entity that radiated an overwhelming, indomitable aura, coupled with a terrifying bloodlust. This was, astonishingly, a complete indomitable demonic weapon. An indomitable demonic weapon? The eyes of the ancient emperor and the sovereign of the extreme heaven widened in shock, their bodies tensing instantaneously. A half-step immortal demon sovereign wielding such a weapon could barely possess the power of an immortal demon sovereign. They narrowed their eyes, glancing at each other, seemingly in a state of hesitation. As he summoned the indomitable weapon with a mere thought, a blood-red barrier enveloped the surroundings, revealing an endless sea of blood before Jiang Wu. In an instant, this realm was drawn into the blood sea domain. Young Master Xiao wielded the indomitable weapon, his demonic aura surging, causing Jiang Wu to feel a sense of dread, especially with the sinister and terrifying shadow of the demonic scorpion re-emerging. He placed the disc-shaped weapon within the scorpion's essence. In that moment, the demonic scorpion came to life, exuding an overwhelming, indomitable force. The pressure was so immense that Jiang Wu felt his body sink, his bones creaking as if a great mountain bore down upon him, compelling him to kneel. Young Master Xiao and the scorpion looked down upon Jiang Wu and the others, their stance unyielding, as he spoke with an ethereal voice. This physique is quite impressive. Kneel. Why struggle in vain? Submit your loyalty, become my demonic servant, and with your talents, you may one day ascend to become a supreme demonic being. In time, even the ancient divine realm will bow to you, and under my command, you shall reign supreme. His voice bore an eerie undertone, akin to demonic whispers, infiltrating Jiang Wu's ears. Ensnared by these demonic echoes, countless illusions flooded Jiang Wu's mind, visions of him as a demon, slaughtering his kin, ravaging the world of gods and demons, eliminating all he cherished, all for the sake of attaining that supreme realm, invincible over all. These visions infiltrated his consciousness, seeking to ensnare his soul, dragging him into a state of despair. To become a demonic servant seemed to promise supreme glory. Chapter 237. Slaying Young Master Xiao. Leaving a name on the celestial monument. Kneel. A voice imbued with infinite authority resonated, akin to a master commanding his pet. As if the pet had dared to offend his master's dignity. Young Master Xiao's eyes widened, exuding an imposing presence as if intending to penetrate the depths of Jiang Wu's mind. I had anticipated you would possess some formidable trump card, capable of tearing the heavens asunder, annihilating worlds, instilling terror in me to the point of trembling and bleeding. Yet, is this all you offer? Is it sufficient? If you've had your fill of this farce, then this act must come to an end. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Wu was seized by a tempest of rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Within his mind, his spirit stirred, unleashing a formidable presence that reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing illusions to shatter one after another. This illusion, how dare you strike it yourself? Yet, you audaciously seek to annihilate the Jiang clan? To obliterate the world of gods and demons? To slay all those dear to you? Demon, you deserve death. Jiang Wu's voice erupted in a low, thunderous roar, imbued with a murderous intent that could shake the heavens. His heart bore a rebellious scale, and the bloodline of the young master of Blood Cliff had transgressed gravely. He surveyed the vast sea of blood that enveloped the land, casting a glance at the young master of Blood Cliff and the demon scorpion shadow. As he stowed away the mountain and river treasure cauldron, now transformed into divine light. Indestructible demon soldiers? What of it? In truth, Jiang Wu's attention was primarily fixed on the demon scorpion shadow. He sensed a hint of ancient, timeless resonance within the indomitable demonic might, vaguely reminiscent of the aura of the ancient demon, Xianxian. The mention of the upper realm's primordial celestial realm by the young master of Blood Cliff stirred something within Jiang Wu's heart. Now, even if you were to kneel before me, I could never spare your wretched life. His voice, infused with a rage that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth, sent tremors through the young master of Blood Cliff, causing his expression to shift. In that instant, a surge of power ignited within Jiang Wu as he swung his fist, channeling a fragment of the celestial body of the tranquil realm. As he unleashed this force, it erupted forth with a thunderous roar. Previously, when Jiang Wu had possessed a fragment of the celestial body's power, he had merged it with his own being, allowing his physical form to transcend its limits. Now, he directly transformed this fragment of celestial might into a resounding fist imprint, his spine arching slightly backward, as if it had morphed into a colossal dragon roaring in fury, propelling his fist towards the young master of Blood Cliff. Boom! The heavens and the earth trembled. though Jiang Wu lacked the ability to control spatial forces under the might of his fist. The incredibly stable spatial fabric of the primordial divine mountain was indeed torn asunder. A streak of radiant energy surged forth, reverberating through the void. As the very fabric of reality crumbled inch by inch, the domain of blood, suppressed by the indomitable demon soldiers, was violently shattered before it could even unleash its fury. Obliterated by the celestial might, the celestial body of the tranquil realm. This was the true power of the celestial body of the tranquil realm, bearing the majesty of the heavens. At this moment, Jiang Wu had ascended to an astonishing realm of 600 billion in the secret art of body refinement. Yet this formidable physical strength merely allowed the celestial body to condense a paltry 5 strands of corporeal power. With each strand diminished, the celestial might unleashed, and the space of the primordial divine mountain was decimated by Jiang Wu's fist. Confronted with this overwhelming force, the once imposing countenance of the young master of Blood Cliff underwent a drastic transformation. Even though he wielded indomitable demon soldiers at this moment, the sheer majesty of this power caused his heart to tremble in fear. It felt as though the once dominant hound he had looked down upon had, in a fleeting instant, transformed into an entity he could not dare to behold. A mere finger could crush him. How is this possible? The pupils of the young master of Blood Cliff constricted, and before he could fully comprehend the situation, his demon body was obliterated by a single punch. His consciousness failing to react in time. Bang! The very fabric of space shattered inch by inch. The vast majority of his demonic form was annihilated by Jiang Wu's fist, leaving only a wisp that dissipated into blood mist, completely fragmented. The domain of blood that had sought to suppress Jiang Wu collapsed, and the shadow of the demon scorpion disintegrated alongside it, transforming into the indestructible magic weapon once more. Silence descended upon the world. The entire night sky fell into a hushed stillness. The minds of the ancient emperor and Huang Jihong Tian were momentarily suspended in disbelief. Grappling with their thoughts. What just transpired? Their minds momentarily blanked, and instinctively, they were gripped by horror, their hair standing on end. The young master of Bloodcliff was defeated in a single punch? Their eyes were wide with astonishment and incredulity as they gazed upon the silhouette that had emerged through the rift, exuding an aura of divine might. Jiang Wu's punch was terrifying. Though the celestial might was but a fragment, it resonated throughout the 76th celestial city. Whether it was the fleeing denizens of the myriad worlds or the demonic gods and bloodthirsty fiends wreaking havoc within the city, all halted in their tracks. Drawn to that direction, this aura, countless hearts quaked with trepidation. The fleeting celestial might left an indelible mark upon their minds. Every cell and spirit trembling in awe. It was terrifying, inconceivable. What level of power is this? What? Within the indestructible formation of the heavenly emperor's world, Huang Ji Baiyu felt this surge of power, his expression shifting dramatically. His eyes widened, pupils shrinking to their limits as he turned toward Jiang Wu's direction. This is bad. The essence of this power. Huang Ji Baiyu's heart trembled, his eyes wide with disbelief and shock, his face paling. What level of terrifying power is this? Indestructible divine sovereign? Impossible. Is it the 9 tribulations realm? Or perhaps the might of the celestial beings? Could it be that this person truly hails from the realm of celestial beings, a genuine heir of the gods? This thought sent Huang Ji Baiyu into a frenzy, panic overtaking him. Not far from Jiang Wu, the retreating Fuxi Mingyue bore a shocked expression. In just a moment, she recalled the scene of the young master of Blood Cliff's revival and cried out, "Be careful, his remnants can regenerate. Then let us continue to slay. How many times can he recover?" Jiang Wu summoned another fragment of the true celestial body's power to his fist, stepping forward. Before he could even contemplate, the remnants of the young master of Blood Cliff coalesced into a form, though significantly diminished, yet infused with boundless demonic energy, materializing as his silhouette. He gazed at Jiang Wu, terror reflected in his eyes. How can this power be possible? You, who are you? The young master of Blood Cliff, seeing Jiang Wu remain silent, advanced boldly, summoning the indestructible magic weapon, a surge of blood light immediately enveloping him. The demon scorpion's shadow reformed, lunging at Jiang Wu with a furious roar, while the young master of Blood Cliff attempted to retreat in haste. Boom! Yet in the next instant, an overwhelming force erupted behind him, instilling terror within him. At that moment, the young master of Blood Cliff's eyes widened. The might of the celestial beings. Bang! A fist imprint transformed into a mountain and river treasure cauldron, enveloping and suppressing the young master of Blood Cliff within. A force descended, and within the cauldron, a cataclysmic collapse ensued. Under the terrifying force of obliteration, the remaining vestiges of the young master of Blood Cliff's demonic form and indestructible aura were instantaneously annihilated. creating a gaping void in the space of the divine city, exuding an aura of destruction. The mountain and river tranquil prison. Jiang Wu's 2 punches obliterated the young master of Blood Cliff. His figure surged once more, delivering a fist that shattered the indestructible magic weapon into pieces. The sheer magnitude of the celestial body of the Tranquil Realm's power was indeed formidable. The young master of Blood Cliff, is he truly dead? The ancient emperor and Huang Zhihongtian's expressions were dazed. Huang Zhihongtian's face shifted, his mind racing with suspicion. Could this individual truly be an heir of the celestial beings? Indeed, if he were not a celestial heir, how could he wield such power? This must be a gift from the gods. Thus, Huang Zhihongtian's conviction regarding Jiang Wu's identity solidified. The ancient emperor, too, began to harbor doubts about Jiang Wu's identity. Though not as resolute as Huang Zhihongtian, his gaze towards Jiang Wu considerably softened. Throughout the 76th celestial city, gasps of disbelief echoed. The power of the celestial body is indeed formidable. Jiang Wu's expression remained calm, yet his inner turmoil mirrored his astonishment. Without hesitation, he swiftly collected the shattered immortal demon weapon. The indomitable aura emanating from the weapon could elevate his innate artifact to the level of an immortal divine armament. He then cast a glance at the ancient Emperor Jun and Emperor Hantian, while also sensing the dissipating auras of the demon slaves and blood god guards within the divine city. With the death of young Master Shuya, those under his control had perished as well. Is this your confidence? You claim to traverse the heavens and earth, yet you cannot even navigate my presence, let alone grant me passage? What kind of person are you? Jiang Wu shook his head. Boom. Just as Jiang Wu contemplated returning to the palace to await the commencement of the divine path trial, the 76th heaven-trampling divine city suddenly trembled. An overwhelming divine majesty swept across the entire city, and boundless divine light illuminated the divine city. What is this? Jiang Wu, ancient Emperor Jun, and Emperor Hantian were all taken aback by this unexpected phenomenon, the divine might evoking a profound sense of awe within them. Within the 76th heaven-trampling divine city, all who had survived and were filled with gratitude looked up in shock at the sky above the divine city. They beheld a divine monument, shrouded in chaotic divine light, emanating a formidable celestial aura, as radiant and transparent as the essence of heaven and earth. The divine monument. Upon its appearance, everyone instinctively recognized its significance. As if a voice echoed from the void, those who inscribe their names on the divine monument shall receive a reward. In Jiang Wu's mind, an ancient voice called out, causing him to momentarily freeze. Inscribing my name on the divine monument? What does this entail? After a brief hesitation, his consciousness stirred. Martial. As Jiang Wu's intent coalesced, the divine monument erupted with resplendent divine light, illuminating the heavens in an instant. Not only did the entire 76th heaven-trampling divine city witness this spectacle, but every divine city across the ancient divine mountain also beheld it. Martial, trial disciple of the 76th heaven-trampling divine city, contribution value, 1,000 points, ranking, first. Chapter 238, The Divine Path Trial. Is the divine monument a bit broken? The commotion was immense, reverberating throughout the ancient divine mountain. The divine light illuminated all realms, cascading down upon the myriad worlds of the ancient divine mountain, manifesting as the divine monument. Martial, trial disciple of the 76th heaven-trampling divine city, contribution value, 1,000 points. Ranking, first. Countless powerful beings across the myriad realms lifted their gazes, astonished by the sight of the divine monument. What is happening? What is this entity? Martial, trial disciple of the 76th heaven-trampling divine city? Such phenomena had never been witnessed before. Does the ancient divine mountain possess such divine marvels? These formidable figures, emanating either an indomitable aura or the essence of calamity, stood astounded before this celestial wonder. After a considerable duration, the anomaly of the divine monument gradually dissipated. However, the solitary name inscribed upon it remained etched in the minds of the powerful beings, accompanied by a lingering perplexity. Martial? Who is this individual from the myriad worlds? In the demon and god realm, Jiang Tongshan gazed upward at the manifestation of the divine monument, only to see it vanish. After a long moment, he turned his attention to the ancient divine mountain, contemplating that the young man had ventured deep into the mountain, presumably heading towards the 76th heaven-trampling divine city. Such turmoil ensued even after leaving the demon and god realm. Nevertheless, a smile graced Jiang Tongshan's face, and an indomitable divine might radiated from him. Over the span of 7 to 8 years, drawing upon the ancestral god's legacy of the 100 Stars battlefield, he had ascended to the status of an indomitable divine sovereign. Initially, he harbored concerns for Jiang Wu. For 7 to 8 years had passed without any news. but with such divine phenomena manifesting in the demon and god realm. It seemed the young man had garnered substantial gains within the ancient divine mountain. Jiang Tongshan observed the ancient divine mountain, hesitating briefly before shaking his head. Perhaps it is best not to delve into the ancient divine mountain. Having that young man there is sufficient. Once the anomaly faded, Jiang Tongshan turned and retreated to resume his seclusion. Within the ancient divine mountain, at the 76th heaven-trampling divine city, the divine monument appeared and then vanished, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Wu stood in stunned silence, his expression darkening as he realized it had departed so abruptly. Wait, what about the promised rewards? You caused the heavens to tremble, creating an astonishing spectacle. You explicitly stated that inscribing a name would yield rewards. Where are they now? Jiang Wu felt deceived, his countenance clouded with frustration, contemplating whether he should dismantle the divine monument one day to rectify this situation. Martial? Is that his name? Ancient Emperor Jun and Emperor Hantian turned their gazes towards Jiang Wu, discovering for the first time his moniker, Martial, of which they had previously been unaware. Reflecting on the emergence of the divine monument, they surmised that the recent battle must have triggered such an anomaly. However, what was the underlying cause? Was it the celestial power he had just wielded? Was that not an external force? Or was there some reason beyond their understanding? The prince of the celestial emperor realm? And the heir of the ancient emperor realm? Suddenly, both of their bodies tensed instinctively under Jiang Wu's penetrating gaze, causing these two formidable prodigies from the myriad worlds to feel an unexpected anxiety. Do you know where the Blood Mansion realm is located? Jiang Wu inquired directly. He had not considered his next actions until the divine monument had played its tricks on him, leaving him feeling somewhat unsettled. Ancient Emperor Jun and Emperor Hantian exchanged glances, silently conveying the coordinates of the Blood Mansion realm to Jiang Wu. Afterward, Emperor Hantian could not help but speak. Are you planning to take action against the Blood Mansion realm? The Blood Mansion realm is guarded by a calamity, Lord Demon God, which is why their arrogance is so pronounced. Emperor Hantian offered a kind warning. A calamity, Lord Demon God, you say? Thank you. Jiang Wu murmured in acknowledgement. And after expressing his gratitude, he departed the palace accompanied by Fuxi Mingyue, Xingtian Wuming, Dai Qinghong, and the Golden Dragon King, sealing the gates and activating the prohibitions. Along the way, many from the myriad realms bowed respectfully to them, expressing their profound gratitude. Within the 76th heaven-trampling divine city, numerous individuals offered their reverence to that palace, their eyes filled with gratitude as well as awe and astonishment. The events of this night would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. After the battle, calmness remained elusive within the 76th heaven-trampling divine city. Many wept inconsolably, mourning the loss of loved ones and comrades who had perished at the hands of the demons from the Blood Mansion realm, leaving them emotionally shattered as they sought to recover. Others busied themselves clearing the bloody remnants of the chaos, silently attending to the aftermath. Recognizing the formidable strength of the Blood Mansion realm, bolstered by the presence of the calamity, Lord Demon God, Jiang Wu understood that he currently lacked the power to eradicate this den of demons. Yet, he resolved that one day, he would obliterate the Blood Mansion realm from the myriad worlds. Time swiftly passed. After 10 days had elapsed, tranquility finally returned to the 76th heaven-trampling divine city. On that day, as the rays of the sun's divine light graced the divine city, the ancient bell tolled, resonating within the hearts of all inhabitants of the divine city. Buzz. In that instant, someone felt a stirring in their consciousness, and a vortex of ripples formed above their head, engulfing them entirely, rendering them invisible. Those bearing the mark of the divine at that moment experienced a profound epiphany. As their thoughts coalesced, each was drawn away by the vortex of ripples, vanishing from the divine city. The tightly wound spirits of these individuals finally relaxed. They had endured until this day. Within the palace, Jiang Wu exchanged glances with Dai Qinghong and Xingtian Wuming, all nodding in unison. Let us begin. As Jiang Wu's thoughts stirred, a vortex of ripples formed above his head. He leaped forward and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. Following closely were Xingtian, Wuming, De Qinghong, Fuxi, Mingyu, and the Golden Dragon King, along with the six-armed spirit ape. Recently, many had perished, and the six-armed spirit ape had acquired a divine mark. At this moment, it curiously tested the waters, and indeed, a ripple vortex appeared above its head, causing it to exuberantly shout and grin at Fuxi Mingyu. Go on, I will follow too, Fuxi Mingyu said. The six-armed spirit ape roared a few more times at her, as if urging her not to depart, before it sprang into the vortex. Subsequently, Fuxi, Mingyu, Xingtian, Wuming, De Qinghong, and the Golden Dragon King all entered the trials of the divine path together. Within the 76th heaven-piercing city, The figures of the ancient emperor and Huang Ji Tian rushed into the vortex as well. Before entering, they cast a glance at Jiang Wu's palace, their expressions complex. Uncertain whether they felt anticipation or discomfort, they were unaware of what the trials of the divine path entailed, hoping to avoid any encounters with that individual. Third brother, be cautious. Let us not be stingy where caution is warranted, especially when facing that ruthless character. Huang Ji Tian stumbled and fell headlong into the vortex. A reprimand echoing faintly, indicating his irritation. Huang Ji Bai smirked, thinking that if he had not been sufficiently timid, he would have fallen long ago, and would not be enjoying himself now. This was the advantage of timidity. It was not a matter of great consequence. Why could third brother not comprehend this? Many prodigies entered the trials of the divine path, yet it was not long before some were ejected from the vortex, bewildered. What? Over 1,000 years to achieve the primordial realm of divine demons. Such poor talent? Not qualified to participate in the trials of the divine path? Their faces turned ashen. Achieving the primordial realm of divine demons in 1,000 years was an unparalleled feat in their celestial world. Yet here, it was dismissed with disdain. They seethed silently, ultimately leaving the 76th heaven-piercing city in dejection. Those who successfully entered the trials of the divine path did not return. Before Jiang Wu, the void shifted, and in an instant, he felt as though he had traversed a barrier, arriving in another realm. Upon his arrival, an overwhelming essence surged forth like a vast ocean. A single breath felt akin to sipping celestial nectar, and radiant light emanated from him, invigorating his spirit. A roar akin to dragon's roar and tiger's howl resounded throughout the heavens and earth, as gales formed by the essence swept across the land. Towering green trees loomed into the clouds, embodying an ancient vitality that rushed forth. As Jiang Wu descended in this location, he realized that the spatial strength had significantly intensified. The terrifying gravity making his body feel as though it had abruptly sunk to the ground, leaving only 2 footprints in the earth. What formidable gravity! What a solid ground! Jiang Wu marveled inwardly. The spatial power here far surpassed that of the realm he had previously inhabited, greatly exceeding the spatial forces of the celestial world. At that moment, the divine mark in his mind emitted a faint, ethereal glow, as if it had established a connection, and an ancient, weathered voice resonated. The trials of the divine path have commenced. Within 10 years, if one accumulates a contribution value of 100,000 points, they may successfully pass the trials and become an official disciple of the heaven-piercing divine sect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wu's expression remained unchanged. He lifted his gaze towards the heavens, where the divine steel he had seen earlier now reflected upon the firmament. Wu, disciple of the 76th heaven-piercing city trials. Contribution value, 1,000 points. Rank, 1st. Lei Jun, disciple of the 4th heaven-piercing city trials. Contribution value, 6 points. Rank, 2nd. Yin Tianyang, disciple of the 6th heaven-piercing city trials. Contribution value, 5 points. Rank, 3rd. Xianyuan De, disciple of the 2nd heaven-piercing city trials. Contribution value, 3 points. Rank, 4th. Jian Fengyun, disciple of the 1st heaven-piercing city trials. Contribution value, 2 points. Rank, 5th. Beneath this divine steel, there were numerous individuals with a contribution value of 1 point, totaling 100. Jiang Wu was astonished and puzzled regarding how he had acquired that 1,000 points. Why had the divine steel granted him 1,000 points upon recording his name? This divine steel appeared somewhat damaged, he noted. As he gazed, Jiang Wu began to sense something amiss. The divine steel above was enveloped in chaotic luminescence, yet through this light, he could faintly discern dark fissures, as if it could be shattered with a mere exertion of force. As he entered the divine path, Jiang Wu contemplated the battered appearance of the divine steel. Recalling the earlier statement about rewards for leaving one's name, he ground his teeth, thinking that deceiving oneself should come at a cost. In that moment, the hidden powers within him surged forth, manifesting as endless divine energy transformed into radiant runes ascending to the sky. Moreover, an exceedingly terrifying soul force permeated the air, causing the realm to undergo a tumultuous transformation, with winds and thunder revealing formidable signs that shook the heavens. Let me see what secrets this divine steel conceals. As Jiang Wu's power ascended, his formidable divine consciousness probed the realm. Within his soul realm, he deployed his ocular divine abilities, the terrifying brilliance of his soul eyes shining like stars as he gazed towards the heavens. Boom! With the unification of spirit and energy, the powers within Jiang Wu erupted, striving to glimpse this realm. However, when he beheld it, the world transformed into an extraordinary scene formed by flowing currents, and the location of the divine steel remained obscured by chaotic luminescence. Even with the deployment of his soul eye techniques, he could not see through it. I refuse to believe this. In his soul realm, His soul power ignited like divine fire, the ethereal flames of his soul surging forth, exuding a terrifying strength. At that moment, Jiang Wu's eyes shone with an unearthly brilliance, as if divine flames were ablaze. The overwhelming divine might radiating forth caused the surrounding trees to sway, while fearsome beasts roared in response, retreating in disarray. Boom! In that instant, Jiang Wu's mind quaked violently, and the divine mark flared with an intense radiance, as though his soul power and consciousness were irresistibly drawn into it. His body, too, was enveloped in a hazy, chaotic luminescence, vanishing from sight. In another part of the divine path, a powerful youth stood upon the ground, gazing skyward at the divine steel, murmuring, "Wu?" Surrounding this individual were swirling purple lightning and an overwhelming divine aura that filled the heavens. His eyes, wide open, were adorned with endless divine patterns, transforming into a storm of thunder, sun, moon, and stars, with beams of light shooting forth that altered the very fabric of heaven and earth, instilling terror. He observed the dilapidated divine steel and then glanced at the first-ranked contribution value of 1,000 points. In the heaven-piercing divine sect, prodigies possessing extraordinary physiques could earn a reward of 1,000 contribution points, which they could exchange for rare treasures and resources from the divine hall upon joining the sect. This individual whispered softly, pondering whether this Wu was the one who had previously caused the divine steel to exhibit extraordinary phenomena. To gain the divine steel's recognition, such a physique would indeed promise great potential in the ancient divine realm. However, to rely solely on one's physique to attain divinity in the lower realms would be akin to dreaming in vain. As he spoke, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Unless he could acquire the legacy of the celestial powerhouse from the Heavenly Path sect, he would never set foot in the higher realms. Yet, this was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. To speak of anything else, was it not the very reason that Lei Jun had returned from the primordial heavenly god realm, in pursuit of the legacy of that celestial being? He had recognized several familiar names upon the heavenly god monument, and it was no surprise to him. The Heavenly Path sect was a premier force among the human races in the primordial heavenly god realm. Such a powerful entity, when a site or relic of their might emerged, would inevitably attract numerous contenders, even in the lower realms. Although he was uncertain of the identity, he had vaguely heard rumors of a terrifying power that transcended the realm of the heavenly gods, a formidable being who had once carved a fearsome reputation while battling for the human race. This individual had mysteriously vanished during an outing, and after countless years, the emergence of the relics from the primordial sacred mountain had rekindled speculation about his return. Only such an extraordinary being could orchestrate the descent of the sacred mountain across the heavens and select disciples. In other parts of the heavenly path, extraordinary young men and women gazed upward at the heavenly god monument, their brows raised, exuding an aura of immense strength and otherworldliness, unconcerned with contribution points. However, upon witnessing the monument in such a shattered state, a chill ran down their spines. What calamity had befallen this land to render such a powerful divine artifact so broken? While one could become a formal disciple of the Heavenly Path sect with a mere 100,000 contribution points, they were not here solely for that purpose. The legacy of that great being was what they sought. Terrifying prodigies roamed the Heavenly Path, where trials consisted mainly of various formidable beasts and adversaries from the human races in the upper realm. These beasts and enemies had their bloodlines and cultivation sealed, able only to progress to the realm of the void, unable to transcend into the undying divine sovereign. After all, only those under 10,000 years of age could enter the heavenly path, and it was rare for anyone of such youth to achieve the rank of undying divine sovereign. These were the extraordinary figures of the Xianxia era. Those aware of the origins of this land moved swiftly along the heavenly path, seeking out the mystical domains and the legacies of the powerful. They would also slay the formidable beasts and hostile beings they encountered. Yet, at times, they were confronted by terrifying entities that could rival even the undying divine sovereign, causing them to retreat in fear and refrain from recklessly engaging in battle. Accumulating contribution points was indeed easy here, yet such points had long lost their significance. The only thing that captured their attention was the legacy left behind by that great being. A month later, someone encountered Fuxi Mingyue and discerned her unique physique. The void body, with astonishment, a void body? Such a physique has emerged? This individual attempted to seize Fuxi Mingyue, intending to enslave her and bring her back to the primordial heavenly god realm. However, in the midst of the attack, he was horrified to discover that he was no match for her. As he attempted to flee, he was swiftly countered and killed by Fuxi Mingyue, who then delved into his memories through soul-searching, uncovering numerous hidden secrets that left her profoundly shaken, especially the individual's intentions that ignited her fury. He sought to enslave her and, upon returning to the so-called primordial heavenly god realm, planned to employ forbidden techniques to usurp her void bloodline and implant it into himself. Though the attempt might fail, if successful, it could garner the attention of his clan and allow him to truly integrate with the void bloodline. Such malicious thoughts filled Fushi Mingyue with rage and trepidation. Were the people of the primordial heavenly god realm truly so vile? If I possessed formidable strength, who would dare to bully me? Clenching her fist, she thought of Jiang Wu. She longed to find him and stay by his side, for it brought her a sense of tranquility. Fushi Mingyue became increasingly cautious, concealing her bloodline aura and minimizing the use of her void powers. She had cultivated 2 types of void energy, granting her strength comparable to that of powerful prodigies. Meanwhile, Xing Tianwuming also encountered a prodigy from the primordial heavenly god realm, and after a fierce battle, the latter exclaimed in shock, "Ancient demon god bloodline? You, a remnant of the ancient demon god, have actually managed to enter the relic site of the Heavenly Path sect?" With all his might, Xing Tianwuming fought fiercely, ultimately severing the prodigy's head and binding his soul to search his memories, his eyes suddenly gleaming with realization. The primordial heavenly god realm? Was the ancient demon god clan an enemy of the human race? Was my Xing Tian clan's bloodline derived from the ancient demon god clan? Yet, Xing Tianwuming did not dwell on this. He too sought Jiang Wu, for it seemed that many had entered the heavenly path, and battles erupted everywhere. The rankings on the heavenly god monument were in constant flux, and he could no longer see Jiang Wu's position nor knew how he fared. The Golden Dragon King had also entered this realm, his prowess formidable. After discerning the situation on the heavenly path, he encountered numerous prodigies, some of whom attempted to enslave him, perceiving him as a powerful mount. However, they all met their demise at his hands. After years of training in Jiang Wu's Thunder World and the Sacred Mountain of the Void, his foundation was exceedingly robust. The most unfortunate was the 6-armed spirit ape, which, upon entering this realm, was pursued by many powerful prodigies who recognized its extraordinary nature. Despite having slain several pursuers, many still chased after it in an attempt to enslave it. The 6-armed spirit ape had no choice but to flee, crying out, "Ah, master, where are you? Your little darling is being targeted by so many." However, during its escape, the 6-armed spirit ape seemed to possess a unique trait that attracted divine herbs. It effortlessly discovered hidden treasures upon burrowing into a mountain. Before long, it had consumed numerous divine herbs and reserved some for Fushi Mingyue, lest she complained that it had consumed everything. According to the information on the Heavenly God Monument, the trials were held once every decade, and those who achieved 100,000 contribution points could become formal disciples of the Heavenly Path sect. However, less than 3 months into this trial, the Heavenly God Monument suddenly shattered. A surge of divine might erupted, causing countless individuals on the Heavenly Path to change countenance, all gazing upward in astonishment. Upon witnessing the complete destruction of the Heavenly God Monument, its divine might dissipated, no longer exuding its former majesty. Fragments crumbled into dust, a testament to the ravages of time. The Heavenly God Monument shattered, countless prodigies stood in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. All prodigies from the primordial Heavenly God realm, including Lei Jun, changed hues. The Heavenly God Monument was the core of the Heavenly Path trials. With its shattering, did that not imply the conclusion of the trials? Indeed, in the next moment, a resonating hum echoed. A ripple of cosmic energy swept across the entire Heavenly Path, as those prodigies still undergoing trials vanished one by one, returning to their respective divine cities, unable to re-enter. From the legacy known through the imprint of the Heavenly God, it was understood that after the trials, they should have been able to glimpse the existence of the sacred mountain. But now it was gone. Many prodigies were left despondent, feeling as though they had missed the opportunity for the celestial legacy. However, at that moment, news began to circulate. Do not dwell on it. This place has long become a desolate land, merely a relic. The notion of becoming a formal disciple of the Heavenly Path sect is but a jest. After the trials, regardless of one's gains, all will return to their respective divine cities or domains. To ascend to the upper realm, the primordial Heavenly God realm, one must venture to the Heavenly God world, for only there lies the passage to the primordial Heavenly God realm. The news has spread across numerous divine cities, yet it is only in those cities with formidable celestial realms that such tidings have emerged. Many proud individuals, unaware of the circumstances, were left utterly astonished upon hearing the news. Could it be that this ancient, perilous divine mountain is merely the remnant of a powerful existence? Shortly thereafter, rumors began to circulate from the mouths of those exalted beings from the upper realms. Undoubtedly, some among you have acquired certain legacies, which led to the shattered celestial monument being unable to bear the burden. Henceforth, it seems the trials of the celestial path are no more, and the ancient divine mountain has become a commendable place for training. As the news continued to spread, these exalted individuals from the upper realms departed, their destinations unknown. Meanwhile, other proud individuals, although barred from entering the divine city, could remain within the ancient divine mountain, where numerous powerful relics still lingered, alongside legacies and treasures awaiting discovery. As the celestial monument crumbled, Jiang Wu, who had returned to the outskirts of the 76th celestial city, furrowed his brow in distress. The celestial monument has shattered? I did nothing, and yet it broke in an instant. Though belated, I shall still count this as 5 updates. The narrative of the ancient divine mountain pertains to the tales of the myriad realms and will not presently involve powerful worlds. Rather, it serves as a foundation for the forthcoming invincible realms. Chapter 240, Returning to the Lesser Empty Mountain, the Celestial Essence. On that day, as he employed the divine soul eye technique to probe the celestial monument, the moment he pierced through the chaotic barriers, his entire being and soul were drawn within. A sudden surge of pain enveloped his mind, and thereafter, he lost awareness, as if caught in a fleeting moment of distraction. Upon regaining consciousness, he found himself outside the trials of the celestial path, back at the outskirts of the 76th celestial city. After discerning the commotion around him, he realized the celestial monument had completely shattered. This revelation caused Jiang Wu's brow to furrow deeper. The location of the celestial path should be a realm far more potent than the 76th celestial city. If he could have remained there for a decade, he would have gained not only other rewards, but also the bloodlines of divine beasts, precious bones, divine herbs, and divine metals, resources that would have surely amounted to several trillion points of divine and demonic essence. Now, was that imminent fortune slipping away? The thought alone drove Jiang Wu to the brink of madness. He was still a staggering 80 billion points away from the 100 trillion points required for the body refinement secret, and although he possessed over 1 trillion points, at the current rate of progress, it would be but a few years before he exhausted his reserves. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of demonic might erupted from all directions around the 76th celestial city, shaking the very heavens and earth. The billowing demonic aura roared like a dragon, blotting out the sun, its overwhelming presence causing many proud individuals, just emerging from the celestial path, to turn pale. Just 10 days prior, before they entered the celestial path, the demonic beings from the Blood Mansion had sought to ravage the city, intending to slay them and feast upon their divine blood and essence. Now, did they dare to attempt such a thing once again? Bloodsong, are you intent on igniting war? As countless demonic beings emerged, a wave of divine might surged forth, momentarily breaking through the oppressive demonic aura, akin to the radiant sun rising anew. A calm yet authoritative voice echoed throughout the 76th celestial city, exuding the weighty confidence of a sovereign. Bloodsong, if you do not return to the Blood Mansion, then you shall not depart. Another voice, filled with overwhelming dominance, resounded. The instant it manifested, a blazing sword aura cleaved the air, slicing through a distant forest, causing several demonic beings to wail in agony as they met their demise. However, in the next moment, the vicinity of the 76th celestial city also bore witness to numerous cries from the myriad realms, as they were assaulted and consumed by the demonic beings. This tumultuous uproar seemed to respond to the threats posed by the two voices. I seek only the assassin of Bloodcliff from 3 months past, including the Ancient Emperor and Emperor Hongtian. Ancient Emperor Yu, Emperor Hongqi. Is this request too much to ask? Otherwise, you must choose the lives of countless beings or those of your own. The choice is yours. A dispassionate voice followed, as the slaughter of the demonic beings continued unabated. To slay you would render the choice unnecessary. You shall remain here today. With this authoritative proclamation, a figure clad in golden divine robes surged forth, akin to a golden-winged rock, radiating an indomitable divine presence that shook the heavens, obliterating the surrounding forest and fracturing the divine mountain. With a resounding clash, the two combatants clashed, their unyielding auras transforming into lethal energies capable of slaying. The roar of dragons and the shadows of monstrous beasts erupted in the fray. One was an indomitable divine sovereign, the other, an indomitable demonic sovereign. With every movement, they wielded powers that could terrify even the highest celestial beings, engaging in a fierce battle that laid waste to the forest around them. And what of me, Bloodsong? I wonder if your indomitable demonic form can withstand the obliterating forces of my royal clan's sun and moon? Another figure emerged, graceful as a supreme sovereign. This individual was yet another indomitable divine sovereign, and together, they stained the battlefield with blood in an instant, their furious battle cries reverberating through the air. Kill! Kill! Roared all three, and forth from the 76th celestial city surged countless divine and demonic beings, clashing in a fierce melee. Such a scene of battle left the denizens of the myriad realms in sheer astonishment. While some recoiled in fear, hastily distancing themselves from this place of chaos. Others, filled with fury, joined forces with the royal and ancient empires to combat the demonic beings of the Blood Mansion. Indomitable divine sovereigns, indomitable demonic sovereigns. Jiang Wu watched, his pupils constricting. The words of the indomitable demonic sovereign sent shivers down his spine, muscles tensing and adrenaline surging. Was he not the one who had slain the young Master Bloodcliff? The presence of the indomitable demonic sovereign from the Blood Mansion here was a direct threat to him. Observing as a youthful, indomitable divine sovereign from the royal world and another from the ancient world intercepted the indomitable demonic sovereign, Jiang Wu swiftly took action. In the forest, several demonic beings fell beneath his hand, and he bolted away. The Blood Mansion? Blood Song? This affair would not conclude easily. Meanwhile, those who had exited the celestial path, including the nameless Xingtian, finally made contact with Jiang Wu, who urged them to leave the vicinity of the 76th Celestial City and head toward the Lesser Empty Mountain. The battle at the 76th Celestial City raged on for half a day, ultimately resulting in the retreat of the indomitable demonic sovereign named Blood Song, who departed with the remaining demonic beings of the Blood Mansion. Though no words were exchanged, it was evident that this conflict was far from over. The indomitable divine sovereign of the ancient empire, Ancient Emperor Yu, and the indomitable divine sovereign of the royal empire, Emperor Hongqi, exchanged grave glances as they watched Blood Song's departure. Needless to say, they were acutely aware that the Blood Mansion's demonic beings would soon unleash a frenzy of slaughter upon the myriad realms of divine and demonic beings. Chaos was imminent. This is bound to escalate, Emperor Hongqi remarked calmly. Ancient Emperor Yu cast him a sidelong glance, replying, "Isn't this for the best? The Blood Mansion has lain dormant for too long. If left unchecked, they will eventually become an insurmountable threat. Now, perhaps we can seize the opportunity to eliminate them." The Emperor of the Supreme Extreme, without much elaboration, merely expressed a hope. Let us hope so. Shortly after departing from the vicinity of the 76th Celestial City, Jiang Wu soon reunited with Xing Tian, Wu Ming, and Yi Qing Hong, along with the Golden Dragon King. However, they were unable to establish contact with Fu Shiming Yu and the six-armed spirit ape. The inability to reach them raised concerns within Jiang Wu. Could that girl have encountered misfortune? Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the significance of the Fu Shi clan, the first major family to ally with their Jiang clan. When the invincible deities and demons from the Eastern Divine Sea had once mobilized, other powerful families merely observed. Yet the ancestors of the Fu Shi clan had come to their aid with their clan spirit. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Wu fervently wished for Fu Shiming Yu's safety. Moreover, given her prodigious talents, it was certain that she would one day become a formidable force that could instill fear across the realms. The sole source of comfort for Jiang Wu was the fact that Fu Shiming Yu's divine soul mark had not dissipated, which, at the very least, indicated that she had not perished. Let us return to the little empty mountain. Jiang Wu pondered for a long while before leading Xing Tian and the others back discreetly. Suddenly, a terrifying rift in the fabric of reality was rent apart, and from within this celestial tier emerged a graceful figure shrouded in ethereal divine light. She beheld Fu Shiming Yu, unconscious on the ground, and her expression shifted slightly. Is this truly the void body? An ancient voice resonated through the void. O Lord of the Eastern Palace, the birth of human prodigies is a rare occurrence. I hope this void body can thrive under your guidance and protect our kind. Upon hearing this voice, the graceful woman fell silent for a moment before asking, "Has one long truly fallen?" "Indeed, the master has been gone for many years," the ancient voice replied calmly. Alas, after a lengthy pause, the Eastern Palace master sighed, conjuring a drop of liquid radiating with a crystalline divine light. "This is the celestial liquid you requested. 1 drop is insufficient. I require 10, the ancient voice interjected. The Eastern Palace master's eyes widened in disbelief. 10 drops are not available. I only possess 1 life. Do you wish to barter for it? 1 drop of celestial liquid is sufficient to fully awaken the potential of a celestial body. Even though she is a semi-holy of the human race, I possess very little. You demand 10 drops? Do you take me for a pushover? Believe me, I could simply seize the void body and depart. Eastern Palace Master, I truly require 10 drops. Perhaps even that may not suffice. In exchange, I shall provide you with an interesting little companion." As the ancient voice spoke, ripples emerged in the void, and the indistinct form of the 6-armed spirit ape materialized. "Eastern Palace Master, you know the nature of my master and should trust that I will not squander the resources of our kind. I have sent you the 6-armed spirit ape," the ancient voice insisted. The Eastern Palace Master scrutinized the 6-armed spirit ape, raising an eyebrow. "Has this little one's bloodline undergone a transformation?" "Indeed. I cannot discern its nature. This is a small creature under the care of that little girl. I offer it to you as well." The Eastern Palace Master rolled her eyes at this, bemused by the audacity of the trade. To nurture a void body is no easy task, especially under the relentless onslaught of spatial forces. Who knows how many resources it will take? I am already at my limit, and you send me another? Do you truly believe I possess a treasure trove? After a moment of silence, she declared, "So, you have found a successor for Wan Long? Does he truly require 10 drops of celestial liquid? Are you jesting? I believe the Eastern Palace Master should hasten to retrieve the void body and this little companion. Otherwise, should they be discovered, it would bode ill for them," the ancient voice urged. "Very well, I shall grant your request." The Eastern Palace Master tossed a vial, and then, with a graceful motion, she enveloped Fu Shimingyu in her embrace, summoning a force to lift the 6-armed spirit ape. In a single stride, the void ahead split open once more, and she stepped through, vanishing in the blink of an eye, while the void quickly returned to calm, the ripples settling. Chapter 241. The Ancient Divine Mountain and the Old Will of Xianxia's son, the Chubby One. Boom! A divine light suddenly descended from the heavens of the ancient divine mountain, resembling a celestial bridge connecting to the sky, and a magnificent palace materialized faintly in the distance. "What is that?" Jiang Wu and his companions gasped in astonishment. The majesty emanating from the palace was far more awe-inspiring than the might they had witnessed at Little Empty Mountain during the trials of the Wuyong Calamity Lord. Once the commotion subsided, they rushed forward. The palace, nestled among the mountains, had caused a portion of the ancient divine mountain to collapse upon its emergence, its divine presence resonating throughout the heavens, with boundless auspicious light soaring aloft, creating an immense spectacle. Jiang Wu attempted to enter the palace but found that he needed to summon his physical strength, even invoking the bloodline power of the celestial body of boundary suppression. With 6 trillion refining body mysteries erupting, he finally managed to push open the grand entrance of the palace. After a thorough search, he discovered an old, worn jade vial within, containing a measure of crystalline divine liquid, its purpose unknown. "Why do I feel that this divine liquid holds tremendous benefits for my celestial body of boundary suppression?" Jiang Wu pondered in astonishment. Initially intent on transporting the fearsome palace back to his Little Empty Mountain, he was taken aback when, upon stepping outside, the palace crumbled as if decayed by time. In the brief moments since its appearance, numerous figures had already rushed toward the site, including several formidable beings of the Void Realm. "Let us depart," Jiang Wu urged. And those who arrived to witness the collapsed palace could only lament and rage at the misfortune of having witnessed a divine marvel that had barely emerged before being snatched away. Unbeknownst to them, a reverberating thought echoed across the cosmos. Truly, 6 trillion refining body mysteries. This young one is merely in his 20s. Yet he has unlocked 6 trillion refining body mysteries? Goodness, had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed such a terrifying phenomenon. In the realm of refining body mysteries, many were born as deities and demons, possessing overwhelmingly potent bloodlines and a solid foundation. Who could have ever traversed such a seemingly insignificant realm? The ancient thought gasped in shock, realizing that the most rudimentary refining body mysteries had been unlocked to the staggering extent of 6 trillion. What manner of being was this? Could it be that this young one was a reincarnation of some ancient and fearsome existence? With 6 trillion refining body mysteries, his strength rivaled that of an invincible being of the void realm. It was difficult for them to fathom the magnitude of power this young one would possess should he ascend to the next realm or truly break through to the divine demon realm. The ancient thought observed Jiang Wu's departure, refraining from lingering too long to avoid drawing attention. In truth, it yearned to inquire of Jiang Wu why he did not advance to the next realm. His foundation in the refining body mysteries was unparalleled, destined to remain unmatched. Would it not be worthwhile to strive for the next level? If he were to break through, would he not possess a foundation of several hundred billion in the Blood God Palace? And with just a few tens of billions in the Bone-Washing Dao Foundation? What kind of terrifying power would such a foundation yield upon breaking through to the divine demon realm? An unparalleled talent? No. The ancient thought deemed that term unworthy to describe Jiang Wu. He was a prodigy the world had never before encountered. 10 drops of celestial liquid. One could only speculate how much aid they would provide him. It was hoped that he could grow steadily in the lower realms, ultimately gaining immense strength before returning to the ancient divine realm. In that case, perhaps he could alter the fate of our human race. The higher realms are perilously dangerous. The ancient will observe Jiang Wu's departure, gradually dissipating as it did. It could perceive the movements within the primordial divine mountain, and it yearned to witness the growth of this little fellow. No, this aberration, and to what extent he might ascend. Having left the palace, a realm rife with discord, Jiang Wu steadfastly resisted the allure of the divine liquid, his thoughts consumed by the primordial divine mountain and the myriad pieces of information he had gathered over time. Xing Tian Wu Ming had once slain a prodigy and probed his soul for memories, unveiling a wealth of intelligence. From Xing Tian Wu Ming's accounts, Jiang Wu gleaned insights about the primordial heavenly god realm, rumored to be a primordial domain nestled deep within the river of time, existing on a plane distinct from the myriad worlds. Ordinary means could not unveil the presence of the primordial heavenly god realm. This dread domain likely constituted the origins of the primordial divine mountain, a formidable expanse far surpassing the strength of the myriad worlds. Merely a glimpse into the formidable and perilous nature of the heavenly god realm. There were also the Tiantian divine sect and the Tiantian divine body, among others. Contemplating numerous thoughts, Jiang Wu ultimately resolved that his destination must be a realm of divine beings. For only within such a realm could one find the passage to the primordial heavenly god realm. Each realm of divine beings stood as the mightiest entities within the myriad worlds, serving as the very centers of countless worlds. Such places were no less perilous than the primordial divine mountain. The plan was to return to the Little Kong Mountain, cultivate the indomitable power of the divine sovereign, and then scheme his journey to the realm of divine beings. Jiang Wu considered that the heavenly emperor realm and the ancient emperor realm would undoubtedly possess knowledge regarding access to the divine realm. If all else failed, he might contemplate an approach against the Blood Mansion realm. The demons residing within the Blood Mansion realm were equally formidable, seemingly connected to certain powers of the primordial heavenly god realm, such as the existence of the ancient demon clan. Having distanced himself from the 76th Tiantian city, Jiang Wu summoned the Golden Dragon King to transform into a colossal dragon, soaring swiftly back to the Little Kong Mountain. The initial exploration of the primordial divine mountain and evading various perils had consumed over 5 years. However, the return was markedly swifter, with the Golden Dragon King flying directly. They arrived at the Little Kong Mountain in less than 2 years. Little Wu Gu. Upon his return, Jiang Wu was nearly crushed to the ground by a massive figure rushing towards him. Xianxia, now immensely plump, had inherited the gluttonous divine body, and his stature had escalated to over 3 meters, his belly protruding like that of an 18-month-old, his face beaming with joy, obscuring his eyes. As he charged forth, the divine robe draped around his belly rippled like waves. Incredible! This little chubby boy had evolved into a supersized figure. To Jiang Wu's astonishment, behind Jiang Shanha were Jiang Nyonyo and Jiang Tuyo, both also plump, with Jiang Nyonyo cradling a roly-poly infant in her arms. What a surprise! Jiang Wu exclaimed, staring at the chubby infant, then back at Jiang Nyonyo and Jiang Tuyo, his mouth agape. Shanha, have you become a father during this upgrade? At the mention, Jiang Shanha grimaced, sighing heavily. I was pressured into marriage. My father nearly dragged me back, threatening to beat me senseless. There was no choice. Ultimately, I had to comply. And under the dark moonlit night, one thing led to another. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Shanha's face seemed to reflect his struggles. He had merely sought a companion to share his life, yet his physique compelled him to settle for one choice. With a wave of his father's hand, the selection had been made. Ha ha, splendid, splendid. A perfect match. Jiang Wu erupted into laughter, stepping closer to examine the chubby infant, who bore an exquisite countenance, skin radiant and luminous, displaying an innate extraordinary quality. As Jiang Wu observed, the infant's eyes twinkled with curiosity, mirroring his own. Shanha, this little one reminds me of you at 6 years old, Jiang Wu remarked, to which Jiang Shanha, scratching his head, lamented, alas, he has inherited my gluttonous divine body. He appeared distressed, pondering whether his son would be destined to follow in his footsteps. Although he himself was handsome and attracting shrieks from many young women of noble lineage, he still bore a hint of plumpness. Jiang Wu reflected on his own Tiantian divine body technique, an extraordinary art passed down from the upper realm's pinnacle powers, one he had yet to master. He gently placed his hand on the infant's head, bestowing a divine light upon his brow. Fear not, I shall grant him a legacy of divine skills. Should he achieve greatness in the future, he may not dominate the myriad realms, but he shall at least stand shoulder to shoulder with the remarkable prodigies thereof. Upon hearing Jiang Wu's words, Jiang Shanha, Jiang Nyonyo, and Jiang Tuyo expressed their immense gratitude. By the way, little Wu Gu, Ming Dai Jia, Zhan Yigu, as well as Jiang Fu, Jiang Wenwen, and Jiang Jian, have all departed from the Little Kong Mountain, venturing deeper into the primordial divine mountain for their adventures. If I hadn't settled down, I might have joined them, Jiang Shanha added. Good, I understand. It is well for them to venture forth, to witness the formidable prodigies of the myriad realms. Such experiences are far from detrimental. Jiang Wu replied. While the primordial divine mountain was fraught with danger, he could not shield everyone beneath his wings, for that would not protect them, but rather hinder their growth. As Jiang Wu conversed with Jiang Shanha, He noted a marked maturity in him since starting a family. His speech was considerably more composed and stable, reflecting a significant transformation. They further discussed matters pertaining to the divine demon realm, where, with the assistance of their Jiang clan, they had now set foot within the primordial divine mountain, delving deeper into its mysteries. Meanwhile, within the divine demon realm, the Fushi clan's divine tree, Qingzu, had successfully transcended to the realm of virtual divine beings, restoring the foundational damage left in the past. The Purple clan's solar divine tree had also achieved a breakthrough. Soon, the once mighty entities within the divine demon realm would surely follow suit. Here are some virtual divine stones. Have someone return them to the divine demon realm for the mountain ancestors' arrangements, Jiang Wu said, producing a collection of virtual divine stones, fruits of his years of endeavor, gathered from ruins and acquired from others or the demonic entities of the Blood Mansion realm. Once all matters were settled, Jiang Wu retreated into his celestial palace, intent on consuming the divine liquid he had acquired earlier, preparing to enter seclusion for cultivation. Chapter 242, The Unexpected Change of Little Kong Mountain. The transformation of the heavenly god body. Unbeknownst to him, upon his return to the Little Kong Mountain, an ancient will observed from afar. Little Kong Mountain. The dwelling of that rascal Wu Yang, is it? How swiftly the years have passed since he departed. The ancient will lingered in silence, perhaps reminiscing. And after several days of reflection, it seemed to regain focus. Suddenly, beneath the Little Kong Mountain, the earth's veins appeared to undergo a transformation. The essence of heaven and earth from all directions began to converge upon Little Kong Mountain, subtly altering its environment. In truth, with a mere thought from the ancient will, a divine vein brimming with infinite divinity emerged from beneath the Little Kong Mountain. A small divine vein shall suffice. Such a vein may not be sufficient to attract the heavenly god realm, yet it is immensely valuable to other realms, serving unparalleled purposes in enhancing cultivation and imbuing divine weapons with divine essence. In this moment, the fate of the divine vein rests upon this little creature. The ancient will orchestrate it all, observing the divine vein that was gradually emerging, its inherent divinity awakening bit by bit before it faded away. The divine vein had yet to fully manifest. Yet the gathering of the essence of heaven and earth upon the small empty mountain had already alerted the myriad divine beings traversing the ancient realms, who now gazed upon the small empty mountain with astonishment. The essence of heaven and earth converging? Even the earth's veins were undergoing transformation, seemingly originating from that small empty mountain. This site had been occupied for many years. Could it be that some unknown divine marvel lay hidden upon the small empty mountain, now finally being revealed? With the earth's veins still in flux, the essence of heaven and earth atop the small empty mountain grew increasingly dense. Before long, Jiang Shanha, Xing Tianwuming, and Yi Qinghong all sensed this change, and Bai Bingxue also arrived, reporting the disturbances outside and the anomalous phenomena regarding the earth's veins beneath the small empty mountain. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanha furrowed his brow. While the small empty mountain had been an unremarkable sight for many years, how could such changes arise at this juncture? They meticulously searched the entirety of the small empty mountain, but found no source for this transformation. It was certain, however, that the earth's veins beneath the small empty mountain were gradually metamorphosing, becoming increasingly formidable, even gathering the essence of heaven and earth and the aura of ancient divine beings from all directions. If this continued, the small empty mountain would inevitably become a sacred ground for cultivation, a treasure trove within the ancient divine mountains. Jiang Shanha's expression turned grave, and Xing Tianwuming and the others comprehended his implication. Though the small empty mountain was once distinguished, it had not been overly remarkable, allowing it to remain low-key without causing much commotion. However, the ongoing changes beneath the small empty mountain would undoubtedly lead to a metamorphosis, transforming it into a coveted site for cultivation that would attract the envy of other celestial realms. In such a case, would they still be able to securely occupy the small empty mountain? Yi Qinghong commanded by Bingxue. Keep a close watch on the movements of other celestial realms surrounding the small empty mountain. If any anomalies arise, report immediately. Yes, Lord Qinghong, Bai Bingxue replied respectfully, maintaining a lowly demeanor before Jiang Wu and his companions. After acknowledging the order, she swiftly departed to arrange the matter. As time passed, the power under Bai Bingshue's command grew increasingly formidable, with several strong entities from other celestial realms joining her ranks, alongside an increasing number of invincible divine beings. This force would enable the small, empty mountain to monitor the activities of strong practitioners from nearby celestial realms, adding an external eye to their observations. Should we report this to the young master? Yi Qinghong inquired, glancing at Xing Tianwuming and Jiang Shanha. Jiang Shanha replied, let us not rush, for now. It is merely a slight change in the Earth's veins, and other celestial realms are only subtly restless. There is no need to disturb Brother Wu during his seclusion. Let us observe further. Perhaps this will turn out to be a fortuitous event. Unbeknownst to them, the changes in the Earth's veins were merely a minor matter. When the rare divine veins across the celestial realms were fully activated and all divine powers emerged, that would truly be a momentous upheaval that would resonate throughout the heavens. Entering the cave heaven palace and sealing the entrance behind him, Jiang Wu sat cross-legged upon the ground. He retrieved an old jade vial acquired from the great divine temple, which was imbued with powerful divine seals that confined the divine liquid within. Yet, through the jade vial and the divine seals, he could still perceive the shimmering divine liquid inside, swirling like the tides of a starry sea, and faintly, it seemed to harbor realms of existence, worlds of birth and demise, and astonishing phenomena, endlessly rolling forth. What exactly is this divine liquid? Jiang Wu pondered, still astonished. This divine liquid surpassed all divine herbs, spiritual liquids, and treasures he had ever encountered. He sensed that even a single drop would be immensely formidable, as if it could encompass an entire star domain, a multitude of worlds. And within this old vial, there resided an entire small flask. How terrifying! I cannot even fathom who the ancestral forebear of humanity was that left behind this divine liquid, Jiang Wu murmured softly. He then stood and respectfully bowed towards the direction of the divine hall's emergence. He could feel that this divine liquid would greatly aid him, particularly in enhancing his heavenly guardian body. Once again settling cross-legged, Jiang Wu activated the heavenly guardian body, a transformation of the path to heaven divine art, channeling the divine power of the heavenly guardian within himself, along with his physical strength. At that moment, every bone within Jiang Wu resonated, as if a great river surged with tumultuous sound, reverberating like thunder and shaking the very fabric of space. One by one, the hidden body refinement secrets unlocked, releasing a torrent of blood energy and essence. As this power converged and fused within him, it gradually transformed into divine power, soul power, and a harmonious blend of internal strength, merging with the essence of the cosmos, achieving unity between man and heaven. Physical strength, divine soul power, and divine energy, all three were summoned forth. In no time, Jiang Wu had attained an optimal state, his internal power surging, and his spirit reaching its zenith. With a decisive flick of his finger, Jiang Wu unleashed his full strength, utilizing the divine soul eye technique to expose the vulnerabilities in the divine seals of the old jade vial, thereby breaking them. Phew! These divine seals were even stronger than those left by the Wuyong tribulation master upon the mountain. It was nearly impossible to unravel. Just as Jiang Wu exhaled in relief, an aura of divine might, so potent that it caused him to change countenance, erupted like a vast ocean from the old jade vial, unleashing a tsunami of divine power that momentarily shook his spirit, as if he witnessed the fall of the heavens and the stars, the annihilation of worlds. Boom! Terrifying dawn-like radiance erupted from the old jade vial, piercing Jiang Wu's eyes to the point of tears, overwhelming him with its brilliance, instilling fear in his heart. Such a formidable divine might and divine brilliance. At the moment the divine seals were unraveled, the divine liquid within the vial erupted like a divine sea, radiating dazzling, luminous brilliance, akin to a tumultuous divine ocean, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the vial, weighed down by an unexpected heaviness pressing upon his hand. Holding this vial containing the divine liquid felt akin to bearing the weight of several divine mountains. The sheer gravity of it left him in utter shock. Incredibly fearsome phenomena began to manifest within the vial, collapsing and disintegrating. Simultaneously, the moment the divine seals were undone, the divine liquid exuded an irresistible allure towards Jiang Wu. In that instant, every cell in his body felt as if it were ravenous, fervently absorbing the divine might emanating from the liquid, a frenzy of hunger that stirred his very soul. He could no longer resist. Hastily, he extracted a drop of the divine liquid and swallowed it into his being. In that moment, Jiang Wu felt as though a nuclear bomb had detonated within him, an overwhelming divine power surging forth from the divine liquid, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Crackling, Jiang Wu's bones underwent a frenzied metamorphosis, countless cells being born and dying, producing a deafening cacophony, reminiscent of bells and drums resonating, as the divine sound filled his ears. In that fleeting moment, his spirit was jolted, and he felt as though he had entered a realm of ethereal clarity. Time itself seemed to slow, allowing Jiang Wu to keenly perceive the astonishing transformations occurring within him, all under the sweeping influence of the divine liquid's essence. Each newly born cell felt entirely transformed, as if emerging into a wholly different existence. Upon the cells, intricate divine patterns emerged, each cell adorned with these ethereal symbols, culminating in an extraordinarily complex and enigmatic divinity, radiating with a celestial light. Faintly, a nebulous realm seemed to take shape within these cells. Yet, these realms remained minuscule, obscured, and unstable, their existence precarious, liable to vanish or collapse with the slightest perturbation. A wondrous force, akin to a gentle spring, coalesced within Jiang Wu's being. This was the true essence of the celestial guardian body, a formidable power that resided within. Jiang Wu reveled in the continuous formation of this potent energy coursing through him. Previously, his fervent endeavors to enhance his cultivation and strengthen his physique had only yielded a mere 5 strands of celestial body power. However, after consuming a drop of divine essence, the celestial guardian body underwent a transformative evolution, as the power of the celestial body was crystallized amidst his body's tumultuous metamorphosis. Boom! A sound reminiscent of thunder erupted from Jiang Wu's core, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to ripple wildly. The might of the awakened celestial body exerted such pressure that the primordial landscape of the divine mountain struggled to withstand it. The celestial guardian body. The celestial body. A remarkably potent constitution among gods and demons alike. Once the full potential and power of the celestial body are unleashed, the possibility of ascending to the most formidable realm among gods and demons, the void-returning celestial realm, becomes exceedingly high, provided one does not fall.